This thing. All right, all right. Yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah, man. Are you lying? This thing don't never notify me when I am online. Why? 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 Does it feel that way? What's good? What's the deal? Jim in the building. How you feeling, man? All right. Make sure I bring my backup up in here. Oops. All right. Mess that up. Got the tiny version of me. Are you my friend? He said you cool, and there you go. That's how I gotta be. You know, it's Thursday, probably Friday in a minute. What's the deal? Lovely in that building. The the lion tamer. Mm-hmm. Yeah, life still real quick. Before we get this party started, stay here for a few hours and see how this live go. Everybody be live at the time. Let me get some invites going on. See what everybody problem is with God. You know why people don't like God so much. They like forget you. Why y'all so hurt? There's people hurt because life don't go the way they want it to. The people that they want to keep around don't always stay around. If only life worked the way we want it to, wouldn't that be something? Man, God created us for us, not for him. He created us for us. Oh man. Why me? Why did it have to happen to me? Why? Like when people think about the core, you didn't have to be here. None of us had to be here. Be thankful for that first before you complain about the life you live. Hmm? Yes, that's what they want to do. They wrongdoings, they lifestyle that they have. They say, "What is? Why you're judging me?" Be the most judgmental people talking about why you judge me. Next minute, you got some busted sneakers. They be judging stuff that don't matter. Hypocrite. Hypocrites. They're entitled. Or their entity is control. I'm doing what folks wanted to do. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting so bad that people rather call themselves what I am, the higher being. I created my own life. Like, when do people get the goal, right? This what made me think about it, right? You was a baby and you just started learning what life is. You learned the same way like any other human. It's not people be acting like they came out their mother, start talking to them like, hey, I'm the one. Like that is weak. That junk crazy, bro. People, I don't know. And I ain't trying to down people, some people with legs though, but it's like, dang, to think you this high being, like you this higher or above, it just like show the lack of it just kind of show the lack of what's the word? Of humbleness, you know, them be the main people that's on here yelling, but ain't you a god? Ain't you a goddess? Why are you yelling, goddess? Why are you yelling? You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't you supposed to be high and above? Why you letting little humans get to you? You feel me? Well, you little mere humans, you know? I don't get it. I never knew that's what happened with God. You know what I'm saying? Or if you so mad, why you just don't say bada bing and snap that person off the face of the earth? Because, it works around your feelings. You know what I'm saying? Why you don't change the way earth spin? You feel me? Cause I ain't never seen a goddess, a king, a queen sit there working 9 to 5. That's kind of weird, right? I have royalty in my blood, though. All that blood stuff don't mean nothing in the grave, and people gonna figure that out. That don't mean nothing. Your blood gonna go turn to dust just like the rest of everybody else. Sad news. That's the sad truth. That's the sad truth. Everybody want to make themselves more special than others. No, you got to do a trip on a piece of soap and end it right there. End your whole life there. Oh dang, what is God? What's your goddess self or what the heck? How did you fall and break your own neck? I thought you was a god. Over soap in your own bathtub. Ain't that something? Ain't that royalty? How royal is that? Ever seen a god, a goddess, a king trip on that's higher and almighty of the highest almighty human or whatever they call themselves nowadays? Just trip on some soap in their life. Just that easy. That is just so powerful. Oh man, smite that piece of soap. That's not crazy.
You know this is gonna be a heavy conversation.
You know it.
Whoever comes in this room.
You know it. You know it's
And I
worse than because when I'm about and you popped up here too. Both of us can't talk. The room just turned to 300 and then ain't do that.
right, right,
We be
right,
just
right.
saying like the word come out our mouth is over. I just want to see how many people hurt by God. I just want to know. Well, that's what I'm getting.
Well,
That's why a lot of people mad. That's why a lot of people mad on this app right now.
I think what you were mentioning earlier though too is you got judgmental people out here being more judgmental towards other people than they are with themselves, but
Right.
yet they don't want to do what God tells them to do. So who they
Right.
believing in first? Are they believing in the person next to them first, or are they believing in God?
They believe in their own feelings. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a way, so I'm gonna believe it.
Yep.
You believe in yourself so much that you keep choosing wrong. You got you a baby mama and a baby daddy now. You keep getting the wrong jobs. You keep getting fired. Oh, how much you believing in yourself? Ain't that something? Them
Right.
powers working well.
And look how many people blame God, and then they blame God.
Hey, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's crazy. That's why the name of this room is don't blame. No, don't get mad at God. Get mad at yourself. You made these decisions in life. But I'm
I
so oppressed, but
literally
I can make decisions.
I literally have been saying that all week, because I've, the work that I do, and I've had some people that I'm struggling with, and I'm just like, it really all boils back down to self. It boils back down to yourself and your
Yep.
spirit and what you're
Mm-hmm.
doing, what the works you're doing, and what are you connected to? What are you
Mm-hmm.
connected to?
Mm-hmm. What's the deal, Jim? I see you in the building, my brother, man. What you got for us? We're just floating for
Um,
now.
I mean, for me, like I've been a little salty, and no, I'm serious. Like I was a little salty at one point, especially like my early teenage years,
I
like
feel it.
when or should I say my late teenage years, because like around that time, like I lost both of my grandparents,
I understand. Yep.
and cancer and damn, amputation after amputation after amputation and a bunch of damn pain and hurt all the way to, the pain knocked my grandfather unconscious and he passed in his sleep. And then my grandma, who was sweeter than motherfucking cane sugar juice molasses, like cancer and all type of pain and shit and diabetes and just like so much. And like I just don't understand, like if you gon' like I don't know, like I was upset, I was real salty. And um so for me at that point it was more a thing of like why they had to go through Like they was already like in their 80s. You know what I'm saying? They had already lived a long ass life and had little health problems or whatnot. Like why they had to go like at the very end? Why they had
Hmm.
to go through all of that on top of what they had already been through? Like
Yeah,
so, I just kind of felt some kind of way about that shit.
I
You
think
know?
it happened to a lot. And I do understand it too, man. I already know. You
And
know.
then and then there was one point where I got somebody pregnant, and
Mm.
I'm excited to the max, and boop, no more. It's just kind of like why you do me like my heart, what I've been wanting, where I'm at this point. Like why would you do me like that?
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like you see all, all, you control all, like like send me a sign, like drop me a note or something, like fill me in on what's going on that I'm not seeing because I missed something obviously.
Hmm.
So like I just feel like personally, like people go through enough stuff like that, and they kind of be jaded a little bit,
Yeah.
and just never figure it out.
Yeah, that's true. I already know. That's what a lot. I think that's
Mhm.
what a lot that's going on to this day, though. A lot of people have not, healed, and I know it takes time, and then life hit all of us, and we look at life so much different and stuff. So,
Hey yo,
and I
fuck all
believe a
y'all
lot of them is,
content creators. You heard me? Fuck all y'all content creators. Y'all
yeah,
trash, bro. Like, who the fuck will waste their damn time talking about this bullshit? Man,
yeah. I feel you on that.
Okay,
and I used to be just like that.
okay,
Yo,
Oh, I don't know.
that's
They just,
different.
That was
but
wild.
That's a different approach. Yeah.
yeah, it's something new all the time. You feel it? Um, but I was saying that I do believe a lot of people. Brittany, it's not what it looks like. She always catch the trash.
What up, DD?
She funny. What's up, sis? How you feeling? Uh, I think I was middle of saying like a lot of people. That's what's going on though, because a lot of things did hit us. It hit us. And that's some serious stuff too, and I can feel it too, because I was feeling. And the good thing I did, know God a little bit more before a lot of people passed in my life, because I would probably feel the exact way. And like I said, I do have empathy and even compassion for the people that did it, but it's just like it gets so bad to where people, like, I understand if you people don't want to get over it, but it's like, dang, why hurt everybody else in the process? You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of people, I mean, some people even went through worse and probably got away with it, but it's like we take it out on. That's why people on this app not mad, because I think that they even like they haven't got over their parent issues or somebody passing away, so they just what, I'm gonna take it out on this. Then they get with somebody, right? Oh, this person's gonna put up with me, cool. And then from there, they don't find them somebody they can have trauma with or whatever. And then that didn't work. Then it get even worse. Now it's all men, all that, and all that. So it's like they blend all these traumas together, and then next minute it ain't no God. I don't believe in God. That's why that I don't like keep mentioning this, but that's why the 4B movement like that, because they like, oh, okay, I feel her. She don't even believe in that either, so I feel it because he would have had my back too. He would have, you know what I'm saying? But everybody don't heal properly. That's the thing, and they get older and older. And it's just like I be by me being, I guess, the bigger person now and stuff. Even if I get into it with people on here, man, I really don't try to take it to heart. I don't take it personal because I do believe. I understand a lot of people is going through stuff and they just didn't find a way to escape. So I can't really I'm big on forgiveness. That's my thing. I teach. I used to teach it like or talk about it every time on this app, like every other Saturday and stuff. Because I made it to like grudges of forgiveness part 12. That's one of our biggest issues and our biggest problems nowadays. Some people had to leave my room because they just couldn't take it. They know, some stuff they just didn't want to get over, and they like, man, I don't know how I'm supposed to forget this. How I'm supposed to forget that? Well, if you want this chain to still keep holding on to you, man, that's your lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? But one day you have to face it. Everything in life, when things happen to us, we just have to face it. It's no really sweeping things under the rug. It's ain't no such thing as not talking about it and it's going to go away. So, like I said, what I learned about forgiveness is just simply you have to understand, or if you can't even understand, you just have to sometimes change your point of view on things. Realize that everything is not under your control. you couldn't, and things really happen for a reason to give you another way to look at life sometimes, so that's, you know yeah, forgiveness is most definitely for you. It ain't about waiting on another person to say I'm sorry. It's not that. If you waiting on a sorry, you still don't know what forgiveness is. It's not about that. You got to make clarity within your own self. It's not about another person making clarity for you, because if you waiting on an outside source or that person that messed you over, I mean, it's a good plus, but it don't change how you feel about that. It just don't change though like that. Maybe some situations, but overall, never rely on a sorry. Always try to find like justification or clarity within yourself, because that's what I do nowadays. Because now that I know that I've been working more on myself for these past probably almost 4 years now. Now that I know that I just look at it like, you know what, people, I can't hold it heavy on, because people haven't found a way to escape. They might have called me a B a couple days ago on that live, but that's how they had to let it out. You know what I'm saying? But I can't keep them in here to keep calling me that. But I'm just saying that I still forgive them. You know what I'm saying? I can't hold on long, because I know a lot of people going through a lot. I know it was a time that I didn't know how to forgive. So that's why we got to have grace against other people and stuff. It didn't make me feel better when I look at other things from different perspectives besides mine. It made me start understanding them even more. So it's a real good thing. It ain't even work in a relationship. If you would have a relationship or you get with somebody that you really care about, then you start like kind of, instead of always thinking about your own personal feelings all the time, like, if you you just think about like, dang, okay, if you trying to figure out how to understand your partner, I mean, it make it so much easier. Like, okay, man, I get you. Once you get them, you start feeling better, and vice versa. I would say that on both ends. You should. I think relationships should work when y'all try to understand one another, instead of being understood. Or, I just want to be heard. I just want to be understood. It's not. You gonna realize sometimes it don't. It always don't work like that. It's up to that person if they do. You can't force it in their head and stuff. But yeah, it's a lot. That healing stuff real.
It's amazing that some people will always say, "I just want to be heard," but they won't say, "I just want to listen." You know,
Hmm.
the listening and the impact,
That's
what you're
selfishness.
speaking on too, and even what Gemini was speaking on. We have we go through grief, we go through pain. We can't control the life or unaliving of somebody else. That's not in our hands.
Hmm.
We already know that, especially if you go
Hmm.
back to a lot of the questions that you had. But what a lot of the problems that we have are because humans aren't doing what they're supposed to be doing to follow God.
Hmm.
They're not using it with love. They're not using it with joy. We can talk about sin and trauma and victim mentality and accountability and all that all day long. But what are you doing for? Literally, I'm going to do a study on servitude. What are we doing to actually serve other people? What are we pouring out to other people? But what are we
Hmm.
pouring into ourselves so that we
Hmm.
can attract people that need to be served?
Hmm. That's what it is, man. But all that can only happen when we we gotta be a better person, man. We can't expect other people to change, man. That's like I said, that's one of our biggest problems. We always come into situations hoping that person gonna mold for us, and we hurt ourselves all the time like that too. But it never work like that. If you're not about to mold for another person, what you gonna expect? You gonna expect another person to mold for you? We be funny. Like a lot of us, that's the thing. We got to get out this selfishness. Like it's a time to be selfish when you building yourself up, yeah. But it's a time that you have to look at things from just not your only your point of view, because this world is big. It's so many different emotions out here. It's so many different all type of stuff out here. So it's like you gotta realize your own box is not gonna get it. If you only just look at your own box, they ain't gonna be miserable, because you're gonna think everything is your fault, or not saying like that, but I'm just saying it's gonna be where you kind of like, all right, this person is mad because it's me. You just happen to be in the way, and you was the person that they can express it on. It's not really about you. It's just how they feel. But I think that's our biggest problem every day. I mean, all the time is us internalizing things. I be literally talking to people daily about this. Like, man, don't internalize these things. People be snapping. They might call you out your name, but that's how they feel. You know what I'm saying? Everybody in the world, it ain't like that. That's just them. They can't handle it. They not patient. They not, all the other stuff. So that's them. That's their way.
Mhm.
So
You know what I call that? That's extra baggage. Like how much you have your own feelings and emotions to carry. Do you want to carry everybody else's with you?
hmm yeah, It's just a waiver, man. It's really balanced. It's low key balance, man. You got to know when the time to take to yourself and the time that you reach out to others. You know, that's just like me right now. Like I wouldn't be doing this stuff if I didn't try to kind of get a lot of my own self together. You know, I can't talk about some stuff. That's why I be, you could tell a lot of people just on here got a lot of stuff going on in their life and not even really recovering from things. And they come on here to use it to vent, and then somebody want to teach at the same time. It's like, bro, I can hear the way you snapping on people and the anger and all that stuff. How somebody's supposed to take you serious? People not gonna really learn from that. They're not about to learn from that. But that's when it turns to one of them venting rooms in a safe space. Come here, just we gonna be all right. I noticed. Did you ever notice the safe space be the main ones cussing each other out in there? Be that one person that say the wrong thing and they done for. Get your beat, they go berserk in there. Oh my, it'd be crazy. I went through some stuff on this app, man. I used to be in some groups low key, like dog. When I had to watch my mouth, I had to do all type of stuff. And the more I started trying to grow within myself, and I said, you know what? I can't have my voice keep getting shut up because the people ain't healed. I told myself I done had a couple posters like that. I'm like, dog, I'm about to speak my mind. I'm gonna say how I feel, and I'm gonna tell you the reason why I said it. At the end of the day, if you get mad at it, it is what it is. That's not my job because you came on here unhealed. You know what I'm saying? Watch what you say. Say trigger warning first. No, you trigger yourself about my room. Nobody forced you to do that. Or you can trigger yourself off this app because anybody can do what they want on here, low key. But it's just like, no, people be thinking they can control other people's mouth and stuff like, bro. But these are the same people that had that same personality or whatever you want to say outside the app. They think they can control other people. Well, let me let people know how tough I am because if you better talk to me nice, that's their favorite thing nowadays. I've been hearing that so much. Talk to me nice and watch your step and tread lightly. All that other stuff. Like, I be smacking my lips on here, stuff like that. Who is you? You know what I'm saying? What the freak? You're so special.
Hey Kev, I gotta
But you
drop
know
down
what
real
though?
quick, but before I drop down, I want to say something. What you're just talking about. You know how a
Mhm.
lot of people will come on here and say, "You made me angry. You made me pissed off." No, you made you angry. You made you
Mhm.
angry. You're the one who controls that emotion. You're the one
Mhm.
who controls that feeling. So no, the other person, yes, may have triggered you, but how are you going to respond? And I just wanted to say that because I know I have to drop down real quick, and I always appreciate being on your live. And these
Yeah.
questions, man, you be
Man,
prepared.
it's just getting
I'll be in
started.
the comments, and I may be able to pop up in a little bit, but I got to
For
take care
sure.
of something real quick.
Yeah, for sure. Yep. Appreciate you.
But,
Go ahead, Jim,
but
and
you
then I'm gonna
know
get some
what
more
though?
people up in because I've been talking. Go ahead, my brother.
Like I think it's dope that people be trying to make like little safe spaces on
Hmm.
the internet and shit or on this app,
Hmm.
but it ain't really a safe place in the world. You know,
Right.
like between damn poisonous frogs and poisonous spiders and poisonous
Hmm.
lizards and savage ass tigers and lions and
Hmm.
the occasional stingray that took out the crocodile dude.
Right. I remember that.
Like where on earth are you? Is it really safe? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like you could have a
Right.
black widow in your damn house under your
True.
pillow right now. You know what I'm saying? And then when
Yep.
you go lay down, you might not wake up in the morning.
You might not wake
You
up.
know?
Yeah. That's
So
how precious
like
life
this
is.
this the safe space is cool, but in reality
Okay, bro.
it ain't really safe nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like so I mean I appreciate what they trying to do, but like it's a fantasy. It's not real
Yeah, it is. I
in
know.
reality, you know.
Okay. Yeah, that's why I said I feel it, but I'm looking like the safe ain't gonna heal you. It's just not. It just won't. That's called, and that's why I say a lot of us live off coping mechanism, feeling good for the moment instead of feeling good for long term. Everybody's like, I don't care what's going on. I just wanna be happy. That's all I want to do. Well, sometimes it's just like when you sometimes with your house, right? Sometimes you gotta mess it up real bad before you can do a thorough clean with it. And that's how life is sometimes. True. Sometimes you gotta take it to heart, take it to the chin, and then it'll get better from there. You know what I'm saying? Like life ain't never was meant to be easy. Everybody wanted to
Facts.
be, man. You're gonna have tough times. Gonna be straight tough times. Let me get a LED in there, and then Malika, I think she came in. What's up? What you got, my brother?
What's up? What's up, my guy?
Not much, man.
You said, do people seem to be more bitter and hurt, not believing in a God or a higher being? Um, I think that they just came to a stopping point. That it's
Mm-hmm.
not necessarily that they bitter. It's just that this is as far as relying on the next person's um mental goes. I mean, because science has always been a theory of a theory of a theory, or this is the best guess that we got, and nobody has an absolute answer for that. So I don't think that people are bitter behind that, but I do think that they do hold some kind of resentment towards the years and the dedication that they have given towards a God that they have not been able to be his presence has not been able to be observable in their
Mm-hmm.
life for their
Mm-hmm.
benefit in the way that they need him to be. You
Mm-hmm.
get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I remember when I was 12 years old, I I told God, I was like, yo, God, I don't want my daddy, to leave me, and he still left. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that was his own choice, of course, but at that time I took that personally. And I think that
True.
people, because they're not getting what they want from the God, they are
Mm-hmm.
holding a sign of resentment
Mm-hmm.
towards that, but not necessarily the people who don't believe in God believe that believe that well, I don't think that the people who don't believe in God are necessarily people who are being hurt because the religion or something hurt them. It's just because they come to a realization of what's the best guess. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I can say on the first one.
Okay. 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 Malika, you got for us. Welcome.
Hey, Kev. Hey,
How you
everybody.
feeling, man?
I'm as good as I'm gonna be.
We're
Um,
good, Malika.
dude, what's up, Gemini? For your first one, I'm gonna have to agree with LED. Um, I don't think that it's really a bitter or a hurt thing per se, but I do believe that people can be bitter and hurt.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if that's quite what's going on. And I guess that's pretty much what I got for your first one.
Okay. 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 Let me see. I say the reason why. Um, so the reason why I think I feel that way, and the reason why. Okay, do make sure I say this right. Make sure I'm answering right, because I be forgetting what I be putting up there sometimes. People saying to be more bitter and hurt, and I believe in it. So the reason why I say that one though, from just my observation, and them be usually the people I think I was talking about that earlier that only kind of believe in themselves or only their feelings and stuff. Or it could be some of the people that was taught about them and God didn't work in their favor and they became, I can understand to be bitter, become bitter, which makes sense, especially when we're younger. I can get it because we don't really know that much. Mama taught us about it, or grandma, whoever, or even father. You know what I'm saying? Somebody taught us about it, and we thought that God worked like a magic or something. So we got disappointed because it didn't save a person we want to save. It didn't give us the job we wanted, and it made us we was in a super struggle, and you know he didn't come on time that we wanted him to, stuff like that. So that's what make them be like, more hurt and stuff or whatever. And then also I look at it that notice today, right, when people just automatically like, I don't care, ain't nothing, I don't believe in that or something like that. When they don't believe in something higher, I even put like higher being, like anything higher than themselves, right? Especially people that call themselves gods and goddesses and stuff. Well, I'm a god and goddesses. I'll be looking at it. I always notice that they be seeming like they more angry than everybody else, and it seems like they try to prove themselves even more. Even though they could be saying that just to motivate themselves to be whatever the situation is, just like people call themselves 10 sometimes, you know what I'm saying? I think they do it for motivation, for build their confidence or whatever. Or some of them probably actually believe that though. They have that probably the godlike complex, or that or just super arrogant. Feel like they do the junk, I guess. But I think when they really just choose, or they probably don't just believe it or convince themselves to not believe in something higher than themselves, all they can count on is themselves. So they looking at like, if I don't have the answers, there's no answer then. So it's like, if I can't call on myself or fix it myself, then there's nobody else. So it's like they really be struggling. They will really get stressed out because they feel like every problem they should be able to solve themselves, and that would be very stressful. That would be a lot when you already convince yourself that you're a guy, you're the one that you only can depend on, and all this other stuff. Then it's hectic, like, dang, it's nothing else, and that means because like I gotta get myself, I gotta figure this out. It's not going. So it's just and I can understand why a lot of people, and then they come on here putting crazy messages up. Then people that do believe and stuff, they want to demonize them. When, what way, which God, what, what I'm saying? They find anything, what I'm saying, to get under somebody's skin because they somehow always hurt. Like if you good at what you believe in, why you gotta demonize what somebody else feeling? You know what I'm saying? What's the point? You know what I'm saying? Stay believing you're a goddess. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody hurting you. You know what I'm saying? But from what I noticed though, they be the one of the most hurt people on here. They realize they more human than like us. You know what I'm saying? As I said, I never met a goddess or a freaking king or queen that's working a 9 to 5 that's doing taxes and stuff. Like, what the heck? You just like me. I don't know what make you more special, but whatever. But that's I think I understand why, from my point of view, of why they like that, because they have nobody else to call on. They feel like they gotta everything. They probably even one of the hardest workers. They don't. They like, all right, if it ain't me, who else? You know what I'm saying? I can understand it though. I really can understand it. But that's my take on that one though. But if y'all got anything y'all want to add or take, or y'all want to
Well,
another point of view, I want to.
actually, I do.
Yeah. Okay.
It kind of comes to a point where a person has, maybe they spent time really trying to actually break it down and make it make sense, right? And
Mhm.
then a person talk about what they believe,
Mhm.
and well, like if I believe that, if I believe that tomorrow that I'm gonna have 25 cents, I mean that's just a belief. But okay, in theory, if I was to actually put something down to make 25 cents, or well, I'm finna sell me a lemonade, so I'm going to make that 25 cents. I know that, so that
Mhm.
belief could be safe. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
So for the next person, who's trying to impose that their belief is actuality of what it is to a person who's put the work in, then that's insulting. You get what I mean? Because
Mhm.
if you think about it, we a person who, let's say that you believe in the Christian Bible, right? You believe in
Mhm.
the Christian God. All
Mhm.
right, so you telling me that this guy has so many flaws that you're willing to overlook, but some of these things are non-humane. Some of these things are immoral, and some of these things, if you had common sense, that you would be like, bro, that's just not the guy for me. And it's frustrating when somebody try to impose that as if it's the truth. Like the Bible supposedly is the unfathomable word of God. You know what I'm saying? Like it cannot be a lie. But the truth of the matter is that God never even told men to even write that Bible. You get what I'm saying? So when you look at it from that standpoint, like, okay, now if God never told men to write this Bible, then why am I sitting here believing it? And it can be frustrating for people who have a genuine love for other people.
Mhm. Okay. It's another point of view. I can get it though on that one, because everybody's experience is different though. I notice. I think the only thing I be having, like, we're even with that though, but I think, like I said, some of us don't think outside, and we do want everybody to look at things from the we want each other to feel each other to a certain extent. Just like if it's good or bad, I want people to feel good because I feel good, or I want people to feel bad because I feel bad. So I noticed that, like, if somebody had a bad experience or traumatized, they want everybody to go through the same exact thing. That's why they push, well, I went through this and this what happened. So why is you choosing to believe this? But I realized that everybody's experience, whatever with whatever they believe in, is different. Some people are successful. Some people going through rocky mountains. Some people, that's why I never, me myself, and that's why one of the questions up there, like, if it ain't affecting them or hurting them or they ain't crying about it, It's like I look at that shoot. If whatever you choose to believe in is tearing you down and something like that, go on something. Believe in something else. Believe or work on something else that clear your mind so you can become a better person. I think the overall job in life is just become a better person.
That's a fact.
I
Can I
think
ask you two questions? Well, I mean, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off, lovely. Can I ask you two questions, laugh, if you don't mind?
It's crazy, man. Oh, my junk just shut down. Let me right back and do that. I know I'm gonna do a few more times today. Um, I think the overall job that I was saying is just becoming a better human being and loving one another. I think that's just overall. And if you don't need no religion for that, I mean, I think that's the best thing you can believe in is just spreading love, And it should. That's why I say, but I don't get it. Like it's people that get so mad or traumatized about their experiences or whatever they chose to believe in. They just want everybody else to feel the same way. Well, you're brainwashing. You're this, but like, dang, what they living a way better life than you is. Why you let them believe what they? That's why I say, if a person want to sit there and kiss on a tree all day or something like that, and they ain't faith in them, do your thug thizzle. Show you seem like you got a way peaceful life than I have. So why am I about to interrupt you kissing the tree or whatever the heck? You know what I'm saying? It's not hurting you. What the heck? I never got it, but people want people to push their own personal traumas and make sure they go through it. Well, if I'm feeling bad, I want you to feel bad because you look silly to me, So, but it's just, I don't know. That's why I don't try to, each person, I don't try to break down what they believe in. If what they believe in is helping them move successful in life, sure, be happy for them. But everybody ain't got it. Everybody too selfish. That's just what that is.
Can I ask you a question? Well, I
Yeah.
had two. I had two initial questions, but I just summarized it in one for one. All right. So, do you have any children?
No, not me.
All right. So let's just say that you had a child. Have you ever seen that little the video where the child, it was like, if I got 3 plus 5 apples, how many apples will I got? And kept saying like 6 and 13, all of the wrong answers. Now the evidence is right there in your face. We breaking it down. All right, if I have 8 apples, you know what I'm saying. Now I'm telling you the answer, and you
Mm-hmm.
still coming up short. That would be frustrating,
Mm-hmm.
because at what point can I explain or elaborate to it? And I think ultimately it just kind of come down that people really want people to be on the same accord about one thing. And I don't. It don't have to be a guy. It don't have to be nothing except for just one thing. And I think that's where most of our frustration lie.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's what it be, man. And then the way we got taught and stuff too, I get it. Hey, this is how it's supposed to be. A lot of even misinterpretations too. I noticed that too. Especially with what I believe in. I had to really focus on um and read for myself. I noticed because I'm like, dang, the way churches put it out. Because like I said, I believe in the Bible, but the way churches and other people put it out, I'm like, bro, this junk ain't. That's why I did my own research. And I did. That's why everybody got to read for their own and not go of word of mouth. Um, and then even just listen to other people just to see, what I'm saying, if it kind of match or it makes sense or something like that. I know everybody brain work differently and stuff, but I just like, dang, why the heck? Why it seem like everything you do got to go to hell? But it don't even be like that. It even got scriptures in there that basically saying that, it's just all you got to do is believe from this part and love one another. That's what the last few things it say. Nah, you know what I'm saying? People can't even do that. The simplest stuff. It's like it's not grievous. But, everybody take the worst parts. This is stuff because it's making me change my life and it's making me be accountable. People don't like that. People don't like that though. Well, I already know I ain't like when I was younger. It was always somebody else's fault. Ain't no way. It's not my fault. You made me mad. I ain't make me mad. But I think you was about to say something lovely.
yeah, and I love that you're bringing this up. And you know us, like we don't always go into this topic, but the fact that you're bringing it up, I am so shocked because
I
I
was
know
ready
you don't
for it.
always like the R
I gotta
word.
go out with a bang because
I
I ain't gonna be
know
on tomorrow.
you're going out with a bang, but if you look at religious trauma is real
Yeah.
because you can look at everything from Muslim to Christianity to Mormonism. to Catholicism, all these different religions, and all this stuff, that God is presented in one way, but the family environment is done a different way. That's why there's religious trauma, because now the family is not being run based upon how God is supposed to direct us to do that. And if we don't have love in that mix of it, now we as self accountability have to give ourselves love that we were never even defined to give ourselves love. We didn't even know what love was if we were traumatized. So now we're just re-indoctrinating ourselves. We're giving ourselves things that we were robbed of, or things that weren't defined. And so now you take religion out of it, and if you look at spiritual or spirituality, and now you've got all these people coming into this mix, the universal, or the constellations, the stars. People look into their their horoscopes and everything.
Horoscopes.
And I love what you said is that if it's not hurting anyone, why is it bothering you?
True. That's exactly. I don't think people. Some people. I think the problem is that it's the way people get taught to. So people feel like it's their job. It's their job to, kind of force people to believe the same way they believe, and it's not. That's not like that. It's you're supposed to spread out what's supposed to be spread out. I can understand like how Christianity works, how other religions like Jehovah's Witness, all them trying to do it, whatever. But I think at the end of the day, they trying to get people to see it from the same vision as them. And it don't even work. Even the people that's all in the same thing, they don't even look at it the same way. It just don't work. Like, it's always going, because everybody brain literally operates different. Everybody gonna have their own experiences. And just because you experience a certain way, that don't mean everybody else gonna experience a certain way. Like literally, it just don't work like that. A good experience or a bad experience, it just don't work. I know I talk to my, sometimes I'll be talking to my mother or something. She'd be like, hey, when I had got baptized, I had changed and all that. I'm like, well, I'm saying like, well, that's something you had to do. When you did a prayer, now you said this certain sin got away. Well, if I try the same thing, it's not gonna work the exact same way as you. We everybody gonna have their own personal experience with what they believe in, or a God, or whatever they believe in, and even other religions. I'm pretty sure they have experiences too. So who's to say that it ain't the same God that's operating through all these same religions? You know what I'm saying? It's like, even if it was, say about, that's why I say, and about the multiple, right? They say it's multiple gods, but it's like, only reason why I say I know it's one, because it's like I never see, if it was multiple, right? Why you never see like this? You see the sky, something just banging, hey, these my people and stuff. Forget what you talking, they fighting or something, like, 'cause it's gonna be to a point. It's not waiting, just ain't no way, just no these many guys that's out here just sitting there watching and like, you know what? I just want to win y'all over. I'm just going to talk in y'all ear all day. You know what I'm saying? And never show their face. So it's like, nah, I don't believe it's that many. I don't believe it's that many guys. I think it's only just one that created this. Unless they always just, hey, I'm gonna do this half of Earth and you can do that other half of Earth and I do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, but but hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, we here. We here. I'm just listening. I'm taking it in.
No, he said that. I heard. I thought I heard Crystal talking. Was she talking, Crystal?
That's me. Yeah. I mean,
Or she
I've read
unmuted?
cars and everything. Like, um, it's just there. There's something bigger than us, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, love everybody. Do right. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where y'all from. I'm from South Louisiana, and it's stormy here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting crazy. But yeah. I believe there's something, and a God. I believe there's something because when you start loving people, forgiveness, and just there's something. There's something bigger than us. It's better.
Gotta be.
It is.
Yeah, we just didn't pop out of nowhere. Well, some people believe that, I guess, but I don't know. You know, ain't no science can figure that out. But I know everybody. That's why I say it's so funny how far science can go. It can only go so far as into it get back to belief again. Some things you
Yeah.
can't do calculations on.
Exactly.
Man,
Hey,
that's
I think it's error.
mm-hmm,
I think it's error in time, right?
mm-hmm,
So over the human period, it's been about at least 18,000 different gods. But of course, all of those consisted of different eras in time.
mm-hmm,
For people to explain whatever they couldn't explain.
mm-hmm,
As far as it being multiple gods at once, like I'm not quite sure. I know it's different spiritualities and religions that believe that. But as far as me concerned, I'm really not sure, and I don't even pretend to know.
mm-hmm,
But that's my idea as far as probably why this is even such a big idea since the beginning. It's always been one. Somebody's always created one, and it's always been different. So that's my theory. Thank y'all.
mm-hmm. Okay. All right, all right, all right. I think we all in on that one now. Get to this next one now. Uh,
I'm sorry.
uh, what'd you say, Crystal? You got something?
Yeah, I was muted. Yeah, there's people believe in different kind of gods and everything,
Mm-hmm,
but the one common purpose in all of us is to do good and be good. Don't lie, don't steal, don't cheat, don't. It's all instilled in all of us. That comes from somewhere, right?
mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty much for sure. So would you let's see on this first topic though, do you believe or do you I said do it do people seem to be more bitter and hurt not believing in a God or higher being from your observation?
These days, yes. Um, they do these days, yes.
You got you got an example of what you've seen before or how people talk nowadays?
What is it? They I can't think of the word. They what is it? They call it to themselves. I don't know. And ask me another question. It ain't funny.
Hold on, let me see. We got a question down there. Say, how is there one God and man? Explain that for me, my brother.
Okay. All right. So let's just say for the last 2,000 years that we have understood that the best way to keep up with time is to track the sun. How many times or how long it takes for the sun to rise again or the earth to make an orbit, right? we
Hmm.
we kind of all have our own ways of looking at it, but we still have a universal agreement about that, or not universal but a global agreement about that, right? We all
Hmm.
have understood that um, a circular or a sphere is a better way to make motion from ground level from point A to point B. All right, so if we can agree upon simple things like this, or agree upon the color green being green, then why is it that we have not came to the same agreement about one God, if it's supposedly one God. Because if I'm praying to a God, right? And let's just say I'm praying to the Hindu God, Krishna. Let's say I'm praying to Krishna, and we ask for the same thing. I say, hey, I pray that this happen, and blase blase. And you pray for the same thing, and I see your God work for you. Do you not think that I would definitely just just let it go of whatever that I am dedicated to, because um I see things that are being produced by your God. You get what I'm saying? So, like, if we haven't done this, we still fighting the fight of our ancestors who were 5 generations ahead of us. Then how do you think that it's just one God, or how do you even believe that it's even true?
Mm. I look at it that I think the way I look at it, so why it just can't be one God that's granting everybody their whatever thing it is, or I do believe it's demons and I mean it's possible, right? Because it got to be good and bad, right? Or devil or whatever people believe in. I'm pretty sure it's the evil side too that's out here too. It can't just be, that's what kind of make the balance and stuff. Um, or even though let's be the evil people, but I'm just saying like it got. I'm pretty sure it's a counter. Just like it might be such. I mean, such things as angels. It might be such thing as demons, spirits, and all the other stuff. Or what everybody believe in, because
Yeah.
more of it is like a spiritual thing, anyways. Though, so it got to be some type of existence of spirit if we choose spirituality. But um,
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on, but if you pray to your God, I pray to my God. I feel like it's the same God. I really do. Um, I pray for one thing, and you pray for another thing. I get my blessing. He answers my prayers. It's in your
yeah.
time. Like he answers everything in time. Like, and he's teaching us too. Like, pray for patience. We're gonna sit there and pray for patience, and we're gonna have patience with him, and then he gives it to us. So, does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, listen, I'm I'm just like I said, I'm observing, I'm listening, and I'm learning. I'm not here to tell you that you wrong or anything. No, I'm just here
Yeah.
to take notes,
Just different point of views. I get you. That's all.
Right.
I feel like when we pray for something, he gives it to us in our own times when we need it. And he's always setting
Yeah.
examples for us. And we just have to be aware of it. We're praying for something, and he's setting life examples for us. We just we have to see it and understand it.
Well, I think that's the powerful thing. He's setting You said it right, Crystal. He's setting examples for us. So if we look at it biblically, we can go into the you can go into the King James Bible, the NIV, the 1611, the Geneva Bible, all this stuff. So and what Paul did, what Solomon did, what Moses did, what Abraham did, and how all. So we're believing in. If we don't believe in all these people that were actually listening to God or had spirits of God, but yet we'll listen to our employer or we'll listen to our
Yeah,
husband
Amen,
or we'll
baby.
listen to our spouse. So who are we believing in? Which God is it of that is really actually in our hearts?
Okay, if we're studying
Uh,
and we're reading, it's a relationship between ourselves and what we're reading. I feel, in my own opinion,
Right.
but
if that makes
but see
sense.
like like with your example, lovely, like I have I would have faith in my God, right? But like just because I'm listening to my wife or I'm listening to my boss don't mean I give them the same level of importance, or they don't garner the same level of respect that God would.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was stating.
Okay.
Exactly. We're in a perfect agreement with that.
Okay, I'm a stay-at-home mom, and my husband works. And yes, I do believe it's, God, my husband, my children, and me. I have common sense,
Mhm.
Well, I want to say that I'm pretty simple. I don't believe in one thing.
How not?
I like to read. So technically, what I do is I read everything.
I'm sorry. Why is everybody echoing?
Said you
Even I'm
echoing?
echoing.
I don't know if you're echoing, Kev,
Yeah, you
or
probably
if
echoing. Ain't
somebody
nobody
else
else
is
echoing.
echoing.
Yeah, I hear echoes as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm not crazy.
That's better.
Who else echoing though?
Maybe
I
not.
just read
So the two,
everything.
both of y'all echoing. Y'all probably both got a drop then. I don't.
It's not
Everybody else ain't
echoing
hearing it.
now.
No, I think it's you, Crystal.
You heard it too, so it can't be me.
Yes, I heard it, but I'm not echoing.
I
But you
think
heard
it's
it.
Kev.
It's echoing off mine.
No,
Okay.
it's fine
Like I
now. It's all
Hold up.
fine.
Talk real quick now. Somebody talk.
We're
Trust
still
me.
here.
What's hello,
Like,
hello,
trust me.
hello. It's lead echoing.
It was echoing though.
Is it me?
I think we're
No,
I
no.
think we're good now. Back
Everybody
to
I
good.
think the
I
hiccup
think
thing.
it do that sometimes when my stuff be up high. Maybe it's that. We'll see. I'll turn it up a little low. Then
Yeah,
it
sometimes
might.
I'm playing on my Bluetooth speaker and people tell me I'm echoing, so
I was just saying that I believe that it's good things in all of those books because
Yeah.
yes.
the main
It
thing,
is a
which
good
is what
thing.
I've heard everybody say, which I agree with, is that it does teach how we supposed to treat other people, which
Yes.
is supposed to be in an awesome way. So when I find things in those books that all agree, then that's what I like to follow. When the books start to divert from each other, is when I don't pay attention.
Mm.
But I believe that it's something very special in every single one of them books.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So they're all important,
They all teach us how to be
and
people, good human beings.
that's pretty much how I live my life. So I think that works.
Yeah. That's what I say. And we gonna get to that too. As long as it helps you grow, that's all that matters. And I don't think it got to be to the
Right.
T that we got to follow every last thing.
But
But you was
what if
about
we
to say,
looking excuse me, what if we looking at it wrong? What if we thinking that we choosing the guys and really it's the guys that's choosing us? Because I mean, when I look at
true.
my family, like I'm sitting up here, um, I was raised in Christianity, but I got I got seven siblings and five out of the seven siblings believe in completely different things. We all don't even believe in the same God, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And like when I ask my sisters or I ask my brothers, well, why do you believe in it? They give me something that they give me an experience that tells me why that God chose them or what happened in their life that was profound that made them feel like that this is what I need to be drawn to. You get what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
I got a sister that's a Buddhist. I got a sister who believe in Krishna, the Hindu god. Uh, I got I got atheists. I got people who believe in the universe. It's just so many different aspects of that. And why was that even given to my family if
Mm-mm.
we
That's
are supposed?
idolatry.
Well, and Skywalker, can I say something on this? And I know Kev was talking about this earlier about the justification of what people do. I don't think it's the God that they're seeking; it's the process to
It's
get to the God that they're seeking. The process. What do you have to
That's an
do
idol.
in the works of it? Yeah, the idolatry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Can I say
could you
something? Can I say
elaborate
something?
just on idolatry? I just want to know what that means. I'm sorry.
It's when you
I
put
think.
idols or when you put something a focus before
Hmm.
God.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Can I
That's it.
can I say something?
Go ahead.
Tell me we're not all learning and teaching the same thing. To be good people, to be honest people.
Yeah, I believe all of them tie in one another. I believe that's what they
Am I
actually they
wrong?
go a different route.
Are you, so wait, is the question is are all religions teaching the same thing or are
I
all
feel
people teaching
I
the same
really do
thing?
feel they are. Yeah, we
So do you mean
love each
seeking
other.
righteousness? Do you mean
Not
seeking
righteousness.
righteousness?
No, I mean teaching love.
Well, to seek righteousness, you have to do it with love is an action. So to seek
God is love.
righteousness, like what we were
You
talking
gotta
about
know God
earlier,
in order to know what love is.
what's the
Personally.
difference between right and wrong, though?
We know it in our hearts. Like we
Exactly.
feel that in our hearts. I feel that it was installed in all of us. Like
Mm.
I don't know when I was a young kid and I took a sucker from the store. I knew it was wrong. Oh, like I knew it was wrong.
Sammy, somebody was in the comments. God is love. What do you not all love is of God? If it's not of God, then it's not love, honey.
I think that's
Right.
what
I
she
was about
meant.
to say I
I
was
think
looking
that's
at
what
that
she
too.
meant.
That's not
If
called
that's
love,
not
then.
if it's not yup, if it's not love, it's not of God.
Right. I thought that was what she
There's no
meant.
such thing as fake love
Yeah.
out here.
No
Wait,
such
who
Because
said
thing as
God is
that?
fake
Who
love.
said
love.
that? Who
Huh?
said that? I didn't say that. Love is love. Like period.
Chris,
No,
all right,
somebody in
bro.
the
All
comments
right.
just said not all love
I
is
try to
of
be
God.
patient with her,
It's
dog.
just
I don't know
not
what's
love at
going on.
all.
I'm getting
I,
irritated now. All right.
I know. Look,
Yeah, I've been
well,
trying to be nice though. I'll be trying my best, but it's just like I don't know what's going on.
I know you
But
are. I
Oh,
know you are.
somebody was. Oh, okay. Oh,
no, you go ahead. So you haven't talked all day, so I want you to go ahead. You can go ahead, and then
oh
I
no,
think
I
Jim, like
haven't
he
been
about to go
back in
ahead.
a minute. I know I'm back. I haven't been here in a minute, but I don't want to intervene. I don't want to impede on which I had going on. But
Oh no, we
what
just
was
was
you
on open
saying?
panel. Okay, when I get back to you, I'm gonna do the first because you're the only one that got to do the first one. Then I'm gonna get Sammy in. But Jim, you had something you want to add it to?
Nah, I was she was you just dropped the old girl kind of abruptly. I was just like, damn, Kevin Hart in this bit. Damn.
Nah, cause you don't want to get. I can't. No disrespect to anybody that's spiritual, but we don't want to get miscellaneous with. Oh, I'm spiritual, or I love everybody. This, that, and the third. But you don't want to acknowledge who God is and how He operate. We're not gonna get crazy. We're gonna speak from the truth. If we're gonna talk about the Bible, we're gonna talk about the Bible. If not, then don't even try to reference anything of God's nature if you're not following Him.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Nah. The reason why I dropped her is it's the energy, man. I've been trying to put up with it for a little bit, and I see how everything keep seem like she's centering herself low key. But whatever. I ain't gotta really explain myself on that one though. But but okay, so it's on you now. what happened to oh, send me a drop. So the question is, do people seem to be more bitter and hurt, not believing in God or a higher being? That's on you, though.
I'm sorry. Wait, say that again. I'm sorry.
Do people seem to be more bitter and hurt, not believing in a God or a higher being? From your
Yeah,
experience, have you noticed?
yeah, I do. They have a lot more rage. It's a lot more. I
Mm.
realize a lot more. I personally, I lie to you not. Like I had so many. There's so many times and situations where I've talked to people, and you get on that religious topic, or you let me not just say religious, but you bring up God, and they're like, okay, they start blaming him as if he, allowed all of these things to happen, or he's the reason why these bad things are happening. It's just like you don't you don't have faith. Like you're not even asking him to show you who he is, and you're not even open to have like an introduction or just just really getting to know him and just reading his word, just fully submitting. Like, God only allow things to happen when we're selfish, when we want to live our lives the way we want to, where we're not, surrendering, where we're not acknowledging him. So,
Hmm.
God is not the reason why things are happening. He allows things to happen for a lesson, but God is perfect. Nothing, no evil intent, none of that comes from him. So I can't stand when people always want to blame God, like this is why stuff is happening. It's only happening when you're hard-headed, when you don't want to surrender, when you don't want to humble yourself.
Hmm. I want to say this too, though. And this is another thing. Like I said, it's more built off selfishness. We really, I had to realize, even with myself, right? That's what gave me, make me more happy in life, appreciative in life, and even and just more understanding and humble, right? Because I realized, and I think a lot of people think their life is only about them. I even made I made a post about that. I was like, I was letting people know, like, our life is only not, it's not only about us. We're not here because it's just us. We're not here. I mean, it's a bigger thing. Just like even I be thinking about stuff like when little babies pass away and all that stuff. Well, the thing is, little stuff like that, it might be sad to us, but the simple fact that that baby had existed, that's a big thing. You know what I'm saying? We be feeling sad, but shoot, that's instant. Like, the baby don't have to go through what we going through. You know what I'm saying? And they probably get a free trip to heaven. You know, whatever the situation is, whatever you believe in. I'm just saying, like, but it's just like, if you realize that, I think all this stuff and everything is allowed. Like, I know they say the word allow, right? But people be so selective and selfish with that too, because the allow part, right? He allows us to all have free will. Our enemy gonna have free will. We're gonna have free will. If we get done a certain way, everybody has free will. So everybody be thinking that God, oh, hold up, take their free will away and let me have my free will. And that's why we be getting so mad, because we like, dang, why you didn't save us? No, he just showing human natures of how all of us is. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. So if we was just free and God not controlling all of us, you know what I'm saying, this would happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's just, we can't be selective with the free will. Sometimes at the end of the day, we got to just be overall thankful that it could have been worse and we live in the day. Some people don't get a chance though, but still, it's just their time, it's their calling. But people gonna realize that, and that's why people be like, "Oh, you doing your own will and stuff." There's no such thing as that. You can even look that up. There's no such thing as doing your own will, going your own path. It's whoever, whatever y'all believe in, is whoever created us. Let's say that. Then I don't know if people believe in God or not. We live in a will. You know what I'm saying? Just like, if you ever realize, that's why I said, I know there's ain't no such, it's not such thing as mistakes. We might call it a mistake, but I'm just saying, like, it's no such thing as like a coincidence, mistake, whatever we want to call it, like this way, right? I'm
A
just saying
lesson.
another way, right? Because we can say that you're not supposed to sin, you're not supposed to do that. Well, even sinning and all this stuff that happened, this what created us today. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So everything is aligning. It's a puzzle. It's a puzzle, and things gonna happen in life. People gonna get, you might run into an accident. That was your time. Your time was up. You know what I'm saying? Everything, literally, I believe everything is perfectly supposed to happen right now. Like, ain't nothing shocking to at least the God I know, right? I think nothing shocking my God. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say it's nothing new under the sun, low key. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Mhm.
we are the ones that's, even though we got our control right, but this been planned out. This is nothing. This is nothing. This new to us. This nothing new to our maker. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, even if you think about this, right? This is how I know that our maker knows all. Because it's like, even with the stories, they said, like, just the little powers. You got messengers that can tell the future, right? You got people that tell the future. Well, this gonna happen, and sometimes it happen, right? They even had it right when in the Bible. If people that read it, Jesus told Peter that he was gonna lie to him 3 times. How did he know that, right? So just imagine, that was just a little bit of power. That's a little bit. So it tells you that our creator know everything, low key. You know what I'm saying? We might not know it or not understand why life is the way it is. Because I got to a point now, like, I'm like, all right, man, I'm done. I was like, no, I'm gonna try to figure it out, because some of this stuff don't make sense. Why we getting all this knowledge just to go in the grave with it? You know what I'm saying? Why I was thinking about so much stuff, and it's like, I had to realize that overall, we're not gonna never know our true purpose, or why. Oh, dang, hold up, I ain't gonna. Hey, we not gonna, like, we got our passions and whatever, but I don't. I don't think we gonna ever know. I think only the creator gonna know why we here. What was our purpose we serve? Because we all one thing I noticed we all have in common, we all impact each other in some type of way. You know, even seasons, the people that we have in it, the animals, that little piece of lint that flew in your nose and you sneeze, you know what I'm saying? All that played a part. You know what I'm saying? Every last little thing that seemed like it's little, but everything is literally part of the plan. When you went left instead of right and then missed out on accident, it wasn't meant for you to get in that accident. You know what I'm saying? So like things is like everything, you know, I don't look at like when people pass away, I don't just say that they say their time is I just say their time is up. That's what I say. I don't say that dang this could have been and this should have been and why this if you look at the people in the
Right.
grave, right? Because we make all these plans and that's why I tell people to just that's why I be just thankful every day just waking up, right? Because it's just a blessing to me to live. It's a blessing to live, right? But it's just like people be like, I'm planning this and I need
You still there, Kev?
Oh, I
Yeah,
thought
TikTok got him.
we could see you. We
TikTok
here.
ain't nothing but the devil. You know they be saying and stuff.
Oh
But no,
Lord,
I was
somebody trying to
saying that
report you.
I was saying
He
that
cooking.
if you know that's what TikTok that's their favorite time too. Oh, shut up, man. It's like but I was getting to is that like the plans, right? We get hurt off our own plans because we think that life and that's when I had to realize like people gonna realize that life don't work the way we want it to all the time.
Mhm.
Sometimes we might get granted our little bit of wishes, sometimes. But it's not like you'll be more grateful, like if you just really look at it and pay attention, like it's so many people that have these degrees that said I'm about to do it and I'm about to get on a yacht and all this other stuff, and they in the grave right now. Literally, I think everybody in the grave right now had a plan. Well, I know everybody in the grave had a plan. Hey, maybe a couple more days I'm gonna go take care of this bill. No, you can't. You're in the grave now. It's over. Like so that's what I'm saying. We gotta literally live day by day. Be grateful every moment because our plan is not always set in stone. You got to be think. That's why I tell people to have this entitlement mentality we be having. We got to switch this entitlement mentality and have more of a gratitude. We need to be more grateful and thankful. It's not about just I know I must get this and this day I'm going to see and you know I start understanding more when my mother would be like, well, if it's the Lord's will. I used to get irritated when she kept saying that. Well, if it's the Lord's will, we might can go to this party. If it's you know what I'm saying, but it made me think about why she do that so much. It's just like we not promised to see that next graduation. We not promised to go to that party either. Anything can happen to any of us. So that's why I get why she say, well, if it's the Lord's will. So because I swear it used to irritate me when I was younger though, but it makes sense. That's why I say if you sit here and spend your whole that's why I'm big on that forgiveness. If you spending your whole life mad at this person, like time just gonna stop because you sitting there mad, like that's such a waste of time. That's such a freaking waste of time. Like, all right, I'm gonna work till this person forgive me, and I'm gonna stay mad all my life until this person forgive me. I mean, no, that's a waste. So you're gonna be mad for all these rest of this time, and then end up tripping and falling in the street and unaliving yourself. And that's how you're gonna live in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I be trying to get people like if you can find a way to heal, or if you can find a way to be great, happy or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Try to do that as soon as possible. I know people be like, well, people do it at their own timing. They heal at their own timing. Well, okay. If you want to take all day, if you want to waste 40 years to heal, that's on you. That's the way you gonna use your whole life up. But once you realize how precious life is and you don't get it back,
Mhm. Yeah.
then that's when you be like, okay, you know what? I need to rush. I need to start being happy and all this stuff. So yeah. Let me chill. I know people. Everybody got to talk. My bad.
No, you're on a
Hey,
No,
hey,
go ahead. That's the truth.
my
Let them
boy
know.
was up there cooking, man. Hey, look, look. Hey, I'm not even mad at you. Cause you know what? You asked one of the main questions. I said I had two questions, but I got one main question. If I don't even get the second one out, the first question is, if you really think that life is about you, then why come everybody else benefit from your existence more than you do?
mm, that
that
Think
that
part.
about
see
that.
see see. That's exactly what I mean about we all here to impact each other in some type of way, good or bad. It literally is like that. Yep. We impact each other, no matter if we like it or not. That little baby that passed away still impacted somebody. It's still in somebody's memory. It's still making people move a certain way. You know what I'm saying? So like we do, no matter how we don't think people is important, how much we don't think they're little. I still don't understand. I still to this day I say the same thing all the time. I don't get what bed bugs for and roaches, but it impacted some type of way. Like little stuff like that, it making us move the route we need to move in life. You know what I'm saying? Some things we gotta go through in life. Some people we gon' some people we might lose in our life. Some relationship wasn't meant to be that long. Like I even look at this, that's what will help me heal more, right? If I had a long relationship, 40 years or something like that, and I lose it, it was something I was supposed to learn out of it. It was something it was something I was supposed to grow from that. Because everything is not forever. Nothing is forever. So it's like, all right, from that point, and that's the reason why I'm not scared. You know, to this day, now that I know what I want, I'm not scared if I was got married and it failed, right? I'm not about to just use that hurt. I look at it now because I put my faith in God that, you know what? Maybe the situation just wasn't it. It was something I had to learn out of it. You know, maybe. So I'm not about to say I'm never married again. I'm never going to do it again. No, it's just some stuff just ain't meant. It's just it's a trials and tribulation situation. It's a, um, it's also like it's like a what is it? It's like a roll of the dice. Life is literally like a roll of the dice. It's gonna either work for you or it's not. It's like it's a 50-50 thing. You know, we everything we do is taking a risk. But I mean it's better than, you know, not doing it at all. But you want to take the smartest risk. That's one thing. That's the whole point of learning, living and learning. But everybody just like living, but they don't like learning. But it's just the whole point of living and learning. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Well, that's the thing, Kev. Are people putting more trust and faith in humans than they are in God?
Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I can keep up with this Drake and Kendrick beef and stuff. It's like, no, I'm beefing with their own lives. I'm just saying, though, even though it's entertaining, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna do it like that. Boy, Kendrick, boy. But I'm just saying, everybody
Yeah.
knows me and everything else. They be in the
West
tea.
Coast.
They got tea of their own. They got, you know what I'm saying? People, it's crazy. It's funny on here, man. People be just so nosy. Talk about you ain't this, you ain't ish, and then you get back off this app and you ain't ish either. Like, dog, it's so funny.
Mhm.
Humans,
I
man,
think
gotta love them. Gotta love them.
like what you were saying earlier, Kev. It reminds me of people like we're giving God permission. No, God gives us permission. So everybody out here over the arguing over the same God that we all have. It's the process of how to have that, because you can go into it deep, and you know me, I can go biblical, but salvation is like
Yeah.
what was it? Because that's where the fear mongering came from, with what we recognize from society is all that religious trauma and everything. Well, if you don't do this, and now everybody's comparing sins. Well, you did this way, and the male did this way, and the female did this way, and now
Mhm.
everybody out here arguing over God. So
Hey,
it's
if your God you serve is making you that angry, you need to serve something new, man. Like I don't know.
It, hey, and I'm 100% with you on that. You know,
I have to
like
also agree. It is a lot of them to choose
It's
from.
everybody's like, I agree with that.
You can choose from plenty, so
Right, go for another one. And if
right,
you
go
believe
right.
there's
for
a
over that
bunch of them, go
man.
ahead for the one that's gonna make you happy in life. Hey, run with that.
That hey, that's why I don't blame none of my family for what they believe in, and I
Yeah.
never try to tear it. I never tear it down because, you know, like when I was studying, the Bible and stuff, man, I went into some places, man, that I feel like that maybe a regular Christian wouldn't have went. But I had to look at it at this standpoint. If if my soul is on the line and I can't tell God, well, that's what Laugh said. That's what Kevin said, and that should be all right. No, you hear me? You hear me? Like I can't blame it on the next person. Well, that's what Jesse Duplantis said. That's what Kenneth Copeland said. You know what I'm saying? Like if I can't blame it on somebody else, and it's for my own until I find myself approved, then who's to say that I'm wrong
Hmm.
and where I'm at? You can't
That's
say that
true.
I'm wrong.
Facts.
You can't.
Facts. I
You,
like that.
you can't. You know what I'm saying? You can't say that I'm wrong if I go past Christianity and say, hey, that I just believe in the universe. Okay, that's where you at with it. You know what I'm saying? Like you with Buddha. You know what I'm saying? Like hey, you want to be a atheist? Okay, cool. That's fine. That's just where you at with it. I'm
Mhm.
never trying to judge nobody about
Mhm.
their growth because growth is intricate. We can't sit
Mhm.
up there and tell a plant to grow straight up. I bet you it won't. It's gonna grow the way that it need to grow
That
and
it.
what's best for
I
it.
like that. Wow, that was nice. That was nice. Right. That was a good one. I'm gonna use that one in a minute. I'm gonna steal that from you. You can't tell a plant how to grow. That was a good one. That's why that last one like that though, because I had to realize, like, you know what? Because and I feel you on exactly what you're saying though. It's like if what they doing is working for them, why trash them? You know what I'm saying? Why make them? And I understand it's just the teachings. It's the teachings of how everybody got taught, and it's like, dang, we feel like we're not doing our job if we don't push this or force it on this person because we feel like our job is to save everybody. Each religion feel that way. No, you need to believe in what I believe in because I got to do. So like I said, I got grace for people that's like that too. And I gotta be respectfully, I'm gonna figure this out myself. I might not want to pick what you picking or something like that. But I do understand. It's just the confusion, and it feel like that everybody really had to, like I said, just force it, defeat it down people's throats and stuff. My thing is like, and this my thing. This what I got against people nowadays, right? Like I was mentioning before, like and that's why I'm big on that. If it worked for you, if it works for you, then do your thug thizzle. That's what we need to tell people. But my thing is, if it failed for you and it work for the next person. Don't project on somebody else and then try to crash somebody. Because I've been hearing this lately, right? And I say that what they be doing with my stuff I believe in though, and I already know people going, well, it's a white man made that, a white T man and all that stuff. I'm not following that. Whatever. Okay, cool. Let me believe in what the white T man is because it ain't hurt my life. I mean, if that it hurts you when you did it, but it ain't hurt me because I look at it a whole different way. Because we can literally say if we wanted to break down everything down, none of us here was here, and on the side of God was like, hey, let's go ahead and point and make that. We're gonna call that Earth, and hey, let's go ahead and separate the continents and let's put some water right here. None of us was here that day. All this stuff. If we want to go far back, everything is just beliefs at the end of the day because we was not here at the beginning of time. Everything been taught to us. Everything was written by that same YT man they talking about, or whoever. Everything. I mean, all that stuff is the same stuff. It's just we pick. We got to choose something that fits us. That's going to help us grow as a person. But I just don't get like I said, you getting and you choose to pick this religion or whatever just to bash everybody else. That's where the problem is at. Like, dang, how much mad you at? Like, your religion ain't must be working good enough that you got to sit here and talk down on the next person, or you must be missing the points in there or something up. But I don't know.
It
I just,
it's just so frustrating when with other people look like the way I look at certain things is simple. It's like people get so frustrated and they get so passionate because they make like all right, you know how I was saying about my sisters, right?
mm-hmm,
Like we all grew up in that. You hear me? We all grew up under the same umbrella and we all got different things. You get what I'm saying? Like
mm-hmm,
me and my sister might fight about, man, look, man, the Tower Babble was about this and about that, but it's your perspective. And ain't none of it wrong. Ain't none of it wrong unless you're not talking about it. You get what I mean?
mm-hmm.
Like the whole purpose about all of that stuff, it was like you said, was to grow. Everything is
Yes.
to grow. I mean,
Mm-hmm,
and you got two forms of growth. You're gonna grow with or you're gonna grow without.
mm-hmm,
I might grow with this religion and then I might grow up out of it.
mm-hmm.
I'm not. You can't be mad about that. You get what I mean? Like I think that people get frustrated because they care about other people, and the reason why I
Yeah.
keep on bringing it back to that is because like I know that I don't necessarily like to hurt anybody, but if you try to come for me or my family, then I got to do what I have to do. But
True.
it's going to hurt me. You get what I'm saying? It's going to hurt me because I love you. You're gonna be my brother, but I got to do what must be done. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you my sister, I got to do what must be done, and it's not nothing personal. It's just it is what it has to be at that time. You feel? So I
Mm-hmm.
think that people look at their religion is like this is their life. This is afterlife. Like I said about my soul, how passionate I was about my own soul and me not putting it in the hands of the next person. I think that they feel the same way, and that drives their passion to kind of veer people to their point of view because they get so angry about it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even really blame these people for that.
It's crazy
Yeah.
because if we think about it, like back in the day, they used to unalive have whole wars over religion.
True.
Like, so the way I look at it is, I don't really knock nobody for believing in something different because, like you said, we wasn't here. But the only thing I do know for a fact is there is a higher power because
Facts.
there's no way you're going to sit here and tell me that you have a man, you have a woman. They parts go together with each other. It take this man seed to go into her. It take a beating heart to fuel your brain, and your brain thinks like it's everything is too thought out. We
Mm-hmm.
need trees. We need trees to grow so we can have oxygen. We need grass. We need a balance of animals to hunt the other animals so they just it wouldn't be too many of them. And some is just there to shit live. Like
Mm-hmm.
everything has a meaning. So to sit here and be
True.
like, oh no, I don't believe in something higher. Who the hell else put this shit together? Like, who
It's an
sat
accident.
there and was like, so you mean to tell me something exploded and it was just perfect? Okay, a man, a woman. Hell no, it doesn't. Like, when people be saying, like, I just think like the Big Bang Theory and all that, bro, you ain't about to sit here and tell me it was a female organism and a male organism and they just came together like this. All the way down to the damn animals though, like that you got other animals that do the same thing as us. They got whole societies. They got ways that they think, ways that they move. Like, it's too thought out, so it got to be a higher power. But whatever you
Facts.
believe in, just believe in that shit and be real with it.
Yeah. Become a better person with it. That's all I see out of that. Um. So yes, man. Okay, that's cuz preaching. I like that. It was about to be your turn, anyways. Though. So how you feel about this first question? Get you and Nala caught up. Glad she finally changed her name. Now I can add her now. Cool. Um.
What it say?
Do people seem to be more bitter and hurt, not believing in a God or higher being nowadays that you see?
Um, no, I don't feel that way.
Okay.
I feel like, some people just like, people are people. It's gonna be all different
Mm-hmm.
types of people.
Mm-hmm.
So how some people might feel some type of way, but some people might just be like, you know what, I don't know, and I'm not about to like unalive myself trying to figure out. So
Mm-hmm.
they just living, and then you got some people that really is bitter, that's like, oh, how could you be controlled by something you don't even know is real? So yeah, some people do be bitter.
Yeah, so I can get it though. It could be half and half. I feel it though. I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I like that one. That's why I be liking cuz different perspective, man. I didn't think about it that way. Nala, you next. Finally, we get to at your name. I'm gonna keep saying that. I be saying whole
Oh,
paragraphs to her, and she be like, it be nothing. I'm like, dog, what you got?
Uh, what do I got? I don't think so. I think that it's for a lot of people it's part of the healing process. Like that,
Mm-hmm.
like being like, okay, wait, no, I don't actually believe that. It
Mm-hmm.
it can be freeing in a way, you know? Finally
Mm-hmm.
let go of that bitterness that was coming from this belief in a higher power.
Okay. And I'm gonna refresh the room on what my point of view why I had said this though. But why y'all do that? Why I do that? Let me tap, and then just in case this, I know this lie about this probably it be shutting down every time as soon as I start talking. I swear. But yeah, if y'all can tap for me real quick and share, cause I'm got about a few more hours with y'all and stuff. At least probably to about 4 o'clock today. Cause I ain't gonna be on. We're gonna be doing the music stuff tomorrow. But I'm gonna tell you my point of view on this one though. The reason why I say this is because I noticed that and this especially going towards the people that call themselves, and like I don't want to, I'm not trying to trigger nobody, but it is what it is. I say what I say. So people that call themselves guys and goddesses and something like that, and don't feel like nothing else is above them, right? I realize that even like talking, this is probably through my experiences, right? Talking to them, right? I can understand why they seem like they so bitter or feel a certain way, or because they got this like the superior type, or arrogant type personality, or some people call themselves that just to make themselves feel better because they feel like that it's nothing else that's helping me with my life but me. You know what I'm saying? I am breathing because of myself. It's people that F me over and all this other stuff. If it's supposed to be a guy, why didn't they come save me? Stuff like so I can understand, why didn't he save all that I literally understand all that. You know what I'm saying? Because we want God to operate the way we want it to. So with that, the reason why um they a lot of them do come with bitterness because of the experience sometimes, because they might at one time believe and then they just said no, things ain't happened in my life, so I'm not going to believe. So that, and then we got the ones that really just don't know, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, and also running through experience. So I noticed that it's like when they feel like it's nothing else they can put their nothing else that they can count let me see, basically hand over the things that they can't control in their life over. I don't know if I said that right, but basically I'm just saying like basically give all their troubles to, like, because they feel like all their troubles is only me, I can only work on this and all that stuff, so they just like, it can get overwhelming. So it's like, you know what, and then they just be, and then the way they kind of let it out is like they take it out on everybody else. They get mad. They find topics to talk about, like, oh, I can't wait for 4B and all this other stuff. That's probably why the she don't believe in no God, And they find stuff to try to get people resonate because everybody can connect off traumas and pains. That's one of the main things. So that's what they feel like they're healing off that stuff, but now they just coping for the moment because they got somebody to agree with them. That little dopamine effect. I get it, right? Oh man, it feel good that somebody agree with me. I must be doing a piece of healing. No, that's not how that works. Because you be back mad and need them again the next day. I need you to pat my back again and make me feel good again. So that's not how healing works. But you got somebody, but people do that to this day. Anything that can make me feel good for the moment because I'm tired of feeling sad. I need me eat me a box of ice cream or something real quick. I need to I might have to drink something tonight. I might have to get some cheeks tonight. Something, right, that people just do to cope their situation because they don't feel like it's nothing beyond themselves. They can't take their own thoughts. They can't take none of that stuff. They can't even take simple quietness because it's just they don't really know that. And I can understand. I really can't understand because if you don't know, you can't figure the answer out yourself. Sometimes you feel like it's just impossible. But the thing is that we don't want to ask some people, or we don't want to hear the harsh answers and stuff. We don't want to hear people tell us about something that makes us uncomfortable. We want somebody that's like, all right, hey, it ain't no way, and the best way you can do it is just take this or whatever. So but like I said, I can understand it though. So that's what I'm getting to about it. When you feel like that you the only one that can bring your own self up, which I can get to a certain extent. A lot of us are. We are in control of our life for the most part, and we have to. If we don't work, we don't eat. So I can understand that too. But I realized it was a situation that I got put out of that could have went south on me, and it was no other way. I can't explain how I got a situation, but you got people that don't get no look. Or get what they want for it. They made the wrong turn. They picked the right night, and somehow that's why I be knowing. That's why I be so thankful for life because it's like some of this stuff is just be unexplainable. Just like I don't know if y'all remember that one incident. Keep on tapping, y'all. Keep on tapping. Let's get to 10K. So by the time I get done, it's 24. Y'all keep tapping. Get some shares up in here. If y'all know how to share, hold y'all finger on my box for like 2 seconds, and then you can just share to a bunch of people. Just hold it for 2 seconds, and you're gonna see a list of people you can share it to. And then if you don't know how to share that way, it's a button that say share at the bottom. Um, what I was about to say is dang, what about that? Hold on, dang, that echo get me. Let me see. Hey, what was I getting to? I was saying, hey, I hate that. When I sidetrack myself, I always forget. Boy, these 30s hitting heavy. It's crazy. Can't do what I used to do when I was younger. So now I'm talking junk. I just think there's just so much more information that got in my head. I just be having so much in my mind. But I think of what I was getting to. I was talking about when they had to figure it out on their own. And, you know, hey, do y'all remember what I was left off at?
Yeah,
Dang.
you're talking about figuring out things on your own. If you think about it, we actually have to give ourselves things that we were robbed of. If you want to compare it to trauma and all this stuff that we weren't given as children, or maybe our parents messed up, or our family messed up, or the people around us, or religious trauma, or the way God was presented to us. We have to give that back to ourselves so that we know what we're going to be attracted to, and we can read the red flags of other people, other spirits, or whatever we want to call it, that are going to be attached to that. We have to give ourselves that first.
Yeah.
So if you desire it, if you already know that love, the way that love was given to you in your last relationship was not what you wanted, how do you give that to yourself? And I think I've asked this question before to you, Kev, and in one of your lives. If you were married to yourself, how would you treat you?
Mm. You know, people gonna be delusional. They gonna say some stuff. Well, I will do this for me.
Hey
Right?
They
man,
never know
hey,
people.
yeah,
People don't even tell the truth enough. We live in denial too
hey,
much for that.
look, y'all hitting some spots, man. Look, I'm gonna
That's what
be
she said.
quiet. I'm gonna be quiet, but I just want you to know that you up here hitting some spots, man, and you talking to my spirit. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, it be like that. You know that one church you go to that always seem like that pastor be looking right at you and stuff like, chill, bro. You
like, like,
judgmental. That's what we turn on
like,
judgmental. I don't like that
and it don't,
judgmental church.
and it don't even be seeming like he be looking at nobody else. It
Right?
look like he'll
Like,
look over the whole crowd and then look at you. But like I
well, like
said,
I was right. They be on your neck too. Like, bro, I know that though. Who the heck told you? Like, oh, get out my window, man. All right. People don't like that feeling. That's what it is. I think, and when people really notice, when people learn the power, that accountability stuff is real.
Oh,
But the
hell yeah.
only way you can accept it is literally putting your ego to the side. That's what I always talk about. Because, like, if you really, man, if people really knew the power, like, if you go through that little pain, because no, I know people don't like to feel less than. People don't like that feeling of it's my fault. People don't like that. But once you go over that hump, because it hurt me for a minute, right? Once you learn that, hey, every now and then, shoot, you gotta get humbled or bruised. Your stuff gotta be bruised all the time, and you ain't as powerful as you think you are, right? Once you do learn that, you start learning more, right? Because I think the thing is, we all of us think we know everything. We think we know it all. We even tell ourselves we don't know it and still act like it in the next sentence. But it's just like it gets to a point where, let me hold up. Oh, so it gets to a point that basically, that I'm telling you, it become more easy. It's the reason why I'm so big on this accountability stuff because it become easier because I realize like, dang, accountability over there trying to tell me what to do. What the heck is going on? You might about to because I've been living a life way I wanted to. Who is you? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, right? But once I start, giving in and actually seeing that it's like big changes in my life. Then I start seeing how other people struggle with it. And it be so funny to me. I mean, it's bold, but it's just like, dang, you don't want to say it's my fault that bad that you over there about to choke and foam out the
but
mouth. That junk is crazy.
you know what it all kind of boiled down to. It all kind of boiled down to shame.
Right?
You don't want to admit that you're wrong. You don't want to
Facts.
admit you don't want to admit that your best idea wasn't the best idea. You get what I'm
Mm,
saying? Like you don't want to admit that maybe you might be a little off. You might not be exactly where you think you are. It's
mm,
shame. Like I know that I had a situation where I know I was completely wrong in the situation. I was with my cousin, in his house and all of this stuff, and trust me, I messed it up in the worst way. And guess what? I was like, man, he was, or his mom, his mom was trying to talk about the situation and was trying to tell me I was wrong. I was like, look, I don't even want to talk about it. I was like, yeah, I was wrong. just like, you know what I'm saying? Because I was shamed because I shouldn't have been that way, and I knew I shouldn't have been that way. And the facts, the accountability comes when I had already knew better. That's when accountability came. It never came about me admitting to it. That admitting part is just a part of the shame.
Mm-hmm.
It's really allowing somebody else to know that you was wrong, and that's shameful, and that's what people don't want to experience.
Because guilt is I did
Yeah, y'all saying
something
it too.
not
Y'all
so
saying that's
good.
what it is. Yep.
Guilt is I did something not so good. Shame is I'm a bad person,
Mm-hmm.
and that's big. So
Well,
you
that's how people
touched on
take it
that.
as though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how people take it though. But that's what, and I that's why I believe that need to be brought back because
That
people, it's
shit
not enough of it now.
devastating.
It's not enough of it. What'd you say, Cuz? Go ahead, Cuz.
Oh no, it's devastating. So I'm gonna tell y'all a real life event. So I'm in college. I'm going for mechanical engineering. I got some stuff going on for me. I'm the president of a student organization. I got my son. You know, I'm getting ready to pledge and do all this other stuff. Getting ready to open a business, and I get locked up. So I'm like, this ain't nothing. I'm about to just bond out or whatever. And then they came and told me like I tried to bond out. They took the money and then came and told me like, oh yeah, you got a federal hold on you. So
Mm.
at that moment, like everything changed. Everything like all that getting up, all right, I'm gonna just walk around and eat, do all that shit changed. Then you sit there, you got to wake up like because of some stupid shit that I did. Just
Your
out
stuff
here
breaking
trying
up,
to
Cuz.
live life. Trying to, oh, I'm probably.
That's the one bar.
Can you hear me now?
I
Can you
think
hear
you
me
good.
now?
Go ahead. Oh man, he turning back to Robot Man again. Oh.
All right. What about
He sounds so funny now. I'm trying my best not to laugh. It has been dead in resurrected. That one bar tearing you up, man. I wish you knew how you sounded too. That.
you good now?
I think yeah, you good.
All right, cool. So I went into all that just to say like when you sit there and you realize and you forced to be accountable for your actions, the amount of sickness that came with that. I ain't get
Mhm,
up on my bunk for what the first 2 weeks.
mhm,
I ain't want to eat. I ain't want to do nothing but sit there and just think like, damn, how did my mistakes land me here? It ain't
mm,
no more women. It ain't no more clean record being able to do all this. It ain't no more of that. It ain't no more just being a college student. I can't do that no more. And the way they treat everybody the same. Whether you sitting there, you done did fraud, or you done sat there and unalive somebody. They treat you all the same in there. So when you sit down and realize, like, dang, this is what I did. That shit sickening. Don't nobody like to feel that. And equivalent to being on the outside, like a man, you sitting there telling the man, like, shit, you ain't did nothing for your family. You ain't taking care of your family. That hurt, that shame. Don't nobody want to feel that. That shit sickening.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, man. I just think that when I think that a lot of times we try to get away from that H word, humiliation, bro. That humiliation, like all right, we can fight, right? Me and you can fight. We can fight in private. You might get the best of me. I'm all right with it. But do you think that I'm gonna be all right with it if I got my kids, my mama, my girl, my sister, my, you know what I'm saying, my uncle, my, no, I'm not gonna be all right with that, bro. It's that humiliation tactic, because after that, you have to live with it. And not only do you have to live with that, you have to live with an explanation. You have to give some kind of accountability to it, because now you have to be here for it. Well, man, you weren't saying that when that dude was picking on you at the graduation. You know what I'm saying? Like we all know that uncle. You feel me? You wasn't saying that when he did this or that happened. You feel? So it's sometimes humiliation brings humbleness, and I think that a lot of us is missing all of that part. Those part build character, because diversity builds character. I mean, you don't have to go through that entire part. You don't have to be humiliated for you to know your limits. But sometimes when we don't know our limits and we think highly of ourselves or higher of ourselves than what we're supposed to think, then we get leveled with reality. Then reality drops
Mm.
in. You feel me? And then when that happens, it's like, who saw that? You feel me? Like wasn't nobody supposed to see me take that fall, because I was supposed to be using this person as a step ladder. You get what I mean? So it's small things that we look at, and we look at them as small things, but they really step points in our growth. And that's why all of this stuff, far as with people, people, I look at it like this: people do people shit. I'm not counting on the person to do nothing except for be a person. And my feelings is my responsibility. How I feel towards this situation is completely, it's my prerogative. That I honestly think, hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
Yeah. I honestly think that feelings are spiritual, bro.
Hmm.
I mean, you can't eat them, you can't wear them, you can't throw them, you can't do nothing with your feelings except for feel. That's
Mm.
why that's why I think that they are equated to emotions,
Mm.
or you know what I'm saying. It's a spiritual nature. That's that one thing that you know is real, but you cannot, you it's not observable to anybody else.
Mm.
But you know that you feel that way.
Can't do
Well,
science on
well,
it.
right, yeah. You can do science on it.
Dissect it.
Well, it's chemicals. It's
Mm.
chemicals that make that person feel like that. Yeah, but what
Mm.
happened? What was that chemical that they can't explain? Where that woman picked up a whole 15, or I mean not 15, but 2,700 pound truck to save her son's life
Mm.
when it fell on him, and she wasn't nothing but 147 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Now where's the science behind that? We don't know. It's an impulse inside you that when you panic, you get what I'm saying. Like
That's
you
a good
you
one.
really can't explain it. You get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
But it was that feelings, and it's spiritual thing that we can explain. And I think that we have to acknowledge that part just as much as we acknowledge what we can touch and we can feel and we can taste and hear.
It's amazing that you brought up humility in this, and then you bring up the emotions and feelings, because I did a whole kind of back burner on this, because humility is the state of being humble. It's a lack of pride. The lack of pride, and even if you go biblically, even if you look at feelings and emotions, it is actually presented biblically into that. So you bringing all that up, that humility, the feelings, the emotions, I'm telling you, the spirit is moving.
Hey, that's gonna make a lot of sense, though. I feel it.
Life, I think that every person on this earth have to go through that to be humbled. And if you not humbled,
Mm-hmm.
then you're gonna go through it over and over again.
True.
Because all different type of walks of life, even privileged people. Shit.
yeah, your family might give you everything and you grew up just oh so special, but you might go through that moment of where everybody calling you pimple face or whatever, and that's just like
You
like, but
always come with something.
I'm saying
Like
it's just
bullying.
something, you feel me? Like, or just so being a jockey or something, and they motherfucking pants then fell down or something at the game, and now you exposed. Like, it's gonna be something in everybody's life that they gotta some way be humbled, and maybe like those certain things. Those are the things that we supposed to overcome and conquer.
Facts. Everything. That's why I think everything is all our experiences is meant to happen the way it's supposed to happen, though. And it's not only just for us. You know what I'm saying? It's not only just for us. It's for you know, like I'm pretty sure that if they believe in the devil experiences is not only for him. He playing his place. He playing his part of life too. You know what I'm saying? I believe that our higher being is in full control of this situation. We just think we in control. Just think about it. Before all this came about, we just get created and we swear we got control of this everything. That's some funny stuff, man. That's like a baby coming out like, okay, I'ma tell you, this is how life. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know. That just is crazy though. But I just be thinking about stuff like that. Like, man, just like I was saying, we just learned like people that. I don't want to start trying to get on people when they, but I'm just saying I think about these people that call themselves guys and goddess and stuff, right? They just learned what a god and goddess is, and then okay, this is me. So I am this, and I'm the all. I am power, and I don't know what the heck they do nowadays, though. You just not tapped into your higher self and all this other stuff. I mean, I ain't trying to tease nobody stuff, but I'm just saying, I just think about stuff like that, right? Who the heck said your higher self? Like people be saying all these things is like, but your higher self is not promised tomorrow. Like literally, I was saying earlier, right? Your higher self could slip on a piece of soap and break your neck. And I ain't trying to be like that, but I'm just saying that's just how it is. You know special than any other human. People be acting like I don't know why humans be thinking they better than other humans or something like that. We all came here the same way. We all gonna lead the same exact way, or we gonna lead here the same way, but not in the same form. You know, some people go whatever. Some people old age it is what it is, but it's just like I don't know why we think we any better human being, and we can all get taken out the exact way. God is or God, you know what I'm saying? But hey, I let people believe it all. We got royalty and all this other stuff, but you know, we working a 9 to 5 and paying taxes. So I mean, whatever. We rock with that. You should raise your hand, Nala. I'm gotta used to calling you that now, man. I'm so used to calling lying.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I sat down and I'm old. Yeah, I was thinking that it should. Oh my boy, kid. Yes. This is what they do. This is what they do. Don't have kids. She literally didn't even want one. Anyway, so that's part of my issue with the other side, right? Is that the super religious people, right? I think that even don't quote me because I can't tell you which scripture, but somewhere in the Bible, right, it says that you're supposed to form a relationship and a bond with God for yourself, right?
Mhm.
You're supposed to have a personal relationship with God. A lot of people didn't get that, right? They were gifted God in a way, right? Like they were born into a religious household of some kind, and they were told that this is how you're supposed to believe, this is how you're supposed to worship, this is how you're supposed to talk, this is how you're supposed to do all those things. And so when they went away from that, they go to wherever they go to. But for the I'm gonna call them the Bible beaters because I think that they're different from regular Christians. But for a lot of the Bible beaters, it seems like they don't understand that that's part of that person's process into finding God for themselves. It has to be a personal thing, and if it takes them walking away or turning their back for a period of time until they get back in line that they're supposed to be in, that's what it takes for them, and to just not pass as much judgment while a person is in that space of trying to find who God is for themselves. Yeah.
Yeah. See this, and this why I'm trying to also teach this too, because like I said, I think the empathy got to be on both ends, right? That's how I look at it. Because I even have grace with people that do like that. Not that I kind of learned a little different way from a lot of them. And I can understand why a lot of religions do what they do. We was mentioning that earlier. I think there's a few of us in here, like LED and Love. We was mentioning that a little bit earlier. Well, some people got care so much in them that they feel like, and because the way they teach, they got taught right, they feel that they got to force it down your throat or whatever because they feel like whatever they got taught, they said that was their job, that's their mission, try to save as many souls, stuff like that. So this is their way of how they got taught, you know what I'm saying? But not really knowing like the real depth behind it. So, like I said, I got grace. Even when people be saying that, and this how deep it is. People be like, "Hey, you gonna go to hell? You gonna go to?" I mean, so now I stopped taking my person. Now that I became a bit more mature and more and more forgiving of people and stuff. I realized that, and I learned what empathy is, right? Empathy and compassion, which a lot of people be saying they know what it is, they don't. But I learned that, like, you know what? It might have made me mad at this moment. Just like when I get into with people on here, I don't have no hard feelings against them because I realize all of us coming from different angles of life, and we just speak in our mind how we feel. But some people gonna internalize it for the rest of their life, and some people not. Like I learned not to internalize things that happen with other people. I would try to get it. I mean, everybody can figure that way out, but everybody can't look beyond just self most of the time. That's why. But like I said, both ends, like even when they demonize, I feel bad for them that do that too because they not supposed to do that. But I believe if they knew better, they would. But it's just like they just really just trying to help. Just like I used to get mad at I might have got mad at my parents sometimes when the way they come at me like, hey, don't do this, all that stuff or whatever. You know no better. Why your silly self
Y'all
doing all
mad
that?
at each
Or
other.
they might even be disrespectful to me too. When you say,
I said, shit, we done got mad at each other and then got into it with each other and fell out
right?
before.
Oh boy, I
And,
swear.
and that's the thing, Kev.
Nah, it was
We would.
yes, I had some bad, right? It was bad though. That's how you knew we was favorite cousins. I literally we was about to fight for real. I
Well,
remember that one time
that's
he
the
slapped that
thing.
PS5 out my head. I was swinging, I swang so fast. That's a PSP though. I think it was.
You
I'm like,
you
dang, I'm on a fight.
also you also have to know how to receive. You
Yeah.
also have to know how to receive other people from their own perceptions, their own projections. You have to. That's where accountability
Yeah.
comes in too. You have to
Yeah.
know how to receive.
The PSP, right. He got me good that day. No, but I was saying that is
You guys fighting over
he
video
got me.
games.
Nah, it was other stuff, man. We were just children. That's all it was, man. Because we always hung around each other so much. You know how it be when everybody
All love. It's
you
all
got you
love.
always hanging with the same person, and even though y'all love each other, but I used to go over his house like crazy, or he'd be over my house like crazy and stuff, or whatever. But what I'm getting to is that even it got to a point like, cause I realized that some of my parents I might even disrespect us, you know what I'm saying? But that's their way of how they talk, cause that's how they got raised. That's what I'm saying. Like, my grace goes far now, you know what I'm saying? Because I realized like, dang, I had to mature and grew up and realized that it ain't always just about my personal feelings all the time, and some people just don't mature, no matter how old they is. I'll be like, you know what? You might have called me a B or whatever. It's parents that might do that, and it's not saying it's right, but it's just like, you know what? I just feel bad that that's the way you have to express yourself. But I do understand that you do care about me because I can see it in their heart, no matter how they want to, because they so angry that you might have popped a tire and they've been telling you about a tire. Why your stupid self? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes they be like that though. They be serious on you sometimes. Your silly self and getting rid. But I can understand through that it's still they care and they so hurt and that's the way they express themselves. So it's like, like I said, with the people that want to go and call you and say you're gonna go to hell because you're not following the way I said it and stuff. Like, I mean, I'm giving them grace, because that's how they got taught. That's how they feel they got to, and they hurt because you're not following the way they wanted to feel. So it's like, and I just be like, since I know I'm the bigger person, I'm like, yeah. I mean, have a nice day. It's not all that bad, man. I feel you and I understand you, but I just can't. I'm not going the route that you want me to go, man. You just got to respect that, and that's just all it is, man. So, like I said, Grace got to work on both ends, both sides, on both sides. But it take a lot of just putting ego to the side. That's where forgiveness and all that stuff come from. Like y'all gonna see why I preach on forgiveness so much and letting go of grudges and all that stuff. That stuff is big. That's what's tearing our life up today to this day, right? That's why we addicted to these traumatic lives and these freaking the drama and all the other stuff and freaking man versus women type stuff. Like we never healed. We never forgave each other. We never forgave ourselves at that. You know what I'm saying? For making these dumb decisions. But that's the reason why I'm trying to push that victim mentality stuff out the way. Because at the end of the day, we all make our choices. You know what I'm saying? Once people realize that we make most of our choices and stop putting on everybody else, well, it's the system. That's why I made the choice to go drink some liquor. You know what I'm saying? No, you made that choice. If you keep thinking everybody else doing it, and you're never going to look at yourself, and when you raise your finger to even or even open your mouth, you chose to open your mouth about it. You know what I'm saying? But everybody be limited their own choices sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like once you realize you try to control the things you can control. And most of the time we can, two things we can't control. And I tell people it's just like that. Like low key, we can control our weight. We can't control our weight, and we can control our attitude. But them are one of the two. The two top things that's the hardest thing to do. But once you got those two things fixed, right? You have a clear mind. You have a clear. All that stuff is like once you got them two things in control that you can control, right? Because ain't nobody forcing me to say, hey, let me eat all these burgers and all this other stuff. Nobody forced me to not exercise either. You know what I'm saying? So, and nobody forced me to have an attitude either. That's why I don't like that saying that you make me stuff. I don't. You know what I'm saying? But I understand people get provoked and all that, but it's just like I have control over I got to learn how to control my emotions. That's what I talk about so much. I got to regulate them. And once I got that in control, once I got my weight, all the stuff that I can control for my life, because we get mad at the stuff we can't control, like another human being. This person made me. I can't stop them from calling me a B. I can't stop them from punch me in my jaw. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, it's gonna happen. Then we got to probably throw down. But I'm just saying, like, I can't stop that. I can't stop those things. So it's like we complain about the stuff. Yeah, I can't stop another person from being racist. I can't stop none of this stuff that we cry about. We can't stop that. We can keep crying and complaining about it, but we can't stop another human being. We all literally had that free choice, freedom of choice. We all do that. Every last human being. So whatever that other human being chooses to do with their life, that's just what it is. We can't folks. We can, like I said, we can march about it. We can might even try to have to set them straight if we think we do, but it's not always going to work that way either. Because you think you set somebody straight, if something worse come your way, your whole family trying to but everybody think they family more tougher than everybody. I mean, it can get worse and worse and worse. But it's like we got to pick and choose though. Sometimes the better, but like I said, them the two main things that we can't control, but we overlook that too because it's one of the two of the hardest things to control. But I make sure I get some people to talk my bad because I just boy I can just today that day I guess. Insight. I know you came up here. Don't get cousins in here next.
Just the prompt or kind of what y'all been talking about.
If you want to talk about that, and then, or if you want to go to the prompt, it's up to you.
I really just want to piggyback off of what you've been pretty much saying and addressing in different facets and calibrations.
Mm.
The only thing I would have to share is the one thing all of us in here have control over is our tongue, except some don't.
Right.
The other thing that you have control of before your tongue is your imagination and your memories. Because nobody is suffering life right now. None of us in here are having a suffering experience. All we're doing is sharing our memories and our imagination. And if you're talking imagination, you're talking about future. If you're talking about memories, you're talking about past, but you're bringing it into the right now. So whenever people are talking about I'm God or I am that, you have to know the I am. That means you have to be still. It means you have to not be in your memories or your imagination. You need to be still in the now. And when you're in the now, that's when you win. You're always winning in the now so that you recreate the past and then you make your future beneficial. Whereas if you get stuck in the past, you paralyze your present and you bankrupt your future. So it goes right along with what you're saying. I just coined it in a little different tone.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I like that. Cousins, what you got for me, brother? What you got? What you got? And what's up, man?
What's happening? What's happening? Greetings. Greetings to the panel. What's going on? What's up, other cousin? And let me just say this. The real cousin would have never threw your PS4 controller. Okay? I would
What
have
did
never
I
did
say?
that.
He
Yeah.
heard that.
Just so you know that.
But
I see you, D. I see you. Yep. No, no
See,
I'm just, but
that's the crazy part. Real cousins get through stuff like that.
they
hey, look,
do.
we go. It get worse than that sometimes. Look, real talk.
It do,
Yeah.
yeah, it do, it do. Yeah, I already know for sure.
You know,
Even
we ain't
friends
even gonna talk
sometimes,
about it.
shoot.
Hey, that's hey. I remember me and my brother was in the street. for about 45 minutes throwing hands in the gloves.
Oh my!
And that's a whole other story. But anyway, yeah. So,
Like he didn't want to say that
but yeah,
part.
man, I know, right? We don't want to talk about that. That's a whole other story. But you know what though? With all of that though, when you say it though, the real love comes in is like, there's still a line that you'll never cross.
Hmm.
No matter how much you get mad, no matter how heated you get, you could be in the full, line of fire, but you're not gonna pull that last trigger. You know what I mean? You're not gonna throw that last shot. You're not gonna do that thing that's gonna actually, hurt that person. It's more of a, I can't explain it, but it's something different.
Yeah.
But yeah, just listening to,
I
to
just
to
say
what you
depend
were
on the
saying,
person though. I
man.
wouldn't just throw that in there because I seen some uncles blow their own nephew stuff off on news on
But
over
see, they
here.
wasn't true though. That's what I'm saying. They wasn't true in the first place. I'm saying
Yeah.
when you true, you know what I'm saying? When you true,
That feelings is a mud. That's all I'm saying. Feelings is a
hey,
mud. It make you
listen,
do some things you regret. Like, oops.
hey, I mean, listen, I bet you he regretted throwing that controller.
You know.
But it still was a line he didn't cross. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a certain point when you got a true, when it's a true love. That's why I think like, I don't know. I was just listening and we talking about. I was just reading the prompt. I missed most of what y'all was saying to get to where you are now, so I don't want to get into that because I might be off. But
Yeah.
it's just crazy because on Monday, my last part of this series that I'm doing, we'll be talking about angels and demons, right?
Hmm.
So the last part of this whole thing was angels and demons, and that's on Monday. And then I see this prompt now, and all of the research that I've been doing for Monday was talking about a lot of the things that you have on these prompts, which is
Look how
crazy
God
to me. So
works.
when I see, yeah, look, when I see that, I was like, oh, look at this here. Let me get up here and talk
Yeah.
about this. So it's just interesting, how that works when you
Hmm.
are on the same accord and you going in the same direction. Sometimes, you know what I mean, you'll get thrown a bone and some
Hmm.
some guidance in ways that you don't even see it. You know what I mean? A lot of
Facts.
times, I think somebody said that you have to be able to receive, and
Yep.
sometimes receiving is recognizing things like that. You know what I mean? Sometimes receiving is being able to recognize the bones being thrown to you, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Sometimes it's not going to be a clear message of, hey, do this. Like it's not a voice in your head that's talking
Right.
to you. If you hear voices, that means you need to go seek clinical help. Okay, because if you're hearing voices, that's probably not what you think. So but it will come in signs, and in your
Facts.
direction if you're open to it. The signs don't always come verbatim. Sometimes it's a roundabout ways that make you come into things, right? And so I
Shit.
think that's that part. Hey, look at here, no Diddy. But that's that part that says, you know, you have to do the due diligence, meaning that you have to work on yourself. But that doesn't mean that you have to be selfish, right? It just means that you have
Hmm.
to know yourself enough so that you can now recognize the things that pertain to you that are not of you. And you won't recognize that until you actually know yourself. You
There
see what
you
I'm
go.
saying? So it's like this roundabout circle that happens. And a lot of times we don't know ourselves, and that's why we make all these decisions and make these mistakes
Mm.
because we just trying to throw stuff to the wall and see what stick because we don't even know what we want. So we try everything, and then you try something that don't work. And the first person that figured out what poison was, I bet you he mad about that decision.
Oh, I say that
You know
all
what I'm
the
saying?
time. Right. Yeah, I be
Right.
saying
So
stuff like
because
that.
he didn't
Yeah.
know, he was just trying it, and guess what? He tried something
Yeah.
wrong.
And we
So
learn
my
from
point
them.
is
You know what I'm saying?
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. So I think, all of these things, man. It's funny. I'll land there because I let it. I want to get into when we get into the prompts. I don't know if you was in the prompts yet, but
We
I'll
was
wait until we
rocking it
get to
out
that.
though. I'm probably be on for till 4 o'clock anyways. So it's
Yeah, I
just
don't want to speak
starting.
too long. I'm trying
Yeah,
to get
I
short
Yeah.
can
winded. So
real
yeah,
quick.
let me land there.
Okay, I got you. Okay. What you got, cuz? Real
Yeah,
cousin.
I'm about to go ahead and KO. I gotta be up at 4. Draw these
Alright.
trucks, but just one thing that I'll be thinking about. I think that
God gave everybody a talent, and we have to figure out how to use that talent because think about it. The creator had to instill a thought in somebody's head to look at the air and be like, it's protons, neutrons, atoms running through this air. Like, how the
Mm,
hell did you discover electricity? Like, what the hell made you think, like, you know what? I can create something that can power things.
mm-hmm.
Like that has to be some type of talent that was given to a person to just sit there and think about that shit. Cause me just living my everyday life, how the hell would I just look and be like, you know what? I can create electricity. This might be some blow shit, but
That's true though. That's true.
so
All right, now
that's what I'll be thinking about. But I'm
that's
gone.
real. I might have to smoke in a minute if you said that's how that is. Man. Ooh,
Nah,
that
for real,
was
shit.
deep. That was a deep one.
I like that.
That's right. What random person like, air has what in it? Can it H2? What is water? Is H2? Okay. Hmm.
And I
Hmm.
think that that speaks a lot into what you were saying, Kev, earlier about we need to, well, and I was talking earlier about how we need to receive other people. We don't have all the same gifts as everybody else. We don't know everything that everybody else knows or believes or understands. So how are we going to accept somebody when they present to us something that is actually going to be add value to our life? Are we going to judge them? Are we going to be mean to them? Are we going to be unkind to them? There's a lot of joy that actually comes in receiving what other people's gifts are. And I'm glad that De Niro touched on that because it's very powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was a good one though. I liked it. I liked it. I liked it. Give
So
it
I
to
have a
you.
question. Does anybody know the name of God?
Ah, I don't think. I think even in the Bible I read it even say. I think it even say nobody know the true name because even the name we just give them, right? Cause like I know they say Yahweh, they call him Yahweh. Then they got Jehovah. I mean, they got a bunch of names they give him. And I think it said that nobody knew his name. It's like I gotta look at that scripture again. I'm pretty sure it said in the Bible nobody knows his true name though.
Well,
Let's
God
That's the
read
reason
did
the
why I
tell.
say that
word.
when people say Muhammad and all this other stuff, I say it could
In
be
the
still God.
beginning, in the beginning was the word, and the word was God.
Yeah. Well, I think
There's
you talking about like actual name, like that's
there's a
because
conversation that he had with Moses,
Mm-hmm.
and whenever he asked him, when I go back to talk to these people, who do I say sent me? And God told them, tell them I am that I am. So
mm,
his name, your name means your authority. So whatever somebody calls you, that's your authority. So if my last name is Williams, whether it's government or whatever, authority is attached to that name Williams.
mm-hmm,
But my dad gave me the name Insight because I always did spiritual things. And just here on earth, my dad is black, my mother is white tea. So I'm a combination of the two. You can't separate them. So I can always tell when somebody's come from the heart and a separate mentality, like us and them, because I never seen my mom, us and them. But I see people in society that didn't teach me about myself, and myself is God. They told me I am God, and God is who I am. And that is the authority that all of us in here have because you say, I am a dentist, or I am this, or I am that. That means that you say, I am that. If you look in the mirror and say, I am great, you're going to become great. If you look in the
great.
mirror and you say, I am trash, you are going to become trash
Become
because
trash.
you are God. And when you say it, it happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it made sense. Even like why in the Bible it say everything got spoke when it got made. It like let when he said let there be light, and it was light. When there be this, and all the stuff everything was spoken. That's why I say in the beginning was the word. The word was God. Um,
And to get a word, we had to get electricity going, right? Your
mhm,
synapses in your brain had to start first. Your
mhm,
thought became a thing.
yep. Well,
Hmm.
we're getting
And like
somewhere
you
now.
earlier, Kev, about forgiveness and grace. We see a lot of these lives. Everybody talking about what people do wrong, what people are how they're sinning, or you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't break the law, you shouldn't do this. But why can't we talk about joy? Why can't we talk about love? Why can't we embrace the goodness of God rather than God's wrath? Because God's wrath is powerful, and a lot of people, that's what it goes back into that religious trauma. A lot of people fear God because they think they're going to go to hell, and if
Yeah,
they
they
don't
fear
do
hell,
something
not God.
right. Right.
Did you see? Hey, lovely. I think one
Hmm.
possible answer to that question could be the fact that most people have not experienced joy, not true joy,
Right.
at least. And what
Hmm.
happens is, as we see in these panels, people can't speak in generality. Even when people
Mm,
claim to speak in generality, they're speaking from their internal experience. They're speaking
true.
from what they think. Even when you start talking about what's a fact, or we start looking at definitions, well, I look at it differently. Well, we're
Mm.
talking about what you look at it as. We look at what the fuck the dictionary says, right? But yet there will be people who will stand on that heel of, well, I look at it like this. That doesn't mean that to
Hmm.
me. And so what we see now, if we can't talk about joy because they're not happy,
Well, I
you don't
mentioned that earlier,
you know what I'm
cousins. I
saying?
mentioned that
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
mentioned that
That
earlier before you came up about how some people, they don't even know what love is. They don't know what joy is. And that you have to like redefine it within yourself in order to be able to attract it, if that makes sense.
exactly. That's the reason why I said to myself, like I used to, we've sat on here with Kev. We sat here and talked about how people have these, you know, lives that's toxic and this and that, on this app and all this stuff. And I used to be like, you know what? I used to kind of give that credence. I used to start like giving it attention and really trying to talk about why. Now it's like I don't care. I'm like, you know what? People are reflecting how they live. You have all these people that want to front that they have these great lives and they're just giving you advice and they're gurus and they're this and they're that and they're the third. But this is just them trying to cope with the fact that their lives are shitty and they haven't figured out how to make it not shitty. So what they want to do is project that it's not shitty. Excuse my language, but that's just what it is. You know what I mean? So now
Yep.
I don't I don't feel sorry for them. Like Kev says, I don't I do have a sense of grace for it. I don't judge them. It's like I'm not gonna take part in it. I'm not gonna take part in the conversations. I'm not gonna give them the time of day. If I actually find myself in one of these panels, I'll gracefully bow out. But I do now understand that you cannot promote positivity if you're not living positive. See what I'm saying? You can only fake it so much. And when you
Ex-
are, when somebody, if you're not living in that manner and somebody that is positive comes around, that's your ops. All of a sudden, you're going to attack that person. You know what I mean? And I make jokes with Kev all the time. I say, "Damn, bro! Every time I wear this question mark hat, these fools want to just come at me, right?" And we laugh about
mhm.
it because that's my other account, and it got the question mark hat. And it seemed like I get into funk every time I wear that
I
hat,
see you in the
or
lives, cousin.
yeah.
I know you
And so,
and
but then it's
Kevin.
like,
I see you.
yeah, but it's only when I'm talking about holding somebody accountable or being
Such a
positive about
coincidence.
something, right? You know what I mean? And it's like it dawned on me, they're not attacking me. They're attacking the fact that they can't refute what I'm saying
Yep.
because they haven't had that experience. And then when I
Right.
thought about that, I said, you know what? I can't blame them no more. I can't be mad at them, you know? And so with that, I'm like, hey, we just got to be the example. We got to live the example. If we want something to change, we got to live that change, and then people will follow. And those that won't,
Hmm.
it won't happen. And like I've been saying, I've been doing this research for these angels for this live, and when all of the angels that got cast down, right? The fallen angels, quote unquote, it was 30%. And I don't know if y'all ever been with, follow me for a while. I always talk about the 30%. And I've, talked about how I think 30% of people are going to be degenerate no matter what. No matter what we say to them, 30% of people are just going to be bad. There's going to be 30% of people that's just going to always be good. And then we have that middle area where it could go either way. And it was
Mm-hmm.
funny because as I'm reading that, it was 30% of the angels got cast down. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Because
and
they
if
were the
you
ones that
think
were
about it,
rebelling.
if you think about it,
Yeah.
cousins,
So,
too, because besides what Kev is bringing up in God, then you got Christ that gets pulled in. Now, that's a whole nother argument with a lot of other people who don't believe in Christ, which Christ set the biggest example of what it was like to live in grace, live in forgiveness, live in with mercy, live with all this. Like,
right,
we have to give that back to other people. So a lot of people
right.
don't even want to pull that into it. So
One thing though that I was wondering about, and I don't know, maybe Insight or somebody else that maybe have studied this because I haven't really. I mean, I grew up in the church. I grew up, but at the same time, I'm not like a Bible historian or anything like that. But it
mhm,
seems to me that the biggest sin is pride in what you do. Well, pride basically. That's the biggest sin,
Yeah.
right?
mm.
And then
So lack of humility.
knowledge and knowledge. But
Yep,
my
and
thoughts
wisdom.
are,
Hmm.
why is knowing shit and being proud of what you do the biggest sin? It's been something
I'll
to me
explain it.
because,
because it's
but
ego.
right. So I was always thinking that, right? But then I said, okay, well,
Oh,
pride. If you get to the point where you're like, I need everyone to worship me. I'm so proud of myself that I need to always exclaim it, right? I need to always flox on everybody. I can see that, right? So then I was like, okay, I can see pride. I can see how that could be the biggest sin, right? But then it's like when I started looking at this and I started reading it, it's like to live in perfect harmony and to live in the garden, it was to be dumb. That was bliss. But as soon as you could do anything that you want and it's all good, but if you get knocked, that was weird to me. And that's always
Hmm.
been weird to me. And when I questioned that, that's when I got kicked out of Bible study. And I was like, damn, I'm just asking a question. Like, what if you can't answer it, just say you don't know, but don't why I gotta get kicked out? Because
right.
I'm being too, abrasive. And I'm like, what am I saying that's so wrong? Because
So what
how
happens
can
is,
you, yeah, go ahead.
cousins,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
like just so I know I'm speaking exactly what you're talking about. Why that happens is because any trauma in life, in any of our lives, your trauma, especially as a child, if you weren't allowed to express, your parents were usually the first ones to be a tyrant and tell you either to stop crying, especially while they're hitting you and making you cry. So that makes a child who's in theta waves, which is hypnosis, think in a double divided mind. They know they had to be this for you to make you happy. And then there's the other thing that used to hold on to you butt naked and suck on mama and everybody was together, and now that interaction is not happening. So just that trauma has happened to everybody outside of my own trauma, going to a school and I had to fight black people all the time to where I burnt part of the school down because I didn't want to go back to the school. But as a child, before I got out of fourth grade, I got to go see a psychologist and I got to go see the fire. That's what I love to do is play with fire because I knew fire proves everything. Your tongue is representative of fire in our
Hmm.
body. Your thoughts, because you said it, you just said it in a different way. I'm saying the exact same thing you're saying. It's just from a different subjective perspective, but it still goes back to objective, which is God or who I am or who spirit is, because it's not biased about it. But it takes your story and appreciates it and adds value to it, not separates it. So it's all about exclusion coming out of the mouth or inclusion coming out of the mouth. because I am is all, and there's no division in who I am. So I'll never divide what you're saying and say it's compartmentalized like in military or like in government or in like school. That's compartmentalization, and we bring it home because we have homework from school and the government, and you're not supposed to work at home. You're supposed to be at home and be still and with each other and holy and together. And society doesn't allow itself to do that. Everything that's trauma is in the dark, and when the light gets to you, it gets abrasive. So whenever people don't like what you're saying, cousins, it's because you're shining your light in their dark, because that's where all trauma is.
And
Yeah.
that's why
Hey,
I
before
see it
before you go, real
inside.
quick, because we keep skipping over Naya. Nala. She had her hand up about 15 minutes ago. Go ahead, Nala, real quick. Then y'all can go
No, it's
before y'all.
okay. I didn't forget. Y'all keep going.
Oh, it's over. Yeah. All right.
Well, I wanted to say something on that. Thank you, Nala, and Insight for bringing that up because, and I brought this up before, why we have a self identity crisis because we have this religious trauma. We have this idea of God that was presented to us. Some people grew up in the church, some people didn't grow up in the church with all these different religions, whatever it was, whatever it was. But the way the family system was being ran was not the idea of God that we wanted, where God was supposed to come from love or grace or forgiveness, but it wasn't being given to you. So now you're confused. Now you got that cognitive dissonance, and you're like, wait a minute, is this how it's supposed to function? So now you have to provide that for yourself so that you give that back to yourself. So now you know how to recognize when it's going to be, how it's going to be received, if that makes sense.
Right, right. I just want to say too, coming back to something that Nala said earlier, was finding or understanding your spiritual path for yourself is going to be different than everyone else's, right? Like even if everybody on this panel, we went to the same thing, we grew up the same way, we went to the same churches, we did all of the same religion, whatever. How I view or how I feel the spirit in me is going to be different than it's going to be in you, right? It's going to be different than everybody else, right? Our own interpretation is going to come to us differently because we're all different people, right? And so,
Yep.
with that being said, I think part of the problem is we want to put our way on everybody else the same way. Like, that is the problem that I always ran into with religion. It's not
Mm-hmm.
about the faith, it's not about the belief, it's about the rules, it's about the building, it's about the people in the building, it's about the fact that some of the worst people that I've known in my life claim to be Christian. At the same time, some of the best people that I've known in my life claim to be Christian. And what
Mm-hmm.
does that mean? What it means is people are people. And all of a sudden I had to realize that this
True.
church don't mean shit if you not acting right in it. You see what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So
The
just the
True.
fact of to say that I'm religious, that's just a set of rules for some control to make you act right, which is fine. And I think that it works for everybody. If it works
Yeah.
for you, I'm glad for you. I won't talk down to you. But don't try to put it on me the same way it works for you. You get what I mean? And don't try to put my thoughts down. And so that was my view on it. You know what I mean? It's like there's many religions, and I know great people in all of them. So who am
True.
I to tell you that your religion is wrong? Who am I to tell you, or you know what I mean, and vice versa? How come we
True.
just can't all find what the commonality is and then rock with that? And then maybe, if I got to pray to the east 3 times a day, maybe that's your religion, but maybe I don't need to do that in my religion. But why is that all of a sudden now a sin? You get what I'm saying? Like, or just an example. Like, there's certain things. If I want to eat bacon, I'm gonna eat the fuck out of bacon. Leave me alone. I like bacon. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. If that's if that's the only thing that's gonna send me to the fires, then I guess I'm going with some bacon. Cause I don't understand. That don't make no sense to me. Like, there's certain things that make sense. There's certain things that are just like, okay, bro, listen. You know what I mean? It went too far. But I just don't want to. I think the judgment, the prejudgment, is the problem. People judging, trying to judge from a human plane about spiritual matters, which I think is the root of that problem. And I'll just land there.
So how do we access that spiritual plane right now, here and now on earth, as it is in heaven?
Honestly, I don't think that it can. Isn't it? It's not supposed to, is it? You know what I mean? Like, because if that was the case, heaven would be here. Maybe that's not something that we're supposed to get. Maybe it's
Who's
not
to
supposed to
say?
be heaven on earth. I don't know. You
Who's
know
to
what I mean?
say? Who's to say? Who says
Yeah.
that though? I mean, that came across your tongue, and your tongue is fire,
Well,
and fire proves everything, and everything that comes across the tongue comes from the issues of the heart, is what the Bible says.
right, right.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
But
what
I
came.
mean,
You said you don't believe. I'm just don't take. I'm not attacking you.
right,
I'm
right.
just saying
What
your
you say?
words said I don't believe.
I don't believe what? What was I saying?
So what I was
To
saying
what?
is how do we experience heaven on earth right now on this plane? Because the Bible, I'll just take the Bible verse, says, "Our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done here on earth in the same manner that it is in heaven." So how do we access that right now? Because he said we can. And I know it. It's not about believing it. I just know it because I am it and I live it.
Right. I think that there are some innate things that we know to be right and wrong, right? And then I think that there are some man-made right and wrongs, right? So I think that those innate right and wrongs, to clarify, even if the religion is different, there are certain core principles that are the same across all of the religions, right? There are certain core things that are the same. And then there's those outlier rules that just come up depending on where you are and what, you know. So my thing is, if that was so taking your example, I would say that if I had to answer that question, those core beliefs that are innate to us, those innate right and wrongs, I would say that that would be probably heavenly, because those are the things that aren't man-made. The man-made rules, the man-made rules that are implied just to kind of keep us in line, type of thing, I would say that those are the things that aren't. And that would just be my perception. I don't know if I'm right or wrong with that. You know what I mean? But
So
so
there's
then I
no
would say then to act. So then to act as it, as it is in heaven, I would say to follow those innate right and wrongs. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. So I'll just share because it's an experience. I've gone through the fire, so it's been proven. So whenever I'm talking about I am and God and stuff like that, I'm nowhere close to the rest of the people on this TikTok platform. TikTok is a measure of time, and I am infinite. I am is God. That is His authority. It is, has always been, and always will be. And since I am His son, that makes me the heir. And everybody on this platform and every other room is using the air to do what they want with their free will because God made them like Him with the ability to do what they want. And that means give attention to it. I'll just come down to the earthly plane. Attention to a thing makes it bigger. So if I am God, if my attention is on it, it's going to increase. It's going to compound interest because I am the principle in spirit. So if I am the principle in spirit, it manifests in my flesh. So I'm gonna let you be free. And if you look in the mirror and you speak against yourself, that is a sin. So if I say I suck or anything, like if my mama said, be quiet because you can't sing, and I took what she said and looked in the mirror and said, I can't sing, then I'm now in sin because of my mother or my father here on earth. But if my spirit, I'm different. My spirit was not in that shape or form. I grew up in darkness. And whenever I had fought in darkness, I came home and I got whooped for it. And I had to write sentences, 500 sentences every time I got in trouble and expelled from school. But I wouldn't be quiet. I wouldn't stop crying. Sometimes I'll be fighting these kids and I'll be crying because I knew it wasn't what I wanted to do. But what I did get to do is let my emotions out. I didn't have to pin them up. So I knew how to calibrate. Now, fast forward, my principal told my mother I would be unalive by the time I was 18 or in prison or in a gang just because of what I was doing. But she took me out of that atmosphere and put me in a school where it was more diverse. And in that school, my fifth grade teacher, Mr. Winterink, mind you, my dad wasn't around. Mr. Winterink took me and this mean little kid, and I tried to hit him as small as I was. He put me in wrestling. I did not lose a match until ninth grade. Not only that, I played soccer from first grade all the way to college, Division I, Tulsa University, made a team from here to the United States to go to Europe, England, and Wales. So, in saying that, my mother always told me because my daddy wasn't around, God was my daddy. Is it true or not? I don't know, but I read the Bible through and through, underlined every freaking line, and circled all the words. So I taught myself 3 degrees and 6 degrees of separation of every word as I under anything I read. And so I'll just share this and land my plane. There's a book, Indians, we're talking tribal, and it's called The Four Agreements. The first agreement is to be impeccable with your word, which means you need to speak impeccably, which means don't speak against yourself. Second agreement means don't take anything personal. Anybody says anything, think of it like, oh, I've never thought about it like that. It means you can't take it personal. The third agreement in that book is to not assume anything. The fourth agreement in the book is to do your best. In all this, you will create heaven. In just the first agreement of speaking impeccable with your words, you will create heaven on earth. Now, most of the time, people can pull up a book and I can talk to you about the book because I've read it all the way through, line upon line, precept upon precept. So, like mowing a lawn, you could tell if I missed something. That's the way I think. Like mowing a lawn, I'm taking care of lawns, and if I miss something, you're gonna tell, hey, you didn't get upon it, real, you was off on that line, bro. I can see some grass sticking up. So it's kind of like that in my mentality spiritually. So I vet spiritually so that I get spiritual returns on my interest of the principle of who I am. And I know that's a lot. People have said I speak way over what I'm supposed to be doing, and I'm learning to calibrate, but that's what I have to share because that is insight.
Nah, man, that's Jules. Somebody need to pick those up. Appreciate you.
I love the four agreements. It's a great it, a lot of times people think this life is so complicated, but it's actually really simple. It actually can be so simple if we stop arguing. And you guys are talking about the spirit. You can go into this. The spirit was mentioned in Genesis and it's mentioned all throughout the Bible. The spirit, everybody is talking about, oh, my spirit, this. Even people who don't even believe in Christ or believe in God talk about my spirit or my soul. My soul is hurting or in depression or in anxiety. And we talk about mental health all the time. So there's this calibration, and I love the way that you use that word, insight. There's this calibration. I call it neutrality that we're coming into, where we have to meet ourselves where we're at, but we also know how to react to other people, or react or respond. Most people will say that. So it's just a sense of it's a sense of like neutrality. Coming into that calibration, like it's got to calibrate in order for it to function both ways. It's got to function both ways.
So I'll share an elementary because also in a lot of these rooms, the focus is on the children. And
Hmm.
so as I prayed, as I meditated, praying is different than meditation. As I've meditated, and when you meditate, you become nobody, no one, no time, no thing. That's when you properly meditate. That means ego is gone. And yes, you can do it right now today in the next 15 minutes. If you do it 15 minutes every morning before you start your day is going to be different. So you just have to get into that presence, and it goes with you wherever you go. All of you know it because you're in a repetition of going to work every day, and your mindset is, I got to go do this today. It's not, oh, I get to do this today. Like a kid getting up for Christmas is, so Jesus said, become as a child. Your spirit's got to be like a child's spirit, like when he's getting up for Christmas, or just getting to get up and play and go kick it with his cousins. But when he goes kicks it with his cousin too much, you get to fighting because you get on each other's nerves because you want a different vibe. Everybody has that experience. I got cousins, and if I got around them and we would fight, and our moms and dads would be like, "Okay, it's time to separate them and let them do some other things." But I know I just got off the point I was really trying to make.
So
Everything.
I do this thing insight with a lot of the people that I work with, and I call it the gag order. And the gag order, if you think of it from a legal term, it's not a good term, but it's gratitude, affirmation, and goal. Just every day you got to be grateful for something, you got to affirm something, and you got to set a goal. I call it the gag order. And a lot of people don't even know how to affirm themselves. How many times do we ask people, well, how are you feeling? Oh, I'm feeling good. Are you really? Are you really feeling good? How are you going to affirm that goodness? How are you going to affirm yourself today? Write it down, put it on paper, meditate it out. You know, you have to you have to put stuff out there. It all boils back down to self. If you're requesting everybody else to do something for you, you're always going to be in that victim mentality mindset. Because now you're going to fall into resentment, you're going to fall into shame and guilt like we were talking about earlier because you aren't even doing it for yourself.
All right, you just helped me. Oh, lovely. You just helped me remember what I wanted to ask because there are brothers in here that will give a true perspective on it. If you're trying to program a human being, to be stuck in trauma, and we already established trauma is in the dark. And I have a song, I put it to music that you love, and we know pride is not something you want. Pride comes before the fall. But this song is in, I listen to my dad, listen to it, and the song goes, say it louder. I'm black and I'm proud. So don't be silent and be still. Be loud and boisterous and chaotic. Say it loud. I am, that's the power, black, that's identity, and proud. So pride comes before the fall. How is that programming apply to that side of my life, to black people and their trauma, and how they can't even get away with it because they're stuck singing a programmed song in their internals? Just a question.
I see exactly where you're going with that. And that spoke on what I was talking about earlier about that self-identity crisis. We've been stuck in this division between religion, between race, between the system, Republican, Democrat. If you break all the divisions down, what is it doing? It's separating you from yourself.
That
Yeah,
song,
but you
that song
know,
makes
But
you identify with the trauma.
it make you identify with trauma.
I
It
mean,
does. It
I
makes you
think
identify
it
with trauma.
does
And
if
even if
you
you
think about
do,
it like that.
oh, I'm
But
sorry, go
like,
ahead.
I think that also it's I don't know. That's like a double edged sword to me, right? Because or it's a catch 22 or something similar. Because it's like that also comes from if someone told you for 400 years that being mixed race is bad, and finally you have a voice to say, no, it's not bad. I'm a human just like you. And someone says, well, say that you mixed race and you're proud. When you say it from that perspective, maybe it has a different meaning, right? And we was talking about that before, where it's saying that it is now trying to take a stigma and reverse it. And I get that sentiment from it, but I also get what you just said too, because in effect, it does, kind of keep you to the trauma, right? And that's one of those weird things. And I think that's a good question because I can see how it can go both ways because, it's like if we've been demonized for being black, then why not turn that around and say, you know what? Because I'm proud to be black because it's not bad. Because you've been telling me that being black means I'm less than a human. And I'm telling you that no, being black is I'm proud of being black because I am a human and you know what I'm saying? So I think
So watch,
it
watch
can
you.
kind
You
of go
said
both
it.
ways,
You hit it.
but it
Catch
but
twenty
yeah,
two.
but it
Catch
yeah,
twenty two is
it's
exactly
weird.
what
it's
it
really
is.
it's
Yeah,
really not a
yeah.
catch.
You said it
It's,
right. Said
it's
it
not a
right,
catch twenty
cousin.
two though. I mean, using that particular song that was made in a time frame when that was necessary to be said because the extreme prejudice that was being that was being broadcasted, and these people were being bombarded by that stuff. So they had to combat that. So that song was a song that was necessary for that time. And you gotta understand you weren't dealing with the same batch of people that you're dealing with now neither. You know what I mean? So I
Was
kinda
Martin
get your
Luther was
analogy
Martin
as an
Luther King
analogy
around
because
that
you know
time?
the huh?
Wasn't Martin Luther King around that same time?
Who Martin Luther King around that time he made that was I don't know if that song was before, during, because James Brown go back before Martin Luther King, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I think that was one of them songs that could have been around the time of the civil rights movement, but Martin Luther King wasn't always prominent in the civil rights movement neither. So I don't know because Martin Luther King was somebody that he kind of like he was like kind of shoved into the spotlight. He wasn't somebody that was he didn't spearhead the civil rights movement. So I don't know if that was song came out during the time Martin Luther King was in the spotlight during the civil rights. I don't know, but I just know that during that time frame that they was putting a lot of stuff on television and the radio and in society and in school. They was shoving
And
that stuff down
ooh,
people.
Hmm.
the revolution will not be televised though, right?
Yeah, they was shoving that. They was shoving that stuff. They was shoving that stuff down people's throat, bro. And it wasn't even. And then it was just rhetoric and propaganda, and just it really most of it was based on just hatred and jealousy. None of it was true. None of it was true. Cause back
So the
then, you
What?
got
last
when you think like to bring up Martin Luther King, to even bring up Dr. King, you gotta understand something. It's like in actuality, outside of the way his voice carried, he really wasn't exceptional to that group of so that group of black people back then. When you talk about people like Malcolm X them and Martin Luther King them and the Panthers and all them, those people wasn't even exceptional in their intellect because that was the typical average black person back then. All those black people back then were extremely civilized and educated, man. Well carried, real modest, bro. And they
Hmm.
weren't doing none of the stuff that you see them doing now. So to have anybody putting stuff deliberately in movies, commercials, TV, radio, try to
Well,
teach you this stuff at school. You know what I mean? Like, nah, bro. They had
and
to make they, you know
And
what I mean?
Cammy, that's where exploitation came from. So when you look at where race was brought into the world or brought into America, because we can break America down. I do a lot of historical research, so you can break America down the way race was brought into America, because America is separated from the United States of Incorporation of America. The USA is different than America. So a lot of people haven't done their historical research of understanding even the foreigners that actually came into here, and then we bring the Bible. Then we bring the Bible into it. They used the Bible. They used God to actually create laws. in America. So it was very, very powerful. So now you got Malcolm X, you got all the civil rights movement. You even got before the civil rights movement. You got Malcolm X, you got Martin Luther King, and then you also have before George Washington, there was actually he was not the first president. He was not.
I mean, that's
So
common sense.
a
That's
lot of
common
people
sense,
don't
though.
even know that. They don't even look at indigenous people. Now we got Africans fighting against black Americans. It's powerful. It's very, very
Nah,
powerful.
because
So where
they
is our
are.
spirit?
Yeah, I'm kind of like, yeah, I get what you're saying, but I'm over that because um, it's so many levels in in education. By education, I mean research, and
Hmm.
most people. I mean, I'm gonna say this. It's just a lot of people that's just out here that have a voice and a self-appointed platform, and they say whatever they want to, and they don't take into consideration that it's kind of like I remember when my daughter was 4, and she would be in the habit of pretending like she got to get up and go to the restroom, and she'd sneak down to the kitchen and steal some cookies and then try to hurry up and eat them. And then I just bust in on it, like, did you use the restroom or did you go down there and get some cookies? And she'll say, no, I ain't go. I went to use the restroom. That was it. And it's like I see the cookie crumbs on her face, but it's like, and I'm using that as an analogy to say that a lot of these people a lot of people, especially people, this is something that both races, the so-called YTs and the so-called black people got in common in this present day society. They are just self-appointed scholars. They're self-appointed scientists. They're self-appointed everything just because they got a self-appointed platform. And they just say anything. They'll go listen to somebody else. They are social media intellects. So they'll go and listen to something. There's some people saying in another on another panel in another chat room or somewhere in social media world, YouTube, whatever, Instagram, and they'll take it and run with it, and they'll be up there just like my daughter, like, no, I know what I'm talking about. Like I'm really about this, and I'm really, what I mean. It's like, no, you're not, man. You know what I mean? Like, you got this stuff from like a sister, and I'm not trying to ramble, but I'm saying, like, it. What I'm saying is that people don't take in consideration that your level of education is obvious to certain people. You know what I mean? It's just too many telltale signs, like, for like people that are now, it's a big thing to discredit the Bible without realizing that people know that Jesus is real. It's people that know the Holy Spirit is real. It's people that know the Most High is real with or without a Bible. So it's like it's no getting around them. You know what I mean? And it's like you remind me of my daughter when she was 4 with them cookie crumbs. You know what I mean? When you up here trying to convince me, no, the Bible is, they used it to colonize people and they wrote this Bible to enslave. And it's like, no, they didn't. Like, have you ever read it? You ever took time to read the Bible? The Bible, it subjugates women. It subjugates women to being inferior to men. It's like the Bible don't say none of that.
Hmm.
I even heard a sister last night. In fact, the Bible has, like, its females are prominent women are prominent all throughout the Holy Scripture. From prophetess to
Yes, sir.
priestess, to even when they mentioned the making of the human creation, the woman was included in that and served a equal significant role as the man. The woman is, in fact, what do they say? The two come together and become one. So the Bible actually teaches you that a woman is equal to a man in the union. And it tells you to love your wife. You know what I mean? It tells you how to treat your wife. You know what I mean? Like, it even teaches you how to treat your children. It teaches you how to
Hey,
eat properly. You know what I mean? But it's like
but
all of
Kenny.
these. Yeah.
Oh, I was gonna. I'm sorry. I didn't want to interrupt you. I thought you was. What I was gonna ask you though is like, I agree with you. I think that two things can be true because when they go into the quote unquote interpretation of the Bible is where we get the problems, right? So like we know, okay, we could say, for instance, the talking about women, right? We know that according to the Bible, it even says that Lilith was the first woman, right, who was equal with
Yeah,
Adam, right? But nobody
yeah,
wants to talk about that. They would rather go to no Eve because Eve was made from the rib. So now that automatically gives you the connotation that the woman is the helpmate as opposed to the equal. So people have used bits and pieces to kind of form a narrative. Is I think that's the point. You get me?
yeah,
Like so when they use the Bible to justify why they had slaves, why slavery was good. So they would use certain contexts or misuse the context to make it seem like, oh yeah, God said it's okay to have slaves. God said that we should be meek and we should obey the master as we do God. Like you get me? Even though
yeah,
if you read the whole Bible, it doesn't say that, but I think people have used it to do that. I think maybe that was the point. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
they kind of yeah.
Yeah. That's the exact point I'm driving home to is that it's obvious now to somebody like you that's well studied and well versed in the Holy Scriptures in the Bible. Imagine me telling you these things. Oh man, it tells you to be submissive and obedient to a slave master, and it's like it don't even say this. So now I just exposed myself and made it obvious that I've never taken time out to read a study this book. What I did do was I listened to something that somebody else had to say, or I read a book that another person wrote, and they picked out little scriptures, you know what I mean, to validate their debunking of the Bible, or and it's like, and so, but one thing that's simple, that everybody that got the Holy Spirit connection, man, everybody that's a follower of Christ for real. One thing we all know is that if you got an evil spirit, it's not even going to allow you to read the Bible, or either it's not going to allow you to understand the Bible. So that's why they say the light came, and and the darkness comprehended it not. And that's what it is. These people have been given over to reprobated minds, and they don't even know it. And it's like it's so obvious, and they don't even know. It's like they got Jezebel spirits, and they don't even know. They don't even know what Jezebel really was. A lot of people think Jezebel.
Right. Hold
A lot
on
of
now.
people. A lot of people don't even know that Jezebel was not was loose with her sexuality. Jezebel,
Not
she
at
was a
all.
pimp. She was a pimp,
Yeah.
but she was not loose. She didn't sleep around. She was a Jezebel didn't sleep around. She
She was
was
a
a
puppet master.
monogamous. She was monogamous, but what she was, she would take a word of the Most High that came through the prophets, and she would twist it and manipulate it and take it to a platform and say, "Forget them, look at me," all the way down to unalive, having prophets unalive. And that's what these people are doing. You know what I mean? That's what they're doing. They don't even realize, like, they got the Baphomet spirit, Jezebel spirit. They got all the
And
symptoms
it
of.
goes both ways. A Jezebel spirit can go from male or to female.
That's what I'm saying. A child can have one.
Right.
Men have it.
Right.
Men, women, and children of nowadays times they have Jezebel spirits, but that comes from these false deities that they are serving and worshiping. They don't realize all those Orishas, that stuff. They don't even know that those were long ago celebrities. They are Isis, Osiris, Horus, all of that stuff. Arishna, Buddha, all of that stuff. And I'm a rest on that. You know what I mean? Those were long ago celebrities that came and went, and people kept worshiping them, and that's idol worship. That's what idolatry is. That's what witchcraft is. And when you become an idolater and you start worshiping things that were created instead of worshiping the creator, you are given over to a depraved, reprobated mind. And then you start acting out the same way the people in Sodom and Gomorrah acted out. You start acting just like the people of Babylon. You start acting like these creeps. You become one of them creep guys that you worshiping because they don't understand that you are opening yourself up as a vessel to an evil demonic spirit. that's not going to allow you to understand nothing of a holy divine nature. Not the Holy Spirit, not Christ, not the Most
That's
High,
like
nothing.
that's staying in the dark, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. It is staying in the dark. And if you bring that back up to like what Kev's questions are all about, are people even living godly? And I think it's not. We know God is the source, or Christ is the source. Those who believe in Christ. I don't want to be biased, but it's the process of getting there. There are works that are required. We have to love. We have to command. And I love that you brought this up, Cameo, because it reminded me of Ephesians 5:12, when for your struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. It just is. We
So
have to
Martin
endure. We have to
Luther
endure.
oh, I'm sorry.
Real quick, that's what I know. You wanted to get in. I know you had your hand up.
It was a couple things that came up. Number one, you have to remember there was multiple Bibles. So there was a slave Bible, and that's one of the Bibles they used to control the slaves. And number two, you have to look at the mechanisms they use the other Bibles by taking different sections and teaching it different ways just for control. And then he was touching on some points about, the equality in the Bible and stuff like that. I believe in that also. But the one part that was curious to me was the Bible, God says that He's a jealous God, a vengeful God,
Mm,
to put no other God before Him. So there's
mm,
an acknowledgement that there are other gods. So they're necessarily idols per se. There's gods and there's idols, I would guess, based on the book. But the question is, who are you
It's called
following?
idol
And
gods.
yeah, who are you following, and what are you getting from that fellowship or from that worship? And then in today's
Uh,
English,
I'm gonna
being
say, I'm gonna say this right. See, the Bible doesn't say nothing that you. Is That's why I'm telling you. Like, they never used the Bible to colonize or enslave or indoctrinate nobody, man. They used it.
Hold on. Hold on.
They use military force. They use force. They use physical force. They did not come with no book and say, read this first and let me brainwash you and then you're going to submit to me. They didn't do that because those people didn't even speak the same language. That's why I'm saying this rhetoric, this stuff it's like when you really think about it, it's just common sense. You know what I mean? That never happened, bro. They didn't write that book and they didn't use it to colonize nobody, bro. They ain't use that book to brainwash nobody, bro. They use forceful tactics.
you might want to look
Sure.
up slave
No, no,
Bible.
no.
They
But
That's
use
I think
force,
Cammy,
bro.
You might want to
they
look up
they
the
yeah.
use the
slave
People make
book
Bible.
up
to
anything
justify.
to
That's what I'm saying. They use the
what.
Hmm.
book to justify to each other that it was okay. That's
I
what I'm
get what
saying.
you. I think I get what you're
Yeah,
saying in a way, right? You're
yeah,
just saying that
yeah.
they basically pushed out, took out like people do today, right? They just take out certain parts and make it mean something else to somebody else when it really ain't mean it. That's why all of us got the option. That's why we all should read on our own, right? Because people could just come up with anything. But
Exactly.
then
right.
they
Exactly,
be
bro. And
like,
look,
so they
and
like
I'm
making
gonna
up
mute
things that it
myself.
actually, huh?
I want to mute myself and let everybody complete their point. But it's like before anybody go any further, man. Understand this, man. I know that I'm familiar with the teachings of Elijah Muhammad, Noble Joe Ali, Clarence 13X, Ivan Servantima, all of them, bro. Marcus Garvey, all of them, bro. I know Dr. Malachi York. I know where y'all get all these ideologies from, bro. Y'all is not this stuff is not in the Bible, bro. The Bible is not to be interpreted the way y'all interpret it, bro. Y'all getting this stuff from Astral Crazy them, people that was Masons, people that worship the devil, that are satanic, that belong to the synagogue of Satan, bro. Y'all did Wharf Dean Muhammad, all of these people, man. So this is where y'all teachings is coming. Y'all teachings coming from people that don't that that um that
Mister,
don't want you to believe in it. The
Mister.
very people that work, the very people that were either y'all teachers that debunk the Bible and all this extra stuff about these books one in that book one just like that within itself. Man, that book, listen, the Bible is not a book, it's a collection of books. Those books that are not in certain Bibles are not missing books. That's the reason why you can locate them and read them if you want to. Know what I mean? It's a collection of books. All this stuff is That's all rhetoric and propaganda that was given to you by the Shriners, the Masons, the Ku Klux Klan, all these all of these groups that had a political agenda to get people to live and act out and be lawless the way they are now. See, now you're really in slavery now. You more in slavery than you are now with all this free thinking, and I'm gonna do my own thing. And look how people are suffering. Look how disrespectful the children are. Look at all the chaos that came behind people stepping away from the Bible and going to join this other stuff, man. I'm not gonna say nothing else, man. But the reality of it is, man, the devil done blindfolded y'all. He hit y'all with the woo wop de bam, bro. I know where y'all teachers come from. Y'all teachers come from all satanic people, bro, that were Masons, that was down with the agenda, bro. So I don't even know what I'm saying. They
So
they used them. They used Marcus Garvey to lie to y'all and tell y'all was from Africa. They use Noble Drew Ali to lie to you and tell you was a Muslim. They use Elijah Muhammad to lie and tell you was a Muslim. They use his son Wharf D. Muhammad. They use Clarence 13 X, Larry Hoover, uh, Chief Malik, Jeff Ford. I know all of them, bro. And every last one of them was Masons. That's why they all carry the same signs and symbols, bro. They carry the same signs and symbols, and they always standing at 360 stance. Every last one of them. They carry the crescent with the star. Every
What,
last one of them,
I,
bro. They carry the sash with the sword, bro. All of
what I
them,
was
bro.
pointing out to you was, I agree with the
we hear
majority
you,
of what you
Kami,
were
but
saying. But what I was pointing out was from the control aspect, there was literally a separate Bible. It's called the slave Bible. That's what I was referring to, bro.
right, like I think
What?
we're not saying that the Bible is
Who talking about the
wrong or
slave Bible?
that we're talking about any other teachings. What we're saying is they actually, to justify them, like for example, we use that example of slavery, right? So for those
Bad
people
people.
who, because people were sitting there like, you know what, this isn't right. There were other people who didn't have slaves who were saying this ain't right. And what slavers were doing, and people that believed in it, they would take excerpts from the Bible, create their own little narrative, and use that to tell people, no, the
Old
Bible
Testament.
said it was good. You get me? We're
Old,
doing this because this is God's word, and it wasn't. That's what we're saying. We're not trying to tell you that it was that we were trying to teach these false
isn't
narratives,
heaven
because we're
and
saying
it
that,
sounds
yeah,
like
it
my
was, they
cousin.
used it and they misused it.
Amen.
That's what we're trying to say. Does that make sense?
Hey, I apologize. I'm just ignorant. I'm on the spectrum, but I know a little bit of things, and cousin said it right. Um, those times you were only shared what someone told you at times to make you feel some kind of way. I'm about. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm rude, but I'm sorry.
I, I
I,
believe
you know,
I believe that's what everybody is trying to say. Even what cousin is saying and Cameo is saying, and as the saying is, look, we've been indoctrinated with all these books. We've got the Slave Bible, you've got the 1611 Bible, you've got the Geneva Bible, you got the New King James Bible, you got all these ideas of God and how God is supposed to be represented to you. So do you read it all in your lifetime? Do you present? Because I've got the Apocrypha, I got the Book of Enoch, I even read the Book of Mormon, like just to be able to acknowledge myself with that. And I
to
think
make you give up everything you had.
I'm sorry, Cami,
Excuse me, what you say? Excuse me, Point said, what did you say? Hello?
I'm here.
No, yeah, what you asked me a question?
Oh no, I was just saying like what you were saying earlier is that we've all had these different books. These like I look at the even if you look at the Bible from a KJV version, even and I don't know who it is I follow, and it's probably Marlin. And if you were to rip out the white page in between the Old Testament and the New Testament, and I think you mentioned it earlier. If you look at it as like a history book, It's a history book, and then you've got the Book of Mormon. Then you've got the Book of Muslim. Then you've got the
Yeah,
you've got all these different religions and all these different ideas of God that are coming at you and being presented with you. So what do we do with our own self? It all really boils back down to self. What do we do with
you
what we already
you
know?
you have to study to show yourself approved, and you gotta
That
pray,
part.
and you gotta ask the Most
Thank
High.
you.
You gotta pray for
Thank
spiritual
you.
discernment.
Boom.
You
That
gotta pray for
part.
spiritual discernment, and
You
you gotta
do.
study to show yourself approved, precepts
It goes.
upon precepts,
Hey,
which
no
means
diddy.
Yep,
What's
and
that
it
B
goes
word?
back to
No diddy. What's that B
seeking.
word?
What did the Bible say? Seeking you will find. Seeking you will find. You just have to keep reading the word, because
Discernment.
what is the word?
Discernment.
The word. If you look at Genesis 1:2, it says the word is the spirit came with the living waters, and then you look in the Newer Testament, it says the water is the word. So you have to put it all together. It's like a puzzle.
You
No,
do. And
no,
the Bible
lovely,
is a
lovely.
guideline versus
Him
anything
saying
else.
discernment,
discernment.
fire.
Discernment, yes,
You gotta pray for
discernment.
spiritual discernment. And you know
Yep,
what?
that
No, you know,
spirit
I
is
mean,
powerful. That spirit is powerful.
I seen the young man take his shahada in a live chat room right here on TikTok after being in the room for like 10 minutes. He allowed a foreigner that he knew nothing of, that came from a place he never been before,
Mm.
to convince him to pledge his allegiance and his submission
They
to
convinced them?
to a religion and a God that he knew nothing of.
Nope.
And you
Nope.
know what? And you know what? That wasn't my first time seeing that. Actually, I'm used to seeing that. I'm used to seeing somebody get around a crowd of people, especially an individual or a couple of people can come around a crowd of individuals that are all in agreement with their doctrine, their ideology, their customs, their culture, whatever, and they'll join up right on the spot without knowing nothing about it.
Mr.
And
Keone.
and then and then what makes it even more bizarre is that up front, you ask no questions when you sign up to these things and these belief systems. When you join up to this stuff, you ask no questions head first. But the moment somebody tries to put a bug in your ear and pull your coat, or you going straight at their neck, you shutting them straight down. And it's like, nah, why you didn't do that when these people approached you and asked you to take your shahada? Why you didn't do that when you got around that mob or that gang or that fraternity or that sorority? Why you didn't go at they neck and like
Mhm.
that? Why you didn't have all these questions and all this debate and hostility towards them? So that's how you know this is a spiritual warfare thing. And people that don't have spiritual protection, they doomed out here. That's what we mean, lost in the sauce.
Mr.
You will
Keone.
fall for you will
Mr.
fall for anything except for the truth.
May I speak? Is that
Go
okay?
ahead.
I apologize. I'm on the spectrum, so maybe it will sound weird, and I apologize. I'm not attempting to sound like weird, but like even me, I can like grasp at times like, oh man, okay, you know what? I know historically, I know that old boy lived, and historically, white picture Jesus is not real. Although historic, I know that, but I just can't grasp people's opinions. And like, wait, I'm gonna do this only because it makes sense at the time. My thing is this: you said discernment. Like, if you know, I genuinely don't have discernment. I have what makes sense left and right, and well, left and right. Like, he was here, and bro, the Bible kind of is fire, and there's
Okay,
There's
you could
science.
exit at
There's
this
science
point.
to it, and when other people jump on it,
I don't even think you realize what you saying.
Yeah, point Seth real quick. And
mm,
this the reality behind this. Okay, so you join up, you go join this frat. I call it a frat or this a cult or this religion, whatever. You go join this group at face value up front. You don't got no questions to ask. You don't have no concerns, nothing. You join up wholeheartedly.
no,
Most of the time
I'm
we're
Muslim.
completed total
Muslim.
strangers.
I was supposed to be
All right,
Muslim.
we're completed total strangers, right? And then it's like when somebody really care about you, is trying to pull your coat like, hey, look, did you do your research? No, you don't do no research. But it's like you fight the savior. You fight the person that comes to save you. That's what I'm saying. Like you fight the person
Hey,
that really got your best interest at
no,
heart.
it's not
And you
me.
don't even realize, and you think now you puffed up on pride. Is why the Most High say ego. You got
No,
ego, that means to ease God out of the equation. Pride. They say pride comes before destruction. And
that
so,
terrifies
and
me.
how do you feel? How do you feel when you got somebody that you really care about? You got people you really care about, and they enjoying something that's totally against them and everything they stand for,
Well, I'm supposed to be
and they
Muslim.
represent it to the fullest though. They
I'm
represent
supposed
it
to be
to the
Muslim,
fullest, huh?
and my family
Wait,
from Jordan.
JJ, JJ,
Oh,
Hey, bro.
you mentioned you said that you have common sense, right?
oh, sorry.
Like
Yeah.
you have
I'm being
sense.
rude. I'm being
Well,
rude.
if you look at discernment is really the separation between the truth and what's not the truth. So
Facts.
is
Yeah.
that not the same of common sense? So you
Nah,
probably already have it
discernment is a power that you are given from the Most High
right. And
when you're
Amen.
truly
Amen.
seeking the path of righteousness.
I was trying to
Yeah,
Yeah.
break that down.
she's
Well,
helping me. She's
Samuel.
helping
okay,
me. She's
When
helping me.
when
okay.
you are
So
truly seeking righteous,
No, she's
the
helping me.
most
She's helping
go
me.
ahead.
so well, listen, because I
No,
think
no, hold
you
on,
just
hold on,
missed it.
hold on, hold
JJ
on.
said that he is on the spectrum, okay, which means that he's trying to explain.
Right.
So
I
sometimes it
don't know.
may
I
not
don't know
sound
at all, but
the way
I
we
understand. I understand if
right, right,
and I
exactly. So I'm just
apologize.
saying, I just had
And
some comments
we
or saw
get
some
you,
comments where it
JJ.
was
And that's
like,
why yeah,
yeah. So
we get
discernment,
you.
Sorry.
the literal definition of discernment is being able to make a sound judgment. Okay. So that means that if you have discernment, that means that you can make a good decision. That is discernment. Now,
Yeah, by the power of the
there's
Holy
degrees
Spirit.
to it, but
Amen.
yeah, I get you. That's what I was about to say. But pretty much, if you have the ability to make good decisions, then you too have discernment. Okay. Now, when we're talking about discernment with the spirit, now it goes a little bit deeper. Okay. But when you said I don't have discernment, I just want to clarify. You probably do. You just didn't realize it.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So I just want to put that out there.
I don't
And
know. I don't know.
you
Hold
know,
on. I don't know because
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
I was I'm supposed to be Muslim. Like my family from Jordan. I'm Puerto Rican, but I have family in Jordan, and I'm Muslim. And I don't like if you guys don't like people from Muslim because I mean not from Muslim because ignorance is that people from Middle East, but oh, it hit different.
I mean,
No,
nobody
no,
has a
no. I'm not.
problem.
I'm not. I apologize. Can I finish?
Yeah, nobody has a problem with what.
But I like
Hey, bro,
the Christian. Hold on.
go ahead, go ahead.
The
I
Christian.
thought you was done.
It felt
I'm gonna mute myself. Hold up.
in a weird way. The Puerto Rican energy really hit. Like, man, I heard it. Like, it felt some kind of way so much. I'm right now every day. I'm like, I oddly need to be better. Like, I want to be something. I want to attempt to do something great, but by his name. And also, like, but I can't. I don't have the wherewithal. Like I want to, but I can't. Like I don't understand how. But I love your when you said discernment because that's what God bless mommy, he bless mommy always. Yeah, I don't care if I was 5 years old or my age. Mommy, bro, discernment has been her number one thing, and I'm like, I know this, but I just don't know how to explain now that I'm just a Christian, good as fuck. Excuse my language. Great guy for Jesus, but I don't have the wherewithal to explain it to others. But I hope that you have discernment because she always said discernment, 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 discernment. Because yeah, I could be on a spectrum, but guess what? Discernment will beat that, and I understand that, and it makes sense. I apologize if I was rude.
So
JJ,
I don't
do,
have
Well,
do you
rude.
yeah.
have do
But
you
Let's
have
get.
a Bible? Do you have a Bible?
I have a Bible, but I don't have ones that I have one that makes sense.
Okay, okay. Because if you need one, I will send you one.
Yeah, I
You
had a
you can
King
DM me.
James, but I found out King James it was printed and on purpose like it it would
Well,
it,
and you can
Real.
Google the Bible Gateway has the King James version.
no I
You
like the
j-
new no I like the I think it's a New American and I liked it because it's like chill.
mm, don't go with the NIV. A lot of things have been changed. Yeah,
I mean,
Right.
for him though, it's written in a language that he speaks.
Right.
yeah.
Well,
So
Right.
so even if you go back into the Old
I
Testament,
looked online. It was kind of like good.
well,
My
with
opinion, it might
discernment,
be. Let's say it's King James or New American. Like
King
it's kind of
King James
fire.
version, Geneva or the 1611, whatever. But we got to go back because America, United States of America, changed a lot of the Bible. So the Bible's changed a lot of that time. But you have to sit in the Word yourself. That's where that spirit will come in, and you start to read for yourself.
that's when you're gonna hear God's voice.
That's
You're gonna
the
understand it.
when I
He's
read
gonna
the
start.
New American is the first time I'm like, I felt some kind of way. I loved it, but I'm wrong for feeling great.
No, you're not wrong.
No, no, no,
No,
no. You're not
you're
wrong.
not
I
But
wrong
we
at
just
no.
don't
I
all.
want to.
apologize.
But
I apologize if I'm being wrong and saying it to you guys.
no, no,
No,
no.
you
No.
are not wrong. You are in a
Hey,
good
hey, real
space.
quick. Yeah, real quick. I just want to say this real quick. We got 27 people up in here. All right, and we got
I want to
26,000.
show my face because I think it's rude for
Okay.
me to be
Hold
like
on.
this. I don't want to show my
All
face.
right. Yeah. So at 26K, let's get to 30K, y'all. I've been seeing people tapping, but the taps going slow. Let's speed up the taps a little bit. Okay. That's all we asking. That way we can keep this live
I don't know.
alive.
I
All right.
don't know what that means.
I think it's important that
That
you
means
Oh,
I'll
explain
tell
what
you.
you're
So you
through.
got to tap the screen. So what you do is you touch the screen because you can do it on the panel as well,
oh yeah.
and
I
that's
want to
gonna
hurt.
that's
I want
those.
to hurt her because she's
Okay.
allowing me. Because ma'am, I've been on other TikToks and because
So
I'm a
hold
white
on though,
guy, but Puerto
because
Rican are
at
getting
some
hurt for
point,
that.
though, when we talk, we want to give everybody a chance to talk. Yes, we give you a chance to talk, but we also want to be quiet when other people try to talk. Right? We want to make sure that we're respectable and that we courteous. We give everybody got a chance, especially with a moderator break,
Yes, sir.
because moderator breaks are important. Because if the live unalives,
What the
then it's
fuck?
no point in doing it. So what I'm saying is let's just make sure that we are tapping. Make sure that you hit the box, hit Kev's box, share, because if you share, you care, and everybody should be caring right now.
I
Do
fucked
you
up.
care
I
today?
fucked up. My bad. My bad.
Hold
All
on,
right.
and don't
Uh,
cuss.
so
Don't
Hey,
cuss on
so
the
look,
line.
I'm not that one,
we need
bro.
shares, we need likes, because that is the only thing that keeps the live alive, and that's all we want. It's not to, you know,
boost up Kev's ego. Although I don't, he
I'm gonna
probably
let
he
you guys
does
go. Stay
smile if
safe.
he.
I apologize.
Okay,
I'm gonna let you guys go.
hey, you have a good one, man.
Stay safe,
All
man.
right, all
Hey,
right.
to the panel,
Um, yes, sir.
right? I know other people waiting to speak. I know the sister Zoe is trying to say something. I know everybody want their chance. So to the panel, I want to make this plain and clear, man. Like, it's love, peace, respect, man. I'm coming from a place called love, but the whole point I was driving home to is that, hey, if you know the truth and you have somebody that's got a childlike mind that's trying to convince you, you know, that you're crazy, it's like, I have no problem building with people from that have, you don't have to say that. I'm not a Christian myself. I'm not a Christian. I don't belong to no Hebrew Israelite camp. I don't even have a religion. My religion is
Push.
the, you know what I mean? But when somebody is, if a person is, you don't have to, you know what I mean? Like, I'm here to build. But I'm not here to destroy. So what I mean is, like, don't come to me talking about Jesus fake, the Bible fake. I don't want to hear that because I know it's not. Don't come to me talking about it ain't no such thing as God. God is within. It's the chakras and all that goofy stuff. Like, man, I'm cool on all that. You know what I mean? Don't come at me with somebody else's teachings that I know is a part of the synagogue of Satan. You know what I mean? Now, if you not coming like that, you just coming like, hey, look, I don't really know what's up with all these different religions and these beliefs, man. But look, I know, hey, it's the most high, it's a source, it's a main source. You know what I mean? He powerful, woo, woo, woo. Hey, it's about being righteous, love, peace. We can build all day. That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I ain't against what some other culture or race choose to believe. That's on them. But if you one of my brothers and sisters, don't be in no Islamic faith telling me that the Bible is fake and it's flawed when the Quran is plagiarized from the Bible. Like I ain't don't go there. That's all I'm saying. And for all of y'all that know the truth, stop letting these people play with y'all, man. Start really just give it to them raw and uncut, or don't even play the radio with them. Excuse me, I'm finna pause. I'm finna mute myself and let everybody else address. You know what I mean?
All right, let's hear from Zoe. Zoe, I'm sorry, I didn't say Zoe. I apologize. Zoe. That is right, right?
Yeah. No, it's
Okay,
Zoe.
all right. Zoe. Hey.
Yeah.
She had the little accent on it. I didn't see the accent. Got you. Yeah,
Okay.
give it to us. What you got?
Um. So I was listening to old boy when he was talking about like holy discernment. I just wanted to add that the more you get into God's word, and I know some of y'all are not Christians or y'all not, believers, but it's more that you get into his word that you're going to hear his voice. He's going to guide your steps. You're going to be more in tune with him. Your heart, everything, you're going to have like it's the more you spend time with him is definitely going to transform the way that you function, like everything. So the fact that he kept talking about discernment, he sounded like he was lost, and all he needed to do was just sit down, read his word, pray, and have a conversation with God. Like all of that can be fixed.
I think he was trying to feel his way through. He was referring to his mother and how great a discernment she had, and he's hoping to gain the same thing. And he was finally finding a Bible translation that worked for him. And I think that's important. Whichever translation is bringing him closer to source is the one he needs to rock with. And especially because he's on the spectrum, it's easy for him to digest and ingest, and it'll help him study. And through that study, he'll gain more discernment into spirit and bring him closer to spirit. And along with all those different flavors of the Bible or translations, there's different flavors of churches or denominations or Christianity, or however you want to break it down. Even in comparison of how things are taught in the West, where we are, compared to how things are taught in the East, which is totally different with the Orthodox Christians and the Coptic Christians and the Gnostic Christians and so forth and so on. So there's a different flavor for every single person if you're out there and that's what you're looking for. It's really about finding the one that fits for you and just rolling with it, and I guess submerging yourself to get whatever you can from within it.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah, that's yeah. You know, I'm the sister though. The sister that was speaking, she right in the exact. That's what real. That's what I was talking about. It's a different. I understand what you broke down when you said I was talking about holy discernment. When I say Holy Spirit discernment is like that comes from the power. That discernment I'm speaking about only comes from the power of the Most High. When you in communion with Him, when you corresponding with Him, and you doing what it take to go grow closer to Him, then your discernment is gonna be off the charts, man. Everything gonna be transparent. You know what I mean? You gonna be reading everybody energy. You gonna be reading their mind. You gonna know what they gonna say before they say it. You know what I mean? You gonna be able to look into that person's past, their
I'm
present,
telling
and
you,
their future.
when you talking
You
to
know what I mean?
God, he gonna show you stuff in dreams. You don't have to be a believer. God is He's gonna give you visions. He's gonna show you things, and He's gonna speak to you. But one thing about being having the Holy Spirit, especially because having salvation is when you have the Holy Spirit. He's gonna give you this. He's gonna guide you. He's gonna show you things before it happens. Sometimes, like he's gonna give you like you're gonna have like that foresight. Like you're gonna already be prepared for things to come, even if you don't know what's gonna happen. It's just having that faith and Him, walking with you no matter what. He's guiding you. He's with you no matter what.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I
The only
did a
reason,
I
just to
did
let
a
y'all know,
whole.
I was
Sorry,
just gonna say
cousin.
real quick because I just to Cammy, I got exactly what you were saying, and I'm with you. But I just know that when in past experience, if you're talking to a lot of people that's on the spectrum, they have to take the words literal because that's how they process. So that's why I had to break down the literal definition to kind of tell him like what we mean is, you know what I mean? Like I had to bring that to him because I think when he said he didn't understand discernment, he's like, I don't have that. I can't do it because they take, you know what I mean? Like they can't understand the abstract or they don't put in the missing pieces a lot of times to what we're saying. So that was the only reason that I brought it that way because I do
No,
understand exactly what you meant.
yeah,
Yeah, but I just,
I understand. I
yeah,
understand what you were saying too, bro. I understand where you was
yeah, yeah,
coming
yeah.
from. I understand that you was breaking something down specifically for him. You know what I mean? I understand that, bro. I got what you and
Right on.
I admire your I commend you on your patience. Everybody, that had patience with the brother. You know what I'm saying? That's why I had back down and let him say what he had to say because when you said a spectrum, I wasn't even paying attention until you said it. You know what I mean? I caught on. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, you gotta have some patience. So yeah, I was right there with you. I'm just sticking to how I came in the door. You hear me? Like coming to the panel. And
Right, right.
and I know that I may come across as being a little bit overspoken or being too bold or too aggressive or too forceful, but it's not that. It's like how the sister Zoe just said, the Most High, man, imagine you communicating directly with the Most High through the Holy Spirit, and then you got people trying to challenge that. And it's like, nah, this is an everyday, all day, throughout the day experience and visions, dreams,
Hmm.
everything. I turn on the radio, they talking. I just read something in the Bible. I turn the radio on, it's just said the same exact thing. Or I just read something. I just got done praying and holding the conversation with the Most High. Two people walk past me in the park. They holding the same conversation I just had with the Most High. I don't even know them. They don't even know what's going on. You know what I mean? It's like stuff like that. Like, man, you're not finna. So my thing, like I said, if a person want to build, hey, you don't have to be no Christian. I'm not one. You know what I mean? I don't got nothing. The Most High said, this how the Most High broke it down to me. Say, man, I don't care what a person want to be into. They can be into them chakras and all that stuff. That's cool. That's a part of the human anatomy. But I ain't playing with none of that witchcraft. None of that idolatry. Ain't no such thing as no statue told you nothing. Ain't no tarot cards told you nothing. I don't play with none of that. So that's what that's why I'm saying. So he was like, he told me that he like, nah, man, don't let nobody play with you about my son Christ, my Holy Spirit, or my holy scriptures, or none of this stuff that's holy and angelic. Don't let nobody play with you about none of this in this holy in this kingdom of heaven. Because
You
you
know
know
what
the
the
truth.
Akashic records are?
And you
Yeah, he
know,
said you know the truth.
I'm glad that we're talking about the spirit, because if you go back into the spirit, if you go back, the spirit is necessary. You can go back to Genesis 1 2, Genesis 6 3, Numbers 11:25. You look at Psalms 34 18. The Lord is close to the brokenhearted and save those who are crushed in spirit. And you can go back Isaiah 57:15. For this is what the high and lofty one says: He who lives forever, whose name is holy. I live in a high and holy place, but also with him who is contrite and lowly in spirit. And I think you brought that up earlier, to revive the spirit of the lowly and to revive the heart of the contrite. And you can go all the way back. The Bible mentions the spirit so much. The spirit is so much, because if it wasn't for the spirit, Christ would not have been risen.
But for the spirit, I wouldn't have been risen. I used to think it was a game at first too. I thought it
That
was a
part,
joke.
that part, that
You know what I
part,
mean? And
exactly.
so, but see, the thing is, also though, but see, the thing is, when I didn't believe in the Most High and I thought Jesus was like Santa Claus, I thought the Bible and all this stuff was fake. At the same token, guess what I did? I stayed in my lane and I ain't had nothing to do with that. I didn't have no rebuttal for that. I just had like, I don't want to hear that. I don't believe it, bro. I don't
Well,
want to hear nothing about that. I don't want to hear nothing about it. And I ain't got nothing to say about it. Like, don't talk to me about no Bible and no Jesus,
you were
no God.
humbled. You
I don't want to hear
you were
nothing about
humbled,
that.
Cameo.
You
You
know
were
what I mean?
humbled. We've
But
all been
that's what I'm saying.
humbled.
But listen, though, that's what I'm trying to point I'm making is this. I didn't have another ideology in place of that. I didn't have no ideology, period. I didn't have no doctrine. You
I
understand? I didn't
agree.
have no, it wasn't no, I don't believe in Jesus and the Bible and God because I'm with this religion over here, or I believe in this, or I believe in Orishas, I'm Santerin. None of that. It wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that. It was just straight up, look, I don't believe in none of that stuff. I don't want to hear it. But these people are like, no, I believe in Prophet Muhammad and the Holy Quran. I believe in astrology, zodiacs. I believe in opening up the pineal gland and the chakras and the root chakra and the heart chakras. And I believe in
All of them.
Kundalini and yogi. This the real stuff. That's fake. Like I ain't do that. That's what I'm saying. Like I ain't play no games like that. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. And Most High say, man, don't let nobody play with you like that. Don't speak against that. Rebuke that. That's why I'm telling you, a lowly, contrite spirit is somebody that really don't know. Like the brother that was just on here, a person coming,
Right.
like, hey, I don't really know what's going on, but if you do, share some light on me. Like, I feel bad, I feel down, I feel miserable. I'm tired of suffering, or I feel like I don't know if it's a God or not.
I have a
Like
question.
that's a lowly contrite spirit. Somebody, and you know what else? A
Yeah,
person that
that's it.
backslid, a person that backslid,
Mhm.
a person that backslid. You understand? But it's not somebody,
Right.
not these arrogant, egotistical, prideful, satanic people that are intellectually disputing the existence of a most high creator, his son, the Messiah, the Holy Spirit, and the Holy Scriptures and angels and all that. No, not them people. That's not a lowly constrite. That's not a person that's low in spirit. That's a person that's high and mighty in the kingdom of Satan. And you don't play
Mm-hmm.
with them. You rebuke them. You rebuke them. A strong rebuke.
Well, and that's what we were
So,
talking about
But I have a
earlier,
question. Can I ask a
when
question
Kev
right,
real
was
quick?
talking about it, and other people were talking about,
Can y'all hear
how
me?
do we receive other people? How do we receive these other spirits? Some spirits you have to turn away.
right. So you know what? I know Insight want to speak on something real quick, and I got Elo that just came in. So Insight, you've been waiting for a minute. Go ahead on and go in, and then right after you, we'll hear from Elo, and then Kev. Did you want to get back into the questions? You want to go on number two, or where you at? Just so we can get a little bit of direction.
Well, I got quiet. I feel like you talking to me right now.
Yeah, 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 yeah. You
That
over
was
here.
perfect timing though, but I was thinking about
Yeah,
like, let
you
me see
matter.
about that time.
You
I
do
wasn't hearing
matter.
So
nothing. I was over
no,
here cheating on my
I
own
see
live and
you. I can
stuff. Okay,
see your brain
but
moving. That's why I already know.
yeah,
So you want to
I
go
was
into
cheating on my own
were
live
we
real
on number
quick.
two? Were we
Yeah,
on
we
number
on
two?
number two though. So
Okay.
yeah,
So real quick, Insight. if you want to, cap up whatever you were just listening to, put yours in. We'll hear from Elo, and then we'll start off again with number two from the top. So go ahead.
So what I heard was study to show thyself approved, and it's always in principle. And the question I had was, does anybody know what the Akashic records are, and have they studied the Akashic records?
Yeah, I studied the Akashic Records, the Metanetta, all them books, bro. Everything, bro. Everything, the Magic Temple by Simon Hotima, bro. All that stuff, bro. All that stuff by Sophia Stewart, The Matrix, Taking the Red Pill, all that stuff, man. Them books are old, man. And that's including the self-help books from 40 Laws of Power, The Art of War, all that, man. That stuff is old, man. That stuff old, bro. So yeah, that's a good question though. Yeah, the Akashic Records, that book, that book can be, I don't know, but I know I read that book like 20 years ago, man, and it was old when I read it. Just like
Well,
the
I mean,
metadata,
my point
all
is
this other stuff.
The Akashic records is not a book. It is a spiritual,
Study.
It's a
non-physical.
it's a book that teaches you about the Akashic Records, bro.
Right, there is a book that's written,
Yeah,
but have you accessed them through meditation?
man, the Holy Spirit is the Akashic Records, bro. The
Okay,
Holy
yeah,
Spirit has the knowledge of
that's
all
it.
things.
You hit it on the head. It is. You have to be able to access the Holy Spirit, which in the body. It's inside this, which means you're not going to get it outside of your vessel because it's inside your vessel, and you have to go inside to access those records and study to show yourself approved inside your vessel, so that it shines your light out when you go into the darkness. That's all I was going to share.
I don't really follow it based on the fact that it condemns anything quote unquote universal. So if God is everywhere, he's an omnipotent God. He's everywhere. So he's universal also. So it's kind of oxymoronic for me. You can't, on one hand, say God is everywhere and through everything, and at the same time, say there's no universal events. But that's just my opinion.
Wouldn't that make now the universal event right now?
So it depends on what you believe. So in the Bible, it says there is no now in God. For every, there's no time for God. So it's all one for God. It depends on what you believe in.
Couldn't it be translated into the only power you have is right now because you can't do anything about the past or the future?
I mean, I agree with you. I'm a proponent of the power of now. The past is gone. The future's not guaranteed. All you have is the now. What you do right now determines what it is your so-called future. If you are living your best life in this moment, all you can do is make a better future for you. Same
Listen,
for
I want to let Elo say something because I feel like I'm speaking too much, but y'all raising some great points, and I like how that brother. You see how that brother just did that? What's his name? Insight. How he came with the Akasha records, and then he tied it into common ground, Holy Spirit. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So that's building. I can get with that. Not
Right.
coming with the Akasha records, talking about no, it's the Akasha records, no such thing as the Holy Spirit. I can't get with that. But some you just said though, bro. Um, you said that when they say you talking about the universal as the Father is Most High, being omnipotent and omnipresent everywhere at once, and you said you said I don't want to misquote you, but you said how can he be everywhere at once and then just be the now?
no, no, no. You understood me backwards.
That's
So
what
what I'm
yeah.
saying is
That wants you break. Go
I'm a
ahead, bro.
I think the opposite of the Akashic records. The Akashic records pretty much condemn or they write off any universal events. However, if you believe in God in the way the Bible says God is, it says, God is everywhere, all the time, all at once. So you can't have it both ways, is what I was saying.
Oh yeah, but you okay, yeah. And you know what? That book is called The Now. It's a book, it's a couple of books that teach on the Akasha records. One of them is called Now, which says that like what you just said is like there's no past, present, nor future. There's no past, present, nor future, it's just the now. But you know what though? You know what? The most high, universal does means just now. The most high, guess what they say about the most high? He say he always was, always is, and always will be forever and forevermore. That means that now. You know why? Because there's no such thing as time and space when you're dealing with the Most High. When you're dealing with the Holy Spirit, there's no such thing as time and space. It's only the moment right here and right now. It's all one. It's all one. The past, the present, and the future is just one moment because there's no such thing as time.
Well, and a lot of people are living there, and we talked about that earlier on, and Kev talks about this a lot. Is a lot of people are living in this past trauma, this past experiences, these past understandings. But what do we do with what we already know now? Are we moving with God? Are we following His, if you look at it biblically, commandments? Are we using love? Are we using grace? Are we using forgiveness to be able to present ourselves to other people, but present ourselves to ourselves? That is the now.
It
That
is,
is the now.
especially if you tie it
Yeah,
into
it's
the whole concept of what you was just saying. The primary reason why you can't be stuck on the past is when you're stuck on the past, the majority of that is ego. You're stuck in your ego state and you're just ego tripping and pride tripping. That's the biggest thing that people are warning you away from on dwelling in the past. That's someone you used to be. That's a time that used to be. That time is no more. The only time truly is the now. And you won't have a future, or you won't have a guaranteed quote unquote future or a better future or a brighter future, however you want to state it, unless you're being the absolute best you can be in the now, the right now.
And the future is usually based off fear. Is so you're living it, you live, if you live off the past, it's off trauma. And if you live in the future, it's off fear. You're based off fear. But what are you doing now?
And both of those are ego, aren't they?
Present. Present is a gift, right? A present, present, is a gift, right? Even Ephesians 1 talks about our spiritual gifts, and we talk about that. What is our gift right now in the present? What do we do with what we have, and how do we present that to other people, and how do we give that to God first? We
You
have to give it to
appreciate it.
God first.
You appreciate
Okay,
it because I appreciate
okay,
everybody's presence in here.
okay. Hold on, 1 second, real quick. I'm sitting here learning. I love it, but if we have a point of view, but every point of view is a question, then every question becomes everybody needs to answer the question, and then nobody gets a chance to speak because we're just going back and forth on questions.
I
I don't want
got you, cousin. I got
to. I don't want to discredit
My
anybody's question,
apologies.
but I just want to make sure that we get Elo
I
in
got you,
and
cousin.
give him a chance.
Who that
I
answered
got
a
you.
bunch of
That's all I'm
questions? I
saying.
want to. I want to guess.
Right. Hey, but I like the questions.
Who was it?
Wish I had. Everybody had that question. That's what I was saying. Was
It's like,
we was answering questions with questions. But anyway, go ahead, Elo. I want to get you in here, and then actually I want you to remember what you just said because I think those were actually good questions that we need to talk about. But I want to get Elo in before we go ahead and ask that. If that makes any sense. Go ahead, Elo.
he ain't went yet. That's funny.
I know, right?
Peace to the host. Peace to the
The deal,
panel. Peace to
Elo.
everybody. Peace to the
Yes,
host.
sir.
Peace to the panel. And peace to everybody that hears my voice. Everything is by will of spirit, not by me. I've been listening for a little while, and I've been listening to a lot of knowledgeable beings, right? Sounds like y'all been reading a lot of books. That's good. Sounds like y'all been doing a lot of studying. But let me put you down on something. There's something that came to me years ago. There was 3 conversations that we were taught to stay away from. One of them was sports, other one was politics, and the number 1 was religion. See, when you get into these conversations, you open a door, right? And you never know what is going to slide in that door. Whenever you critique or say certain negative things about one religion, you open yourself up for someone to challenge you and to open yourself up to negative things to be said to your religion. As tempted as I am to challenge a lot of things that I'm hearing, I won't do it. And the reason is because then I would become a Satan to y'all, right? And a Satan, when I say that, I mean a stumbling block in your learning. Okay, I don't know how old you are. One of the brothers, I wanted to ask how old you are, where you're from, and if you are Hebrew Israelite, 5%er, or something. I don't know which one, but your language comes from these sources, build, destroy, right, and exact, right? That sounds like 5%er language, right? Then when you say the Most High, that sounds like Hebrew Israelite type of information. And I'll say this to you: peace to you. I've been listening, right? And some of what you said is not quite the absolute, right? But the fact is, which one of us, as being human beings on this planet, really knows anything, right? The doorway to wisdom is to realize when you do know, but any who knows know they don't know nothing after a while, right? Because none of us really, I don't care what books we read, who is made by, how was it written, when was it written. The fact is that we actually don't know anything outside of our own human experience and our awareness. So let's be really kind of humble on what we actually claim that we know, because these things that we're speaking about is a matter of perspective, a matter of what you believe to be true and what you don't believe. Because there's a lot of writings that saying that people have been using religion to control people for years. They even made a movie about it, right? And I think that Denzel Washington played one of those, whereas though he was blind, right? And he had this book, and that book was all powerful. So, there's a lot of things like missionaries running around, bloodshed, and a lot of these religions. But from my perspective, all of these religions have truth in it, right? There's truth exists in all of them, and all of them are really a puzzle, right? When you can actually discern and take out the pieces of these puzzles, right, and put them together, you actually come to the truth. That's just my own perspective of it. But peace to y'all. I'm enjoying the conversation. Y'all be and remain encouraged.
Yep.
Mm.
There we go. Kev, did you want to jump into your number two or number three? What you want to do?
Uh,
Everybody went through number two already.
Oh no, we
what's
did.
number
No,
two?
that's what I'm wondering. Do we do number two? You want to do number
I
two?
don't think everybody went through number two yet. No, no, not yet. I don't think so. So Eli already
Okay.
went. So Zod and
So
Amy. Then
yeah, I'm gonna go up. So we can go.
okay.
Matter of fact, yeah, I'm gonna go Zoe, go all the way up, and then come all the way back down.
30K, y'all. 30K. Let's go. Tap, 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 tap. Y'all know I wasn't paying attention over here,
Yeah,
but y'all continue.
that ain't nothing. But that ain't nothing. But come on now, that's
Share.
1.2. Let's get it. That's quick. That's light work. But go ahead, Zoe. I hope I didn't mess that up. I tried. I tried. If you're talking, we can't hear you. I see your box lighting up, but I don't hear anything. Is that only me?
Yeah, it's like she talking, but we can't hear nothing.
Yeah, I see. I see you lighting up, but we don't hear you.
Mute and
Let me see.
unmute. Mute and
Yeah,
unmute,
mute.
Zo.
Hey, mute your mic, and then come back and see if it brings you. All right, so unmute your mic now.
I don't even think she is. She probably fell asleep. I thought I heard somebody snoring anyway.
I don't know. She was. I'm gonna give you one more. Can you? Because it looks like her box. There we go. Are you talking?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Oh, there we go. Now we hear you. All right.
Nah, that was you snoring on. I'm trying to switch it up on me. So I'm not talking about.
Yo,
So we
um,
on the second one.
hmm
All right. Yeah, it's
um,
on you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's on you.
We're on prompt number 2, Zoe.
Um, I feel like someone can, but it's all up to you if you want to make that sacrifice, or if you want, to agree to, I guess, that perspective. Um, I think you also have the ability. So really, number 2 is really about converting. So that means whether you have a relationship with God or you don't, or whichever religion. But in general, like, and it's not so much about someone changing your mind. It's so much about the experience in the relationship that you have with God, to you making that decision of, let me fully submit. Like, even before, like, I just feel like in general, how do I explain it? Like, I wouldn't change my way, like, I wouldn't change my perspective just because of someone. I mean, not to limit the fact that God can use people to prophesy, or to use people to, like, give you a message that he gives to them. So, like, yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right. Cammy, you want to rock with it?
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking about how, you know, for the most part, it seemed like all of us, but you know what I mean, most of us on the panel are in agreement as far as I don't know. I mean, I don't. It seemed like it, but I know for a fact that Lovely, Zoe, and I heard Insight speak on it. Cousin, I really ain't y'all. I really haven't heard y'all say too much. You know what I mean? But it's like it seems like y'all are in agreement. I don't know if it's a mixture of religions on here, but I don't have a religion. But it's like I'ma just say this to the point, pretty much. Elaborating on what the sister just said. Can someone change what you believe? Can someone change what you deeply believe in? If not, what make you think you can change theirs? She hit it right on the head when she say, "Man, that's something that's between you and the Creator. When you humble yourself to the Creator, yeah, he gonna change you. What you believe is gonna change if it's falsehood. But once you find the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, ain't nobody finna shake you off of that. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody finna shake you off of that. And that's all I got to say, you know what I mean? And the brother that just came in, he said what he said, and it's like, the that's why I adhere to them holy scriptures. I know they real. See, that holy Bible was revealed to me before I ever sat down and read it. So picture somebody trying to tell me something wrong with that. Jesus Christ came and met me when I was gang banging. You know what I mean? Like, I got people that ain't even live nowhere. Like, and I'm not saying this, I'm not bragging on this, but it's just the point is, like, nowadays it seems like everybody want to take this radical stance, and especially on social media, and they are aggressive, but in the wrong way. It's like, you're not aggressive for my upliftment. You are aggressive in a disrespectful way. Like, you're trying to tell me about who I am. You're undermining what I just told you. When I tell you I communicate with the Most High directly, that's what I mean. When I tell you that I'm not no African and I'm not from Africa, that's what I mean. You or nobody else has a right to come behind me and tell me nothing about myself, just like I don't have a right to do that with either one of y'all. When that brother was on here, that's talking about the one that was speaking about, asking about the discernment, he was saying something about he was Puerto Rican. Who am I to come and tell him, "Hey man, you're not no Puerto Rican, right? You know Puerto Ricans is really this and this." No, that's not how that man is a Puerto Rican. He spoke his truth. That's what it is. And a lot of people have a problem accepting, like, you know what I mean? Because I'm gonna tell you like this: if somebody come to me, if I believe in some falsehood or I believe in whatever, you know what I mean? I believe in something that you said, something that she said, something that he said, but not something that I really took time out to research for myself, not something that the Most High told me, not something that I got from the Holy Spirit, without no another person, without a third person part, without a third party, not no book or nothing, just me alone by myself, and the Holy Spirit come to me, the voice of Jesus come to me, the voice of the Most High come to me, an angel comes to me, tell me like, nah, man, Jesus real,
It
his
comes to
real
you the
name,
more you in His Word, though.
huh?
Where you, it's not. It's just not gonna come to you out of nowhere. Like I was saying before, it's you being more
You
in tune with His Word.
Let me say something after her,
you gotta
please.
pray for it. You gotta pray for it. How I found it is I prayed for it. I was a real gangster in real life. I was a real gangster from the born into it. Whole entire family, my whole community that we don't believe in it. We didn't what I do we didn't that was like that's we ain't thinking about that. We ain't even thinking about nothing about that. You understand? Like they have no reason to. I didn't have a reason to come to the Most High. I ain't have no money problems. I didn't have no relationship problems. I didn't have no problems with being bullied. None of that.
But if you
None
do
of
have
that.
a
And I
problem,
just said, my
can I
only
ask you
problem
something
was
real quick?
I
But
didn't
until you have
believe.
a
Hold on,
problem,
hold on,
then
hold on.
how
No,
are you gonna navigate that?
no.
Hey, hey,
What I'm saying is
if we
a problem. What I'm saying is I just humbled myself and said, Most High, if you real, reveal yourself to me. That's what I done. It was just between me and him. I didn't go to church. I didn't have none of that. Nothing. Nobody, no Jehovah Witnesses came over my house and talked to me nothing. Nobody in my family told me to go to church. Nobody, none of that. None of my friends, nobody. It was obsolete. Is what I'm telling you. And I'm the one who chose to sit down and reflect and say, hey, you know what, Most High, it reveal yourself to me. And if you will, I'll follow you. And that's how I met the Holy Spirit. That's how I met Jesus. That's how I met God. And that's how I got knowledge of the Bible. God taught me the Bible before I ever sat down in front of one. So when I went to it, I didn't even know what was in the Bible. Never had one. When I got done going through my transition from being sleep, being in the darkness, having a depraved mind, that evil spirits on me, being under demonic possession. Once I came from under that and started building with Jesus Christ, the Holy Spirit, and the Most High and angels, they taught me the Bible before I ever seen one. So my first time I sat down in front of the Bible, I didn't even know what I was in for. I just got to skimming through it. And once I found Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, it was on. I was like, yeah, that's that thing. That's real. That's how Jesus described himself to me. That's how the Holy Spirit described. That's how they talked about the Most High to me. Like, and then when I went and read Genesis, Exodus, and Leviticus and Deuteronomy, I say that's real. And then a lot of other, but not the whole entire Bible. Revelations was revealed to me before I even read it. The Gospel of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the book of Genesis, Exodus, and you know what I mean, and some yeah, you know what I mean, the Torah and the Injil. Those the two things that stuff was revealed to me directly from the Most High. So hey, picture me. Can't nobody tell me nothing about that. Can't nobody tell me nothing about what the Most High. You communicate with the Most High. Nobody is finna shape. Nobody is finna convince you of nothing otherwise. But guess what? When you don't got that Holy Spirit connection, when you're not communicating directly with the Most High, you know what you're gonna be. You're gonna be a person you're gonna be like how Christ said. You're gonna blow in any direction. Anybody that sounds slick and sound like they know what they talking about, any person that got a high status in society, you will fall for it. You get around a big group of people, you see a whole bunch of people going over there, you will go over there too. You
So
gonna do you know what I
how
mean?
do you
I'm
how
gonna
do you
rap. I'm
teach
gonna rap
people
right
to
there. I'm a rap
Hold
right
on.
there.
Right, right.
Huh?
Okay. We gonna wait for the questions on the open panel. That way
Yeah,
we
don't
keep it
forget I
we
want to
keep we
say
can get.
something when y'all done.
Yeah. I got you. Because I know that was kind of a. I know you want to respond because it was a response to that too. So I got you on that. But Lully, you want to respond to the prompts before we get into the open mic?
Yes, sir. Thank you, cousin. And Kev, as always, and everybody on the panel, there's a lot of love and wisdom here. I think we don't want to discount that because it's a live that is allowing a space for people to talk about God in a kindly manner. But I wanted to read Ezekiel 36, 26, where it says, I will give you a new heart and put a new spirit in you. I will remove from your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. And I will put my spirit in you and move you to follow my decrees and be careful to keep my laws. So if we look at question number 2, can someone change what you deeply believe in? Excuse me, sorry, my allergies have been off the charts. If not, what makes you think that you can change theirs? Your spirit is your spirit. Somebody else's spirit is their spirit. How you welcome that spirit is on you, and how you present your spirit is on them. What you give to other people is on you, and how you receive that is on them. That's what I want to say.
Nice.
Wow.
Joker, we don't care about you because you are in the third person, and so what? Godlike. What you got to say on the prompt, brother?
I'm just
I said
listening.
godlike because I was listening to the thing, but that's what I know. It's on you.
All right. So
So
this
me,
question, the answer is yes and no. Can someone change what I believe in? What I believe is based off of what I know, and I can't unknow what I already know. So a person can't take me backwards, that's for sure. If a person gives me some information and that information tests and prove to be true, I'm willing to, possibly consider and maybe adopt that information. But there's definitely a logical test that has to be performed. And the logical test may involve the belief, or some people say you have to get into it before you can receive it all. And that's neither here nor there. That's debatable. It depends. But it depends on the next part is if what makes you think you can change their beliefs? I don't think I can change anyone's beliefs. However, I believe I can give them some information and does with that information, that's their business. I'm not going to beat them over the head with them, and I'm not going to debate them. I'm just going to give them the information. In other words, I can put you on the path, but I can't give you enlightenment, or I can't give you nirvana. But I can give you some tools. I can give you some information, and you can go with what I give you, and you can do some research, and then you can decide for yourself whether you want to delve deeper or not. In fact, that's my goal. My goal is to give you just enough information to make you thirsty, to make you want to go and learn more. If not, I'm not doing my job properly. I believe that in that information, there's universal laws and principles. No matter whether you believe in these laws or not, you still live by them. And it doesn't matter what doctrine you're under or what religious system you believe in, these laws still exist, kind of like gravity. Yeah, you can try and defeat it, but it still exists. Some of the information, I'll give you a quick example. I might give a person some information on living and having the right mind, the right thought patterns, practicing right speech, having right actions, those kind of things. That's the kind of information. So ultimately, the answer is yes and no.
Nice. Insight. Give us some insight. You see what I did with that? That was nice.
I try. No, so what I know about is discernment, which is knowing the difference between this and that. And the same way there's a difference between color and character, like Martin Luther King said, there's a difference between knowing and believing. A belief is just a thought you've thought over in repetition, so it's become a skill. A knowing is different because you could the stove and it ain't gonna burn you. But once you walk it out, kind of like what he was saying before me, go over there and touch it. And you're gonna find out and you're gonna know. And then all beliefs are shattered because knowing changes all beliefs. And if you know who I am and I am God, I am as his authority, I am his child, so I'm a product of what he is right now and always. Then all the other subjects or subjectivities or egos or any division has to has to come and answer to me now. So then at that point in time, I'm able to alchemize all things because all things came from me. So anything that goes out into the darkness is going to come back to the light because that's all there really is love and light, to the point that even darkness is light in my sight. That's what it is now for me personally. And it can be for everybody, but it is in different calibrations. And everybody's in their perfect calibration in this room right now because we're accepting each other. And that's the key thing, is being able to accept what somebody said. Lovely said, take what they say and use what you can. Cousins, you don't take it with a grain of salt. It's still, you don't have to take everything what they said in that religion. Take what you hear and with the spirit, use that in and of your own vessel so that you can walk it out beneficial for you, because you're not going to calibrate the way I calibrate. I can show you how to be holy because I am holy, but I have a mother and a father who made sure that that spiritual sight was in me, because one was black and one is white. So I never ever see separation. I see how far spectrum over here in the darkness of the abyss, people's thoughts and their light is. And then I see who people are over here in the white or in the white light, but they're still the same thing. Because as above, so below, you have roots beneath your feet in the darkness, and you have a tree above the ground bringing life to the tree and oxygen that we breathe. And that is the one universal nobody can get away, is your breath. And that what spirit is, breath. It is the air that we breathe, you speak with. And it doesn't tell you that your booty stinks, and neither does the water. The water represents spirit. Every time you take a shower, it doesn't complain about what you went through throughout the day. It takes it, washes it away, and leaves you clean, just like the air does for your lungs, except for the stuff that we put in the air with our cars and our mechanisms, our idle things that we have. This phone, I used to build tires for Bridgestone Firestone, and it's all made from carbon. It's all made from black, because black takes the heat the best. That's why you don't have white tires. You have black tires, because black takes the heat. Because I've researched it, and I've been holy in my research and in understanding both, so I can be unbiased in my black culture or in my white culture, and I see when either one is talking about the other, in us and them mentality, it's divided. So back to acceptance. Everybody in here is in acceptance. So regardless, Jew, Gentile, whatever you want to identify as ego wise, the spirit is in this room now, and we are all partaking of that spirit of who I am, because I respect all of you and who you are as if I am you.
All right, nice, nice. Kev, I know you want to wrap up the number two with yours. I'll go right before you. I think
Did
that
Valentine
and
Tino go
Valentin.
over your
Oh,
head?
that's oh, you
I
changed
didn't
that
get
for
to
me. Okay, yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
get
I
to
got
go
okay.
either.
No,
I think you
Damn
no,
it.
no. I
started,
thought
Elo.
well, you went first, right? I thought yours
No,
was a
not off
response.
this.
Oh, not on that.
Okay.
Oh
Oh, he did
Oh,
his
okay.
own reflect. Oh,
Okay.
okay.
damn it.
Okay. Okay. I got you.
He
I
said,
got you. Yeah. Well then,
at least he thought
let
about
me
his thoughts that we was thinking, though.
yeah. Well,
You know
let me
what?
hear from
You know
Elo.
what,
Let me hear from
Kev?
You
Elo.
know I
Keep
had
it
to.
up. Keep it up. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
Yeah. Hey, I
Let
didn't
me.
see the screen. Valentino snuck in on me, so I'm gonna go in. Go ahead, Elo. You start it, and then I'll go to Valentino, and then I'll say my piece, and then we'll go to Kev, and then we open it up.
Well, my answer is a definite yes, right? And here's why I said yes. Okay, when you talk about belief, right, you're talking about advocating a truth without any real proof of it. But you have to believe first, especially when it comes to metaphysics, right? Things that you cannot see, right? Just because you can't see them doesn't mean it's not there. But you have to begin with belief first. You have to begin to believe first, right? After you believe, now you have to look for physical confirmation of what you actually believe in, right? A spiritual thing that you believe in. Because now you get to a level to where as though you know. Once you have a confirmation of the spiritual thing, right? Now you get to a point where you know, because see, when you know it to be true, now that can't be harmed, that can't be moved. It is solid. But as long as you believe something to be true, then it's not solid. That's why a lot of people who actually just believe and never get to that next level, so they actually know it to be true, that they're easy to be renewed. They're easy to be removed, right? It's easy to cause doubt. Okay, there's some information, right, in sense, right, that can be made to a person where a person can actually look at it and say, well, damn, that's actually true. But just because it's true doesn't mean that you're automatically going to go from one extreme to the next. But if you just believe it, yeah, it could be changed, right? It all depends on who you sit down and speak to. That's why people who have a certain degree of knowledge, a certain degree of wisdom, and a certain degree of understanding have to take accountability and responsibility for what comes out of their mouth. You can't come around and cause doubt into people who are still learning and trying to find their way. If people are happy in what they believe in, right? Because you're here to enjoy your life. If they're happy in what they believe in and it causes them peace in their life, it's not up to me to disrupt that peace, right? For me, that's a Satan. It becomes a stumbling block. I choose not to do that, even though I could be that way, but I don't. And I would suggest that anybody who has a certain type of wisdom, right, especially when you're talking about what you call the Holy Spirit, when you have that, it's like water. It's like equivalent to water in the wisdom language, right? You'll know if somebody has that spirit because they will be peaceful. You can hear that calm come out of their voice. You can hear that peace come out of their voice. You can actually hear it. So that's why when people of wisdom, a lot of them sound very calm, right, and cooling, right, until it's time for a raptor to come, time for that raptor to come in the water. Then that's a little bit different because the emotions is disturbed. But that's all I got to say with that.
Right on, right on, right on. Valentino, welcome to the panel. I didn't try to ignore you on purpose. Just snuck in on me. I didn't
Hey,
even see you.
yeah, no puns intended. You hear me? But I'm gonna get it straight. I'm gonna get it straight to the point real quick. Okay. Now, this is what I wanted to say. I'm just gonna. I want to just before everything ends, I want to go off of your words and then run them in. All right? Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. What is wrong with others' beliefs if it's not hurting them or the people around them? There's nothing wrong with somebody else's beliefs. The
Yeah, we not on
only
the
way,
last one yet.
real quick, I
Yeah,
went to
yeah,
the
we only
last
on
one.
number two. Oh, yeah, only on number two.
Okay.
Then
So you
yeah.
because I know you about to end the live, so I just want to go up the ladder.
No, no, you ain't about to end the live.
Oh, you ain't in the live?
No, we
Nah,
was
I ain't about
ending
to
this
end yet.
segment.
No, not
We
yet.
was just talking
No,
about this number
I got
two,
another
the number
hour.
two segment. Yeah, we was talking
Oh,
about the
so
number
you on
two.
number two
We,
segment? Okay.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, yeah, yeah. So
so
yeah, question
let
number
me
two.
read it because I read them all right. I just wanted to just like you said. Can someone change what? Let me see, because it's like kind of small. Can someone
Yeah,
change
can someone
what you
change what you
deeply
deeply
believe
believe
in?
in?
If not, what makes you think you can change theirs? The belief system is individual. It's individualities. You hear me? Like, to each his own. You know what I'm saying? We all got our personalities. We all live, we all came here alone. We all gonna exit alone. So to each its own. To each its own. Once we have our own individualities, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, we here. We here.
Stuff, right? To
Okay,
each
he just
to
went
each
out.
his own. To each his own. If you have your own individuality, if you have your own characteristics, if you have your own personality, if you have your own sense of humor, if you have your own personality, if you have your own ways of moving, to each his own. To each its own. And that's the biggest thing for number 2. If you want to think about it, can you change things? Of course. You can alter the course. But to double back, and why is it you that's trying, or why is it somebody else that's trying to alter somebody else's course? Let them live. Let them live one time. Once you let them live one time, they can do their own thing. Now, if you have something good that they need to hear, that's what they got the ear for, right? Other than that, you double back, fall back, and let them do their thing. Let them use their insecurities. Let them use their strengths. Let them use their connectivities. Don't infiltrate that. Let them do their thing. And I can't wait to get to the next ones.
Right on. Um, so I would say real quick before Kev give his final thought on why he made this on number 2, but I would say that from just a synopsis of what everybody else has already said, and that is a belief can always be changed, right? Because it's nothing substantial. A belief is some stuff that we believe, right? We heard it, it sound good. Maybe we were raised into it. We believe it. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. But then when proof is shown to you, okay, now that belief turns into what I know. And just like everybody has said on the panel already, once you already know what I look like, what somebody else look like trying to tell me something that I don't know, and I know it to be a fact. You can't tell me nothing, right?
Exactly.
And I say that's a true statement, right? And just like we say, if we're Christian and we say, I've talked to God, I know this to be true. Well, then I would say also that there are other people in other religions, and maybe they say, "Well, I've been enlightened. I've seen it." That you know what I mean. Whatever they believe, it tells them that they know it to be true. And then I will say, "All right, then roll with that. If it works for your life and that makes you a better person, I'm all for it for you." Right? I think for me, it's like don't try to convert me because you can't convert me. You know what I mean? And I think that just what my man just said just now, to reiterate, a lot of times I think we do step out of our bounds because we want to be right or we want to tell somebody the good news or whatever the thing is. But sometimes
Yeah.
we don't need to express and try to, bend other people to be in the same mind frame as us because we are all different. So I think everybody on the panel has said something to some truth. And I think this is why I like this. I'm normally I don't like uh, conversations with religion or politics because we get people in here that lose their damn mind and they don't know how to have a cohesive conversation without getting into their feelings and getting crazy. But this has been great so far. I appreciate everybody for this conversation. And with that, before Kev get onto it, we've been talking and we've been dropping jewels. You understand me? Heavenly jewels, God damn it. And ain't nobody hitting these damn likes. What is y'all doing? I know y'all entertained. I know y'all are being enlightened. I know y'all learning, even if you don't want to admit it. But I will say this: y'all need to touch that screen. That's what I do know. Whoever you and whatever you believe in, talk to them right now and tell them if I ain't lying. You need to touch that screen. I'll wait.
Hey,
But Kev, talk.
Kev,
Yo.
hold up. I'm gonna mute myself.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I was. I ain't. Was you had something that you was about to say though? I know your background's loud. I couldn't even hardly hear cousin.
You said my background loud. Yeah, I'm gonna mute
It
myself.
was loud. I couldn't hear cuz that's why I had muted you earlier. But you was about to say something though earlier.
Yeah, I want to say, yeah, that's. I love what, like, man, I couldn't see who was talking, but the one that was saying, like, once I know what I know, who are you? And what the brother that just got done talking, the brother at the bottom,
No,
uh,
that was me.
insight. I'm saying what
Oh, yeah, 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 gotcha.
yeah, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Speaking right in exact, you know what I mean? And it's like, and that's my only conflict. Like, I could care less what other people choose to believe. I'm content with what I know. I'm beyond belief. I deal with what I know. Right and exact knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Coming from straight from the Most High. You know what I'm saying? So I don't deal with beliefs and opinions and theories. And it's not the people that know what they know that make it a point to try to convert other people. It's the people that don't know what they talking about that try to tell the people that it's the people that have beliefs that are always trying to convince the people that have knowledge and wisdom. It's the people that just think stuff and believe stuff. They are the main one. They are the main ones that go around and then see. And when they collide with you, they forget that they ran up on you. When you start G checking them and putting them in their place, like, look, man, puppy brakes fall back. They forget that they the one who started the debate. And then it goes to you trying to convert them to something. It's like, I'm not trying to convert you to, you know. And I land right there, but I'm gonna say this, and I want to clean something else too, bro. If you don't got the Holy Spirit, you don't know how the Holy Spirit operate, bro. The Holy Spirit is a fiery spirit, bro. Christ said when he come back, he ain't coming back to play with you, be your friend, be nice to you. He said he coming back to take everybody head that ain't with that right thing, man. He said he come back with a sword. So the Holy Spirit is a fiery spirit, bro. It's a warrior spirit. It ain't me. It can be gentle and delicate when the time comes. That's why Solomon said it's a time and place for everything. He was talking about the attributes of the Holy Spirit when he said it's a time to make war and it's a time to make peace, man. So that's why some people be making statements when they supposed to be asking questions, man. If you don't got the Holy Spirit and somebody say they do, it's time for you to learn, bro. It's not time for you to speak with authority. And that goes for with everybody. You speaking with authority based on what you believe or what you know. I ain't got nothing to say, man. I got some questions to ask you. If you a Navy SEAL, hold on, let me mute myself.
Hey, boss.
Hello? Yeah,
Boss.
like if everybody that has experienced something that I have not experienced, bro, I only got questions for them. I don't got no statements to make.
Yeah. All right.
Mm.
That's Jules.
Before everybody go, let me get my turn. Then we do open panel. I didn't know he
Yep.
was gonna do it. I thought he just had. Um, I was gonna say, real quick, wait, y'all keep on tapping, y'all slow down on that one. Let's fight 44, y'all. Share to some more people so we can get some more different perspectives in here. And like I said, this is just trying to basically hear different point of views, man. Ain't really a debate or nothing like that. All right, right, I do know how this go though,
May
but I guess it's an
I say
observation
something to
thing.
that part?
When? Oh, what? Right now? You wanna go now?
No. I'm good. I'm good. No, my
Oh,
apologies.
you want to start with? Okay, I guess you start off the
Before we start
open
off,
panel or whatever.
before you
Huh?
start off, boss, I just want to say something real quick. All right, listen to me. God made us of His image and gave us all the abilities within His image. The trees. We're walking trees. Okay, we're the universe. He gave us our pineal glands to let us see the universe, boom, within us. Everything's within our body, okay? And so when you move smooth, directed on that. When you take a step to the side, when you literally take a step to the side, you know what happens next? You fall off track. And that's where you fell off track at. You know what I'm saying? But when you bring it back and then you understand all these things that apply to you, everything around you is for you, other than the concrete, other than these four building walls, other than all this other stuff. All that falls back. But nature, air, water, all these senses is connected to you. And once you apply all these things and you don't hesitate, and then God gave you the energy to pay attention to the ones that's not cool. You gonna catch it. You can be able to move smooth. And God don't want you to turn the other cheek. He really wants you to stay focused. You know what I'm saying? And I think that a lot of people need to understand that part. God wants you to pay attention. And when I say God, I ain't speaking on religion. I'm speaking on a higher power. You feel me? And so I don't put no category towards my God. I put a higher power, higher being, a higher energy, your higher spirit. That's it. And then you know what? It all go up and it all comes down, which is above and so below. So it's all within me. And then if we move smooth that way, I promise you, ain't nothing gonna miss. You gonna be on your points. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I respect everybody else that feel whatever kind of way about whatever religion that they represent. All right, I got you. I hear you. You hear me? I can dig it. But then, as far as me, no, I believe in a higher energy. I believe in a higher power. And I don't put a religion on it. I don't put a title to it because what's out here is in here. What's out there is in you. And so as long as we can bring that into the substance and bring it within us, we can move smooth. Sometimes we're not perfect. Sometimes we have to, DP somebody. Sometimes, the energy just calls it, but it don't take you away from, you being a God. It don't take you away from you being a part of God, because some people think God is somewhere else. God is within you because your whole universe is within you. And that's what God did. And so now he's right in you. And once we understand that God is within us, that's when we understand the math of how we should move. That's it.
All right. All right. I know people ready for this open panel now. Um, Let me I guess from my point of view on this, can someone change what you deeply believe in? If not, so I know what I notice is a lot of people that's really and I understand it's deep into what they believe in. Everybody believe I know this more than you. This is not how you. And I noticed that if you talk to a bunch of people, everybody got their own interpretation. Everybody feel like their interpretation is more right than the other. It's just it get confusing when you keep trying to listen to. Like, well, you need to listen to me more. You know what I'm saying? But that's why I say I think at the end of the day, um, if you read the same, like, okay, say the Bible, right, read it a certain way and this help uplift in your life, um and somebody else might be reading a different way and this help uplift in their life, just let them rock with it. But we gonna get to that point at the end of the day. My thing is like we do get to the every last piece of detail. We just like, all right, you got to do that. Why you going left instead of right or something like that? So it's just, but if it ain't affecting their life, why not let them go left? Then whatever it is, what it is. So what I'm gonna say about that one is that, with me, right, I chose to, even if I believe what I believe in, I still chose to be like open minded because like I believe like anything can be possible nowadays. Like life itself is freaking a mystery. We only know about life because of what we got taught and what we learned, what they gave us, the information they gave us, and what our ancestors probably even gave us, and we just was like, all right, since they told us that, that's what we're gonna go with, and we resonate what our experiences is and try to tie it into whatever we studied. That's what I learned. For all I know, it probably ain't called God. He probably not called God. It could be something else, but that's what they taught us. You know what I'm saying? So we rocking with it. We go with our experience and say that's what it is. But at the end of the day, I'm pretty sure if it's a he, she, or it get us. You know what I'm saying? Because it created us, and we all meant to have our own way of thinking and stuff. So I told myself a while ago, like I just ain't about to. Um, I'm not about to act like I really know things for real. Um, as in like what I'm getting to about that is like I can't act like that I was here with God when I created it. I just gotta be. That's why he gave us the option to like just to believe, because I'm pretty sure he knew we wasn't gonna actually know. You know what I'm saying? We all humans, and we wasn't here on the side of him saying, "Hey, you know what? Let's come with this world together. Let's this is how Earth gonna be formed." Okay, I got you. I got you. So, because like just like they said, you have to really be able to see it, right, to know it. None of us was in here to see a lot of these things though. So all we know is, like I said, all we really know is just our experience. So I would say, since it's like just like kind of what Cuz is saying, because I said deeply believe in, you know, I believe somebody can change it, depending on, because like I noticed that like when I read or if I see certain things, right, just like even with just us learning, right, I could be deep or stubborn on some things, and then somebody can probably convince me on something that I thought I stood firm in. Um, you guess and you guess and you're not knowing. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, but I would say that anything like just because I chose to be open minded, right, on anything, that anything can be false at one point. People can lie. I mean, it's just like that's why you gotta always question things, because like at the end of the day, it's like we can only go off what we feel. At the end, what I'm saying, whatever we feel. That could be right, and then we go off our experiences of, just like I could say that, I know that aspirins, some people might can't take an aspirin and unalive them, right? Some people, like I said, because that's why I be hearing them different people's point of views and stuff, right? When they be saying, well, some of us, or it be like the minority versus the majority, right? And some people, they can't take aspirin, right? Uh, but from what majority of people can, help them get from a headache or something like that. But um, the point of me saying is that, like, everybody's experience is just not literally not going to be 100% the same. 100% the same. Just like I'm talking to about the beliefs, right? So my beliefs, like, I can believe that, my religion ain't the only one that God walks through. So I just can't see that. I can't discredit somebody's I had this and I worship rocks or something like that. Okay, it could be true. Like I said, life itself is a mystery. So anything possible. It probably could be aliens too. We just never know. Like it's just crazy. So I would say with me, right, because like I said, when you choose to be open minded, I could say this: if somebody can convince me good enough about something that might make sense to me or whatever, yeah, I could say they could change what I can believe in. Because like I think a lot of us do stand 10 toes on what we think we will think we know, and it'll get changed or it'll shatter us. Like, dang, you know what? What the heck? All this time this was a lie, or all this time I was hearing it from this way or something like that. So it just depends on what it is. I could say that yeah, they could change the way I believe certain things, depending on what it is. So yeah, so open panel.
Hey, listening to you, bro, I now realize that I mean, this is something that like when like what was his insight when he was talking about how he deal with the tires and stuff like that. You know, but I was listening to you. I was listening to you, and this is something that I myself. This is not something that the Most High. This is something that I've been realizing more and more that all of us are not the same.
Yep.
Not all of us are the same. All of
Mm-hmm.
us, we are. That's where the conflict coming in. And all of us are different, bro. And I'm starting to realize that this conflict starts with the people that you think is your family and your people. Like if you call yourself black, you think all black people your people. And
Right.
I'm starting to realize that that's not true. That's not true. Just like you broke down the analogy about the aspirin, just like certain people are allergic to certain things.
Mhm.
Everybody don't have what it takes. Everybody can't communicate directly with God, man.
Mhm.
Everybody can't see angels in real life, bro.
Mhm.
Jesus don't reveal himself to everybody. Everybody
Mhm.
can't understand the Bible. Everybody can't. So it's like some of this stuff is not for certain people. And I'm starting to accept that. Um, some people, you know what I mean, like it's not for them to eat out the ground. They are carnivores. Some of it, so it's like when you try to teach a vegan trying to teach you about the proper herbs to eat and all that type of stuff. Just like how he was talking about a pineal gland. Everybody ain't even got a pineal gland.
Yeah.
Everybody don't even got that stuff. You know what I mean? Like when they talk about the root chakra, everybody ain't even got no root chakra.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like all of us as people, man, we come designed different, bro. And
Yeah.
I'm starting to realize that when you not amongst your own kind, it's gonna be disagreements
Yeah.
because y'all speaking two different languages. Y'all can't even, you know what I mean? It's like y'all can't even understand each other.
I want to
You
say
ever
this
spoke?
too, though. I want to say this though. This because you get into what I was just thought about. You made me think about that too. Like everybody's experience is gonna be different too, and it don't mean the thing is even with all that right, it don't mean that you can't connect to the same source though. It's just I think from what I noticed right, I believe uh I just say God right. I know that burns some people like I don't care about, but I'm just saying I'm gonna say right. I believe that God his experience with everybody is literally different though. Just like they be saying, oh, well, if you don't catch the Holy Ghost, that mean you're not one of them. Like, okay, everybody don't have to catch the Holy Ghost. Some people might have to see a couple demons in their life before they come to God. You know what I'm saying? Some people might have to, unalive and come back. That don't mean everybody's gonna unalive and come back. Some people had to do that. I think everybody literally have their own experience in life to connect. Like some people might have to go through other religions to connect to God. You know what I'm saying? That's why he allows so much things. And that's the reason why I don't be trying to argue some people's like who's right or wrong. It's just I believe everything's still in God's hand. It's just like we sit here and we have to we just trying our best, speak on what we and even when we speak on things, right? Or if we would take a chance to talk to some people, it's just like I don't. It's not a waste of breath. It's part of the plan. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't meant to come out of our mouth, we wouldn't have came out with our mouth with it. If it wasn't meant to have that thought, we wouldn't have had that thought. So it's just like overall, what I'm saying is like our experience. That's why I'm trying to take everybody's experience away because we think like, well, if you don't believe in this way, if you're believing in something else or something like that, it must be some demonized type stuff. It must be some weird. No, it could be still God working through another whole way. You know what I'm saying? But you kind of demonizing them because it's not going because they didn't come out with the words that you wanted them to come out with, or because like I said, the people study things differently and think that is how it's be. Like, no, you supposed to move the way I move, and then that's when I know you're of him. It don't work like that. Cause like I had to actually clip a couple I'm actually took a couple screenshots of in the scriptures of like where people would just be misinterpreting things, but if that's how they took it. But I'll be looking at things a little bit different because I kind of read the Bible in like fairness and love. Some people read it in fear, which I get it. Some people and I learned even with that, right? 'Cause one of them is fear, superiority, and the other one is like you can read out of love though or fairness, which I've been doing lately. And it's like I I believe that all of them is meant to be like that. You know what I'm saying? Because some people have to be scared into their religion. You know what I'm saying? Because some people like I mean, and I understand it, and I know that them the ones that don't have like more of a leader type mentality. So some people have to be scared. Some people have to feel superior to even to get to obey the laws. Some people have to. I mean, it's just like uh.
Hey, bro.
Well,
Bro, I don't
and
know
think
what the heck he talking about though.
Hey,
Bro.
bro, bro. Hey, bro. Hey, no, no. He said something really essential. Sometimes,
powerful.
sometimes people is feared into that. Sometimes some people is pressured into that, and
Mm-hmm.
sometimes people just decide to want to do that. See,
Yep.
I had to grow up into that, right? But then once I learned that, I said, I unlearned it because I realized that the energies and the connectivities wasn't connected to me, and so I had to double back. But I knew that it was a higher energy that actually had my back, and so I took that route. And so when I took that route, yeah, it made my mother unhappy. You feel me? It made everybody else unhappy. But I said, Mama, I love you, baby girl. I love you. But on the same token, I ain't about to travel through the route because you putting a title to what shouldn't even have it. You hear me? The higher being is the higher being. The higher energy is the higher energy. And mama, I can't put that religion on me. And I'm not gonna do it for the rest of my life until I'm no longer here. But I know I'm a vessel. I know I'm a vessel,
Hmm.
and I'm not running around. I'm not running around trying to preach the gospel to everybody else talking about like you don't need a religion. I'm not doing that. You hear me? What I'm doing is each one reach one, teach one. I'm just giving them a little love, letting them know that you alive, letting them know that guess what, you are loved, and let them know to go hug a tree real quick. Go hug a tree. You feel me?
Right.
And so this is what I do. You hear me? I sit back and say to myself, like a lot of people is just too hard for the radio. A lot of people is too strict for themselves. A lot of people you gotta watch out for because when you gotta watch out for them because watch their demeanor. That's it. And once you register that stuff, it's easy. You know, it's not a hard chapter. It's an easy chapter because that's what the higher being give you. It give you an easy chapter to register it. And once you see it, it's right there. And so, and what I'm saying, real quick, and what I'm saying is that, you know, take life for what it's worth, because all you is in a vessel. It's almost like you an avatar, and you got your aura, or you got your spirits, you got your soul within you, and it shifts. You never be unalive. See, I learned this from TikTok. All right, you never be unalive. Okay, but you travel, and the ones that don't travel are the ones that stay stagnated. And so I learned that, we have to, like, each one reach one, teach one. We have to share the gospel, period. Now, whether the gospel got a title on it, I don't put a title on the gospel. You hear me? When you think about the biblical terms, it's based on us here. And when people start to understand where the trees come from, everything that they're talking about in the Bible or the biblical terms or whatnot, you're going to realize everything came from here. So now they really literally talking about you. But then if you put a title to it because they came and put a title to it, that's where you go to sleep at. You know what I'm saying? We need to wake up one time, lift our head up, and remind ourselves that we are the gods and goddesses. And the gods and goddesses is what the universe gave to us, not us. We didn't choose to accept this assignment. We had to take it because it's our job. It's our job to push it and to push it thorough because we are the people.
Can
Well,
I ask a few questions to somebody,
can,
please?
can
Go ahead,
I
sis.
can
Go ahead.
I
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
can I
ahead. Go
just
ahead.
can I just read something real quick? Because Kev touched on this earlier, and we talk about fear, and we if you look at even First Timothy 1:7, for God hath not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We have to we have to come with a sound mind. We have to come with love. We have to know how to receive. We have to know how to give. We have to know how to do all of it. We're following the walk of Christ. If honestly, if Christ did not die or be unalived. My apologies, Kev. Don't get me shut down. And then be re-risen. We wouldn't be having this conversation because there was a model that was sent to us, and it's like the model that we are as humans that we need to be doing for our children right now. We need to be doing for our family right now. We need to be doing for the people around us, the loved ones, everything that we have around us. What are we giving to people, and then what are we also receiving from people? It's
I like to
powerful.
ask.
Go ahead, Elo.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to ask. I would like to ask a couple of questions to the being cameo, if I could.
and I'll try to hold down for
Got
Kev.
the
Go
mic.
ahead. Go
It's
ahead.
still echoing. Is it still got an echo?
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, there's not. There's no echo.
Yeah, can I ask the questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, peace to you, Being. Hey, let me ask you this. Where are you from and how old are you?
What's that too? Oh, that's County. Okay.
I'm from the same Louis, bro.
I can't hear you. It's breaking up.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Can y'all hear me or is it me or? No, I can hear
Hold
you
on.
now.
I don't know what's going on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Hold on.
yes, sir.
All
Is
right,
he
can you hear me
speaking? Because
now?
I don't hear anything. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I keep saying I'm having a poor connection for some reason. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, I'm from
Yeah,
St.
it does
Louis,
it to
man.
me sometimes. It does it to me sometimes also. You from St. Louis, Missouri?
Yeah,
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking, brother?
yeah. I'm not old. That's what I'm saying. See, like, yeah, I'm not
No, but
old.
yeah, okay. How young are you then?
Yeah, yeah. You know, I'm 34, man, but time never was, bro. That don't exist, bro. You see what I'm saying? Like, that don't exist, man. We all on it. We all have we can all, you know, it's like it's each one teach one, but then it kind of get to the point to where it kind of get to the point to where it's like um you got to catch up to your crowd. You know what I mean? You got to catch up to your crowd. But it's like it's cool to
Yeah.
mingle
I'm
and stuff.
trying to.
It's you feel me? It's like going to
Yeah,
a
I'm
it's like
trying to.
going to a barbecue and don't nobody know each other.
Okay, I'm trying to ask you some questions because
Oh,
you're
go ahead.
interesting. Because when you speak certain things, right? Certain things is interesting to me when I hear people speak. So that's why I asked you how old you was because I want to know what generation I'm speaking to, right? And then I asked where you from because I need to know what part of the United States, if you are from the United States, you're from, right? So I can have a
Hmm.
little bit more clarity on what I'm listening to. Okay, you said that you speak to, I guess you call it, higher power or whatever you call it. You call it something. You speak to Jesus Christ, stuff like that. How do you actually do that? Do you like hear voices or how
No,
does that work?
like it's like this, right? He'll be like, hey, you see, like I'll be minding my own business, right? And I'll look around and he'll spot somebody out and be like, hey, go tell that person right there to make sure they very careful on their ride home and stop speeding. And then that person, and I'll go tell that person, and I'll be like, look, man, the Most High told me to tell you, you know what I mean? Be careful behind that wheel. And then that
So do
person,
you hear the
call,
actual voice speaks to you? Is what I'm asking you.
yeah, yeah, he
Oh,
gonna
okay,
tell you.
all right, okay.
Like he
No more
tell me stuff.
questions.
Like he might, like he'll be like, go over here and go over here and look over here, and
Okay, I don't have no more questions. Then that's all I want to know. I'm good.
yeah, it's like that. You know what I mean? It's real stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's not no. That's what I'm saying. It's the difference between when somebody thinks something and you know what I'm saying? Most High tell me like, man, hey, your auntie finna call you. Like you'll have a dream. Like the sister said that. Like everybody that got the Holy Spirit know this. Here, you'll have a dream about something. You'll wake up and everything in that dream will come true the next day, and you will know a play by play. Man, you be reading people's mind, bro. You be telling people stuff about theyself that a person gonna tell you like it ain't no way you can know that about me unless God told you. That's what I'm saying. There's levels in this. So you
Yeah,
know what I mean?
like
There's levels in
a
this.
lower. Let me share something about what Cameo is saying. A lower calibration of that is what people are calling law of attraction, and everybody has experienced it whenever they bought a car, and then they seen that car everywhere after you bought that car because you already have it, so you
Yes.
know it. You're inside it, and so you see it everywhere you go. But that same principle applies to people who all they can do is stay in the dark without their light being strong and focus on the dark things. But again, the principle is your attention to a thing makes it bigger because you're a God. So you have free will to focus on the dark and make that bigger, or focus in the light and scatter the darkness, or be as above and so below, and the dark is light because the dark
So
gives life, as in a tree. A tree has darkness in its
so the
roots.
most so the Holy Spirit or the Most High speaks to you too. You hear His voice also.
The voice?
I
Oh,
won't
you
even
asking
say
him?
it. For me, it's not a voice because I've just known it since I was in elementary school.
No, I'm saying for everybody who hears a voice speaking to you, how do you know that that's the Most High? How do you know that that's the God of biblical scripture? Because a lot of you are saying, well, some of you are saying that you're not religious, but you speak religious. So if you're talking about Jesus Christ and things like that, that is religion. So what I'm
Yeah.
asking you is, if you hear that voice, how do you know for sure that it is that voice, the one that you think it is? How do you know that for sure?
As it comes out of my mouth, it goes into my ears and I hear it, and faith comes by hearing the word. And then it verifies with that which is what is inside me, which is the Holy Spirit, which is I am, which is the authority of God. So as I speak, I've practiced it so much since I was a child. I'm not traumatized, so my light is not hindered. I'm like 440 volts when most people don't have that in their house. They have 220 and 110.
Yeah, and it's like this, bro. It's real confirmation gonna come. It's not like it's not no hocus pocus stuff, bro. It's not something that you can rule it out as being like a chance little coincidence, bro. It's direct communication, bro. It's real plain and simple and straight to the point. The Most High gonna be like, hey, look, old girl right there, a witch. She got a tattoo on her stomach of some a witchcraft symbol. A female you never seen in your life, and you gonna approach her and you're gonna be like, excuse me, ma'am, I don't mean no disrespect or nothing, but are you into like, practices in the coats and stuff like that? She like, yeah, ooh, like, so are you a good witch or a bad witch? Or I'm a good witch. Like, you got a tat on your stomach. She gonna be like, yeah, like, if you don't mind, can I see it? And she gonna raise her shirt up and show you, bro. It's like that. It ain't no game, bro. Shit ain't no game, man. And you know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying, like, people don't like how bro was saying, like, you need to let people just live their life, and if it feel good to them, no, you don't. You're supposed to do
Mm-hmm.
that after that person don't want to get correction. Because if
Well,
it's because look, if you walking down a road and you don't know that it's going to turn into a cliff and you about to drive off the side of it, I suppose to let you just keep on floating down that road because you cruising and feeling good. No, because what people don't understand, like, man, some people are put here to be real leaders, bro. That's why now it's too
mhm.
many. It's too many chiefs and not enough Indians, man. It's too many. It's too many self-appointed leaders, bro. Everybody think they think they right. They want to be right. They think it's all about doing what feel good. Man, I know a lot of people got put in that ground. I know a lot of people that's doing life sentence because of that. I know a lot of people
Well,
that's
think
that self. I know a lot of people that, man, let me sit up here and eat what I want to eat. You eat what you eat, and then they caught colon cancer and unalive because of that.
well,
Caught
think
had a
about it.
heart attack because of that. They had a stroke because of that. They got into a
Well, think
relationship with the wrong person and got
Could I
and
ask you
got
a question?
unalive because of that.
Just because
think
it's
about it,
interesting.
Cameo.
Um,
I'm
because
sorry,
I'm
cousin.
like I
Can,
got a
can, can, I,
line.
can I just make a statement real quick? Because I know I need to drop down soon because I know I have to go to. But think about it. People will talk about
Right.
feelings and emotions based upon something bad that is always happening. Everybody wants to talk about
You're
what's
right.
going wrong, what's not feeling right. But sometimes our feelings tell us what is going right, what is actually going in the right direction, what is telling us that we need to do that. The feelings and emotions. The Bible even talks about feelings and emotions, even if you look in Numbers, even if you look in John in the Gospel. So we need to stop talking about what's going wrong and start talking about what's going right.
No, you know what I'm saying? It ain't that's already understood. You know what I mean? Somebody said, can you lead that which you don't have authority over? And what I'm saying, like, this stuff is incomprehensible. I'm gonna say this once and for all, man. The Most High, He's incomprehensible to a human's brain. Your way of thinking, based on your emotions and your feelings, and why I'm telling you, it feel good to do a lot of stuff that's leading you to destruction. It feel good.
Mm-hmm.
It feel good to lay down with somebody and have a one night stand. Then you wake
Yep.
up with something you can't get rid of, or you wake up with a soul tie. This one people not
Because you
understand
didn't
it.
listen.
It feel
Because you
good.
didn't
No, no,
listen.
hold on. No, because I'm not speaking about the stuff that feel good. That's right. Because most of the times when people say stuff like, "Man, it's best to just let people live their life and figure it out on their own," then that leads to destruction. Because people don't understand that you have real leaders here. The Most High done put real leaders down here, just like how Christ was. Just like how John the Baptist was, and anybody that you want to speak of that was a real leader, that was a real leader. A real leader is somebody that's guided by the Most High, that's given divine instructions right in the Zach, that can see things that you cannot see, that know stuff that you don't know. You are thinking. You think you know. You are going off belief. You looking for something that you can identify with. You think this stuff is open to interpretation and opinions, and it's not. The universe is right in its act. It's a natural order of nature, cause and effect. Universal laws means that this is the way it works. It works the way it works, not the way you want it to work, not the way you think it works, not the way it feel good working to you. Just like it don't feel good for children to eat vegetables and take their vitamins. They don't feel good to them. They don't. If they can have it their way, they wouldn't do that. But guess what? It don't feel good for them to have to turn it in and get there and go to sleep on time so they can get up on time to be ready for school and be able to perform well at school the next day. But it's your job as an authority figure. You know what? A lot of adults don't even know that they're still children. They still children. Y'all got
Yeah.
hold on. I'm gonna break this down. I'm gonna break this down. Do you realize that if you are not given the proper if the proper guidance is not instilled in you, do you realize that you're going to be on this you can be left behind out here and you still thinking like a child. You going off your emotions. I'm not speaking to nobody in person Pacific. I'm saying in general. I'm seeing a lot of this. I'm seeing a lot of people, they're going off what they think is right based on what they choose, their preference, what makes them feel good about themselves. I want to go with this. I know a lot of people that join stuff just because they want to be different. I know people that join stuff just because they want to fit in. And I'm talking about, and then guess what they always do? They swear up and down that this is them and their choice and their preference. Well, okay, why that wasn't your choice and your preference before the movie Black Panther came out?
So I think
You know
there's
what I'm saying? Why wasn't your
real
choice and your preference
quick,
before Barack Obama got put in office?
real
Before Katy
quick,
Perry made that song?
real quick. Everything has to do with focus because we are gods, and so when your
No,
focus is on your breath, this is the one question I'll use, and it changes everybody's paradigm. It spins it. Are you breathing or are you being breathed? Because most people don't have control over your breath. And even if you wanted to try to stop your breath, you're just going to faint, and breath is going to bring you back to life without your control. So you need to be in touch with your breath because that is the only universal here on earth thing that you can associate to a spiritual understanding. And breath does not care what you do with it. It's promiscuous because we all get some.
You know the
can I ask a question though,
go
real
ahead.
quick?
Well, when you stop
Because
I'm
breathing,
because
you actually poison yourself.
because I'm listening. One interesting thing I keep hearing, and we can talk about it after, but is the idea that when we say that we are gods, I understand what you're going at. I do understand that premise. But as I'm doing research and you know on these angels and whatnot, that exact sentiment is the biggest reason why, the highest, the morning star angel was kicked out of heaven. I'm just gonna say it
Exactly.
like that. For
Exactly.
saying that we are gods, like
Exactly.
for saying that same thing. It's just funny. I just want to. We can talk about that later because I was just interested in
No,
see where you
So
come
it's
from with that
curious
one.
that you
no.
brought
I
that up,
So,
want you.
cousin. The
You
reason
hit
why I
on
say
the.
it's curious is this: is
but
it that we are all gods, or we have the potential to be gods? And the reason why
Yes.
I ask is because
Qualities.
people consider Jesus
We
to
have
be God, right?
qualities.
And
but
Jesus
but but
said that we too can be greater than Him. So the question
right.
is: do we have the potential to be gods, or were we born gods naturally?
But that's one of
Nah.
those
Like
things where
the
that's one of
bro.
those things where if you are saying that you're spiritual, right, with no religion affiliation, I see how that makes sense. But then if you say that you are religious, right, and your spiritualism or your spirituality is connected to that religion, then that would be ultimately wrong. And I'm just saying, like, it's just those little nuances which makes this conversations interesting. You know what I mean? Because depending on where you're coming from or depending on your perspective, that could be extremely right or that could be extremely wrong. You know what I mean? Just by that little nuance of
Biblical
I'm a
scripture teaches that,
right. But
cousins.
you know what I mean? So it's just interesting to hear. That's why I wanted to talk about it. But also,
Nah, cousin.
how do we know though? Because I was gonna ask you, Cammy, and maybe you can hit both of these at one time. How do you know that that voice is the right God? And I mean that because the same can be talked about. His adversary speaks in the same ways, right?
Exactly.
And so what I'm just wondering is how do we know? You know what I mean? Because he will basically give you what was is deemed to be right, just to kind of coerce you. So he may give you the right message too, because even
Nah.
like when we say, just as an example, right? When we talk about the Garden of Eden,
The devil knows scripture.
his thing was right. His thing is like, hey, knowledge is good. You should want to have knowledge. But that ended up being the worst sin that they could have done. So I'm just saying, I'm just using that as an example so you can kind of dig into, you know what I mean? Like to kind of dig into it. Like, how do we know the difference? Is
All
the
right.
question.
Well, cause the voice of the Most High, bro. He's going everything he tell you to do is going to be something that's righteous, bro. He gonna tell you to stop drinking alcohol, bro. He gonna tell you to stop fornicating with females. He gonna tell you to stop praying to idols and worshiping holidays, bro. He gonna tell you to stop. He gonna everything he tell you to do is gonna be something for the upliftment, bro, of yourself and others, bro. He's gonna go tell you to. He gonna save. He gonna say. He gonna send you to save somebody from being assaulted. He gonna get. He gonna teach you how to get a person out of prison or how to prevent a person from going if they allow you to. He gonna tell you to go and put some groceries in somebody's house, bro. He gonna tell you where to go to somebody that's stranded on the side of the highway, bro. Stuff like that. You know what Satan gonna do? Satan is gonna tell you to do something that the Most High just told you not to do. The Most High is gonna tell you, hey, look, man, your body is a temple for the Holy Spirit. Keep it in your pants. When you go around and have intercourse and intimacy with these females, you are sharing spirits and all kind of other things that everybody else that they did something with. Keep it in your pants. You're wasting your seed. You're spilling your seed, which means that you are wasting your power. You are interfering with me and your connection. That's the reason why you. That's the reason why you got the veil on your face. Your eyes got your. That's why you got the wool on your eyes. That's why it's hard for you to communicate with me. That's why you got. You know what I mean? Now, so keep it in your pants, man. If you ain't married, don't even lust off these females. You giving them your power, and they giving it to the devil. Know what I mean? He gonna tell you stuff like that, and do you know what Satan gonna tell you? Satan gonna come behind him and tell you, "Hey, look, man, if I was you, man, you need, Shorty, she cool, man. You know what I mean? She nice, man. She ain't out here like these other females. That might be a future wife for you, or something. You know what I mean? You need to go ahead and tap that, man. She got something for you, and then she gonna hit you this little bread or something, bro. Help you in your situation. You need somebody on your team, bro. You know you can use a woman, bro. Y'all could bind y'all power. See, that's how he talk. See, Satan, everything with him is about this. Everything with Satan, it leads to destruction. Do as thou will. That's his whole thing. Like, man, forget what the Most High time about. Hey, look, you got your own preference. If you want to lay down with another man, that's cool. That's your prerogative. Listen to the music that Satan created. Got my own life. Gonna make my own decision. It's my prerogative. I can do what I want to do. It's my. Listen to the songs, bro. Listen to his music that represent his kingdom. It's all about doing what you want to do, as long as it feel good. So that means, see, that's what Satan gonna tell you to do. Satan gonna tell you, hey man, you got it. Bro, you go ahead and have a few more drinks, you cool. You can drive home, you gonna make it. Go ahead and speed, you know, it's like all this stuff, man. You know what, bro? Your pockets hurt. Man, it ain't nothing wrong with hustling on the side, man. You going through this bed, and the Lord gonna understand when the Most High just told you, like, man, pray to me and ask for what you want, man. Satan gonna tell you,
No,
nah, you know
I'm
what?
so glad you said
You
that, Cameo,
know what I mean?
because a lot of people
It's gonna
don't understand how they're receiving other people's spirits. Not every spirit is right for you. You're gonna lose a lot of people in this process. When you seek God first, you even lose family in the process. You lose friends in the
just like what she
process.
just
You
said. I
lose
want you to pause right there, lovely. Just like what she just said when Christ said, whoever leads mother or father or family or friend for me, guess what? That's gonna happen automatically. That's why I tell you, like them scriptures, that stuff confirms itself. That stuff mean what it says, say what it mean. So it's like that ain't no metaphysics. Look, Christ, Jesus, he was a metaphysician, he was an alchemist, he was a high scholar. You know what I mean? He knew how to. He knew. But when what people want to call him a scientist, they want to call him an alchemist. They want to call him a metaphysician. They want to call him these things without realizing, like, man, no, that man had dominion over all the elements. Y'all put these labels on this stuff. Y'all call this
Hey, but
activating crown chakras and all this stuff. Narcissists and empaths. That's not what's going on. That's not what it is. These the labels y'all want to put on this stuff. Man,
hey,
no,
you
that
know
was
what they
symbolic and allegorical.
you know what
No.
they slip up on though? Like, see, a lot of people, I feel, in my opinion, slip up on one thing. They allow themselves to be like a walking.
Introducing Fossil's beautifully crafted
Man, what
accessories.
the hell?
Hmm?
You hear me?
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of people slip on one thing. They allow, like, okay, all right, you have like, I don't want to be a walking church. I don't want to be a walking pastor. You feel me? You know what you have in your heart. You make sure you each one reach one, teach one when you have the opportunity. But then, everybody don't want to hear that all the time. I mean, like, it's good to give it to them every now and then. Feed them the knowledge. But then on the same token, man, come on, man, let's enjoy life while it's here. That's what he wanted us to do. That's what she wanted us to do. You know what I'm saying? When I say she, I mean the Mother Earth. That's when I say he, I mean the God. You know what I'm saying? So that's what it's meant to happen. Like, it's meant for us not to get so deep into debt with anything, because we're not in debt at all. We're just embracing. We're in an embracement phase right now. We're in an embracement phase right now. And it's our job to sit back and enjoy it. And then just, if you have that godly like in you, then push it on. You know what I'm saying? But nobody want to sit back and be like, man, I want to hear this all day long. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sometimes, real talk, nobody want to
Go
hear this
ahead.
all day long. It's gonna drive somebody nuts. You know what I'm
See,
saying?
nah, look, you know who don't want to hear it? People that got an evil spirit, bro. Everybody that ain't got no evil spirit, that's all they want to hear. You know what I don't want to hear? I don't want to hear no sexy red. I don't want to hear nothing Cardi B got to say. I don't want to hear none of that. I don't want to hear nothing about no sports, no celebrities,
Right,
nothing about no big booties. I don't want to hear none of that foolishness.
right.
I don't want
Because
to hear people sit around and talk about money all day.
Right.
None of that. I don't want to hear if it ain't no high vibrational conversation about the Holy Spirit and things that are heavenly and divine, bro. I don't want to hear it.
Right.
I
Right.
don't want to hear nothing that the devil got to say, bro.
Right. I just feel
You know
like
what I'm saying? And
you have
that's
the
what he was just
opportunity.
talking about. Hold on, I gotta mute myself, man.
No, I just
Somebody
feel
is
like you
making
have
an
the
elf.
opportunity. You have the
But
opportunity to take your time. You have the opportunity to apply it to everything that's in your life. And when you apply it to everything in your life, sometimes it's best to just say less, right? And then what you do is move smooth, like you know what I'm
Now,
saying, like as
can
far
I
as
just
my
say
thoughts.
this?
Hey,
Can I just say
real
this
quick.
real quick?
go ahead, let him
Go
finish, cousin, because I
ahead,
want to say something
yeah,
about what
I'm
you
saying
said
after
about
you.
Lucifer.
Go ahead, go ahead.
No, I want him to finish because I want this how Lucifer was talking. This how he got them to turn against the Most
I
High
ain't
and got
Lucifer
cast out of
though.
heaven.
I ain't none of that. I ain't
Yeah,
Lucifer.
we go a
No, I'm
little too
saying, man, you can
far
do
though,
whatever you
nah.
want to, man. We tired of being around God all the time, man. We can do switch
No,
it
no,
up. No, I'm saying, I'm
I
telling
ain't
you,
saying none
man.
of that. I said once you have it in your heart, once you have it within you, and once you reach out and touch somebody, and then pull them to the side, we don't have to keep on having this conversation because now we know. Now we what we can do is now go enjoy ourselves at the park, go enjoy ourselves and doing different things. Like there's a lot of life to life, and other than just speaking the word. Once you got the word down pat, boom, it's done. You know what I'm saying? After that chapter, guess what? Look, we can sit back, have a barbecue, sit back, and just and enjoy each other. You know, the conversation can happen at so many different moments. It's just when you want the conversation to happen, but it shouldn't happen forever because now you lost. I feel like you lost in the trend to where God don't even want you there. He don't even want you there. He's saying to himself, like, hold on, man, enjoy yourself real quick. This is why I put you here. And
Well,
now look, now you saying this and saying that and saying this and saying that, and then now it becomes almost an irritant because it's almost like a force. It's like you're forcing it upon me because now the only thing I gotta hear from you instead of embracing you, hugging you, loving you, cherishing you. And moving forward, and then having fun with you, like going to go do things, going to go do outings and stuff like that.
Some people enjoy hearing the word all day long, bro. Some people never,
Yeah,
ever, ever not
facts.
want to hear the word. I'm letting you know
You're
that
right.
some people it's not irritating to them. It's only irritating to certain people. If some people can listen to it all day, I agree with what you're saying to a certain extent, but there are people who actually can hear it all day and enjoying themselves is listening to what they call the word.
I just feel
right.
like I
Well
just feel,
said, well, it's perfectly said. I wanted
yeah.
to say something that
I
cousin
just say
said. See, cousin, I'm gonna tell you what this is exactly what he was talking about.
see what I'm saying something wrong.
When this is exactly what he was talking about. When this is exactly what he was talking about. That's how. This is exactly what he
But
was
I don't
talking
want you to
about.
see that as negative. It's not negative. Just
No, it ain't. I understand what's going on. I already understand what's going on. See, you know who you sound like? You sound like I remember me and my co-defendant was facing the life sentence in the feds. And he saying stuff you was saying, he was saying that. That's how he used to talk. You know where he at? You know where I'm at? You know where I'm at? You know where he at? He's still in there. We went to trial together, everything. Only thing me and him had was two different lawyers. We went to trial side by side. You know what happened to him? He got that 50 dropped on his head, talking like that. Man, I don't want to hear that stuff all the
but
time. Man,
I'm
I'm
not
trying to kick
talking
it, man.
though.
I'm in the county. I ain't trying to be stressed out. I don't want to keep talking about God. All the matter of fact, man. And then I'm trying to know what I'm saying. And then I'm
I
telling
ain't
them, bro.
saying I don't say
Like, no,
I ain't saying
hold up.
uplift them.
My cousin,
I ain't
listen,
saying
hold
nothing
up.
about upliftment. I ain't
No,
saying
hold
nothing
on.
about
Listen, just
upliftment.
listen. Just listen. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you this for your own good. You sound just like my brother Butterhead that's doing 148 years. He used to say that same type of stuff. I'm talking about, bro, you sound like them word for word, bro.
But I'm not like him. And I will
No,
never
but I'm
be
saying,
like him.
but why do you sound exactly? No, listen. I don't want that to happen to you. I'm not saying it's gonna happen to
When
you. But what I'm telling you is
I
that
lay down at that
you
10.
sound exactly like my uncle that just OD'd off that dog food.
See, look. I,
All
I
right,
had
And
to I
man.
align
had to lay
yourself,
Okay,
down.
man.
Bring it back.
I had to lay
okay,
down.
hold
Real
on.
talk.
Listen,
You feel
listen,
me?
No,
listen,
real talk.
listen.
Real
Get the
quick.
break.
Wait,
Real
wait, wait,
talk.
wait. Hold on, hold
All right,
I
on.
y'all got to
lost
bring
three
it through.
siblings.
Y'all,
Hold
when
on.
y'all,
Real
when y'all
Wait
are,
up,
when
bro.
you are talking and you are doing these monologues, you got like
Yeah.
5 points, but then you go to another point, and then you go to
Yes.
another point, and we want to address them because you're making good points, but you're making 9 of them in a row.
But
Hold
You
not
on,
want
keeping
me
it
to say
that's
balanced.
one
all I'm
point
trying to
out
say
of how
is like
long?
y'all making some good ass points, but let's talk about them.
Bro, it's
Let's
only
go to the
two
first
people
point.
talking the whole
And it's
live
No,
though.
no, no.
Like I gotta get
I
everybody else
wasn't.
in there.
Listen to me. I wasn't even talking. I was sitting back and listening for a long
No,
time.
I know,
That's
but I'm
You
cool,
saying
hear
you
man.
me?
made a
But
good
And all I
point,
It's
and
the
said,
subject matter, though, bro.
all I said, all I wanted to say is listen to me. I lost three siblings to being unalive in
They
Oakland,
got it, please.
California. Right? Boom,
Yeah.
that happened. You know, I had to go lay down and do 10 straight stretch. You know what I'm saying? Boom, bounced out. Level 4, Salinas Valley. You know what I'm saying? California. I did that, handled that, came back, bounced out. You know what I'm saying? I said, I got to get my shit together, right? And then the only thing that came to my mind is the higher power, the higher energy. You hear me? And that's what gave me the ability to build a family, have a family, get a house, mobile homes, all the stuff. You know what I'm saying? Everything that you can think of, pit bulls, everything, all. And
Right.
so what I'm saying is that, yeah, of course, I am graced by the higher energy and
Introducing
higher.
Fossil's beautifully crafted
Yeah.
accessories.
Man,
I
what?
ain't say that, bro.
Made for being stacked and layered to express
so
your sense of style.
I
I
don't
think it's
know
the delivery,
we got a
bro.
what that
commercial going or
is.
Man,
something.
who
Yeah, I
got
think
their
it's the
shit
sound.
on?
Hey, cousin, who? I mean, I think it's the delivery. I mean, if Kev got these prompts up here, and
Man, I'm not
brother
sure what it
K,
is.
if brother K and he's speaking on his points, everybody speaking about their perspective. I think it's fair ball game. However, when you what you saying, Bob Valentino, what I heard right was you saying feed a baby can't handle steak. That's what I heard. However, I just think it was the delivery,
Yeah,
because this
maybe
is the
my
topics.
delivery is wrong to some
Yeah.
people, but it
No, I'm saying because
connects
you
to
can't.
some.
It's too much. It's too much. But the prompt
I'm
says these questions. So when bro going in, I don't mind it because bro going in, expressing his position. So when you say you need to chill out, it sounds as if you tell him to shut up. Or are we just
who
being
me?
transparent? Like you
Who
doing
me?
too much at this point. But it's the
Who
prompt. It's
said?
the
I
panel.
would
So
never even use that kind of terminology. First thing I
I
would
didn't say
use
you
is
use
just
that kind of terminology. What I said, what it sounded like when it comes from a panel, bro. And I don't know if you're receiving it, and I understand if you don't. But I'm saying it's a panel. If it's Kev Live, right? And he's saying the panel is speaking about spiritual topics, heaven, hell, and the
and
brother
I'm not
Kate is
speaking about it.
expressing his point, and then you come in, right? And you say, man, nobody want to keep hearing that all day. Like nobody want to. I get what you're saying. I can
Because
reason with
look
the
at the
point.
panel. Look what the panel say. Look what the panel is saying though. Look what the
What you mean? What
panel.
the panel saying?
No, look what the.
Hey,
Look,
bro.
pay attention to the
Okay,
panel.
But bro, listen,
Or the
bro.
topics.
hold on, real
I
quick.
don't
Okay,
want.
look,
Go ahead. Go
we've
ahead.
been because I this is what we want to make sure that I want to hear from Mastermind on the topic, but it
Oh,
seemed
good.
like we've been going back and forth with like one or two people
Right.
for too long, right? Without
Yeah,
including the panel. So
most
let's
definitely.
just go.
Most
Let's
definitely.
just right. Let me just say this. I'll say this to Valentino. You have to understand that uh, the Most High has angels, right? Constantly, every second of the day, circling his throne, singing his praises. So if the Most High wants to hear it every second of the day, let's just
And
say
you,
that in abstract and leave it there, right? But I do
and
understand
you
what you meant, right? So
no,
let's just
no,
say
no, no.
that. And
You said it
so
right.
you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But I do
Hey,
understand
what? No,
exactly
no,
what you
no.
mean.
You know what I
Because
say. You know what
if
I
we
say every
hear,
time. You know what I
but
say every time I leave and come back. Listen to me. I This is what I say every time I leave and come back because you what you just said was absolutely right. So I say it so often. Where we go, every time we come back, every time we make it home safely, every time we just get ready to go on the road and travel. You know, what I say I ask God to watch over us, protect us, guide us, secure us, nourish us, protect us, put your hands over us, and secure and put the shield over us. I say that
right,
every time we leave, and then you know, I said, man, thank you, Lord, for allowing us to make it home safely. So I say it so often throughout the day that, but that's not what I'm saying.
no, I know, right. No, we get
Yeah.
you. I because I
Yeah.
do understand that because a lot of people, you know, they can't. they need to have air to digest what you just told them.
Yes.
So we
Gotta be
get that.
digested.
We understand exactly what you mean, but I don't,
Yeah.
The
and then one thing I want to say to Cammy though is when you said like, I don't want to hear that, I don't want to see that. We were talking about the sexy reds and all of that, which I do understand too, right? But we got to also understand that that's there for a reason,
Right.
right? It's all in the divine scheme of things, right? And even Jesus, if you follow the scripture, he didn't kick it with the people who already knew. He only
Fact.
kicked it with the degenerates, with the sexy reds, with the
Nah,
all. That's
nah.
the only
See,
conversations he had.
see,
You get what I
see.
mean?
Now hold up now. Now
But
hold
I'm
up
just
now.
saying because
Look.
he knew that they needed it. That's all I'm.
Now
That's
hold up.
all I was
Now
getting
hold up.
to.
Hold up.
That's all
Now
I was getting to.
you're not saying nothing wrong, but like
Oh
he
Yeah,
said,
my,
it
I
goes
can't,
yeah,
back.
yeah.
I can't do it. I'm sorry, man. I can't do it.
It goes
Respect,
back.
Yeah.
Hold up.
That's
Hold up.
bro.
Hold
fine.
up.
No, I'm just
What's
Hold
saying
up,
up,
bro.
bro?
them two been
That's a good
talking the
point,
last.
bro.
I think I gotta get this running though, because
Yeah.
we
Go
gonna keep
ahead, man.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
because
Hey,
yeah, because
Hey,
he,
Cammy, we could talk
them
about it
two
later. We could
alone
talk
was
about it
talking
later.
for the last
Now go
45
ahead.
minutes, and
Go
he had
ahead.
about an hour.
Go on, let them.
I
Two
know
hours.
people
Go on,
falling
let
asleep on here.
mastermind.
I
He
gotta make
just
sure they
came
up.
on.
Yeah, we'll talk
Go on,
about
let
it later, Cam.
mastermind. He just came on. Go on, let him. Don't let him do his thing, man.
Yeah, I'm
Really
about to
No,
say
we.
I'm trying to make sure
Yeah, bro.
Mastermind got
Cause
in. I'm
ain't
trying to
nothing
make
wrong.
sure other people ain't
Hey,
up too.
Cam. We'll
Yeah.
bring it back up later so you can address it because
Yeah,
I
we
know
got
that's
two
I
other
know.
prompts
Yeah,
that we
All
have
right.
not
He
hit
can go
yet.
yeah,
Them
ahead. Go
things
ahead.
just about to
Dang.
get
Where
wrinkled.
y'all was at, kid?
yeah. Go ahead, Mastermind.
Where y'all was at? I don't know where y'all was at.
Number two.
Dang.
you could do
Okay.
1 and 2 then, I guess, just to get caught up,
Uh,
man.
we seem to. Okay. Do people seem to be more bitter and hurt, not believing in a God and how you been? I ain't gonna hold you. Like I'm gonna take a different approach when it comes to just like how we see truth. I think people know that it's beyond belief. People know that God real, right? Because God intervenes through man and woman. I heard somebody say something about the spirit, the breath, right? And that's what we all have. So influence is a forever moving principle, right? And when it comes to who though, right? Who is God and who I'm going to follow and who I'm going to listen to, I feel like that's the differentiating factor, right? Where it says, okay, I can't see this person, so why would I follow him, right? Or why would I follow this book because this book got poison in it, or this book is confusing, or this we going not religion. So it's in essence it's cryptic. So people gonna say, oh, I can't understand it. However, it got simple truth that's universal. So people follow what they see, right? And I think the better and hurt part comes from, you know, qualifying who we learn from, right? Like if we're in the lower level, say this the lower level, which is an open panel, we ain't have to pay to be in here, except for our phone bills, right? And it's an open market, right? You don't gotta have a subscription to be on TikTok or at this level. So when people come in, most people don't think divinity live here. You feel me? Most people don't think, oh, I can really learn something from this brother, this sister. So it's really like I'm not listening. I'm coming to argue, bro. You feel me? A person is coming to argue in bad faith. But like I genuinely know to be true, and I'm gonna just transition to the second one, right? Because I think that's where that come from. Because we're gonna listen to our boss, we're gonna do what they say, even if we disagree, right? But and that's a higher being to a degree, right? I mean, it's a clear superiority. I see it as face value, it's clear, and I think the bitter part is, and I think this was speaking what Valentino was speaking about. When people can become so spiritual, so it seems, or have this knowledge and they dropping knowledge bombs back to back to back, or they some people call them holier than thou, or they think they better and things of that nature, which I don't think bro was doing, K was doing. Um, one would ask, okay, where's your works, right? Where's your works? Like we can break down the sun, moon, and the stars, but where's your works? Because that's what knowledge is, right? Belief is a thought, an idea, theory, or concept, right? But knowledge is something that took root. That's why I got the word knowledge in the ledge, because it has a branch, right? And it comes from an idea and it bear fruit. So if I could have a credit cancer, but if a men two brothers pull up and this brother D rug dealer, right? And he pull up in a big body Benz and he clean and fresh, right? People see he didn't bear fruit. So they more inclined to listen. I think a lot of times when we get new spirituality or we get new teachings, we act as if we are the almighty supreme being, and we come up and you gotta, this is what you gotta do, and it's only 4+1, or it's only 4+3. There's no other way to God through him and through these persuasions, being whatever your persuasion is. And I don't think that's true. I wasn't taught that was true. I was taught that 5+2 is 7, 6+1 is 7, 4+3 is 7. So I think that's why a lot of people get bitter. And it may be a person that's you may deem that's under you, that's speaking that truth and it hurt. Like, damn, I got more money in me, I got more emotion in him, or and he's speaking the truth of God, and it's like, damn, he busting me up with just the truth of God, and I got on surface value what he doesn't have. So that's where the bitterness comes from. Can someone change what you deeply believe in? If not, what make you think you can change theirs? Yeah, I feel like that was a great point, and a great question, because one, again, we qualify who we learn from, right? And if we become these masters that we speak of, right, or these great men, right, shouldn't we be able to manifest anything we think in reality, right? So I think it's very challenging, right, to take authority or take guidance from people who are self-proclaimed authority figures, right? And we have to qualify that. Like, I'm the type of person that you can't little bro me, bro, if you ain't put me in position to win. And I think a lot of us, the masses, we see what we see on surface value, and we say, I'm gonna come in and bully him or bully her. I know more than her with minute measurement. We don't even know the person. We don't know that story. We don't even know if the Most High was coming to send that person to us to show us something. But we somewhere in our mind think, oh, I'm qualified to lead that person. And why is that? And from my experience, from my expertise and the work that I do, and I do with the people, right? Where that usually comes from is an inferiority complex, right? And it's based off of, I'm talking about petty things like the HNIC in charge, the HBIC, right? Like, I'm not in my purpose, I don't know my purpose, so I gotta dictate, right? So I think that's what leadership gets. It gets that look of, okay, you trying to bully me into submission, right? But the truth is, God has to intervene through man and woman. So, I think we got to get a better understanding when it comes to changing beliefs, because beliefs are forms of doubts, and it comes from your experience. I got to meet you where you at first, right? Like the sexy reds, or like if I'm with me in the trenches, I'm not judging them sisters, especially when I come from it. And I think it's one of them things where you can hear when a person, like, you're not really from it for real, you judging it, opposed to moving with a spirit of love, right? The most Jesus saying, how you treat the least of these surely has how you treat the king, right? So if you treating the homeless person like he's nothing, and you talking about the most high, you bluffing, right? Because and I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna land it. I read, it's called the Targum Bible. It's the Arabic one, right? It said, at the door of your heart your sin crouches. Oh my God. At the door of your heart, I never heard this before. At the door of your heart, your sin crouches, right? So you open the door like, I'm just here to help. I'm here to, you feel me, help you build up. But really, you got a hidden agenda. And it's a lot of people like that in leadership. And this is who the great ones spoke power to, like the brother K was speaking to. And that's an uncomfortable thing, because to speak power to them is to be threatened with your own homeostasis or your own balance, which is what? Your jobs, your politics, people that's at the top. So I think that, like, it is a place and it is a time for everything, and everything can't be done when we talk about beliefs, because it has deep relevance. That's where the friction comes from on social media. It got to be like minds think alike, right? And guess what? Unlike attract when you're in survival mode, right? So if I'm rich, right, physically, person can see it, and that person poor, oh, I want to listen to him, right? Or I'm gonna take that, right? It's an attraction there. But when it comes to building, when it comes to building something and moving forward on a hot on a like mind, it got to be likes. It's always likes in business, right? And in initiatives, like minds attract. But when you're in survival mode and you're manipulating, unlike minds attract. So I think when you find the like minds, you want to have to, you feel me, force nobody to do nothing or force no belief, because you can't force, a fertile seed. You don't have to force a fertile seed or a potent seed on fertile ground. If it's a tough seed, if it's a tough ground, if it's the soil is hard and it don't want to learn, you can see those signs. So yeah, I think it's about, and it's right in 10 seconds. Find your tribe, build with them, show and prove, and the right people gonna come. I don't gotta say Muhammad, 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 Farrakhan, Jesus. I don't know. Do the work, right? It's because a lot of us don't, and then we like to knock the people who did the work, right? or who done the work and speak about those. No, you do the work. You make a program. You show us something we can follow instead of barking or instead of yelling. I think that's what people got the biggest problem with changing beliefs because that's what leadership get. They get that look. So I land right there.
Hey, I gotta land somewhere else too, real quick, because I gotta respond the way you said. Because I
Who's is it?
first of all I wanted to say, I appreciate everybody on this panel, man, because I believe that Cuzzo, he said something really straight. I believe that That's Was said something straight. I believe that the Master said something straight. I believe like Cameo said something straight, and I believe that Lovely said something straight. And I took everything from it. You know what I'm saying? You gotta take everything from it. You listen to them and you hear them and you manifest it. Now, when I say manifest it, you just put it all in one category and then you let everything pick out and it's gonna pick out itself. But one thing I will say, once you pick it out, you can identify exactly who is who. You know what I'm saying? Because we have a lot of actors and factors, you know what I'm saying, but then the chosen ones are the chosen ones, you know what I'm saying, and then a lot of people feel like they're the chosen ones, you know what I'm saying, they have something to say. I ain't the chosen one. I just told you I ain't choosing, you know what I'm saying. I just told you that I ain't choosing up. That's it. I ain't about to bust this move. I ain't about to do none of that. What I'm gonna do for the rest of my life until I'm not here is just respect my energy. That's what I'm gonna do. And I ain't gonna let nobody put me in a box. See, once you get put in a box, then you understand where you at. I'm not gonna be ever in a box. You know what I'm saying? I've been in a box for too long, for too many years, and I'm not gonna be in that box ever again. And I hope that, my voice teach people on how not to be stuck stagnated in a box based on somebody else's opinion, based on somebody else's ideologies, based on somebody's energy. You know what I'm saying? Keep your own energy alive and stay out that box. You wasn't never meant to be in the box in the first place. And so if you can establish that, establish that while you have a chance. And if you can't, then you stuck in that box and that's your fault. It ain't nobody else's fault. It might be somebody that slide through though and tell you, look, you need to find your way up out this box because, I know you have a good energy, but this box ain't for you. You have a whole nother kind of energy that can help a lot of people, but you're stagnated in this one box. Get yourself about that box one time. I know it's going to be difficult. Challenges make champions, but you have the opportunity to remove yourself out that box. Look, I'm 45 years old and I done been in the box before. I grew up around religion, I'd have been around a bunch of people that was religious. And I said, this is something that I'm not taking on because I feel like, God don't say I got a name. God don't say that I got a religion.
Hey,
God don't say
hey,
none
bro,
of
you
that.
from the Bay Area? Hey,
I'm
excuse
from
me real quick, Valentino. You from the Bay? You from the Bay?
I'm from East Oakland.
You from East Oakland? Yeah, I figured. All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Man, I'm not look, I'm
Come
not
on,
look,
man. You from the Dubs?
look I mean real talk. No, no. I'm
Oh,
from
okay. I was about to say that's where. Okay, but hey, I'm from the town too, so I'm with you.
I'm
Oh
in,
yeah, he sound.
and
He
I'm
sound.
in,
I was like, I was
and
thinking.
I'm
I
in,
was thinking either Oakland or Frisco or what's the other little Richmond? Not
and I'm
Richmond.
in,
What's the other spot
and,
by y'all?
and I'm in Southern Cali. I'm in
right.
Southern Cali, so
It's a
this is how the spirit moves.
it's a
So,
bunch of tribes. You
And
hear me?
Richmond.
It's a
Now you
bunch of
sound like you
tribes.
from Oakland though, bro. You sound just like he sound like you from, bro. You
It's
sound like you from Frisco. You could be from Frisco too though. Go ahead though, bro. I ain't gonna interrupt.
it's a bunch of tribes. You hear me? I mean, for real, it's a bunch of tribes. And once we understand our tribal lingo, and how we move and how we shift, it's there. You know what I'm saying? It's not going anywhere else. But we have to make sure we stand to the grounds, man. Like for real, we have to stand to these grounds. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to be like stuck up, like I told you, stuck up in a box and you ain't never been able to get out that box. You was always under somebody else. Listen to me. You a God. And so when you a God, you can move as accordingly. If you don't move accordingly, then you just forgot about your plans. You know what I'm saying? Your plans was somebody else's and they planned it for you. And that's your mistake. So when you lift your head up, take that chance, take that leap of faith, and let God run it. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna realize where you're gonna be. And so I wasn't trying to like be disrespectful at all. I just gave y'all all the energies and the spirits, and I sent my energy up to all of y'all. But I don't want nobody to think that I'm on some negative stuff. I'm not on negative stuff. I'm not on that negative hype. That's not my caliber of a character. That's not me. I just want y'all, I just feel like that's what each one reach one, teach one, and we uplift each other, and then you have your own journey. Now, some people, they there. Some people is over there. Some people is
Come
up here.
on now. Come on now.
Hello, hello. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I don't want to say that word on yours, but I'm just telling you, like real talk.
Well,
You
think
don't.
about it, Valentino. If your spirit isn't welcomed, it's welcome somewhere else.
Man, that part. Hey, if your spirit ain't welcome here, it's welcome there. Somebody gonna hear it, and somebody gonna learn, and somebody gonna move smooth. Because I'm not here to just talk. I'm not just running my mouth. I'm here as an energy. I'm here as a spirit to just remind everybody else that guess what? You are loved. You are uplifted and you're meant for a purpose and you're not to be meant to be boxed in. Don't be boxed in by somebody else or by anything else. This is your energy.
Man, land that goddamn jet, will you please? God, Lord, have mercy.
Well,
And I'm
if you look at it, Valentino, if you don't know your identity, you don't know your purpose.
Hmm. Hmm.
boom, boom. If you don't know your identity, you don't know your purpose. The
Is
only
you
way
the love prophetess, lovely? You the is your purpose to teach everybody love?
It's to live with love. It's to live in love. Love is an action.
I'm saying like what's your purpose though? And what's your purpose?
I follow Christ's commandments. I follow love. I follow love. And I roll with love because sometimes you have to have grace and you have to have forgiveness for people who don't even deserve it. But why do I want to carry their emotional, even if they're struggling, doesn't mean I need to struggle. What does the Bible say? No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Does not mean that there's no weapons. There's an armor that you have to have up against this, but it doesn't mean you have to move in anger. You have to move in unkindness, or you have to move with animosity. No, what is that going to do for me?
and you
That
see
ain't
I said what I
that
said.
ain't
Do you
that
see
ain't gonna be nice.
Do you see why I said what I said? I'm like, hold on, time out. The shield of God is upon me, and so of course I'm gonna have to speak on this, and I want to speak correctly. I don't want to be disrespectful. I want to speak correctly. I'm not shooting arrows, I'm just speaking correctly. Like, what I'm saying, no weapon should prosper. Boom.
Right. It does not mean that there's not going to be no weapons. There's an armor that we have to have up, and I really believe that it's an armor of love. And love, and I think Kira just asked that. What is love? Well, the Bible tells us love is patient, love is kind. Love also bears burdens. That's why we see a lack of commitment in relationships now. We see people that don't even know how to love because they weren't presented with love. Once you start giving love to yourself and you start giving love to God, guess what you're going to be attracted to? Love.
Yeah, what's up? What this is an open panel? Are we taking turns? What's going on?
We should be moving on to
You
prompt number
popping?
three, right, cousin? Number three.
Who turn is it? Oh, it's my turn then.
No, I
Yeah,
want a response from the ones that had said something. I want to get a
Mastermind.
response.
I know. Did you have a response that you wanted to get out, bro?
Quick one, not crazy. You responded already, cousins?
No, I think so I know Callie wanted to respond to something I said, and then I know you wanted to respond.
Yeah.
And we can
You
move
want to
on
go?
to
And
the next.
I'll go real quick then. I ain't gonna hold. I would just throw this out there for the heart, right? Um, when it comes to receiving right information and knowledge, right? It's a difference, right? You got information and misinformation. So I would just say to when we communicate, it can we qualify that it comes in levels, right? It manifests in levels, and if you check anywhere in the world, that's to be true, right? So I don't really like arguing with people. I love to build up. Get me? I'd be striving. I'd be looking up Chat GPT, like how do I land this? How do I place this delivery right, right? And sometimes it's very uncomfortable saying the right thing because it's never the right time. People say, right? And I just say that to say, imagine if it was coming from the person you look up to, right? Because oftentimes we hear things, and if it comes from your pastor, your deacon, or if it comes from your leader or the person who got you out that dark place, you received it because of the circumstance. You get me? So I think like when it comes to receiving knowledge, we should just be open to it before we judge what somebody got to say. Be quick to reason. Ask more clarity questions. Opposed to you gotta or or that's wrong or because truthfully, you got a person express long enough, like I think Bro Valentino said it. You're gonna know who want to build. And I was taught I know information comes at levels. That's why you got associates, bachelors, and masters, right? And they all have connection to a relationship. Why would a bachelor be called a bachelor? Right? Why would an associate be called an associate? You ask, that's your friend, he's an associate. What's a bachelor? He's not married or committed to the process, right? However, he can manage some things, he can manage a relationship. What's a master, right? And when you got your master, what do you do with the knowledge? And how do they give the knowledge? How do they kick the knowledge, right? How do they transmit the knowledge to the talent, to the subject, to the person, right? Versus associate and being open to knowing which one is which because you'll have somebody that's willing to invest or support you in your journey, right? But we think, oh, I gotta put the lay the law on this person or give him that clip whole time. That person may be in tune. You get me? So that's what I strive to do. I just would say look out for just to settle on the best part first before we chop each other up. I would say that you know that's it.
Yeah, I like that's well put. See, that's what I like. I like building. I like
That's it.
building. When I tell my truth, you tell your truth. Hey, look, it can be two different things. Let's keep it. Let's go up though. Let's keep edifying because I want to learn stuff. You know what I mean? Just like how I love how you put that. He a associate. He just an associate. He just associated. He's a bachelor. He committed today. You know what I mean? Like I like that, man. I'm a you see what I'm saying? I was listening to another brother on another things. These brothers, they into some intergalactic stuff. You know what I'm saying? They into coming
Yeah.
from a star seed, star gates, and I ain't know nothing about it. Talking about they from one of them told me they was from Orion's belt, or the other one say he was from he was something, so they said they came from some stars, some constellations. And you
Yeah.
know what? Ain't nobody never hit me with that before. So you know what my reaction was? How did y'all find this out? How do you know? What do it look like? Who else from there? You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I couldn't do nothing. And I wasn't playing. I wasn't being condescending. I was serious. Like if you serious, is you for real? You really from Orion's belt? You know this. You are an Atlantean and all this. I wasn't playing. I'm like, man, if cause I don't know your truth, bro, unless you tell me. So now it's time for me to ask questions. It's time for me to ask. And that's how I was with them. And you know what's crazy? I end up learning something just like how you just did that. That was slick how you said that. You broke down what each stage of them degrees mean. You like down to earth though. Who down to earth for anybody can understand it and it sounds slick. You know what I'm saying? But look, I learned something from one of them. He had said he broke down, he took all the natural disasters and put them in order how one trumps the other. I was like, oh, that was slick how he put that together. You know what I mean? So in other words, he was saying like, yeah, uh, um, a hurricane, you know what I'm saying? A hurricane could come, but or flood out, but a tornado can come through and clear the waters out. You know what I'm saying? A earthquake. You know what I mean? Like he was breaking. Like I can't remember like verbatim how he said it, but it was slick. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, I like how he said that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm a land right there. But yeah, though, that's what it's about. You know what I mean? It's about us coming together to build because you come from a walk of life. We may come from the same walk of life. You know what I
What is
mean?
it?
You have a degree. I may have a degree. I may not have no degrees, but we come together to build. So I like to bring it down to earth. Like, so the way I say is like, we all at a barbecue, but none of us know each other. So it's like, all right, what's up? Who is you? Are you a Jim? You was a Navy SEAL? Man, how I look like, man, you weren't no Navy SEAL. You too skinny and short to be a Navy SEAL. Like, no, I'm not going to that. I'm gonna go like, oh, you was a Navy SEAL, bro. Like, how long it take you to become one? What you had to go through? Like, what you feel me? Like, man, you
What is
must be
no?
a cold motherfucker. You probably know some like what you know, martial arts or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like stuff like that, bro. That's how I go.
Yes, sir.
That's how I go.
Hey, we
That's how
Navy
you do.
SEAls in these streets, though. You know, we Navy SEAls in these streets. We're literally Navy SEAls in these streets.
What would a PhD be? The masters. What would a PhD be?
A doctorate.
You said, A player
You
hating
said,
degree? You talking about a player hating degree?
yeah, yeah,
I
that,
was thinking pure holy divinity.
okay,
Ooh, I
yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Well,
That's a
and you
fact.
look at you look at all these degrees that we're given, and look
Those
at all
are
the indoctrination that we were given. You got the associate, you got the bachelor's, you got the master's, you got the PhD, you got all this stuff that's given from an earthly realm. But what about the spiritual realm?
Yeah, you can't even find a job after you got all that, right? You
Exactly what
lost your
you're
yeah.
soul.
saying. The
Hey,
Where
no,
you
you
think
difference
can't
they
is
get it
find a
saying
from?
on
job
both
after you
of
got
them.
all that. You got your masters, you got your AA, you got your
Spiritual
BA,
PhD.
you got your PhD, and then you can't even find a job, and then you lost your soul in the process.
So are you a doctor? Are you a
So in
match? Are
both
you a master?
realms, I think the issue is the same. Like he said, the information comes in levels, but it's in how we consume it. And people consume in a
Mm.
cafeteria style manner. And the problem you find, even when you're building, is a lot of people refuse to take correction. And you reach that cognitive dissonance. In other words, my grandmama taught me this, and I know that's to be truth, but I could show you in the book where it's not exactly what you thought it was. But even though I can show you in that book,
Hey, bro, you
people
almost sound
refuse
like a
to hear that
correctional
because
officer at this
their
point.
grandmama taught them that, and they feel like I'm telling them their grandmama lied to them, and that's not what I'm telling them. I'm
Read
just
that.
showing them what's
Repeat
more
that point,
clear.
bro. I didn't hear you. What you say? You say your grandma taught you what?
Cognitive dissonance. If you
No,
look at
I didn't hear him say. I want to hear him say. I didn't hear what he said. When you said you believe it, what to be true? That was a great point.
Oh, I was just saying that a lot of people, you have to leave them where they are, kind of like what Elo was saying, because they learn from a certain place, and at that point, they refuse the information. And I just went into more detail, pretty much.
Yeah, I like that's what I'm saying. Is what you
Good
know.
point.
I be learning stuff. I'm learning something off everybody. Just like cousin, I learned how he smooth. He got a lot of wisdom, and he move. He more like Imp Man. You know what I mean? He like Imp Man. It's like he smooth with it. You know what I mean? Cause that mean that I know that means wisdom. He like you know what? I'm five
Don't be
steps ahead.
filling his head up.
Nah,
Don't
Nah,
be
listen,
doing
bro.
that.
that
Nah,
man was
listen though. Real talk.
Look.
Look, you can
that man was
recognize.
legit.
Listen, man. It's certain things that a person can say, bro. Certain people, I know how to recognize when a person can say a whole lot with a few words, and then they speak right and exact to the point, and they back up. They don't even got to. They don't come with no rebuttals. They don't go back and forth, nothing. They land a point, boom, straight to the man, right in the exact, boom, and they say something real deep, and it's like that's why all I'm saying is that when you really listen, you gonna learn something. Like I caught that little thing he said on the mastermind. Bro said some all of y'all. Every time one of y'all say something lovely, everybody. That's why I asked her. She keeps saying love, love. Okay, I want to know like, is it did the Most High put you on an assignment? Are you a priestess that's going around preaching love, teaching love? I'm trying to, you know what I mean? Like I'm asking y'all, like I'm learning. I know who I am already. I didn't come in here to learn about myself. I came in here to add my portion to y'all portion, and we all leave with a greater portion. That's why I ain't come to destroy. Like, bro, I'm not about that. I'm a builder. I'm not a destroyer. I'm a builder. You know what I mean? Who's the plumber in here? Who's the electrician? Who in here know how to lay the foundation? Who in here know how to
Mm,
put the walls up? Like, who in here
We
that's
paint?
tough.
hey, but we have
Tough,
been
bro.
breaking down strongholds, though. We have been
Very tough.
destroying strongholds in what we've been
Wait,
doing.
we got to take a
Oh
time
no,
out
this
too.
turn we building. We building
Yeah,
is
that
what I'm
was tough,
saying. We
bro.
building now. We cause once we
That was
got
tough.
past the man, you ain't this and you ain't that and you don't know this. Now we building.
Yeah,
Hey,
You
but
know
Mm-hmm.
what I
hey,
mean?
that,
Now
a
we
that's
lot of
the
people
building.
law
can't
right
hear.
there. Everybody know
And
real know real.
sometimes,
Just
hey,
when iron
sometimes
sharpen iron. So
clear.
yeah,
Sometimes a lot of people can't hear clear. So sometimes you got to take your time out. You know, when you say less, that's cool. That's great. Thank you for saying that. The ones that's smart enough to understand it, it's cool. But the ones that's not smart enough to understand it like that, you got to take the time out and nourish them, and then run your mouth sometimes. Sometimes you got to run your mouth to put them up on game. You know, sometimes like a lot of people go to sleep on that shit. You know what I'm saying? They think, that, all right, you talking too much. No, it's somebody that's sitting there listening that want to hear it. And they wish that you kept talking because they get more food for their soul. Boom. And so sometimes it goes to, slow it down a little bit, say less, and then it goes max out, airborne. You hear me? And then so some people need more than others, okay? That's all I'm saying. Some people
Good
need
point.
more knowledge than others.
There's a climate,
And you
yeah.
have to be able to talk it. You have to be able to talk that talk, and then make sure that you can walk that walk. And then walk that walk with them if you can. If you can walk that walk with them, then you can walk that walk with them. See, I'm willing to walk that walk. Like whoever willing to walk that walk, walk that journey. Let's roll. We gonna say less. We gonna walk that walk. But the ones that need the knowledge, sometimes you got to feed them. That's why everybody is still listening and listening and listening and listening and not moving accordingly in the sense. I say in a sense. I'm not saying they didn't receive the knowledge. I'm just saying some people
That's a
take
fact.
a little longer. Some
Yeah.
people take a little longer to understand things. So you have to feed them the knowledge correctly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
To that point, real quick, right, bro? I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Y'all both right. Like, and when it comes to like, I'm a media, I got a media firm, right? A strategic media and marketing firm. And what we do as far as when we teaching people, like, we got three different options, right? We got a DIY option, right? Where you do it yourself, where a person can they just a quick learner, right? And that may be somewhere, let's say 10,000, right? But then you got a DWY option with do with you, right? Where you facilitate and you guide and you share some of the risk with them, right? And then you got an option three, which is a do for you option, right? And this is a consultative selling, right? And what I was taught was at the base of any conversation, right? Do you know the biggest channel, the most listened to channel in the universe, in the world? It's called WIFM, WIFFM radio. What's in it for me? So if you're not communicating from the palette when you meeting somebody, right, of what's for them, they're gonna tune you out every single time. So what you said, bro, some people, and I ain't gonna hold you, I'm like that. I'm the type of person, I'm gonna pay for information. I'm gonna pay to learn some things. I didn't pay. I'm gonna pay good money to learn. I learned three new words, and if it get me closer to my goal, I'm good, right? But there's some people you gotta, they kinesthetic learners. You gotta be hands on with them, and when they talk, is you feel me? Then you got visual learners. Like you see what I'm saying? So everybody comes in different forms and fashions, and I think somebody said something about finding your tribe. That's why it's so important. Because just because we're not in alignment and we're not meant to co-create right now or build right now, doesn't mean that we're not going to build in the future. And sometimes it's better to get off on a bad foot than a
Man,
good foot.
boom.
word.
Can I
Cousin,
add something to that?
prompt three, cousin.
Okay. Uh, prompt three. If I can see that shit, let's see. If you were brought up in a different belief,
Never go to sleep on us yet?
okay, he just went pause. I was trying to read it.
My bad. Did Kev go to sleep?
Yeah, when he come back, I'll get on number three. Can I
Okay.
just say this
All right.
too? To what you guys were saying, I do believe There's an old saying that if you cannot explain it in few words, you don't know it well enough. So I always go by that, and there's to a point where if I have to have a whole paragraph to explain it, I probably need to study it more, right? So I always go by that to try to, challenge myself to, minimize my words. But even then, we still get long winded sometimes because, that's how it is. But I also believe that, it's a such thing as planting the seed and then letting it flourish. Because if you keep watering it over and over, you're going to drown it out, right? You gotta water it, let that soak, come back, water it again, let that soak, come back, water it again. You just can't throw all the water at on one time. But then
But
there's some of us,
how you gonna figure out that paragraph though if you
right? But
understand the
that's the
words,
thing.
man?
But
When
see,
you
that's the
got
thing.
5 books that you have to read through.
But see, that's the thing, right? And that's the
See?
and that's the part that's difficult. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you
That's the
got five
test,
books to read through, and you tell me that, if you don't understand this paragraph, then it's just like it is what it is.
right? And my thing is that if a lot of the times, and this is not a science, but if you understand the ending and you understand the beginning, the middle is kind of easy to figure out. But if you start from the beginning and you never understood the beginning or the end, you're fucked. And by that knowledge is kind of how I look at things, right? If I'm reading, let's say I'm reading a book, I'm gonna read the summary first. If I'm trying to read it for knowledge. If I'm reading for entertainment, I'm gonna read it front to back because I want those ups and downs. I wanna find the peaks and valleys. I want the story to take me how the artist intended it to take me, right? But if I'm just trying to learn this shit and memorize it and know it, I'm gonna read the summary and then I know what I'm looking for, and now I'm gonna strategically go through that. Once I get the full points, then I'm gonna read it all the way through so I can get all the details. And
Well,
that just works for
So you
me.
went to school. So you went to school.
think about it, cousin. So
But that's with anything in life too. You know what I mean? Like
it
that could be with
is.
actions, that could be with anything. But go ahead.
Experiences,
Yeah,
actions. If
exactly.
you think about it, all knowledge is, I always say, all knowledge is good knowledge. And that the only reason that it's good knowledge is because now you're presented with options. Now you can discern.
Right,
Now you can discern because you've been presented with all the information or the knowledge. But that's where wisdom is built, though, too.
right. They say wisdom is understanding that a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing that you don't put it in a fruit salad. So,
Exactly.
like I would use this example because we from the town. That's town business. My brother from the town. I gotta say it. That's just like if somebody come at you,
Oh
right,
man, hold on.
and they
Hey bro,
tell
run
you,
that back, man.
huh?
Nah.
What was that?
Brother didn't say he was child business. You say you was child business?
That's
Hey, run that back, bro.
Brother
He
didn't say he
said
was child
wisdom
business.
is go hold on, run that back, bro.
which what part?
Cause on town business.
Oh yeah. Hey, listen, town business. You already know.
No,
But
when
if
you
somebody
say
tell you,
when you
if
say
somebody,
he
huh?
say
He talk about the fruits.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
on James.
Knowledge is
y'all started
understanding.
let all hey okay.
Yeah, knowledge is knowing that fruit that a tomato is a fruit. But wisdom is knowing that you don't put that tomato in a fruit salad. So yeah, that's you know what I'm saying. That's the difference, right?
It's
That
So
like
is
this
the
brother here
difference.
we can
straight.
know something, we can know things, but how you apply it is what's important.
That
I think,
part. That's what I was
and I think
saying. You got
that's
knowledge
one of
and you
those
got
things.
wisdom.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that know that they the smartest, stupidest motherfuckers that you ever know. They know everything, but they don't know how to use it, and that's worse than just not knowing. Because if you
That's a
don't
fact.
know, you're
Yes.
willing to learn. But when
That's a
Facts.
somebody
fact.
know it all, they trying
Mm-hmm.
to tell you instead of really understanding. That's why I sit back and listen. I'm like, yo, these brothers got some words. Okay, I need. Yeah, I'm just trying to pick up the jewels. But a lot of people want to, you know, they just want to put their knowledge on everybody else, and that's where I think we have these big breakdowns in communication because it's like I might know a little bit about a little bit, and you might know a little bit about a little bit.
Each
Well,
one
if
we
we put that together, now
Mm-hmm.
we might know a lot about a lot. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
who
So
Who was it that was bringing up cognitive dissonance earlier? Because if you look at cognitive dissonance, that's where your thoughts don't align with your beliefs.
I almost feel like it's a therapist in the house, right? You feel me? No, real talk though. I feel like, each one reach one, teach one. If I can give you something that I learned and I can
Maybe
pass it on to
multiple of
you,
us.
right? If I can pass this on to you real quick and you can catch up, like, what I'm saying, like he had said, you can't put that in that and then expect that, right? And so each one reach one, teach one. And
Yes.
so if I can reach out to you and teach you, then reach out to somebody else and teach them. It's almost like, look, I do this all the time, every single day. Every single day. I go and I just hand stuff out. I go buy meals and then I hand it out to like the homeless. I hand it out to like people that eat like today, like do need gas, right? Boom, that's done. Say less. You know what I'm saying? Gave them a dub. Now you can fill that up and just wherever you going. I'm already in traffic though. Like I got to cut. And so here's a dub. Put that. I hope that do something for you. I hope it do something for you. But I fed maybe a couple other people, and so I hope that works. But then each one reach one teach one. But then you know what he did? He doubled back. He said, "Man, he gave me a hug. He said, man, nobody." And I said, that's a shame because everybody that where we was at, they all got big trucks, big cars, big things, and they doing the big things, right? They didn't even have like, I understand like people don't want to just keep on distributing their money out, but every day I feel like, if I got an extra dollar in my pocket, I'm gonna give it. As long as I pay my bills, take care of my stuff, take care of my home, take care of my my RVs and stuff like everything else I got that I'm investing into. Man, you know what? Pass it on. Like
Well,
do that. Like don't hesitate because
and
Well, Kwame.
that's the
Oh
one thing
no,
about
nope, 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 nope. Forget that. No, because we ain't gonna never get through this. I've been yelling in
I
the
know,
comments for the
huh?
longest.
I was gonna say,
So
but we can't boast on that. Like,
there's
oh
no boast.
man,
Right? I know there's no
yeah,
boast. I swear to
we
God,
got
I
to
ain't
do
boasting.
stuff in silence. I
No.
Okay.
I'm not
got you,
boasting. I'm just
Kev. I
saying
got you,
that
Kev.
we should do it more often because nobody
More
else.
often,
Kwame.
exactly.
all
Nobody.
right, so I guess nobody listening to me. All right, let's do this again then. Cause I'm
Exactly.
just trying to, I'm getting tired. I'm literally just getting tired, and we got to get through these prompts. Like I said, I've been yelling in the comments for the longest, but ain't nobody listening. I guess. Whatever. I understand it's getting deep, but we're trying to run through this though real quick so we can get back to it. Then we can do free talk after we get to the end of it. We only stuck on this, so we only did two of them. We all off topic. So I'm gonna start with you, cousin. Then let me start with you. Um, if you were brought up in a different belief and were forced to reject the one you chose today, do you deserve hell and why?
Um, well, I would say that if I was forced, that would take a lot of doing. So if that's the case, that would mean I had no choice but to. So I don't think I would deserve hell because I didn't willingly do it. So no, I think that the simple answer is nah. I wouldn't deserve that. But
Okay.
I guess maybe then the
Oh, you was about
complicated
to get
answer would
dropped
be
too if you would have continued talking too. Yeah, because I
look,
guess y'all
look,
just ain't
look.
taking me serious.
No, I'm just saying that's the simple answer. So that'd be the,
Okay. Okay. For
that's
sure.
the
For sure.
simple answer. We can talk about the other part later.
Oh yeah. For sure. For sure. For sure. Um, that's what's the deal, my brother. What you got? If you were brought up in a different belief and were forced to reject the one that you chose today, do you deserve hell and why?
I would say no. The reason why is because force would mean I would have to be like beaten and conditioned. And if that's the case, I didn't really choose it. Like you said, it was forced upon me. So I'm not, my heart was not into it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh, insight.
I would say yes. you do deserve to go to hell. And why? Is because once you come into the knowledge of who I am, your beliefs are ego and non existent anymore. So that would be the unforgivable sin.
Mm, interesting. Got a question for that one later. All right, Lovely, you next.
Yeah, I'm kind of rolling with insight on that one. If you're forced to reject the one you choose today, you're actually rejecting something that you actually already believed in the first place. And you do deserve help because now you're going against your own, I guess, spirit, well, like what we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that.
Okay. Valentino. If you were brought up in a different belief, you were dang, what the freak? If you were brought up into a different belief and were forced to reject the one you chose today, do you deserve hell and why?
I feel like in reality, I feel hell is a state of mind. I
Mm-hmm.
feel like it don't come from anybody's belief. I feel like it don't come from a system like that. I feel like if you was if the hell is in you, it's gonna come out of you, and then it's gonna be connected to you. You are aura. You are aura. You know what I'm saying? So you all of these things right here. But me personally, I think that as far as the belief, you know, if you have a decision to choose, I wouldn't choose none of them. To be
Mm-hmm.
honest, that's mine.
Okay. Kami, he coming back? Is you coming back? No. Is he? Oh,
Now you say if you force somebody, if somebody force,
yeah. So if you was brought up in a different religion, uh, basically like the one that you know today, right? And you were forced to reject the one that you have today. Um, do you deserve hell?
no, no, because no, you know what I mean? Because like they say, you know, the Most High, he's not the author of confusion, man. He don't want you to, you know, because what I'm getting like for example, if like we were invaded and then people like standing over you, like, hey, if you don't accept this, you finna get up out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, you don't deserve. No, you don't deserve it.
I
Nah,
like
bro.
that.
Nah, you don't deserve it because it's not your free will. You know what I mean? You don't deserve to get no consequence behind a person forcing you to do something against your own free will.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm getting sore with this. That's why I really want to do this with a lot of I wish the one was a little bit bigger, but we'll see. Um, Mastermind.
Bro,
Uh, uh, if you were brought up in a different belief
yeah,
and were forced to reject the one that you have today, do you deserve to go to hell and why?
shit, no. You remember we was talking other day about what was when they was talking about narcissism,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, what was the root of narcissism? I was the same thing with that is the same thing I look at hell, bro. Right? Who made up this idea of hell? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And if hell is a state of mind, or if I'm in hell, one may think I'm, full of hyperbole or I'm playing on words, but I was taught that it's the mindset. So when you inhale, right, the word spirit means breath, etymologically, right? I know I didn't make up the English language. So when I study, I'm looking for the roots and the connections. So if if spirit means breath, and when I inhale, my lifestyle is a death style, and the people who gave it to me is not worrying about that hell or that
Mm-hmm.
heaven or doing right by people, right? Not worrying
Mm-hmm.
about if it's fairness, ethics, or not. Why should I worry about that hell? I'm and what is heaven, right? And I land with this. The why would be this, because if you want to make it simple and plain, I was taught the Lord's Prayer growing up, which was a belief we was given, right? And the Lord's Prayer is short and sweet, and it's Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom will come, thy will be done on earth and as it is in heaven. So that means they're connected. So if it's on earth and as it is in heaven, right? Give us thy this daily bread. So that means, right, etc., that heaven will be just like it is on earth. So I want some
Hmm.
of this heaven that's on earth. I don't want the heaven once you pass away and I gotta see Tupac and Biggie because I was told that wasn't heaven, right? But that's how I decided to address that and look into it. That's the main idea. Look into it.
Hey, hold on. He said something
Hey,
real
hey,
quick.
look, I just want to make a quick interjection,
Real,
bro. Real quick,
real
real
quick.
quick. Now,
Oh,
me,
oh,
I know what I know, but guess what? If they try to come at me with some satanic stuff or accepting the mark of the beast, they gonna have to down me. I'm just be 100 with you. I'm not accepted. I'm not going. If you try to force something on me, but I'm saying to the person that just believe, and the Most High, He's merciful, man. You know what I mean? There's levels in this. You know what I'm saying? But me, I'm at that level to where now you're gonna have to go ahead and check me up out of here. I ain't going.
hey, Kev. I just want to say one thing. He
Hmm.
said a valid point when he said the script. Let him say his. Let him say that scripture again. And this is what I'm coming in at.
You can say it. You got it.
Say,
You can say it. Go ahead. I'm listening.
hey, mastermind, say the scripture again.
You can say it, bro. I'm listening. I'm listening. I'm turned in listening to you.
No, you said as in heaven, as on earth.
He said
Oh,
on
oh
her as
yeah,
it
no,
is in
sir.
heaven.
Right? Are you ready?
Right.
Or isn't that what you said?
Hallowed be thy name,
Yeah.
thy kingdom come.
Right? No, no, we ain't talking about that part. We just talking about as is in heaven,
He
as
said he want his heaven on earth.
right. Right. So you know what happens next? So where does HELL come from? Within your mind. See? And that's
Right.
where it's trying to tell you, and nobody's understanding it. See? Because you can have a good guy coming knocking at your door and saying, I'm just plumbing. I'm here to plumb. I'm here to do the plumbing. And then guess what? He unalive everybody in the house. You hear me? So look, as it is in heaven, as it is on earth. But then where hell come from? Your mind. And that's what I was trying to say earlier. And
You
once
said
people
it, bro.
what
Yeah,
that
you
mean,
definitely said it.
boom,
Hey, look, the person who said that it was something after this was a person who said it was a heaven and hell after we go and we transition physically. They was alive when they told you it, so we can, what country was
I'm gonna tell
legacy?
y'all why I
Man, I don't
disagree
know,
with that
bro.
after everybody go though, but I
no,
gotta let
I'm going
Elo
off
go
what you
real quick.
said. I'm going off what you said. You said heaven and earth,
I
right?
stand on it. Yeah, I stand. I no,
Yeah, let
we
Elo
good.
go.
We done.
So
I
what I'm
stand on
saying is that where does the hell lie? The hell lies within your head, and if and the moment that you want to create hell is right there in your head. You can do it at any given moment because that's where it happens. You know what I'm saying? And so that's all I'm saying. Like as it is on in heaven, as it is on the earth. Now, where the hell lies in your head.
it. You said it 5 times. I'm with you, Brody. I'm
Let me
with you.
say let me say
It's in the
something
whole
to this real
body.
quick.
Let Toby talk.
All right. Here's where the issue comes in, right? All right. Christians believe one thing about hell and about heaven. Me, I'm not going to answer the question because I really don't have, because I'm not a believer in the hell and the heaven thing. So I really not going to say anything too much about that. But here's where the issue comes in, right? If you have your own idea about what hell is and you give that, then that's going to be totally, totally different than what Christians are taught hell and heaven
Right.
is. The same thing with death, right? People who are Christian believe that those who are dead, you can't connect to them, right? So it's totally different when you come on and you speak about religions and stuff. You come on and you'll speak about something totally different. If you have your own teaching, if you put that out there, there's gonna sooner or later there's gonna be a debate because when you start talking about certain beliefs that are your own, it's just best to
Mm-hmm.
kind of leave them to yourself.
Right.
Because if you don't do that, I'm warning you, and I told y'all before that it's going to be a debate which could possibly turn into a real ugly ass argument over that. Because although we might say hell is heaven, no, hell is in the ground. Listen, let's just respect that, like me, I just look at it different. I don't have the same beliefs, so I myself am not going to speak on that particular one.
Yeah, I was just about to say I straight disagree on both of that because I read the Bible myself, so it's real. It's real. It's most definitely real. But and I'll explain a little later though, and I give you the scriptures too, because like I said, we can't just go off our own thing. And if we is find me a scripture that show it's only in our mind. But Elo, it's on you though, and then I'm gonna say my point of view on it. And then we can do the open panel again. If it ain't too
Who
long,
was
then
that
we get to
talking
number
just now?
4.
That's the host.
Well,
That was the host
okay.
that just said
Uh,
that.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
according, okay,
Oh, you
according
just
now,
said that.
now
Yeah.
I'm gonna go off of the premise that let's just say I'm Christian, right? If I'm Christian and that's what I believe in,
Hmm.
and I was able to have someone force me as a Christian, I've already probably most likely learned that I'm to die. I'm not to denounce or forsaken or say I'm not this and go with something else. I will automatically choose death. So if I don't choose death, then if I'm a Christian, then yeah, hell is what I deserve.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
let
but yeah,
me now. I guess I
I want to ask
hold
y'all
on
to
real
go ahead.
quick.
The host talking. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you about to go for a question? Right after I get done, we can get that going again.
Yeah, I want to
So,
ask a question. Yeah.
yeah, for sure, for sure. Uh, I'm gonna say the angle I'm coming from with this, right? Now, say if this is what I'm getting to. So, say since I got brought up with more Christianity, right, and I believe in the Bible even to this day, right, because I chose to go back and believe it. Does it make sense to me, right? It's like say if I wasn't a Christian, and it's just the way that people push it out off the book and stuff. Because I read so much on that stuff, and hell ain't for the people that we think it is. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, everybody got to do their own research or whatever. Because I had to look up so much stuff to like, man, this just don't sound right and fair. So, uh, I would say right because I wanted to ask this for people that's really kind of really deep in it. They, if I was a Christian, I actually really want to ask another Christian, like, because I know that someone be like, yeah, you going to go to hell if you don't believe how I believe and all that other stuff, right? And I'm like, okay, this question is basically put your shoe in other people's foot, because that's how I always thought in my life, right? Like, what if I wasn't brought up in Christianity, right? And my religion was whatever, and I'll have to be forced to reject Christianity when it came to me. Should I deserve to go to hell? You know what I'm saying? So I think about stuff like that. Like, dang, why should I go to hell? Because I got brought up in whatever this religion is, and I got forced into this, and this was told me what the truth is, and anything else that's not that is not the truth. You know why? That's why I'm like, dang, I believe God gonna give grace to people that's like that. I don't think He's just gonna be like, hey, no, you're going to hell because you were stuck over there, and because you refused to bypass what I brought you up. You know what I'm saying? You refused to go there. No, you supposed to punch your way through that and say, I'm gonna be a Christian. I don't think that is like that though. I do believe also that we are, we supposed to spread the word as much as say spread the gospel. I feel that, but I don't think like how a lot of Christians be trying to put it out. Because like I said, I made sure I read all that. Even like even that's why I mess with the Bible, because he even say that God want us all saved. He want us. He want all of us. For the most part. But he knows a lot of people is gonna be saying his name and not really. I mean, it's a lot. Like everybody got really because it's. I mean, I had to screenshot a lot of stuff before I even talked about this today. But
He
I
said,
would say that
I'm a jealous God. All right, so that's where you go from right there. I'm a jealous God.
yeah, he said that for a reason back then, just to let you know that he don't like anything else getting more attention than him. For the most part, who wouldn't
Yeah,
be
bro.
jealous? Parents get jealous when when the kids when you sat there and raised your kid for so long and they over there treating another person, having Happy Father's Day with another person that ain't the father. You see what I'm saying? So of course people get jealous.
Is,
That's human.
isn't
If humans
jealous?
is just
But isn't jealousy a sin or something like
no,
that?
it's not. It's not a sin.
No.
No, it's just a feeling. It's an
Jealousy,
emotion.
jealousy
It,
is
Like
ego.
as a
that's what I'm
sin.
saying. These false
envy is
teachers.
a
That's why I say
sin.
everybody got to read on their own. That's what I'm saying.
Sin,
Everybody
bro.
going off of what other people telling them. If you read on
Yup.
your own, right, you'll figure these things out. What is a sin or not, though. Because like you go,
Hey,
if you hear some of these what these churches be preaching out on and stuff, it's not what they say. And the people that be saying that he rushing to take people to hell, that's not true either. You know, and even and okay, back on that hell part, right? With the I guess y'all said it's a mentality. Like I said, that might be everybody else believe, but what I read though is actually say a place of torment. It's actually a guy was actually down there. There's only one guy, which is called the rich
oh,
guy. You know what I'm saying? And
yeah,
it's a place like that, straight up, like that's the worst of it all. It ain't just your mind. You know, it's literally the
wow,
worst of it all. And that's the place where the devil is going to go, or Lucifer. I guess that's what they call him in there. Lucifer's going to go, and his fallen. I mean, his the demons and all that, right? Because it's always going to be an even thing. If you notice that, it's good and bad. Good and bad. It's going to be angels and demons. I mean, all that stuff is real. If you believe in one, it got to be the opposite. If it's a heaven, it got
yeah,
to be a hell. Why would it be just one thing? Everybody can't
mm-hmm,
fit in one spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the heck is the devil up here dancing with us in heaven? Like, that don't make no sense.
exactly,
So, I mean,
exactly.
it got to be a spot for each person. You know what I'm saying? So, huh?
I just wanted to say I don't think that Lucifer is a real thing. That name is not. That's something that was made up
Well,
later.
did I see that? I
Just
don't
so
know
you
if I
know,
seen it in the Bible.
I
Did
think
I see
it's.
it in the Bible? I
I
gotta
think
check it out.
just I don't want to
It
make
says
because
Satan.
you
It
know how
probably
people
says
don't.
Satan then.
Yeah, there you go. Because you know how somebody can
Probably
be
Satan.
listening
Yeah,
and
you're
they'll be
right. You're
like,
right. You're right. You're
"Yeah,
right.
it's
Because
not
yeah, I
right."
do
All
want
right,
to make
man.
sure.
Yeah,
Thing.
so we trying to cut all that out.
May I respond to that?
True.
Okay,
Hey,
just
listen, it's a
Hey,
mental thing. It's a mental thing. It's
I
a.
had one.
I
I
hope
had
I'm
one question.
speaking clearly. It's a mental thing. Listen to me. The
Who's saying it's mental?
the
it's more
deep.
than mental,
Valentino,
bro.
you we heard you, bro. You got that off. We heard you say it was mental.
You hear me? It's a mental
Yeah.
thing. You know why?
I
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna explain it
You
why.
already
Yeah.
told us why.
Said it, bro.
So I'm trying
Yeah,
to ask
I
bro a
think you did
question.
tell us why though, but I about to say you ain't better convince me though, even if you say it.
Kev,
Like,
I
cause
didn't
I
know.
literally just read it like before I got
Hey,
on here
Kev,
though.
Yeah. Hey, Kev.
Kev,
I
Kev.
literally
that's
just
not
read it
my
before we
position,
got on
Kev.
here, so I know it's real.
Kev. Kev.
What's
I
up,
You
want
hear
Master?
me?
you to hear me real quick. All right. Just hear me one time. It's really a mental thing, right? Because the moment that something happens and your body transforms, it just transformed to that direction, right? And then it's not positive, it's super negative. It's the maximum, the negativity. Boom. You hear me? And so when they say you on hell time, you hear me? You on demon times. When they say shit like that, why you think that comes into existence? Listen, there, I'm on hell time. I'm on demon times. Why you think they on that? Because guess what? It's
That's
a
what they
mental
on.
thing. No, no, no. If you can hear me real quick,
Because that's what they on for real.
man, listen to me. And you where you think
Do
they
you read the
come from?
Bible?
You need to ask them.
Huh?
But may I
Valentine?
respond to what
Hey,
you
don't
said?
ask me.
It's
I
good.
got you in a minute, Master. I got you right in a minute though. But
I had a
Valentine, do you
question
read
for
the
the
Bible?
host.
He's saying the same
Man, I
thing.
forgot
You,
what
hey, look, I read the Bible from front to the end, and I never. You know, one thing I respected about the
Uh,
Bible is that it spoke on us. That's
Okay.
what.
Yeah,
That's
no, I
one
was just
thing
asking that real quick though,
about
because
the
I'm gonna let
Bible.
Mastermind go in a minute. But I want to say, if you did read the Bible, give me a scripture that say this is mental. Just give me that scripture, and then I'll believe you after that. Once you tell me one, because I don't want to go off somebody else's saying and say that it's mental because they said it's mental.
I hear what you're
But give
saying.
me the scripture. Yeah, just give me the scripture though, because I'm a scripture type person. Like if it's in the scripture, I'm gonna read it with you. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm trying to understand it myself.
The Bible. How
But
many
The
scriptures they
Bible
took out the
tells you to
Bible?
renew your mind daily.
They took scriptures out the Bible.
got you, got you. But just show me the scripture of saying that hell is a mental thing. I want to see that.
yeah, it ain't
Mastermind, go
not.
ahead, my brother. You blurred out.
It's not what.
All right, so yes, it starts mental, right? This because I want to not conflate the points and the beliefs. It's a mindset and a condition, right? I don't want to get too deep into the scriptures. Nonetheless, right? When I said the Lord's Prayer and it said on earth as it is in heaven, right? The kingdom will come. The kingdom being the mindset of God. Somebody just said about the renewing of his mind, right? It's a scripture in Matthew when he talk about Jesus fasting for 40 days and 40 nights, right? And after that, he was tempted by the devil for all the basically for the whole world. I mean, he would have all the materialistic things. And he told him, get behind thee, Satan, right? So what I'm saying is when these great people, these great prophets were sent, they were sent to save a people who was being mistreated. right? And the way they qualified that mistreatment was by how they were handled. It wasn't just, oh, I think this person is a bad person. No, I'm gonna captivate these people. God told Abraham will be in, the elder will serve the younger for 400 years. So it's speaking about a treatment to one nation to another nation, right? And this person having more to control. And when he come back in Revelation, like you were speaking about, Kev, he's going to be sending people to a place, right? And everybody have their own interpretation on that. However, it's based off of, right, the golden rule: treat others how you want to be treated, right? So when I say, oh, heaven on earth, as it is a heaven from the scripture, I know it starts mental, right? But when you talk about wisdom, it's not just over time, it's not just experience, right? It's the right words, it's the right behavior. So when you talk about being a wise person or living righteously or living as God or as Jesus wants you to live, right? It's to treat people with respect, love thy neighbor. And for those who don't, they're going to get the hellfire. And the hellfire in hell is, to be interpreted. But in short, it definitely is predicated right off of how you treat people, right? And we all got that thing we deal with every day, right? As we're going to judge a person, you're going to be loving to a person, right? And and it affects your whole life. So, it's more than mental; it's behavior as well, right? Because you could think good things and be a wicked person, right? And you could say, "Oh, I repent, I repent, I repent." And this is for both religions, right? But if you got to set your intention and you strive to be your best, right? Because no one's perfect, right? That's when, and this is what I was taught, and this is what I believe, and it works, right? That's when you get your heaven on earth, right? But if you being negative, or you can have a silver tongue, right, and closed doors, you treat people bad, but you got the face, you got the followers, you got the title. Yeah, that's who Jesus spoke against, actually. So it has context, but I wasn't just saying men. So I wanted to clarify that it's a condition
Yeah,
as well.
I was in the
Moses said,
yeah, I
"Let my
want to
people
ask the
go." Did he
host.
not? Just I digress.
All right, for sure.
Yeah, I want to ask the host a question.
What's up?
Where did the host go to? I I want to know, how is it that people so easily adhere to what other people teach about the Bible that's not actually in there?
Cause they don't never take the time to do their own research. That's what it is. Everybody, it's less work. You just listen by ears. Take way less work, and people don't really want to study as deep as they say they want to.
It's the
Some people actually
reason
study.
Oh,
why.
Some
okay.
people,
I
some people actually.
I was gonna say because
Who
they
was
I
that
don't
get
need
talking?
what
to
you
put it
said.
on.
And who's that? I get
I'm
what
getting
you said, but
confused
you know
now.
what? Cause you know what? You know what it take me back to? I remember the first time I read From the Broughter File by Anthony T. Broderick. Dan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hello? Yeah. And you know what? That's one of them. Why is my thing echoing?
Hmm. Try it again.
Hold on, man. I got an echo. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he said that Bethlehem and Jerusalem was not an actual place. It was when it has something to do with semen retention. You know what I mean? It has something to do with semen retention when you allow your seminal cup to build up and then the base of your spine absorbs it and then it travels up your spine into your brain and it activates your pineal gland and your pituitary gland. That's what I'm saying. It's like man, you know what I mean? Like that's what and people don't understand. Like man, when they be saying this stuff, it's like this is not what you think. This is not what you feel. This is not on your heart. This is not what you observe through sitting down and meditating or reflecting. This is something that you literally heard somebody else say or you read it in one of them books.
Bruh, I sit back and look. That's my pit, right? I sit back and watch my pits, and they sitting there with their ears up. When they got their ears down, I know they calm. They cool. When they lift
Man,
their ears up, I know that something they seeing something. Whether it's spirits or whether it's cats or whether it's other dogs or whether it's people walking, they own their stuff. And I say you ain't seen nothing. And I know it's spirits around. You hear me? Like I know it's spirits around because I see my dogs just reacting to nothing. And when I see them reacting to nothing, that's when I know how real it get. I know how real it get because when they start reacting to nothing, that's when I know it got real. You know, and so I pay attention to them. Sometimes you gotta sit back and pay attention to what's around you. This is what I'm saying. What's amongst you to
hey,
give you the facts. To give you the
can I tell
facts.
you?
Don't give you the
Can I say
facts.
something real quick, Valentino?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna tell you something, bro. I'm gonna tell you something, bro.
Yeah.
You know how you got human beings that let you know they went to the other side and came back. Some of them saw the light. Some of them visit a certain realm of heaven. Some of them visited a certain realm of hell, bro. Those two places are real. That's not listen, bro.
Hold
It's
on. Hold
nothing.
on.
None of this, listen. None of this. I mean,
What
I'm
you just
telling you
say?
this.
I'm trying
I'm
to
telling
figure
you
out
this
what you
for.
just said. What you just say?
You can't hear me?
Yeah, what did you just say?
I said you got people that's then crossed over and came back, bro.
Right.
They done crossed over and came back and they actually visit. They paid a visit when they
Boom.
crossed over. Some of those people went to a certain dimension, or
Right.
in heaven, or they went to a certain dimension in hell.
Right.
And guess what? It's countless
That.
testimonies of this. And these people don't know each other, and they all come from different parts of the world and different time frames, bro.
Right.
And
Hey.
I'm gonna tell you something. So that's not that. I'm gonna tell you, man, that book right there. That book right there, bro. That book, bro. I'm gonna share this with the whole life, man.
Run
You
it in.
got a cross. You got a cross. You got a key. You got a plus sign, and you got a sword, and they all one and the same. That
Right.
cross is a key to unlock the chambers, to unlock the shackles. They got you
Right.
spirit. They got it. They have people spiritually bound. You know what I mean? That's what that cross represent. That cross represent a key. It also represents eternal life. That's why it represents a plus sign, which means to elevate, to keep edifying. You know what I mean? That's that stairway to heaven. You know what I mean? You keep on edifying, you keep elevating. Up, up, up in the way. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's why I talk about people like Enoch and Elijah and them that went to heaven in the physical form. But even in the physical, so and then there's also a sword. And then plus, that
I
plus
don't think
sign
heaven. I don't think heaven is up above. I think
represents.
heaven's.
All right, that plus sign. Listen, bro. All right, that plus sign represents the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Oh,
Because just like a key, a
exactly.
key represents the truth, bro. Hold up. A key represents the truth and nothing but the whole truth. That's the reason why you can't just use any key to unlock any lock. It got to be that right and exact key that go to that lock, or you're not gonna be able to open that door up. You know what I'm saying? That's
Unless
what that cross
unless you know
represent.
how
Hold
to
up,
bust
hold
that
up,
move.
hold up, man. Hold up, bro. Hold up,
No, no, bust that move.
hold up.
Unless you know how to bust that
Hello.
move. Go ahead.
And that sword, that
Right.
sword. Guess
Yeah.
what? When you unscramble the word sword, it
Yeah.
says words. That's why we call the Holy Scripture the Word, because that's
Right.
what you use to defend yourself against the forces of evil. You know what I mean? So you run it all back, you put it all together and make it all make sense. A key, that cross is a key. That key is a what? That's a plus sign, which means it represents life, eternal life.
Right.
And guess what else? It is. It's a sword. You know what I
Right.
mean? That's why we call it the word. So that's why I'm telling you, bro. That's how right and exact that stuff is, bro. Just take it one symbol. That
I
stuff is not no game, bro. That's a deep spiritual holy book. And the best thing. That's the reason why people get testimonies, because You know, like we said earlier, some people gonna experience things differently. We all
Right.
can come together and share. You know what I mean? Like when we come together and share, it's like, bro, hey, like he just, hey, when you come and what you put on the table, bro, that's real. Once you say this is what it is, this is what I know, this is what I put in the. Hey, I know this. You feel me? It's just like, bro, this is what I brought. This is what I brought to the meal. You know what I mean? Let's break bread. When
Look,
somebody else bring they bread, bro, and it's, hey, bro, trust and believe that's what it is.
yeah,
So if somebody telling you that it ain't, bro, it's people that know for a fact that heaven and hell, it ain't no state of mind, bro.
so
That's
y'all,
a
I have a
real place,
question. I have
bro.
a question real quick. Can I
Hey, when
jump
I
in?
say a state of mind, listen to
One
me.
second.
Hold on real quick. When I say a state of mind, I really mean it. Listen to me. A
Oh,
state of mind.
Lord.
Listen to me. You only got one avatar in this shit, right? Like I'm about to run it in. You ready?
Yeah, he
You
man,
said
you
one
better.
Avatar? You sure it's one?
Oh, listen to me. You only got one avatar, which
One
means you only
Avatar.
got one vessel. Okay, so avatar is a vessel. You dig? So you only got one vessel in this thing. Listen to me. I once you leave that vessel, you out of there. You hear me? Now you have an aura. You have an aura and whatever they want to call it. You know, you have something that's a light being. Boom. All right. And so now where your light being go, it can either just stay stationed or it can go somewhere else. It travels.
Can
It
I can you
travels somewhere. It travels somewhere else, and once it lands somewhere else, it becomes my pit bull. It becomes
oh,
me. It becomes that little fly that came next to me that keep on like I'm trying to swat the fly away. You hear me? It becomes all these things once it happens
can I
in
ask
the
a
story.
question?
But one thing I need you to understand is that your mental
Yeah.
that's why they had mental institutions. That's the reason why they had what they call them asylums. Asylums.
Asylums, yup.
Yeah, they had asylums, right?
Asylums.
Asylum.
Sigh. Like sigh.
Asylums.
Like
Because I
asylum.
don't know. All right, they call them asylums, right? Because I'm
Yeah.
gonna run it in because it's not meant for me. Because now something else is in me right now. All right.
Can I ask a
So
question?
you got asylums, right? And then you know what they did? They realized what was going on in the world, and they stuck them in a box. They put them up in a
Mm.
box. You hear me?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so, like, lift your head up one time. Lift your head up one time. Don't go to sleep. I'm trying to tell you. Listen to me. They seen it. They seen it happen, and they felt it, and they knew it. But we're
Yeah.
not like a lot of us is not cut from that cloth though. You feel me? But I'm gonna tell you like this: we can be stuck in that cloth though. Don't
Right.
realize that.
Can I ask you a question though, bro?
Yes, sir.
Can that
I
can that
wanted it.
can that can that spirit that aura spirit that mind state, right?
Uh huh.
Can it make me $1 million?
Oh,
And if so, how?
yeah. It can. It can.
How does it do that? Like how do I
I
materialize
mean, it
that
depends on how
mind
you
state?
get it. It depends on why the money is important, and it depends on what you want the money for.
All right, so how do I do it?
It
Like real
depends
time.
on why you want it, and it
I want to
depends
help the
on what
people.
you
I want
want
to
it
help
for.
serve the people because too many wicked people with the money that's finessing the people. So I want to help the people and give it to people who want to help the people so we can be one people. That's why I want to do it.
All
You
right,
can't serve God and mammon at the same time, though,
uh,
right?
said what I said. Look, it depends on why you want it and what you
I
want
want
it
to wait, wait.
for.
I want
And
some.
Okay.
I'll tell you how to get the energy
You said, is
around
it
you.
any how? Like, was it just how to, is it any how? Like, is any metrics of success? Like, how do I measure that?
It's
Can I
how you
measure it?
measure it. First of all, you already a millionaire. You already a billionaire. You already a trillionaire. You already all
Mm.
these already in one. You already
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Big
Listen to
boss.
me. Listen to me. You and your soul is way more important than anything that you call monetary value. Period. Once you understand that, you understand life. I promise you. Now, what they trying to do in society though is trying to take all that away from you
They
and
doing it with
have
money
you
then.
and have you regurgitate nothing. Okay? Like like if like real talk, you have one like I told you, one avatar are one vessel.
That's
And
not what I was told, bro. It was more than one avatar, bro.
realize,
And
you
all
hear
of them, like, it's way
That's
more
what
than
I
one, bro.
said.
Like, there's a bunch of
That's what I
avatars,
said.
bro. The descendants
Bro
Well,
don't
of the
want
true
to.
is more than one.
Valentino.
Valentino,
Collateral
it seems
damage is
like
a real
you're
thing.
what you're talking about is integrity. It's like integrity, like what how we maneuver as a human, and then you're gonna become if you look at Psalm 26, it says, "Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in mine integrity. I have
Mm,
trusted also in the Lord, therefore I shall not slide. Examine me, O Lord, and prove me. Try me, reins, and my heart. For
mm,
thy loving kindness is before mine eyes, and I have walked in thy truth. I have not sat with vain persons, neither will I go with the dissemblers. I have hated the congregation for evildoers, and I will
mm.
not sit with the wicked. I
damn,
will
Right.
wash hands in
hold on.
innocency. So I compass thine altar, O Lord, that I may publish with the voice of thanksgiving and tell of all thy wondrous works. Lord, I have loved the
Hold on real
habitation
quick.
in.
People
Uh,
think people
let me
take
say this real.
Thanksgiving. Real quick, real quick.
Mike, Mike,
People took
host speaking.
Thanksgiving and made it into a pagan holiday. All
Go ahead,
right.
Brody. The host speaking, Brody. Let him rock.
Yeah, I was about to say. So I'll let y'all. We all was talking about the. That's what I was doing this time. I'll let you keep saying that about the being a mind. Like I said, the Bible I read it don't say hell is a mindset at all. It just don't. So that's why I looked up a bunch of scripture. That's why I asked you, did you read it? So I got a couple of scriptures because, like I said, I go scripture by scripture, so we can not just put our own thoughts in it. So let me
What
see something real quick because
what
I don't want to be
sorry,
pushing out no false stuff that I read on. You know what I'm saying? So
what you going off of though?
huh?
What Bible are you going off of?
The NIV, the same one that every other NIV or it could be the other one. All of them say the same thing in just
Listen
different
to
ways.
Kev.
I have
Um,
the KJV too, Kev. So
I
we can double up. I have the KJV in front of me, so we
you're
can
right.
Hold
double.
on.
So I'm on what is this? Dang, what the heck verse is this? I
Hey,
just got it.
this is the updated version, you know?
So basically this thing, what the frick is this scripture? I'm mad that I just did that and I ain't get the scripture. Dang, ain't
Come
that
on,
something?
Kev, you got this shit. Come on, you got it.
I didn't, man, I screenshot it, but I forgot to take I'm mad. That just made me mad right there. All right, hold up. Man, I've been waiting this whole entire time. Hold up, give me a
Don't
second,
get
man.
mad.
Dang.
I mean, you're right though, bro. You're right though, Kev. Like, it's not. I get what Valentino's saying, bro. It starts there though, bro. It's not the full. Like, if it was 10 steps, like, have we ever heard of PEMDAS in math, where you got to do all the steps? Valentino is like, with all due respect, bro, is heavy on the P. Like, he on the first step. Like, it start in the mind, but it don't end in the mind, because if that's the case, will we have bodies? Will we
Right.
have bodies, guys?
We have souls, we have spirits, and then we
That's a
have
vehicle, correct?
This
We're
made
not
me
the
so
mind.
mad.
What you need to realize is we are not the mind and we are not the body. You
hold
are
That's
on.
not
not
what
the
I asked. I
mind.
didn't. You
You are
trying to tell
not
me
the
what I said?
body.
No, I'm
And the
asking a
mind and
question
the body
for
are of the
clarity.
devil.
I'm speaking to what Kev is saying. Is not just a look. So will a man pray for food, right, and then go on his refrigerator and expect the food to be there? No, right? He got to go work and get it, correct? So what the scripture mean by faith without works is dead? How do we qualify works? It's not just prayer. It's a lot of scriptures that's against just with profession. So what bro is saying is correct. Like, people are not being just judged, right, by what they think. That's it. No, their thoughts turn into actions, and their actions turn into beliefs, and their beliefs turn into attitudes, which then manifest what? Institutions, right? So now it's, I think y'all lesson on X, Y, Z, all these isms and stuff like that. But it doesn't just say, oh, it starts with an idea. It's not only, it starts and ends with an idea. No, it starts with an idea, but you have something called ideation to implementation. So it's true. It's more than just one step. That's all I'm saying.
No, it's a
Okay, here
real
we go. Here we go.
place.
I got it now. I got it now. I'm back.
Facts.
I'm
It's
back. Give me a
consistent.
sec. Now,
It's a real
Matthew,
place.
let's
Go
we
ahead,
gonna do
host.
this since we
It's a
all
real
got the
place. We're
Bible
gonna get
right. Let's
another
go.
Bible.
Let's get it.
Uh, yeah, I'm just trying to let because I'm making
Go
sure.
ahead.
I
I'm
don't
gonna
want us
mute
to
up,
just
man.
think it's only you just say no. No, it's the way your mind works. And say we can say that if that's the case, we can say heaven work in your mind only too. You know, but so I got to. I
I'm
gotta make
funny.
sure get this straight though. That Matthew, so just to know that ain't coming out of nowhere, right? It's on Matthew 25 verse. We can start from Matthew 25 verse 40, right? The king shall answer and say unto them, verily I say unto you, in inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least, that my brethren ye have done it unto me. Then shall he say unto them on the left hand, depart from me, ye cursed, into the everlasting fire, prepared for the devil and his angels.
Hey, bro.
You know what I'm saying? So that's not just a mind, you know what I'm saying? Unless all them jumping in your mind and stuff, and you just.
Let's ask you. You're right,
Nuh-uh.
But
bro.
it say eternal, and that's another thing. Keyword eternal. So it's not like
No, the key
if
word.
it was a mindset, we stuck with that then, because it's the key word in there is eternal punishment. So there's no changing that back.
Bro. No, bro. The key word was king. See, you got to take that king word out. Boom. That's the key word. So
What's the
it's
door?
telling
What's
you.
the door, Valentino? What's the door? You're right. You're right. What's the
No,
door?
listen to what I'm saying. You got to
No, you're
take the
right. We saying you're
king
right.
word out.
What's the door, though, bro? That's what we want to know.
Huh?
You're right. That's the key. We're asking you, what's the door? How do we make that idea manifest? Because
All
he
right.
said
So we got to
done.
understand that. Guess what? I mean, who's the God and who's the king? There's a king to a God, God to a what? Boom.
Oh man, come on, bro.
No, I ain't speaking that terminology. But
That's what
he
I'm
did say
saying, man.
that he's talking to you.
You
See, I told
trolling, bro. Like,
y'all
That's
don't
that
want to hear me. See,
that's that
y'all want to
no,
ride me.
because he's making some good points,
I'm
bro.
being
He said
sarcastic.
done. What has those what has thou thy done to the least?
All
Done
right,
is
so
not just a
listen to
thought,
me.
bro.
So go off of King Charles then, if that's what you want to go off of,
We're
because you
not talking about King Charles, bro. We talking about
Let me go.
thoughts. So you say it's thoughts, right? That's manifestation. I got a question. Then what's the gestation process? Do you know what gestation
oh, you
is?
said gestation. You talk about like going down your throat and shit.
What the?
The
No,
lake
not
of
that.
fire is your
Can
tongue.
I ask that, Valentino?
Gestation.
I want to ask you a question too.
No. Let him talk. Let him talk real quick, and then
Oh
everybody.
man.
You said the
Can you?
gestation. You know what gestation mean? Look it
Yes,
up.
sir. I do. I do know what it means.
All
I'm
right. So,
asking you,
so
do
when you
you know
said
what it
that, I
means?
said going down your throat. What were you talking about? You talking about going down
Whoa,
your boot? Which one?
whoa
No,
there.
I'm asking you, do you know the definition, bro?
I
Respectfully, I'm
told
not.
you what the gestation process is. It's going from one on down to the other, all the way down to the bottom. It can be even going from the bottom to the up. You know what I'm saying? Gestation.
That's
It's
directly. That's
Hey,
a
it's
difference, bro.
hey,
travel.
Question,
listen,
big
listen,
question.
listen, yo.
Travel.
Yo,
No, can you
hold on.
actually
I
control
just
your
been
tongue?
listening.
All
Hold
right,
on,
so
I
you
just been,
listen to me. It's
The
a
tongue is fire. Can you
travelization.
turn the
Bro,
fire off?
yo,
real quick.
hey, y'all,
Thank you.
listen. I just been sitting here listening, and y'all been saying the same thing for the last 35 minutes. And I just want to say that we get the point,
Here.
but everybody just keep on reiterating the same points.
That's a
What I'm
fire
saying
that
is,
doesn't get
and
controlled.
here's the thing, right? We're
Now,
talking
y'all.
about definitions. We're talking about verses. We're talking about all of these things that have translations. Fire
Right.
doesn't even mean the same thing as it means today as it was when it was written. So if you guys are going to talk about what does this mean and how does that, then y'all got to go to the actual translation, which a lot of us don't know because the shit has they don't even know. So what
Like,
I'm saying is all of this stuff has a bit of interpretation. And I will say this. When a man says, okay, hell is in the mind, some of it is, right?
Good.
But it
I agree.
also can be a physical place, right? If you believe. So I think that two things can be true. Let us rest on this and move to another topic. How about that?
Yeah.
Just saying, because I
I
Yeah.
think
mean,
we just gonna
Quell was
be beating a
clarifying the
dead
point.
horse.
I
We have
think, I
been
think
beating a
he
dead horse
agreed.
for 25 minutes. That's all we should not even
Yeah.
be talking about it no more. Real
Hey,
Yeah,
talk.
bro,
Just,
cause
cousin,
just
I
saying.
agree with you,
what you
bro.
call him?
But Valentino,
He's super over his
he's
his point.
so passionate about saying it's a mind thing. Like,
I
that's the only reason I qualified it,
Yeah, he
bro.
already said it
That's why I can't qualify
enough
because
times. We
he
get
ain't
it.
say nothing. Then he was like, but
So
it's a
now our
mind thing.
brain can be a lake of fire. Come on
want to
now.
talk.
I
Saying
think we
something.
No, that's
reaching
not
out from
bad.
this
I
point
want to
now.
know this though.
Our
No,
mind is
I want
a
to ask
lake
y'all
of
a question.
fire.
I want to hear who's saying something about me real quick. Because
I want
I
to ask
like,
y'all a
motherfucker,
question.
Ah
like
my.
you. I
But
got a lot of energy. All right,
yeah,
say
but
it.
at the end of the day, look. At the end of the day, like I said, when I guess everybody believe how they believe. It is what it is, though. But I can't understand what you mean by that, though. I just can't because it literally say internal, and I take the word internal for real. You know what I'm saying? One of them saying both of them is internal. You know what I'm saying? Heaven is internal, and hell is well. They probably don't call it hell in there, but they just say the fiery lake is the torment will be eternal. So if it was just a mind, if it was in the mind, we should be able to, we should. It's a rap that we can't change it back then because I take that word eternal serious. You know what I'm saying?
No,
So,
you gotta understand where internal is. Don't think of your
okay,
or.
okay, I don't even know. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I don't even want to know your definition. Nah, that's good.
Oh,
That's good. I
Man,
guess
look,
that changed too.
I want to ask a question.
No, that's what it was.
I want to ask everybody a question. What's wrong with saying? What's wrong with speaking for yourself and on your own behalf?
Mm.
Like,
Yeah.
just don't say, you know what I mean? Just say this what I think, and because when
Right.
you start saying this is what it is, nah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, you
If you
told
don't
bro not to
believe in
say
the
that too,
Bible,
though,
don't
bro.
even
That's
speak
true.
on it.
That's real,
If
bro.
you don't
You
believe
told,
something, don't even speak on it.
Right.
that's
Right.
real,
That's
bro.
the best way to go. If you don't believe in the Bible, don't even speak. Just say I don't even believe in the Bible.
That's
Don't
what
even,
I can
because
rock
that's
with
what.
that. You know what I'm saying? If you don't
Yeah,
read, I mean, I feel that though.
No
I just
funny stuff,
don't. I
bro.
yeah,
don't like
because
when people's
Hey,
like. Well, I would say that though, but I just don't like stuff getting twisted for the same thing I believe in. Now that's one thing. I just don't. Or I let people, do that, but it's just like, dang, it can't be because that's like kind of just playing with the word a little bit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's
question,
like,
yeah,
well,
Bible.
that ain't what it mean. Good.
question.
Go
that
ahead.
ain't
Right.
what it mean. Like what you mean? It ain't what that's what it say.
That's why I was
That
asking
ain't what
Right.
it
about
That's
mean, but
why.
that's
No,
what
but
it
that's what
say.
people be doing
Question.
too.
I understand it.
When they
No,
say don't be angry, that's not that
So
type of
Question.
anger. When you calculate the anger of it, it means like you can slap somebody, but not really
yeah,
slap somebody.
that part.
That's how people doing nowadays. I
yeah,
can't rock with that though. So
I
it's just
know.
like I take.
Question.
It's not
Like,
slap.
bro,
I don't know how
you
many
know who
times.
talk like that, right? And you know who talk like that, right? You know who talk like that, man. That's
Yeah.
called being
evil
crafty and
one.
cunning, man. You know
Question.
who crafty and
Evil one,
cunning, man.
bro.
But hey, one thing I will tell you though is that the biblical terms, if you do your like, did you just mute me?
Bro, you
Mhm.
on you
No, not you, kid. I don't want to All right, so the biblical terms basically mean us on this soil. See, look, they want to take it from here to Africa to wherever, right? But
Us and
no,
them. Us and
no,
them is divided. That's double
me,
minded and
me,
unstable, bro.
right,
I'm gonna keep it
right.
real with you.
Right, bro. That's what I'm trying.
Double
That's why I was
minded,
asking, bro.
right,
unstable.
all right,
Valentino, that's why I asked you, bro. Did you know what gestation mean, bro? I wasn't trying to be funny, Brody.
man.
Mm.
Listen to me. I'm gonna tell you like this.
No, but the way I study justification, it means like no.
Cause look, right? Cause look, in
Let me
short, right?
stop.
Oh man, I'm getting
Everything we could say
embarrassed.
comes in threes, but it definitely has its doubles. You have man, right? And you have woman, right? So when you say Valentino, it's the mind, right? Man is mind. You're right, bro. However, the feminine, right? The feminine brings the thought into life, just like the woman is the soil, right? And
Mm,
with the seed in the soil, it's like kind of saying the seed, it's the seed, it's the seed. No, it's not just the seed, brother, it's the soil. And guess what else it needs? It has other constituencies or portions or parts that make this whole body, which is rain and water and sun,
mm,
right?
mm,
So that's four different things. So if I sit there and say to get a fruit, right, be fruitful and multiply, we gotta use all the equations. We can't just say it's it's just the soil. It's just the woman that run the work. No, it's the seed, it's the soil, it's how you water it, right? It's an ingredients, it's an amount, it's a time.
mhm.
That's all I was saying. That's why I said you wasn't wrong, bro. It's just more to it.
I
That's
have a
all.
question. What is the
I
fruit that makes it through the
that's what's up.
fire?
That's what's up.
What you
That's
ask?
what's up. Hey, do
What?
y'all? Hey, look, let me, mastermind. I ask you a question.
Holy
Hey,
shit! This nigga
do you believe
said,
that the Most High got people that He assigned with a position of authority to lead people to the truth, not force them, but just lead them?
Yeah, I think, yeah, absolutely. I don't believe it. I know that to be
Don't
true.
leave inside. I don't know if he got his words out yet. I meant to try to get him in there. Um,
We drop.
what was it about that?
No, I think that you might be one of the ones, though. To be honest, Cameo. You hear me? Is that how you
Well, it's
pronounce it?
all our duty, bro.
I ain't gonna hold you. We all gotta
What you
do that
say?
at different degrees.
Yeah, we
Like
do.
nobody better. I'm not better than cousins.
Have
Cousins not better
different
than
Yeah,
duties.
cousins.
nobody
We
better, right?
all
We
come
got a
in
duty.
ranks
Yeah.
and
Nobody,
degrees.
Ain't
nobody
nobody
better.
better,
Everybody got their
but
position. Everybody got their
Hey,
position. But Cameo, I think you might have something that you can actually work with. You hear me? And if you don't work with it correctly, yes, it can backfire. But I honestly think that you have the ability to move something correctly if you do it correctly. You hear me? And I feel like everybody else on this panel have the ability to do the same thing.
yeah, they do. Guess what? You know what the end goal is? You already said this. Each one teach one. So, but what people don't understand is like, well, look, check this out, right? What it took me 20 years, 30 years to come full circle with. Why you think Christ said those of you will be able to do far greater things than myself? It took him until he was 30 to
23.
start
Yeah.
his ministry. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and so guess what though? Look how quick the disciples was able to do what he was doing. Real soon they got around him. See, that's what people don't understand. Is what each one teach one mean. It's like, bro, I had to go through all these different schools of thought.
Is he chopping, y'all?
Yeah, his two
All of it
bars is
correctly,
hurting
not
him.
sometime, but that's the only way I can. But hello, damn, hold up, damn, hold up. Can y'all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Damn,
I hear you, bro.
it's my
You back,
phone.
bro.
Oh, you can hear me now? Okay, what I'm
See,
saying is the whole
see.
end game is the whole end game is to get that quicker than than it took for the teacher to get that quicker.
That's a great point.
You know what I mean?
Great
You ain't
point.
gotta wait 20 years. I can take what it took me 20 years to come full circle with and give it to somebody, man. They'll be there having in like a couple of weeks, man.
Yeah.
But the cold part about it is that you
Hey,
have to
close the
know how
door,
to
bro.
finesse it. You hear me?
Yeah.
Because now you have to understand the new generation, and you gotta. Sometimes we gotta figure out how to get to that new generation, and we gotta finesse it. That's it, and so that they can be able to understand and recollect.
We gotta live it. You ain't. We gotta live it outside of knowing it. That's
And
that's the really
You know,
that's the enrichment
I
part.
the,
believe that I see where kind of Valentino is coming from, and we're all coming from a biblical perspective. And then you look at it from a historical perspective. If you look at it from like how America was created, you can look at all the continents. We already know that America is not what America was presented with. We've all been indoctrinated. So now we're bringing this religion into it. God was presented to us in a different form or fashion than what our parents modeled to us. But here we are. Here we are. What do we do with the knowledge that we know and the wisdom that we can activate on?
That's a
Yeah.
great question.
I keep asking you,
Uh,
what's your
Great mind.
purpose?
but
That's one of the things that I'm about to say.
What's your purpose?
Hold on, we got to take a time out. We got to listen to that part. It makes
I think
sense. We
Hold
have
on,
to
hold on, hold on,
understand
hold
how
on,
things
hold on,
rotate.
Valentino, for you, the way you
Rotation.
be
hold on,
finessing,
your
you
hold on.
voice
definitely
low too,
finessing
It's a
it, bro.
cuz.
rotation. It's a rotation on how we operate.
Hold up, Valentine, cuz it's trying to
Hold
go.
on.
Valentino.
Yeah, listen, listen. I think that
Valentine.
but she said something that was very important.
Wow. That ain't nothing but the devil. Oh, never mind. That's in the mind.
Nah, what happened? What happened? He coming back.
Bro,
He coming
Kai.
back.
I didn't
Valentine.
mean. Let me
Read
Valentino.
that
stop.
question. Can you say that question one more time, lovely, so it can land even. Like, just curious with that question one more time because it was a powerful question.
Well, what do we do with the knowledge that we know, but the wisdom that we have to activate on?
Whew. Who want to go? Who want? You want to go, Kev?
Nah, why I asked y'all, what's your
Uh,
purpose? If I'm asking, what is your
do it
purpose?
one more time for us, lovely. One more time. That
Powerful
way everybody
question.
be in the, because I know,
What's the
cousin just
purpose?
dropped.
That was a
My
hard
Oh,
bad, my
one
bad.
right there. There you go.
what
What
do
was the
we do
question? Is
with
I'm gonna let cousin finish too afterwards. What's your question?
what do we do with the knowledge that we know and the wisdom that we need to activate on?
I got you.
I
I think
think
it's the same thing we need to do with the religion too. But I ain't gonna give it to you because you already know me and you be answering that question a
I
hundred times
know.
already.
We've
Can
been
I answer
I
that
already
one?
know the answer to that
doing
one,
this
but
too long.
Can I answer that one?
go ahead, cuz. And then I
It
think
was
you was
going.
something else you wanted to say too, though, before you
It
got cut
actually
off.
it actually goes into that too. So I'll
All
do
right.
it all at once. But it's like if we're talking about from a religious biblical standpoint, what you do with that knowledge is what God tells you to do with that knowledge.
Mm,
Nothing else. You
mm.
don't decide what you do to that knowledge. You don't decide who you disseminate it to. You let the angels tell you. Because if we go by the real study, God is not talking to us. That's his angels talking to you. That's their job.
Interesting.
Is to decipher because we can't understand. We have no capability of understanding what God says. That's why the angels are the messengers that decipher it. Now, I'm just saying if I go back to the text, right? Because I think that from that perspective, if we want to be strict to religion, that would be the answer, right? But if we just want to go with the faith that we know, now that's different. Now we know when God is talking to us, right? We have an innate feeling when we know, you know what I mean? Like my man be saying, like, you can't tell me nothing if I know that God is speaking to me in a certain way, right? So now the answer to that question changes. The answer is you need to disseminate that knowledge to those who need that knowledge. And I say that specifically because everybody can't go. Everybody don't need to hear it because everybody is not the ones that's going to receive it. And some of those people are going to draw their energy out to try to deceive you. And we got to have the discernment to know the difference. So I would say that the answer is if we're looking from the Bible, then you need to do whatever it is that those angels tell you to do. And that's it. You obey. You don't make your decision. You don't dictate shit. You obey.
You
if
know
you
what?
going if you're going by the religion. Now, if you're going by real spirituality and not necessarily the religion, then now you have to actually disseminate to actually be that type of a shepherd, quote unquote. You know what I mean, to those who need it. If that makes sense.
I like the way you put that, right? When you say you don't get to decide what to do with the Lord's power, what to do with his word, what to do with his wisdom or his knowledge. And you know what? That's right. But what I'm starting to see is that a lot of people don't know how to differentiate the Bible from religion. They don't understand a lot. You know how many people don't realize that the Bible is not a Christian book? And every
Right.
time they speak
Yeah.
about Christianity, they think they talk about the flaws. See, a lot of people be arguing against the flaws and the contradictions of religion, and but they be saying the Bible, and they not even talking about the Bible. They
Right.
talking about they talking about Christianity.
That's a
Hey,
great point, bro.
But
hey,
they
bro.
keep saying the Bible this, the Bible this, the Bible this. They talking about that religion and don't even realize that that religion ain't Christian. That Bible is not no Christian book.
Talk to
That
them.
Bible is the book of life for
Man,
everybody.
running in,
That's for everybody. That book is for
running in.
that book is for everybody. That's not no Christian book. That ain't no Jewish no Judaism book, no Catholicism book. Man, that's the book for that's the book of life for all of humanity to eat from. You know what I mean? That's the book that teach you how to get tapped into the main source. You know what I mean? And see that the one brother mastermind, he hit on some real serious points when he was talking about how you got people that don't even realize you coming from a place called love because they up here comparing themselves to you. So they trying to shut you down because even though you coming right and exact from with real knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, and even though you was sent by the Most High Himself, even though you was sent to really be a blessing to this person can't do nothing but they comparing they in their mind, they comparing themselves to you like, oh, if that's the case, then you closer to God than I am. If that's the case, then you trying to say you powerful like Jesus. Nah, you ain't none of Jesus. And it's like, how the fuck you know? And what difference do it make? Now that sound was Jesus that I say, you know what I mean? And that's what the problem is, that ego and that pride. You know, a lot of Christians, you know, a lot of people in church, They think that people in the street ain't close to the Most High. And guess what? The people that's these gangsters and these thugs and these people that's been to prison, these people out here on drugs and these alcoholics and these homeless people, they way closer to the Most High than the people that's in churches.
Mm-hmm. The church is full of sinners.
That's a great point. Great point. And that
What,
goes
the
back to
church
my.
ain't full of angels? What the heck?
Hey,
That's
listen,
talking
that,
to
that
Most
goes
angels?
not
back to
these
my
people that's
question.
out here, out here in these trenches.
But
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
that
Right,
goes
They
back
the
to what
right.
I
closest
was
The
ones.
saying.
But
church
then you
is
got the but then but
well, and
hold up. I know this
the
for a
church
fact.
is
Let me know when you're
blended
done,
with the
dude.
system. Is blended with the system.
Exactly.
Good point.
yeah,
Exactly. That's why you know
You know what
why?
he
You know
did.
why? You know why? Hold
Hmm?
on to break
go
something
ahead.
down to y'all. Y'all know why? Y'all know why? The have nots and the ones that y'all think y'all better than, y'all know why they closer to the Most High? Just
Because they don't believe
than
in.
anybody. But second to these children is listen, hold up, listen. The closest to
Chosen tribe.
the closer to the Most High, second to these what?
Go ahead, run it in.
Hello?
Run it.
Who
Run
yeah.
it.
The
Run
closest
it.
to the closest to the Most High, second to these children, is these gangsters and these thugs and these whores and these pimps and these hustlers and these drug dealers, these drug addicts.
Facts.
That's who closest to them.
Yep,
That's who's closest to
yep.
them. You know why? And I'm gonna break something down to y'all. Hold on, I'm gonna tell y'all why. Because they ain't never
Watch
joined no
this.
college fraternity that's associated to the synagogue of Satan. They don't work
Oh
for no
man.
evil corporation that's associated
Oh
with the
man.
synagogue of Satan. They ain't never been to the military. They ain't never worked for the government. None of that. They ain't never signed no
You talking about all this studying I do with my Bible? We got twerking booties that's over there closer to God than me.
Hey, he said some
Right.
Yeah. You
I
better
am
believe that.
appalled.
You know what I'm saying? You know why?
Need a
No,
pause.
no, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Pause.
Because they don't
you know
What am I
understand.
doing with my
he
life?
said,
They
yeah.
guess what?
You
I
know
need to
Exactly.
what?
start sinning some
And
more then.
he's right. He's right. He's saying
I
that
need to
you
get
never
closer to
ever
God. Let me
ever
go ahead and
you
create
didn't get you didn't
fornicate.
get
Come
into
on,
the
we had
sin of the
42,000
Yeah.
to
system.
100,000.
Guess what? Hold on. I'm gonna say this off of the land right here. This is
Hey,
what
run
people
it
don't
in.
understand. Hold on, off of the land. Let me say this, and off of the land. Off of the
Twerk
land right
that
here.
booty on me so I
This
know I'm
what?
close.
Listen.
No, hold on
Hey,
before
look.
you land,
Off of the land. I'm gonna say something. Listen.
before
I'm
you land,
gonna say this, and
man, bruh.
I'm gonna say this.
Before you land
I'm gonna
it,
say this off of
before
the.
Yeah,
you land,
let Cammy
I
finish real
know,
quick
I
before
know,
you go.
bruh.
Let Cammy
Before
finish
you
Off of
before
the
land
you
it,
go.
land. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna mute myself. The
Nah, I want you to
reason why.
finish the.
land it though. I wanted to let you know that guess what?
My boy just
You
got to
own
squeeze it in.
something. You own something. Ah,
All right, let me land real quick though, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, check this out. Why
Preparing for landing.
you Hey, bro, let me go ahead and finish. Let me complete.
you don't miss
I'm finna mute myself. I'm finna mute myself. As soon as I say this, it's gonna be quick to the point. Why
it.
you
Hit it.
think? Why you think the Most High? Why they say they like Christ? Why you over there with the sinners and the tax collectors and the these and the that? And he was like, man, these my people, man. They closer to the Most High than y'all. Y'all are already perfect. Who you think he was talking about? These goody two shoes people. Who you think the Pharisees and Sadducees was? These people that's in these churches. Who the real followers of Christ? How Christ was moving? They was out here in these trenches. They was moving around in these streets. Know what I'm saying? And you know what? And the reason why you can't be closer to Christ than somebody that's been through stuff, because if you ain't been through nothing, how he gonna use you to save somebody else? You ain't never been on drugs. How you gonna get somebody off from? You
Man,
don't
you
know
better
what it's like to be
that's
poor. You ain't never been in no gang. How you gonna say the sinners that's in the darkness, those that's the lowest, if you ain't been through nothing, you ain't been to jail, none of that. That's why you ain't. That's why they closer, because they done been through shit to where they can save all the people that's been out here taking advantage of.
So
Know what I
I
mean?
I think
kick
okay,
us
I
out.
think you talking about the context, right? You talking about I get the
Scripture.
context. You probably get into about that
Oh,
then. So
No, bro. You
cause
have to
Scripture.
go through something. If you don't go through it,
man.
how do you know how to save somebody else from it, bro? Why you think all these people that make it super successful in life and they independent, they say God got me here? Why you think they all got the same stories? I was put out as a child. I was homeless. I was on So why you think they all got the same stories,
Well,
bro? Why you think these people so close to
Man,
God
TikTok
and
not
so
not
ain't
and
got
so
me
everyone
top
watching
not
got the
shit.
everyone
same stories, bro?
has the same testimony.
Time out. Hold
Our
on.
goal is to have the same truth,
Hey, sis, let
the
me say
same
something real quick.
truth through
Let me say
faith.
something real quick.
Through
Sis,
faith, we don't have the
I
same
almost threw my
testimony.
phone too, though.
right,
TikTok
man.
ain't got
Fact,
me
Listen,
watching
everybody
when
do
I
shit.
got the
say
same
I can
testimony.
read, hey, listen to me. I can walk up in the house right now, and I got 4 kids up in there, and then when I tell them, I said, "What is it?" They gonna say, "God, God." Like they gonna run it all in. I promise you. And y'all gonna hear it on another live, but not this live right now because they all sleep. It's hella early, right? But then on the same token, listen to me. We fight this war.
Echo chamber of
I,
nonsense.
I,
Mike, you ain't got to be in here.
I can
Sis.
never. What you call me? What you say?
Oh my gosh,
Bro, everybody not
bro.
coming at you,
Look, it's the
Valentino.
comments, man. I'm talking about the
I
comments.
do have a
Don't
couple. Do have a
yo.
couple things I want to talk
Hey,
about here.
Kev, good morning,
Um,
bro.
hold up,
I
Chief.
want to be
So
on the
It's
side
it's
everybody,
it's
with
too many other people that
if
got to
I
talk
stay
real
on
quick,
the
man.
side
So
of
go ahead, Valentine, real quick, and then I'm gonna say what I was about to say before I got cut off earlier.
Hold on,
dude.
real quick. My
because
break,
you
my
took
break,
my
my
spot,
break, my break, my
Valentino.
break, my break. Real quick. Hold on.
Be Valentine.
Listen,
What do we know
uh,
about
we got,
Valentino?
yo, we got what 49, 50 people up in the box, or in the live. Okay, don't stop typing that screen. We got to keep it going. I know it's early in the morning, but if you're in here and you're
Count me
enjoying the conversation, let's tap the screen. Okay. Also, there are, if you know, there's a nice little button right on the top of the screen. It's an X button. It will escort you out if you don't like the conversation. Right?
Valentine. I'm
Anybody can
Valentino.
use it. Anybody can use it. We don't want to have disrespect. Now, if there's something that you want to say, and you have something valuable to bring to the conversation, request, Kev will bring you up. We can always have this discussion with respect.
Why you call me
There is no
Valentine?
right. There is no right or wrong. This is all about
It's a
learning. This is all
disrespect.
about putting out.
All right, it's
You
good.
know,
Valentino, shut your fucking mouth, bro. Let him finish.
You
I'm
shut up.
talking. I'm talking to people in the panel. I'm talking to people in the comments. Because if it, this is for
This,
everybody. We know that we've been up here having a conversation for a long time. Everything is good. We already know that. But
but don't call me
sometimes people,
Valentine. I'm
some,
Valentino.
Valentino, I got you, my brother. Dang, I'm just reading. Oh my gosh,
Oh,
bro.
sometimes I'm going. I'm
You gonna keep
sometimes I
saying the
see.
same exact thing? Dang.
Right. So, and what I would encourage us not to worry about the comments on the panel, because a lot of times people come in here, they trolling or they don't understand it. They just came in on the end of a conversation, so they don't understand the context. Let's keep it amongst the conversation amongst ourselves, because otherwise it gets distracted, right? And there's always going to be some people who are not going to rock with what you're saying, and it's always going to be people that's haters, and it may be people that's down here that may actually have some good information. And if you have some good information, come bring it up here. Don't just stay in the comments, because participation is valuable, right? Especially when we're talking about things like this. If you hear something that's wrong, put the correct information in the comments. Don't just talk shit. How about that? So let's keep it professional, let's keep it nice, let's keep it understandable, let's keep it constructive, and let's keep it respectable. That's all we ask. Everybody got a different opinion. It's cool. We could be wrong, and it's okay. And if you see something that's wrong and you want to correct it, that's cool. We'll give you a chance and a platform to do that as well, because it's all love in the building. That's how we roll. And with that, I will give it back to Kev so you can put it back to how you want to put it, player.
All right, for sure. Uh, I'm gonna let Valentino go.
Get it up to 50,000 likes too. Get the likes up.
okay.
Uh,
All right.
Go ahead and finish your thing, and I'm gonna say my part I was trying to say earlier before this thing cut me off. I forgot.
I'm gonna let y'all go, man. I'm gonna sit back and chill, but I'm gonna say,
What the? You just threw my
Go
brain off
ahead,
on that
bro.
one.
I was after you, bro.
That's the
I go.
You was
you gotta
Who
fight.
you,
You
who you,
gotta
you came? I thought I was at you.
yeah.
hmm?
Once you gotta conquer demons in order to be a real demon slayer. You ain't gonna how you gonna have command over and authority over demonic spirits that cast demons out of somebody. You ain't never battled no demons. You know what I mean? That's why these people out here that's been living these crazy lives. Guess what? The Lord been getting them together, man. That's why He say His strongest soldiers.
Oh,
They
you just
have been
reminded
through
me.
it, bro. They gonna go through the biggest trials and tribulations that shape and mold them. Know what I'm saying? To be His most powerful soldiers, man. To really fighting this spiritual war for real. You can't have no command over no demons that you ain't never conquered before, man. That's so you can't
Well,
pray no demon off a person that you ain't never conquered yourself. You dig? Y'all know.
yeah. Oh my gosh. So after I go, right, I'm trying to let Master finish what he was saying too, and then it bags in the building, and I got Everett. And make sure I say names because people getting sensitive over names because I gotta read it because people don't know how hosting
Hey,
works
put me in
sometimes,
there
bro.
some. Put
Oh,
me in there
Elo, I
somewhere,
got you too,
Kev.
brother. I got you, brother. I got you right after Everett. Then I
Yeah,
got you.
and don't worry,
Oh,
man. I don't care about it. I'm not that
yeah,
sensitive.
people. Yeah, just making sure because people very
Yeah,
sensitive on this app, so I gotta make sure
you're
I
good,
get
man.
the stuff
You're
right.
good.
So, I was gonna say about the. So I kind of get what you trying to get with Cammy. Make sure I said your name right too, because I ain't trying to. All right, so I kind of get what you meaning. I would say like, 'cause just like they say, blessed are the ones that are you usually be the poor ones, right? So I do believe like the more that the less people got and all that stuff, or the people that's like that's just that have like less distractions and stuff. The people that's really that have to call on him, that really need him, and I understand they probably have a
Exactly,
deeper,
bro.
they do have a deeper connection,
Exactly.
Your
huh?
spirit,
Exactly.
your
You
energy,
know what it's
Yeah,
like
so they
to
have.
have to
energy
Dang,
is
what the
not
heck?
your
I can't
energy.
even
Oh,
finish.
hold up,
bro,
hold up,
hold
the
up,
host, the
bro.
host.
Yeah, come
Hey,
on,
host,
bro.
host. I
Yeah,
want you hit it right. That's exactly where I'm coming
yeah.
from. You know what it's like when you
Oh, there you got a glitch. You got a glitch. You got a glitch. But yeah, I was about to say that's what I about to say. I get what you mean though. I do get what you mean though. Overall, and you got a glitch too though, so your stuff kind of delay when I get it. So I because I was getting confusing because but I still but it's context though because the lifestyles that you use, I wouldn't say like that. Smugs. I'm trying to think. Trying to think of what not to say it TikTok friendly.
Wipe your
Dylan. Let me
nose
just say
first.
Dylan.
Wipe your nose first.
Ex workers,
Wipe your
Ace
nose.
workers are there. I wouldn't say they have a deeper. I just
drug
wouldn't put
dealers.
it in that way. They don't have a deeper connection because that's their lifestyle that they choosing to do. It's more of the people that's like poor, right? People that's poor, people that's struggling,
Wipe
the
your
people that's
nose.
really that's
Wipe
really
your
calling
nose.
on God.
Wipe your nose first, and then hit your chin. Your chin.
Bro, what? You got
Say
the
Huh?
sauce in you, bro. You inebriated, bro. Keep it a bean, bro. No judgment.
I don't know.
He got it.
Boy,
nose and tip your chin.
What you was saying, Kev?
that's something new every time on this app. I swear. Uh,
It's my
but yeah, I
man.
get that part now. I'm gonna get, and I just want to say this one part back over again because I was just letting them know that I kind of get what he come with, but I'll just say it got to be context behind it because we can't just make it seem like sexy red and all them. All right, bro, I can't. It's over.
Love
So
you,
I
bro.
can't say I can't
I'm not
say
talking
that
about that. I'm not
I
talking
can't
about
say
people
that.
like her. I'm
Huh?
talking about the people that represent the Most High.
Yeah,
That's
I feel
that
you though,
either
but you can't. The reason why I can't that's not me. That's my Mazda doing it, but um. The reason why I say I can't push out saying about scrippers and dealers and stuff, right? It's the context behind it because we can't make it because it's like it's what you doing for the Lord, right? Or it's what you doing for God and stuff. People, a lot of them people is not doing things for God. They doing it out their own flesh and stuff. So we can't say people like that is have a deeper connection. They the ones that eventually have to call upon them once they done mess their whole life up or whatever the situation is, or they might have a deeper connection once they're in jail. But not doing that type of work is not going to give them a deeper connection. It just don't work like that. So I can't. I gotta have it. Got to be like context behind it. But overall, like I said, if you saying like people that's poor, people that's not flushed with money and greed and all the other stuff, I'm pretty sure I'm know for sure they got a deeper connection with God because all they can focus on. That's why I even ask for us to fast sometimes. You know what I'm saying? To like not eat food, not do all that other stuff because it gives us more of that deeper connection with God. So it makes sense
um
because a lot of us get blinded by our freaking our wants. We get what's the other word? We dang near spoiled and stuff, all type of stuff or whatever. We keep wanting more and more and thinking about just all our wants and the lifestyle that we want, and we never had the time to really call upon God until we be like, okay, I don't want this person to pass away or something like that. We it's always be something we come crying to him at the times that we should have been, giving him thanks and forgiveness, and I mean the times we should have been doing that. You know what I'm saying? But we always pick it when we want something like a new car and that stuff like that. I found out that's not blessings. I had to find out what a real blessing is, and all this time we've been using this out of context. And a blessing is not getting a new TV, a new car, not even a wife, not even a husband, wife. That's not a blessing. You know what I'm saying? The God ain't never said that's some stuff you want. But the blessing is it said blessed are the ones that I gotta bring that verse back up. But basically it's like the poor people you was just talking about, right? The ones that wake up every day, just that get to simply uh that get to wake up and live life. You know what I'm saying? Basically, the ones that that's the blessing part. You know what I'm saying? But I think you always use that out of context. Like I'm so blessed at that. But then if you realize if that's true blessing, right? That's what I realized that when every time I come on this app, when they be like, "How you feeling?" I be saying I'm blessed. And all this time now I realize because I start appreciating life every day. I didn't realize I was using it in the real context. Now I'm using it in the real context, and a lot of other people that's just using it because of new cars and all this other stuff. They've been using it wrong. Well, I'm blessed because I got this new job. I'm blessed that like literally we using this stuff out of context. That's not what blessing is. That's just not what it is. It's just we use it. We use it because we get what we want, right? Even though some jobs are what we need and all that stuff. But yeah, I got that. I just wanted to say this because y'all done stacked me up because I ain't saying nothing in a long time. So y'all done stacked me up. And then like I said, I gotta let Mastermind get in. I got a few people I gotta let get in though, because a lot of people haven't talked though. But I'm gonna re-say that third one again so I can get y'all up to date what I mean by that. So I'm like, it said if you were brought up in a different belief and were forced to reject and choose the one you chose today, right? Do you deserve hell? So with that, what I mean about it, like right now, so say because if I was a Christian. I'm a Christian now, right? But say if I was, I think about because I believe other religions reject other religions because they so deep in what they believe in, and it's like so. Say if I'm deep in Muslim or whatever it is, I'm so deep, right? And then a Christian come up to me and say, "Hey, I want you to convert and all this or whatever," and they reject them, right? And I think according to how people study Christianity, which I believe a lot of them study it wrong, right? Well, you reject me now. I know you're going to hell because I gave you the word. I told you what you need to tell you. Now you're going to go to hell. I'm pretty sure it don't work like that though, because I know people so deep in their faith that they will reject. You know what I'm saying? And I think that we read that even out of context. But what I mean is like, what if I was that Muslim? What if I was a Islam? Oh, you say Islam or something like that? I might be saying it wrong. My bad. I don't want to mess the situation up. But what if I was this other religion and I decide to reject it because I feel what I feel is the truth, right? And just like everybody else feel like they feel is the truth. Do I deserve to go to hell? You know what I'm saying? So that's what that question is kind of revolving around. Should I deserve to go to hell because I reject another religion telling me that their truth is more true than my truth? But I was born and this is my truth. So me myself, if I have to answer that, I say no, because it's just that don't even sound like no fairness. That don't sound like anything, and then that don't even sound like. So I'm also trying to get to a point that I think that we try to send people to the hell because of the way we interpret the way we read things, right? Because it's like we know soon if we was to switch seats around and stuff, and we was that religion and that happened to us, we wouldn't feel like we deserve to go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Because we know in our heart we got good intentions, we got faith, but it just happened to might be the same type of well, I believe at the end of that, I still only believe in one God. But it might be not be the same belief or the path or the right way to go, or whatever how we want to put it. It might not go the same route, right? But I'm like, dog, but why go to hell? Because I got brought up in this situation. So that's what I'm getting to about this. So I just be thinking about like if the shoe was on the other foot though, like 'cause of course why wouldn't I reject something else if they told me that if I do this I'm if I pick anything else you're gonna go to hell. You know what I'm saying? Or they force me that I chop your leg off if you try to think it to go any other way, or you're gonna get stoned with rocks if you pick another. So it's like, do you think people like that is supposed to go to hell because they got like they gonna just go punch through like you know what? No, that was the truth, and I know that was the truth. So I'm gonna go through all y'all. Forget what I got brought up in. Y'all gonna have to, you know what I'm saying? So I be thinking about stuff like that though. But that's what that whole question is about though. So Mastermind, I think it was you, Mastermind,
Brody.
and
Yeah,
then Bags, and then Everett, and then we can then we get alternate, and then after that we can go back to the open panel again because y'all
yes, sir.
talking about open panel.
Damn, you always forgetting
Oh, no,
me,
my bad,
man.
my bad, my
Bro,
Damn.
bad.
you,
Elo. Okay, my bad. Bags, Everett. I mean, Master, Bags, Everett, Elo, then Alton. There we go.
it was
And then
here.
open panel again.
Yeah, yeah, bro. Yeah, I think I said a lot of great points. And I think I appreciate your balance, bro. The balance of you saying like one is not better than the other, and also what the brother K said when he was like the God's best followers, right? Is
Hmm.
in the highways and the byways because that's what he taught. So that's what I
Hmm.
took from it, right? And I think it's important to definitely qualify. Like when Lovey was like, "What should we do now?" Right? To
Hmm.
just unify all we know. I think that really I speak to the point, the last prompt you was talking about, bro, which is so powerful. I see why you layered the way you layered it because it's like when you talk about this name and you talk about where you're going if you don't agree. What I've come to realize, bro, right, is that you got people that are sayers of the word and people that are doers of the word. Now, what if you got somebody like your granny or your pop who lived the word, right? But they
Hmm.
wasn't preaching every day. Who
Hmm.
how, in the Most High eyes, that person was a worthy believer, opposed to the person who was preaching it. And the scriptures that
Hmm.
say, if you preach the word and not live it, that's like one of the worst things you can
Got
do
you.
is try to, So when it comes to following, we know that a lot of people, use the God's name to shield their dirty practice. What I challenged, and what helped me look at all these things is, and I mean by all these things, the idea of hell, heaven, and who deserves what, is when I decided to qualify, right? What what is religion, right? And religion is practice, right? Rely on. That's what the English term really it means, to rely on, right? And then people put that spin on it. And when I sat back and looked at it, like, well, everybody rely on something. So whatever gets you to God, if whatever your God is, long as it's rooted in freedom, justice, and equality, right? Helping the oppressed, right? Not being judgmental, right? In the sense of, like you said, throwing the first stone, right? But looking in that mirror, I respect it. I respect it. So yeah, when it comes to hell, I think everybody got their own journey, and we should be more noble, right? Meaning look into their story before we say, "Oh, she did that, he did that. Oh, he going to hell," right? Oh, you did that. Oh, he got to
Right.
be doing something wrong because that's what they did to Job. They did that to Job. They said basically, he went to his friends that he lost everything, and God let that happen. He went to the wise man, and they basically was telling him to repent. But the truth is, he never did nothing wrong. It was just that was just his journey. And one of the biggest things I got from that was, dang, when you're going through turmoil, right? Because Job was malnourished, you could see his bones. He was hurting. He was sick. He lost his family, right? They got unalive. And when he was looking for counsel and support, right? They sat with him many days, and they're like, "You must have did something." Like the whole chapter go by, just go. He like, bro, he like, bro, I swear I ain't do nothing, bro. He's like, bro, you had to do something because this happened to you. You get me? So God may be putting you through something, and I say that to say we shouldn't judge a person just off of what we hear them say, right? Or what we just hear them do on surface, right? Because we don't know what part of their journey they're going through. Their hell may be their salvation. It may just be chastisement to shape them up to be the best they supposed to be. You get me? And they may
Hmm.
haven't done nothing wrong. You get me? Because when God said to Job, he said, you didn't do nothing wrong, but you should have exalted thy holy name. Meaning just keep giving praise, like that blessing you was talking about. That's the only thing he recommended. And when he got back with God, he said, you know what? Because he was a laughing stock. They made just jokes and songs about Job and all that, like this the rich man who now broke now. And the wise man who left him, God told him to give a big donation to him, right? And
Mhm.
everybody from the town had to look out for the same person named Mark. So I just had to say, you never know what nobody's journey is in their story. And one person hell could be the next man heaven. But just don't be quick to judge. Be quick to reflect and think, dang,
Mhm.
let me praise this higher power that I believe in to be a better person, just in general.
Mhm.
I digress.
Okay. I
Facts.
wanted to say this too.
That's
You made
facts.
me think about that. I'm glad you said that though. About the action, right?
Yes,
And
sir.
it also do say that we would know people by their fruits, and that's why people be like, I don't know how you know I'm just gonna be a good girl. So I that's a good one too, because it's like some people can be saying out their mouth how much they a believer and all that stuff, but they actions don't show that they a believer. And then you
Ain't
got
putting
people
in
Yep.
that
no
don't
work.
say that they a believer, but they actions do show they a believer. You see what I'm
Yes,
saying?
bro.
So
Yeah,
this
exactly what I'm
I
saying.
like
Yep.
how you
All work.
said that though. It made me think about
Yep.
that because it showed
Praise
like
God.
but that can happen in
We
other religions though. That's what make it
It does,
crazier.
bro. It
You
happened
know,
in
I
Islam too.
believe
exactly.
in that, but then they actions show they a believer of, you know what I'm saying, believer of something else. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Yeah.
that's a good one. I like that one. I'm actually have to store that in my
Hey,
brain a little bit.
now,
Praise.
what did Christ say? Look, what did Christ say? He said sinners that's going to heaven in front of you Pharisees and Sadducees, which means you church people. He said sinners going to heaven. It's that's mean what nigga? Hey, these people in the streets. Hey, what did Moses do before he got close with the Most High? He unalived somebody. What did David do before he got close to the Most High? He unalived Goliath.
Hold on. They are just giving people. Hold on one second.
Hey man, somebody keep disrespecting me while I'm talking, man. Don't do that.
Cammy, Cammy,
I
Cammy,
think it's a
they
language
just
barrier,
Don't
bro.
block
You
me.
need
hold
to
What?
on,
change
hold
Nah,
on,
that.
we
hold
up here
on.
have
Cammy.
don't
They
Yo,
don't
just
KK,
don't
giving
don't
Brody,
people.
Brody.
don't block
I
me
think
while
it's
I'm
the
talking the
language,
word
bro.
of the Lord. Don't do that.
No, you'll get blocked.
Don't do
I
that.
respect you.
I
Cammy,
think it was.
is
I
it
think
your
somebody
turn to
stopped it for the
talk?
language, bro. So you won't get banana. It's
Yeah,
nothing
don't
against
do
you.
that. Know
You
what I
heard me,
mean?
Brody.
Like I was saying, what did Moses do before he got close to the Most High? He unalived
KK,
somebody.
KK, Brody,
What did
Cammy,
David do?
because Cammy,
Brody. What
Cammy,
up, bro?
I'm mute. Okay, you know what? Let me be quiet. Cammy, do you
Yeah.
want somebody else to go? Or
Stop
do you
your
want to
lying,
banana
Shorty.
go
Stop
again
playing
for the
with me,
The
minute?
Shorty.
girl,
For real, Shorty. Don't
No,
play with me,
KK,
Shorty. Stop playing with
bro.
me,
what the
Shorty.
heck is
No, bro, that's not that, bro.
what?
Bro, it's a certain
Hold
language
up,
you gotta
it's
Yo,
use.
it's
what's up,
right. I'm
yo?
about to
Like,
say
what's
it's the
going
reason
on
why
here?
the mod is. What you
Yeah,
about to
there's
say,
nothing against you, bro.
Arthur?
I said unalive. We allowed to say that.
Who
I
did you
say
want
unalive. I ain't
to
say.
go?
I ain't
Because
saying
he
nothing
think
that
he's
goes
running the
against
I
TikTok
panel.
can't
rule.
even hear.
He think he running the panel. I just want to know who you wanted to go.
Oh yeah. Well,
Nah, she play. Hey, look, Shorty, stop playing with me, little
D-Lo
girl.
been waiting to talk for a long time. Y'all gonna let him talk or not?
All right, now we been on here for a long time. Everybody can
Okay.
talk. They can raise their hand. They know they can talk. I say what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna get up. We got a rotation going. We know what we doing.
all right.
Oh,
Let
you
me
ready?
let
I
go.
got
You know
Yeah,
what I'm
let
saying? You
back.
keep cutting me out while I'm talking like you got an evil spirit on you and say your demons being irritated. Stop
What
playing
up,
with me, shorty. I ain't nobody for you to be
you.
playing with,
Nobody,
shorty.
what?
bro?
Hey, look, I'm not somebody that's broke that can't
Yo,
move
Hey,
around,
break,
shorty.
bro. That's bro. Come
I'm
on,
not.
bro.
Nah, you can move around.
You
Ben, move
yo,
around,
tripping?
Ben.
block
You can
this
move around,
fucking
Ben.
What?
room, yo.
What?
You can
Yo,
definitely move around.
wildin'.
What?
You
Like, this
you
nigga
have
Hold
an evil
up.
Josh
spirit because
Hold
you're
up.
doing.
out of order. That's
Bro,
evil spirit
what?
right there.
Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hit the brakes, bro. I know you're not just soft lean a threat, bro. We were just talking all that, bro. You was talking about like touches of mine on that type time, bro. Hell no, bro. I know I'm
That's
not hearing my
crazy.
decision,
Okay,
bro.
anyway,
Are you
move
gonna pop out with
around.
the Glocks out and things of that nature, bro, to a sister, bro?
Mm.
Hell no. Not all the
Yeah.
scripture, bro. You just gave her that. She didn't deserve
That's
all of that.
why.
That's why you
The
don't
fuck?
Yeah,
listen to
that is.
people.
I don't know. I never got that though, too, though, because it's like my thing is like we gotta realize this stuff though. I can understand passion and all that stuff, but it's like if we say that we a follower, right, of whatever you believe in, right, and
Yeah.
then we still show the same actions as like the people that you know what I'm saying. And
Niggardly.
then we also had this problem where we think that our way or our teachings is more. You know, because who
Yeah.
said that wasn't God that was stopping you? You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
trying to say that
Yeah.
God, you stopping God from speak from. I don't know. That's
It's a
the reason
real.
why I be saying like everybody can use that trump card on. That's why I
Yeah.
don't be believing everybody. I mean, I let everybody do what they do, but it's
That
just
was
like,
crazy.
but why do everybody act like that? You know, when I speak, that's God talking. But
Right.
then somebody else say the same thing. Like, who the telling the truth then? You know what I'm saying? But that's what I
Yeah.
don't know. It's like I don't know why everybody think they more powerful than the next person. It's like I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't. Oh
And
my
to
goodness.
incite
Hey,
Kev,
violence.
can I
Kev.
say
Hey, Kev.
something to
Hey,
that?
hey, Kev.
Can I
You
say
know,
something to that, Kev?
yo.
Yeah, I ain't no vote on that. I disagree with that 100%.
I'm not. Just because she blocked you, bro, or stopped you from talking for a minute, bro. That got nothing to do with inciting and hits and all that, bro. Like people want to slap out that, bro. That never meant
No,
that. Her muting you never meant, oh, it's the beef. Like, come on, I don't know what world that comes. That's all that shit you was talking about, the evil one and all that, bro. That's exactly what that was, bro. No kizzy, like, and we not going for that, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I
Hey, can
appreciate
I
y'all for
say
having me,
something
bro.
to that?
I don't even play them games.
Hmm.
Kev, thank you for having me, bro.
Oh
And
yeah.
yeah, this alter ego, don't worry about that shit. That shit's some sucker shit, straight up. Don't ever threaten your sister because she hit the mute button when it's an order and all that. Now you talking about sliding and pop. No, bro, that's some goofy ass sucker.
Wow.
You know, a whole father out here, bro. A whole husband. That's crazy, bro. Real rap. I'm done for the night. I need to remove myself. Peace.
Well, man, I already know how it is, my brother. I feel
Yeah,
you.
yeah.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, but I'll say something real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Okay. I was asking questions earlier because listen. I've lived a nice little time. I got almost 55 Earth time, right? And when people read a bunch of things, right? That's why when somebody said about actions, right, and speaking, people, it's easy to parrot once you read something and memorize. It's easy to parrot what you read, but if you're not actually living it, there's an issue there. That's why I was talking about the waters, right? You can tell when somebody has spirit, right? You can tell when somebody has that what you call Holy Spirit, because see, your waters will be calm. You'll be at a state of peace, right? That's why nobody really is to be believed until you're being tested, right? It seems as though the young being was just tested, right, without him knowing it, without everybody knowing it, because a lot of the stuff that he was saying, when it came time for him to be tested, all of that other stuff that he said he came through came right out. So it's like, it's deep, because I sat back and just listened. I was quiet. Once he told me he heard God talking, I'd be quiet. Anytime I hear somebody say that, that's it, because I don't know where that's coming from. I know a lot of people that talk about things or something they actually hear in voices, and when somebody hear voices, you don't know where they're coming from. And some of the most dangerous psychotic people I've ever met, they've studied the Bible, and I've been around a lot of them. So like I said, I that was a test. So just because you have knowledge doesn't mean that you have spiritual maturity. Spiritual maturity, you can hear the
True.
wisdom come out. You can actually hear it when a person speaks. They say the best way to know a fool is when they start to open their mouth. That's why a lot of people are quiet. Some people say they're quiet because they want to play that strong quiet role. But a lot of times in this day and time, those who have wisdom need to be speaking right now, not be quiet. Yes, observe, but once you observe, there is a time for wisdom. That's where you understand. There's wisdom in silence and there's wisdom in words, but it's understanding, knowing when to speak and when to shut the fuck up.
Preach. Might have to give a hand clap on that one. Hold up.
Amazing! Excellent!
I'm gonna throw both of those in.
Yeah, good hand
You
clap.
better stop it. You better stop that.
We're gonna need a little bit better,
It was
Chris
in my
Paul.
memory.
Need a little bit
It
better timing on that clap.
was in my
Yeah.
thought. I mean, he said, "What? Good."
So we're gonna need a little bit better timing on that clap, Kev. Got a little bit. Just you was about 2 seconds too late. That's all
You
I'm saying.
right. You right. You right. I
A
was
little
like,
bit,
I
just
was
a little
struggling
bit.
too.
Hey, Kev, is it my turn?
It's on you, brother. Yeah.
Good morning, y'all. But I'm gonna start this conversation by saying, I am not without
Before you go,
sin.
I want to say this though. Why I
What's
knew
up?
them two I was gonna have a problem with. It's just like it always be the ones. And it ain't no hard feelings. I know y'all probably in the comments and stuff, but it's no hard. But it's just like it like people be so. It's like where you can't if you can't slip a word in and they just got to keep running a whole conversation. Them be the ones that you gonna have a problem with. That just be crazy. And it be like that though. But I think like this lesson right here, right? The fact that this happened to y'all, that y'all got dropped and stuff or whatever, you gotta look within yourself of why this is happening, man. Because it ain't about that somebody trying to interrupt your God and all this other stuff. And I'm not even saying in a mocking type way, but I'm just saying it's not about that. You can't keep using that to, especially on a platform where everybody else on here is trying to, trying to speak their mind. This ain't the
Be
time,
slow to anger.
Yeah. So you gotta actually right. And maybe God was trying to tell you, hey, maybe you had to listen. You know what I'm saying? You can't just keep throwing it every time just to shut everybody up. Well, this is God talking. And you know what I'm saying? I mean, you got to make it a little bit fair on that because I could be like, hey, well, God talking, and I can be like, well, how you gonna tell me I'm lying? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, we can't do that on not on no platform like that because everybody trying to hear each other though. But go ahead, Bags. My bad. I just throw that out there.
I mean, it's like y'all said earlier, words are not important to me, actions are. You understand? Like, you don't give an example like that, then be the example. That's just number one. And
Mhm.
even though I understand his anger, because I saw what was going on, I don't understand his action. His action was just uncalled for. It's not what men
Mhm.
do. Anyway, back to this book thing. Me personally, I'm not a firm believer in the book because I don't believe in anything man made. Do I believe in God? Yes. And I feel like when it comes to any book, it all depends on the reader because it's a matter of perception. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I've never seen a snake talk, but I know snakish people who will try to make you do negative things or do negative things towards you. So yeah, to me it's just all a matter of perception, bro. Like how you take the word and how you go about it in your daily living, your actions, how you treat people, that's your ticket to heaven. I honestly don't think that and it's funny that you said that, Deshanti, because that's what it's. Yeah, I caught that comment
I
down
had
there,
to
man. I'm
laugh.
sorry. It's crazy, right? Because it's funny that you said that, right? Because I never said I don't believe in God. I don't believe in the teachings of the Bible because it's man made. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, we gonna follow the guidelines of God. But do I believe in certain things that's in the Bible? Hell nah. I feel like all that shit was written. Let's be honest. If it was all truth in the Bible, they wouldn't have took out certain chapters,
Mm.
certain pages.
Let me ask this then before you get too deep though on that one. Do you believe everybody had that same experience that you have
No,
with the
I
Bible?
believe we all, yeah. I believe we all read a book and realize certain things and build our own perception of things. I
Okay,
believe we
because I
all
was about
do
to
it.
say I don't think I'm experienced the stuff that you said you experiencing though, because I don't know. I guess I'll read it a whole different way or whatever. But I believe
That's what
all
I'm
of us do
saying.
interpret it our own
Perception.
way. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's perception. Yeah, if I get you though. Yeah, so yeah. That's why I don't be trying to go too hard on different things because I mean I let what's the religions out there? Buddhists, if that's what to help their life or whatever. I just don't want to
You
discredit it,
understand?
I guess.
Do I listen to certain scriptures? Do I understand certain scriptures? Yeah, sure. But am I going to follow everything that was written in that Bible? Hell no, because then I'd be out here unaliving certain people, thinking that certain things is okay. There's a lot that was in that Bible that's not okay. If I had to pinpoint my God to it, my God wouldn't be okay with a lot of things like lying, a lot of shit. That Virgin Mary shit, he would have dubbed that. That would have never been in his book. So I'm done.
Okay. Everett.
What's up? So I just want to possibly address the back why people have a problem with religion. So I personally, I think everyone has the right to exercise their beliefs. Do I think that religion is harmful though? Yeah, I do think it is. For one, starting off with the irrationality of religion. Um, is theism rational? No, it's not really. And I say that given the fact that a god is some magical anthropomorphic immortal that was evidently imagined out of nothing by some superstitious primitives who didn't understand anything about the natural world around them. I think it is already irrational to imagine that such a thing exists, especially with no good reason to believe that and plenty of good reasons not to. I think the word rational is defined as something that's agreeable to reason and describes maybe someone having possession of like a full faculty of reason or exercising sound reason or someone who is able to be reasoned with possibly. What I'm saying is that rational is synonymous with reasonable, but belief in God requires faith, and according to a consensus of
dictionaries, scriptural references, hymns, sermons of theologians, past and present, they all reveal that faith is just an assertion of unreasonable conviction, assumed without reason and defended against all reason. That means that people of strong faith refuse to reason, they reject reason, and they will not be reasoned with. And I don't think it's wise to be completely convinced of anything told by another person without question, without reservation, without reason, or just to assume anything without any type of precedent or parallel, especially in the absence of verifiable evidence. And despite all, um, I think that's about as irrational as it can possibly get. In practical application, I think faith is irrational by definition. Some people say that if there's no creator, then there can't be a universe. I think that's a limited perspective. I think that would only allow for the universe to come into being as if it were conjured by some magic deity. I think it's essentially the same thing as being pooped out of nothing by a genie, or a genie who has always existed for, ever. He's existed for eternity, and then all of a sudden, eventually got an idea to create something beside himself. That's what is considered logical by some people, and to me, it's just not. I think that that's inherently a harmful thing for people to accept and believe. I think that can cause lots of cognitive dissonance. I don't think it's okay to live your life believing a lie, for the same reasons that I don't agree that you should teach your kids that Santa Claus is real, knowing that your kid's going to find out it's not one day, and then they get upset, and then they lose trust over you, stuff like that. I think just believing your lie,
What
believing
you
a lie
believe
in your
in?
life. I would consider myself an explicit weak atheist. Um,
Oh, okay.
I reject
Is
the
it working
claim
for
that
you?
oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I go off of what
What
can
if
be
people want to
demonstrated to
believe
be
in
true.
lies and it work for them, right? I think that I do want to start you with the last one. Let's talk about that then. So
Sorry?
what is wrong with others' beliefs if it's not hurting them or the people around
That's the thing though, is I think it is hurtful to live your life on a lie. I think when of course maybe they gain some type of net positive thing out of it, but I think ultimately it's just not a good thing to live your life on a lie. I
So
think
is
that's a pretty simple
lying to
principle.
be able to connect the families and wait for sex and don't unalive, steal, um, blasphemy and all that stuff.
Yeah,
That's
I
harmful.
think I think morals can be practiced without lies. I think that a good lifestyle can be practiced without lies. Like I said, it's just people go to this magical, anthropomorphic, immortal thing that was just imagined out of nothing by superstitious primitives who didn't know anything about the natural world.
Mm,
That's I think that's kind of a problem.
interesting.
Um, So I mean, I don't. I just don't think it's a good thing for people to believe life on a lie. And
So don't believe in
let's
nothing, and then that's even better. Oh, that's crazy.
no. I.
Gotcha.
What do you mean? Don't believe in nothing?
Wait, what you say? So you said, oh, you said you was a atheist,
I'm
something.
an explicit weak atheist, meaning that it's almost synonymous with agnostic atheist. I do not assert that there is no God, but I do not accept that there is a
Hey,
God.
Everett, how do you put explicit and weak together?
I'm sorry.
Like, how do you put explicit and weak together?
So when I say explicit, I mean that
That sounds like an
I
imagination.
yeah.
Like, you
So when I
understand? Like,
say
if I'm
yeah,
explicit,
I
then
got
that
you. So
means
hold
I'm
on, let me
just to
explain.
that.
Yeah, I got you. So I'm going to explain. So when I say explicit, I mean I do not believe there is a God. I lack belief in a God. What I mean by weak is I do not assert that there is no God. And then by eight, like it's just very simple. Atheist is no God. So basically, explicit means I do not believe in a God, and weak means I do not assert there is no God. Does that make any sense?
So that's still a belief.
No, it makes no
That's
sense.
it's not. I mean, sure, I would
You
say that's
just said the
about
word
belief.
belief, so we
Yeah,
got beliefs. Both of us
I would.
using our
Mm-hmm.
imagination. You feel
I
me? You know what I'm saying?
I would yeah, I would consider it a belief, but it's not a belief based on something that's not supported by any evidence. My position is held strictly upon the lack of evidence that there is with God.
So you just
Does that
make
make
up your
sense?
own stuff and then believe that.
I haven't made
Interesting.
up anything though.
You
What
just
have I made up?
you
Yeah.
said that my so hold up. So where did your source come from? I picked my source. Everybody picked their source, obviously, right? Where yours
What do
just
you mean?
come from?
What do you mean my source?
Where do you get your information from? Did you come up with it yourself, or your lifestyle, and then you just chose to believe in it, or did you get it from a book too?
What information? Like, are you talking about information on
Like your
God?
belief, the what you believe in right now.
Oh, what I believe? I mean, it's not something I made up. Lots of people hold the same position that I do. That
Okay, lots of people hold the same thing as me too, but I'm just saying,
yeah,
like, what, like everything is gonna still, no matter what, we can't dodge that word belief. So all of us choose what we gonna believe in. But I'm saying, where did it come from? Just like you could ask me.
I think my belief comes from I think it's an intellectually honest position to
The fact
hold
that you
in the
gotta think about it, that's crazy. Wow.
what? No, I'm
Yours
saying
sound more
it's a
solid than okay. That's
I'm
cool.
saying
That's cool.
I think it's an intellectually honest position to hold in the absence of
Whatever, I
evidence.
feel like mine's an intellectually honest position because of everything matched my lifestyle for everything that I read up on.
Sure, except I can demonstrate that mine is intellectually honest, and I can demonstrate that yours is not, respectfully.
Can I ask you a question?
Hmm?
If you don't mind.
Yeah, what's up?
So do you not? So you don't believe there's a creator?
No, I do not believe there's a creator.
Okay, then what are we? How are we here? How is creation here without a creator? How does
How do
that
you
work?
know that? How do you demonstrate that it is creation?
Because we're here.
Okay,
Like how we can see we
so,
like every like how
so
does that
cousin,
happen? You get what I'm saying, Mo?
so cousin, hold on. So, do you
Yeah.
accept that God is here, and do you accept that He exists?
What?
Do
Do
you
I
accept
accept?
that God? Yeah. Do you think that God is here, and do you think that He exists?
No
I
question.
believe what I'm saying. I believe that
Answer
we
the
have a
question
creator.
before you
Hold on, I
respond.
can't hear you with multiple people talking at once.
Yeah. So no, I believe. I don't believe in religion, right? I don't.
Sure.
Okay, but my if we say that we're talking about tangible evidence, we're all here. We can touch, we feel, we know that we're here. So everything has to come from a creation. We were obviously created, so that means that it has to be a creator. So I would be
What?
remiss to say what that creator is. I don't know, but
But
I
how do
would
you know we're
say that there
created?
has to be a creator at least. You get what I mean? Like, otherwise we wouldn't be here, right?
No,
So
no,
that's
I
what I'm saying.
disagree.
Like, okay,
I
or how?
disagree.
Okay, I'm interested to hear that. What do you
So,
think?
so why do you think that we had to be created to be here? That doesn't make any sense to me. Why? Because like for instance, do you believe that God was created?
What?
Do you
I,
You
believe
know
that
the
God was
definition
created?
of created?
Yeah.
okay,
So
so
I
so
believe God will
how
always
do?
existed.
But I'm saying, how do we get here if we weren't
right.
created?
So cousin, hold on. I want to ask you a question. Did
But
The boy
God
don't even
ever?
answer not
I
one
answer your
question. He give
question,
you a
but you got to
question.
answer my question too, though,
No.
right?
My
I
answer
That boy gets stuck
can't.
my
every time
I
he said, "Let me
my
can't.
ask a new
I
answer
can't.
question."
hold on. So cousin, my answer
Yeah,
to your question is my question to you, if that makes any sense. I'm asking you a question so you can
that's a
understand my
diversion.
answer to it.
I get
No,
you.
not really. So, I mean, I can just lay it out to you, right? If you believe that God exists independent of a creator, like if you think that God has always existed, right, then you accept that things can exist without having creation as a necessary component. I
What?
can just say the same thing. Yeah, exactly.
But
That's my
I
point, right?
wouldn't.
okay. So if we but here's the difference, right? We understand that, or we believe, or we think. But if God is a spiritual being, right? How a
Sure.
spiritual being is created, I have no idea, right? I don't know how that works, right? But I do know that we are biological beings, and I do know by experience, by everything that we see, how this works. There has to be a birth, there has to be a creation. If we everything
Okay.
in our tangible world has to be created by something. So that means that if we are now spiritual beings, then I would be with you. I would say, okay, maybe we don't, you know what I mean? Like maybe we don't have to be created. But
No, I
as
understand. I
biological
understand.
beings, my logic just says we have to have some type of creation. So that
I
means
understand.
that's the difference.
But
So that's why I would say that. So I'm just wondering, but I'm not trying to make fun of what you're saying. I'm just really trying to understand.
no, I
Yeah,
get
yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah.
So look, I understand what you're saying, right? And respectfully, your logic isn't what comports with what we observe. Um, we have
My
not
boy trying to
observed.
sound smart, bro. I ain't gonna even lie, dog. He
No,
just
because I'm
No,
trying to see like what we talking
actually a
about.
balloon
I'm
blows
not.
up
Let him go.
this way from like
Just
I'm not
let him
Hey,
finish
balloon.
because
yo, let's
I
just
really want to
listen.
hear
Let's
this. I
just
really want to
listen
hear
to
this.
him. I
A
want to
Yeah,
hear
just
what he
listen.
balloon
got to
is
say.
Let's hear what he's saying.
insulated with your air,
Let's let
and
him
then
finish.
it
Let's let him
becomes
finish.
illuminated and blows up.
Yeah. So
But just let
yeah.
him
So I'm
just
not.
let him finish. Let's hear it because I want to hear exactly what he's saying.
Yeah.
Let's
Of
go.
course. So I'm not trying to like sound smart or anything. I'm just saying like if because what you're saying is that everything is here, therefore it was created, which I disagree with. I think that everything could have possibly existed eternally, which obviously you're not opposed to the idea of eternal existence because you believe that the creator of the universe has existed eternally without a creation himself, right? So you're not opposed to the idea of something existing without creation. And if you were, then you would have to accept that God was created, and that leads to an infinite regression, which is a logical fallacy. You can't argue that point because it would become moot. I personally think that time has it's odd. If you know anything about the Big Bang, I am personally an astronomer. um, what happened? Think of it this way, right? In the Big Bang, the origin of space itself is also connected to time. Some cosmologists choose to illustrate the beginning of time as an asymptote on a Cartesian coordinate system, and when we scan backwards, time slows down as we plunge into the Big Bang until 1 second equals to infinity when t equals 0. That means that while the Big Bang is still the beginning, it's also simultaneously eternal, therefore infinitely old, and infinitely old in the same sense that your God is,
Yo,
right?
Cap, he making my fucking coffee cold, bro.
Hold on. Let him go. Let him
Come
finish,
on,
bro.
let him
Let him
speak. He
finish,
got a
dog.
different belief than everybody else, but still give him the respect
true.
and let him speak.
But
Come on
he been
now.
That
speaking,
part.
so
That
can he
part.
like
Yes, Elo.
all I'm asking because
Because people are asking him
wait a minute,
questions. That's
sir.
why.
I understand, but just speak.
What
Like you don't have to
doing?
go down the whole history to state your claim. Other people on here too, sir.
Well, Vidisha, the reason why I'm trying to explain it is because when I say something, I get questioned, and then typically people start talking over me, and then I can't ever explain anything. So I'm just explaining it already. Like, I'm explaining it
You
before I
stated
start
your
getting
point,
bombarded
land
by
your
questions.
plane.
For
Yeah,
sure, for sure.
I get what you're saying, man. I'm just trying to explain it so I don't have a million questions afterward. That's basically it. I just don't see the evidence for there being a God, and I feel like people living their life on a lie is inherently harmful.
Okay,
Gotcha.
so I get what you're saying, but then I'm wondering who made the Big Bang. See, when
Yeah,
we keep going,
so
like
cousin,
The
that's
I
what
thing
I mean.
happened
You get me?
when
Cousin, you
Satan
told us we gotta be
And that was
quiet. You told
rhetorical.
us we
That was rhetorical. That was rhetorical. I didn't want
you
to
told
right.
answer
us
that.
we
I was
gotta
just
hush.
You
saying.
know you're gonna start it back up.
Y'all
Actually, the
have
one
that
that made the Big
conversation
Bang,
in
I'm
the
gonna
So
ask
chat.
you the question.
No, I'm
I'm
just saying.
Have
telling
so
that
sure.
y'all, I got
conversation
the
in the chat.
answer.
Right,
And
right,
y'all won't
exactly.
even
That's
let
what
me
So
I'm saying.
answer
That
it. And I
wasn't a
don't have to
rhetorical
take
question.
I don't
That
have
wasn't.
10 minutes to
all right,
That's what
answer
the
it.
chat is for, y'all, so
yes.
y'all don't have to interrupt.
Hold on.
Hold
So
on.
so
That was.
cousin, so
That,
cousin, if you're
yeah.
gonna ask me who created the Big Bang, I want to know who created God.
Okay, it's gonna
Well,
be a
yeah.
circle,
Have
Yeah.
so
your
No,
forget
no,
it.
conversation
We
in the
got it now.
chat.
It's over.
So
no,
do
no.
you
Oh
understand how
Lord,
like
help us.
Cousin and Everett,
May I
have
please
your
get a
Okay.
word
conversation
in?
That was
in
a
the
rhetorical
chat.
question. That was
yeah,
rhetorical. I didn't want to answer on that. That was just.
Host,
He said never again.
That's all it was.
yeah. So
That's all
host,
it
cousin, do
was.
Can
It
you
y'all
wasn't.
have that
It wasn't a debate.
conversation
host,
in the chat so other
may I
people can
please get a
get their
word in?
point out?
Yeah,
Hey,
we about
listen.
to get you. We about to get you in
Okay,
there.
Hold on.
So
because
he
No.
just went. He just went. It's about to be. I think it's.
Yes. Yes.
I think Elo already did his turn though. I think. Didn't you do your turn though, Elo? I
but
think.
but sure,
Have to
but
make
someone
sure.
asked me a
No,
question. Someone asked me a question that I
Ah,
no,
kind
they
of
say
wanted
that
to
wasn't your
answer.
real turn, huh? Okay, I got
no.
you.
I
All
was
right, so
asking
Elo
Everett.
did Alter, then oh hold on, who was first between? I think no Money. I think Money came in, then it's Venetia. I think Venetia the newest one.
Um,
I think
but
I don't remember.
cousin also asked me a
We
question and I
done.
kind
We
of want to
done
touch
with you.
on it.
You already
Your
we
time over,
done for
baby.
real.
Please
Yeah,
That
let
we
somebody
done.
question.
else. I gotta
That
clock into
question.
school. Y'all know I go to
That
school.
But
I just want to be able to get in before I clock in. Please.
listen.
yeah,
Hmm.
That
really
question
not just
wasn't made to
answer
be
the
answered.
Go
question.
So just
ahead.
go.
I'll go after you, sis.
Yeah.
Go
Just
ahead,
go.
sis. I'll go after you.
Let the ladies go. Let the ladies go. God
All
And
right,
bless.
for sure,
I'll
for sure.
say this one thing and one thing only because I do feel like Everett has a little scientific understanding. And with that scientific understanding, material things cannot create immaterial things, but immaterial things can create material things. For everything that is in existence right now, it either comes from matter, which comes from the smallest
molecule, which is an atom, or it comes from light, which is an energy source. So if I speak, it has a vibration. It is in the light spectrum. But me and everything that you can touch, it is in the atom spectrum of matter. So it's not that very difficult to understand how something material can be formed from something immaterial, because energy always and never dies. It always exists and is everywhere around us. That's all I needed to say.
Also,
Hey,
when you speak,
Okay, so
that's
my
not
thing is
necessarily
this,
a
right?
right way.
My
That's a
thing
Thank
is
you,
this,
different.
right?
Kanisha.
We
Hey
wasn't
man,
against, we
hey,
weren't
you already
against
said yours.
we
you
weren't
good,
against
right?
what he said. We weren't against what we wasn't against what he said. It's the fact that he keep talking in circles. That's why I said my coffee getting cold. He was talking in circles. We definitely understand everything he said. I believe everything he said before some unknown being just blew some shit into some fucking clay and he
Oh,
just
I
came to
forgot.
breathe.
Wait, it was one more thing. And the Big Bang happened when a third of wicked angels got cast out of heaven. They got hurled to the earth. It made a very loud sound, and that is known as the Big Bang. All right, goodbye.
It makes way
Uh-oh.
more sense scientifically to me than somebody breathing life into clay. So I get what he's saying. It's just he kept going in circles about the same thing. Let somebody else talk now.
Oh, for the record, I wasn't trying to. I kept getting questions that were kind of leading to the same answer over and over again.
Mm. Alter, you next.
What did you say, Kat?
On you.
Whew, Jesus. Sorry.
For
Okay.
some odd reason, I want you to go last. For some
I know
odd
that's all.
reason,
I think I'll go
you
because
want to go last?
that's fine.
All right, okay, go, go, go.
I know
Yeah,
everybody been up here sitting,
because
brains
I need to
flying.
make sure this.
You don't care. I'm just minding. I guess I'll sit up here and chilling.
For sure, for sure. So I think let me get more money than Elo.
All
Yeah.
right. I got a few points, but I'm gonna try to be brief. Elo, you want to go? I know you've been waiting before me.
Elo,
A
go.
few. I got. Listen, I'm gonna say this right. As spiritual beings, no one knows everything. No
Mm,
one knows the birth record of spiritual beings. There's no such thing, as far as humans is concerned, as a creation of us because we are eternal. Right now, human body, something, someone, I don't know who it is, but or what it is, but we were created. There is a creator to the human vessel. Don't know how that happened. I don't even claim to even act like that I know. But one thing I do know, as Eternals, there's no such thing as death. There's no birth record. So no human being on the planet knows that. So the only ones that I guess that think that they know those certain answers, these are the arrogant ones. These are the ones that's filled with a bunch of pride. These are the ones that's filled with that know-it-all spirit. Because the fact is,
mm,
there are things on this planet that no one knows.
mm.
Period. There are mysteries that none of us, and even and there's a lot of human beings right now that could not handle the truth, even if they knew it. All right, so
Yep.
nobody knows this stuff. So certain questions, there it's all right to say I don't know. It's all right to say
Mm-hmm.
that. Okay, so but there is, I believe, I'm going to say I believe that there
Believe.
is a
Yep.
creator. There is a creator to human beings as a vessel, because this vessel, we live in the vessel. The vessel doesn't have us. We have a vessel. So something created that. I don't know what it is. If somebody know, then shit, let us know, because that's what it's about. Everybody is coming up with what they believe it is. And that's the problem. We need to respect how other people see it. And that's that.
Mm-hmm. Just imagine a Big Bang sitting there, make just all of a sudden we just come out of rocks and
Crazy
grow a
part is,
Peter.
Kev,
We
Out
grow
of
a
rocks.
Peter and have fingers for touching and feeling and all that. Ain't that just so wow,
crazy,
that's just so random
So,
how that can happen like that. Ain't that
crazy
something?
part
respectfully,
is, Kev,
respectfully, what
I
what do
feel
you
like
think the Big
there
Bang
is
is?
no, I feel like there is no God without science, and there's no science without God. I think both coexist because of each other, because everything has to be created.
Sure. So,
What
host,
So
I
when
do
they
kind
be
of have a
trying to,
question.
science?
I think maybe you have
Ain't
a
science
different
man
You
made? I
had
thought you
your
said
idea.
you don't.
turn.
I
You
thought you don't
should
listen
have
to man
asked
made
your
stuff. I thought that was.
question
I
when you were
thought that was man-made.
speaking.
You should have
just
asked
wanted
your
to.
question when you were
I
speaking.
just
You had your turn.
Okay, yeah, cause Mo Money, is it your turn? Do you need to go?
Yes, I
Yes.
think it is.
Okay, yeah, let's let Mo Money go, y'all.
All right. So, first of all, I want to address this. Do people deserve hell and all of this other stuff? We follow, the people who follow Christianity are following ancient, ancient culture interpretation of what they believe their society should look like. Let's first say that. Second of all, the way it was presented to us was flawed because the people who presented it to us were our captors, and they presented it to us in a way to be able to control us. Religion is dangerous because you begin to follow the principles as opposed to who created the principles, right?
Mm.
So everything that we sit here and say about, oh, well, you should go to hell for this, that makes the people who say that they think that they're the judge and that they are without fault. We're all full of fault. We're all full of sin, if that's what you want to call it. And I don't have any reason to point at Kev and say, Kev, what you're doing is worthy of you not being able to exist for the rest of eternity. That doesn't make any sense either. What we have to do is, first of all, learn to understand, not just to have an opinion and to come on here and espouse certain things. I studied theology, was in seminary for almost 2 years, and then I left religion alone. I moved away from all of that because I could not find one person, whether it be the dean of that school or the preacher that was that was in the pulpit every Sunday, that could explain certain things to me, right? So at the end of the day, we can say that we are Christian or we're Muslim or Buddhist or whatever, but it's about the deity, so to speak, that we believe in, not the people that espouse to be in that deity. And I'll land my plane there. Thank you, Kev, for having me up, man. I appreciate your work here on your platform.
Oh yeah, for sure, bro. So, let me see. Make sure everybody. Y'all see me down there? I said I got my backup down there because just in case, people like TikTok like playing with me. I'm making sure I'm up in the game. I'll follow my backup. That's my other page. I'm gonna put it out in the comments again. Y'all follow that down now. My boy the Joker is the Joker. I had to extend the name because people are like, what did I say? Why do you spell it like that? Because I wanted to. You know. All right. Um, I think everybody went. So now it's alter now.
Whew. I wish I
What's
would
up,
have sit
Alta?
down.
What's up, girl?
It's,
Well, then don't talk to me.
What's
um,
happening?
Because I'm not going to play with him today.
Good morning.
But hi, everybody. I'm not. It's too early to step on y'all. Y'all, it has been a lot said. Like, wow. I thought I was going to remember everything I said, but yeah, it's been a lot. Um, Trying to see where even to start, honestly. Uh, when we talk first, okay, so when we talk the like Muslim, somebody said something about Muslim and God. No, not Muslim, sorry. My brain. No, my brain really is scrambled.
got
I'm
stacked.
trying not to ask any questions to somebody. So I'm trying not, but I really want to so bad, but I'm trying to leave it alone. But so we talk about like, the Muslim belief and like Christianity, whatever case is, right? When it comes to that, like when we say like they say serve the same God, do they have a God they believe in? Yes. And do they? I know people get that like mix as far as like the God that we serve the same God, but when they don't believe that Jesus is God, because we do as Christians believe that Jesus is God, we believe that Jesus, the Holy Spirit, that's all one. And actually, in the Islamic faith, it's actually you're required to go to hell if you believe that Jesus is God, and that is a huge part in the Christianity because we do believe that Jesus died on the cross and rose again. So that wouldn't be believing the same thing, but they do believe like in a God. That makes sense. Um, what else do I want to speak on that matters? Uh, okay, I'm gonna say this. I'm not talking to somebody, so you ain't gotta unmute. Creation. When we say how we were created, clearly we all have to come from something. I like that Venetia did add that in there. The immorality, not immorality, but the materialistic, right? Materialism. Something immaterial has to create something material. Like a cup can't create another cup. There has to be something that's immaterial, which we are, in fact, you know what I'm saying? Like we have an immaterial mind, we have a conscience. So when we say we didn't come from nothing and we just here, why do we have a conscience? Why do we have a spirit? Why do we have a mind? That's all immaterial. We are, you know what I'm saying? Like the matter, the physical part of us is like the material concept. So, and then to ask the question, who created God? God does not claim to be created. He has always been here. And if you understand science, there has always been an energy here and will always be here. That is who we call God. Now, whether or not people put a different name on that, that's fine. But that's what we call God. God who created the world. And we're speaking that from scripture. And it's funny when people say that they don't believe something that's if it's man-made, man-written. I'm gonna try not to hold, like, maybe I shouldn't write about my life, because or somebody write about my life, I guess they would be wrong. It would be false because somebody wrote it. That's kind of crazy to me to think about that concept. Because
Don't look
that
up
means
Black history either.
that means you shouldn't believe in nothing. That means anything you know right now, you should just act like it don't exist. Because there is something that somebody wrote, and you like, it's like, how do you work a machine? Oh, let me read the instructions. Don't read the instructions because a man wrote it. Don't trust it. So like when you say that, I feel like that's disingenuous. That's just that. It's, oh my God, I wish I wrote this stuff down because so much stuff y'all said.
I
But
feel
I
you. I
guess
go to the same.
yeah, it's cool though. But like when it comes to God though, like he's not he did not he's not created. So it's a disingenuous type of question, because he doesn't claim to be created. But creation is here. We have been created. Who created us? Something immaterial had to create us. Something with a mind and a conscience had to create us, because you yourself have a mind and a conscience. You have a liver, kidneys, so many different parts, intricate parts in your body. You think you were just brought up to be like, you just came about? That's too detailed. There's a design, so you can have this mindset of I don't believe, but I want people to understand, just because you don't believe does not mean truth don't exist. Truth is still truth, regardless if you believe it or not.
Mm.
You can say I don't believe the sky exists. Oh, that's fine. You're just gonna look crazy. That's cool. But you can't, just because I say what I believe is cool, is true, is right, is wrong, whatever case is. And if you believe in right or wrong, and that's then talking about morality. Because if you don't believe that anything exists, if you don't believe that there is not a God, then it means there is no morality, no moral compass. And if there's no moral compass, you can't say what's right or wrong, what's evil or not evil, because there is nothing to compare it to. That means if you believe that everything is fine, everything is good, that means everything is objective. Meaning, if I think that it's okay to unalive a person, I have full right to believe that and act it out, because you just told me that there is nothing above that. I don't have to tend to everybody can believe what they want. And when it comes to other beliefs, everybody has a right to believe what they want to believe. Oh, let me say this too, because I don't want to forget this. God does talk to us. It ain't gonna, angels have spoken to us. God has sent angels to speak to us, but God absolutely speaks to his people. Don't want to put that out there too. Sorry, trying to remember the answer. Oh yeah, so when it comes to other beliefs, Jesus claims to be the truth, the way, the truth, and light. There's one way to the Father. So that's again what we believe, right? And it's factual. That there's no other deity or belief that's claimed to be the savior of the world, to be save us from damnation, right? So again, even with that, I think we talk about the point as far as the as far as hell. Does God send people? What was it? Is God? Do you deserve hell? It's not to me. It's not about deserving hell. It's almost like a qualification. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have, if I say, for just a quick example, um, if I have a home, right? Everybody's coming in. I tell you at the door, let these people know they got to have their name on the list. If they name on the list, they can't come in. Should you still be deserving because like the thing is, if you don't believe in what it is that qualifies access here, why would you be? It's almost, the question would be more so, why would you be forced to go? And I don't think any one of us, I do agree with that. That not any one of us can be the one to say, "Oh, you going to hell because I can't." That statement to me is crazy because we're not the ones who are just enough to be able to do that. God doesn't put that God doesn't put that us in that position to have that reign to say you're going to hell, because God can talk and speak to anyone. He can change anyone's heart, but your heart has to be open. If I forced you to go somewhere that you don't believe in, why that wouldn't be right for me. So it's not that God's forcing you deserving it. It's if you don't believe in this, if your belief is not if your belief is not this, or you don't understand it, not understand it, but if you don't believe that, why would I force you to be here? If you don't open your heart to it, if you reject God, because it's not saying for those people like they don't believe, they believe in this God, they don't understand, because I believe that God speaks to brings revelation to people. So it's not like if you're in this other religion, you don't believe. 'Cause there's plenty of people that's in other different religions, or not religions, but different beliefs, and they have conformed to different things, because you're not set on anything just because you can be raised a certain way. And that's why it's important to search truth in and be critical of whatever you believe in. Be critical of it just as you would be critical of any other belief, and then compare it. It's a comparison thing. Do this line up with truth? Is this line up? Because at the end of the day, I still choose to follow whatever it is. So if I choose to follow this, that means I'm making a choice. And that's what God wants us to do. Make a choice. He says, choose ye this day who you will serve. And when you choose, it's just like, okay, it's like if there's a blue house and a green house. If I say I choose the blue house, would I be wrong to force you into the greenhouse if you said you want to go in the blue house because of what you're standing on and
Man,
what you choose to believe in your heart? Because God says He looks at our hearts. We look at actions. That's why actions don't mean much or nothing to God. God is not concerned with the things that you're doing. He is not shocked. Oh my God, you're in the streets with the whore. Sorry, that's terrible. But like he's not afraid of that. He knows how to speak to us and speak to our heart. So at the end of the day, that's not a thing to him. He wants to know in your heart, how can I want to reach your heart.
he wants you to do a backup, flip flop, tuck, and all the shit, right? He wants you to do all these things, right? Like, sorry, man, or like, the the bigger picture right now is that he wants you to know, remind you. And then I said, hey, listen to what I just said. See, this is what I want you to hear. The bigger thing that he won't, no, cut all that out right now.
Yeah.
Everything I just told you, cut it all out. Look, you have
I got to drop, Kev. You hear
no.
me?
All
I
right, for
just
sure,
told
my
you.
Sorry
brother.
Hey,
about cutting you off. Sorry about cutting you off, Valentino. Sorry about cutting you off. I
It's
just
okay
got to
because he's
drop.
pushing.
no, listen.
I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be rude and just drop right out, but I got to drop.
Bye,
Peace to all of
emo.
you. Y'all
No,
enjoy the
no.
rest of
Go
your
ahead.
life.
All
And
right, for
I
sure, brother.
appreciate y'all. Oh,
Oh
and
yeah.
Kev, also, now I understand your question. I change it up. Now you don't deserve it. I didn't understand the question, but now I
Oh
do.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
y'all
That's how
enjoy the
the
rest of
yeah.
your life.
Yep.
Y'all be and remain encouraged.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And like I said,
Valentine, no. I'm sick of it.
what'd you say?
I
I
said,
guess I went to sleep.
Valentine,
Oh,
no.
damn! I clicked
I'm
the wrong
sorry I
person.
went
Said
to sleep.
appreciate you. I meant to say appreciate.
No, all I was just trying to say is that, listen to me. Everything I just said was just like a fabrication story, right? Like where you just stack a bunch of stuff, like you just rolled up a burrito, and then everything is mustard in it. There you go, the music. You see?
Mm.
See, I get hit every single time for no reason. Damn, I can't even get my words across.
Huh?
I'm not saying nothing wrong. I'm
Wait, what happened?
no. Did you hear that? You didn't hear that? That scientist?
Ooh, ooh. I'm
The
a,
No,
what?
when I
hey,
came in, I
Mira.
had background music. I had background noise going on when I came
That's
in,
what I'm talking about. I'm
and
like, get
I
into
was trying to mute up.
Boy, you got one more time to do
everybody
that
wants to
personal
say
thing. That's why you got dropped 3 times already, because you keep doing the
right.
personal thing.
But what then everybody else saying, I didn't hear nothing. Oh, you tripping. Oh, you tripping. Oh, you tripping. No, I heard what I heard and I couldn't say what I wanted to say. Like, and then everybody saying, oh, you're tripping. I know what I heard, man. Like, what?
Yep.
What happened?
That's your last laugh.
Wait, what happened?
Nah, he can't crush up anymore now.
And one thing TikTok has taught me is how to keep moving past things, how to talk through stuff, how not to focus on a moment, man. Because it's like you get people that get stuck in a moment, and they literally are stuck in that moment the rest of
Yeah.
the day, to the point that
Yes.
they go to other people's lives and be talking about that moment that they still stuck in.
So wait, what is
So
he saying happened?
when I came in, there was I had something playing, so it had background noise playing. And when I came in, so he heard the background noise as I was coming in, and instead of him just continuing on, he got distracted by the background noise and was so focused on the background noise that everybody else ignored. That's why nobody else heard it, because they just basically, everybody else has accepted that when people come into the live, that sometimes there's going to be noise when people come in, and you just have to overlook it and work past it. But you got some folks that get stuck and they can't move past it. And so what you see too is that they start to attribute that every time it happens, it's happening to them. And no, it's not just happening to you. It happens to everybody. It's just that you're looking for it to happen to you. So because you're looking for it to happen, it's going to keep happening. Make it happen, even if it's not happening, to justify you feeling the way that you feel. That's why I say sometimes we got to learn the difference between our thoughts and our feelings, and learn to think through our feelings, because sometimes we get so stuck in a feeling and think it's a thought, and it's like, no, it's a feeling. And because you're stuck in that feeling, you you start to put that on everybody else, when no, the only person responsible for that feeling is you.
Hmm.
But to
He
the
been feeling
topic,
that way since earlier because he got dropped a couple times, then got muted, so he just was on tip. I told you y'all to let me talk. Now you can talk in another whole live now.
Hey, that's
but
how
as
you
far as
come
the
on the
topic
panel
goes,
when your name is the mirror. What's
It's
up,
like I
man?
be knowing when I feel uncomfortable on my own live. Sometimes it just like I know how it's gonna go, and it's the same repetitive thing though. Cause I'm like, no, there's no way I shouldn't feel comfortable on my own live. I feel like, dang, I gotta fight to get in, or I gotta, you know what I'm saying? It just be just weird, and then I'm gonna be like, okay, let me watch out, cause it seems like they got a trigger problem or something like that. It's like, man, nah, I'm good on that.
Hey,
I
Kev,
know
real
exactly
quick.
what you mean.
Hey, real quick. Hey, Archer, because I got a live coming up on Monday, specifically about angels. I want to make sure that I'm correct. So, what I was writing is like I thought that was their main job was to deal with us. Where I know that God can talk to whoever He wants to, but like I thought that was a rare occurrence that you would actually hear. It would actually be the angels would come down. That's their job to do that, right? Or is it the opposite way around?
No, it's three different ways. I'll just look it up while you was talking. But go ahead,
No,
go
I'm,
ahead.
I'm,
No, go ahead. You can
no, I'm talking
explain
about
it.
primarily. That's what I'm saying. Like, how does that go?
Primarily, it's whatever way God connect to you though. It's not no primary or secondary. But most of the time, it's through like I think it did say most of the time it's through His Word. That's what it said at first. But I think it's multiple. It is multiple ways. Because I just looked at the when I looked up the scripture though, it said it was like through other people, through messages, through sometimes or through even through a little. It said like a little whisper or something like a little voice. But it's just
Right.
a burning.
Hey,
Somebody even said a
hey,
burning
listen.
bush, but that was the other. I know I get it on that one too, though. But it said it's multiple ways. Yeah, it's multiple.
Yeah, cause okay, yeah, yep. So, exactly. So angels, that like he sends. Oh, what you saying?
Also, they
Oh,
can manifest.
okay.
That's why the Bible says, "Be careful how you entertain strangers, because you may be entertaining an angel at unawares." So they have physical manifestations as well. It could be light. It could be in human form.
So okay, so that I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say like for Muslim faith, like Islamic faith, right? They believe their belief is that their deity is too powerful to speak to them. So they don't even have that ability to speak. That's why they do the other prayers, things like that, because they believe that their God is too powerful to speak to them. So with us, our belief is that and with Jesus dying on the cross is very significant and important because Jesus became the mediator. He, as God in his who he is, came down into flesh on earth to be a mediator, to speak amongst us, to speak to us. But as a spirit, as he is now, Jesus is within. within us, right? So like Jesus being able to speak to us, that's a mediator. So, but Jesus being God and Holy Spirit, all that connected, He's able to speak with us. He has the ability and desires to speak with us, commune with us, because when it comes to Christianity, it's a real. We believe it to be a relationship. He actually talks to us. He speaks through us. He does speak through people, of course. Like people like, oh, that's a when people say, "Oh, that's confirmation," or maybe things like that, whatever the case is, but not even so much as that. Like God speaking through people, God bringing people to help you. It's so many different things, different aspects that come with that. So yes, He does. Um, Scripturally, there's angels speaking to you, things like that. But God sent Jesus to be that, so we can actually connect to Him, connection to Him directly. If that makes sense.
Right,
I think
right.
another thing too, though. Now if you talking about like being saved on certain things, like getting like through actions and stuff, like oh, if you was about to get in a car accident, all of a sudden the
Mm-hmm.
car flip or something like that. Now I can say that might be an angel, and we say that it's God, and it could be an angel too. So because I think even my mama had an experience like that, and I had an experience when I was younger too. Even though people ain't gonna believe it, but that's why I keep my stuff to myself for the most part. But I did have an experience. But to this day, I don't know how I floated on this water until when I was a little kid. But it is what it is, right? And just like my mama, she said, she went through an experience. But as I said, everybody gonna experience God or His, they're gonna experience different. What the heck? He's still here.
Right.
They're gonna experience different ways and stuff. So like I said, I had mine when I was younger. I had a mother. She was basically slept. I think she said she was sliding in some rain one day, and something grabbed her hands while she was driving and just guided her on the road or something like that. I don't know, but I know everybody. Like I think it's up to people to believe it or not. Like I
I
be,
believe
and that's
that.
what I learned because I like some stories just sound corny and sound fake and stuff. But I learned to believe that anything is possible. That's the mentality I got nowadays. That's why I don't knock everybody religions. I don't knock none of that stuff because I believe God can work through many things. Low key, that's just me because I look at how things go. So who am I to say that no, you didn't walk on water because you don't believe what I believe. Anything possible. Life is, if people really think about life itself, it's a mystery. It's literally a mystery, and the only reason why we know about life, if it wasn't for that, it's because the Bible we read. Because otherwise, we ain't gonna know that we was born out of the dirt or stuff. We wouldn't know that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say it's deep. This junk really deep. That means anything is possible. When you see how many galaxies it say it is, when you know, it make you think about it. Like I literally told you, like, I feel like it might be such thing as aliens. I mean, it's possible now. It's literally possible. I mean, if it can be us, why couldn't be anything else? So
So, host,
I be thinking deep like that. That's what it is.
I have a question because when you
Right.
said
Your
aliens,
volume really low, Venetia.
mine. Oh my gosh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit better.
I said, it's funny that you say aliens because when people hear aliens, they think of an outside being, but a celestial body is outside in the astros. A terrestrial body is here on the earth. And it's funny that they call them extraterrestrials. We are terrestrial
Mhm.
beings. They don't call them celestial beings. So I just thought that's a fun fact.
Oh dang,
Okay.
where's his name go?
He been gone. So don't call him back.
Hey, so
I ain't got time for. I know you ain't talking about
I,
circles. I'm gonna call him circles.
you
No.
kind of had already touched on what I was trying to get on earlier, because I was just like when he was talking about a man-made book, and it's like you kill me with this man-made book as you're speaking a man-made language.
Ooh,
You don't be,
my boy
you don't
Mirror be.
believe you don't
That's why you can't
believe
put
you
us in the
don't
Yeah,
same
I'm
room.
believe
about to go back to that boy.
Preach.
I
man, you don't
promise.
believe, but this the thing, you don't
That
believe
is funny.
in
That
what
was
you can't you
that
don't
bird.
believe in what you can't see as you breathe oxygen every day that you can't see. You don't
Mm,
believe in it. But
preach.
so then you shouldn't believe in air, so stop breathing because you don't believe in it. Because
Mm,
you can't see it, because
that's
it's
what I
not
said.
attainable. Your body is made. I mean, just think of how perfect everything is. Where the Earth is exactly as if it was any closer to the sun, we would burn unalived. If it was
Right.
any further away, we would freeze. It's
Mm.
exactly perfected where it's supposed to be. We live
Mm.
on a planet where we still don't know the depths of our own oceans, but we supposed to know everything. What it is,
Mm.
you're offended offended, and what it is, you get in your feelings because you find that man can't follow it, and because you run across man that can't follow it, and you don't want to put it on. Well, I just don't believe it because man can't follow it. You just say I don't believe it. When it's not that you don't believe it. It's because you've watched man mess it up over and over and over again. But it says that we are not perfected, that we're supposed to depend on him. And the problem is most men are dependent on themselves. We live in a capitalistic world, in a capitalistic country, so we want to ignore that everything was perfect until you put money in it. Schools worked, and then we put money in them. Now they don't work. Hospitals worked, and then we
Put
put
money
money
in
in
and
them.
took
Now
God
they
out.
don't
Come on.
work. So if you take a look at everything man has done that God had made previous that was working, that we were doing without the touch of man, it was working. But then man thought he could make it better, and he screws it up every single time. It doesn't, to take fictional stuff, it kills me because you'll sit there and say, well, I don't want my child to believe in Santa Claus, and then you wonder why your child has no imagination.
Mm. Where was he at
It's
earlier? I
about
needed you a
teaching.
little
It's
earlier
about
when
teaching.
everybody.
It's about teaching. I was trying to get in, but the boxes were full.
Man, I'm mad.
I
He
was
had the
down there
right
trying to
time.
get
He
in.
had the right
Because
time.
people need to
Amir,
hear that
if you
He
right.
ain't
had the
no
right
mind,
It
time.
maybe
wasn't
come
meant
on.
right. That's what I believe. I'm like, you know
I'm
what?
with you.
Sometimes it ain't.
And this is
Wait,
my thing. This is my thing. Because I'm starting to pay more attention. If Christianity isn't what it is, then why is that the most attacked religion on the planet?
Mm.
They ain't attacking. If you look at them, they're not really necessarily attacking all religions. Majority of them are attacking specifically Christianity.
preach, sir,
preach.
And I'm just sitting back watching. And the thing is, I don't necessarily preach to everybody in my actual words. I preach to you in my walk. And I'm learning that a lot
Mm-hmm.
of us have been flawed because of people who have used this for profit. Our churches are filled full of women because we have crooked preachers up there who are using it for profit. When Chief was talking about it yesterday, and he was talking about tearing down our churches and rebuilding them. And there were some people that were in such an uproar. I had no disagreements with them because right now our churches have been infiltrated by greedy, hungry, manipulative people. And they're using it for the purpose of their own goals, and it's not for the purpose and the goals of trying to help people to get closer to God. So
Mm-hmm.
yes, I mean, when you
Preach.
think about it in our communities, why is it that there's a church and a liquor store on every corner? Why do we need so many churches? You mean to tell me that
The
that many
pastors
preachers
drink.
out there and that many people out there that God put out there to have that many messages? Or is it just that many shysters out there and it's diluting and messing up the actual messages? So I get where people coming from. I understand why they feel the way that they feel. But at the same time, the problem is it tells you how to change and do things, but a lot of it requires you to pick up and bear your cross. But it's easier for us to try to pick up and bear somebody else's cross and then point the finger at them and say, hey, they put this cross on me. No, they didn't. You picked it up.
so
Just like you got your own cross to pick up. And if you stop picking up other people's crosses and pick up your own, you can make it. But then stop listening to stuff like only God can judge me. Tupac said that. It does not say that in the word. It says judge people and be mindful of the way that you judge people because you will be judged under that same circumstance. So don't be
Bible
hypocritical in the way
says.
you judging people because your hypocriticalness will be called out too. It's saying to love people. I love how the 10 commandments, but you missed the 2 commandments. He broke it down to 2 simple commandments. Just love
Mm-hmm.
God with all your heart, mind, soul, and body, and to love your neighbor as you love
Mm-hmm.
yourself. But the problem is most of us don't even know how to love ourselves. But we'll lie up and down and say, I love myself. But just because you speak the words don't actually mean you mean it. Because what I've learned is this country has taught us how to live and move in contradictions. So we say a lot of stuff that we don't actually do. We have a fake it till you make it mentality. But in fake it till you make it, what actually happens is you just become fake. Because that's all you're doing is faking it until you make it.
You better
So all
preach,
you actually
Satan.
learn to do is to be fake. So if you want to really be real, you have to live in reality. You have to be real, and you can't be walking around in these false fantasies that people got you living in. Because as we broke down fantasy is something that is impossible or improbable. But you got people fighting for an improbability. But the first word was impossibility, which means it's not going to almost not happen at all. to sit there and listen to this word and fight with this word to try to dilute the word, to try to change the word. Well, it should be more feminine. It says God's a woman. God's this, God's that. We need to change the word. When you read it in this scripture over here, it says more feminine. When you read it over in here, it says this. It should be this. It should be that. The word says do not change, add, or dilute, or try to do anything else to it. But we still want to try to make the word fit for us so we can feel good. A lot of us are trying to find a word that makes us feel good. Because the word tells you that you're a heathen. The word tells you you're a Gentile. The word tells you that you're not a good person and that you need to learn how to walk right and how to treat others right, how to treat others in a better light. But we use it, hey, my cutoff game, I love. No, you don't, because I've done a
Uh-oh.
study on love. And when I break down love, love says it bears all things. Love says, when we talk about, well, God has a sea of forgiveness, but I don't forget. If you study the word, it says, know thy word for thyself. If you study the word says in love. Love keeps no record of wrongdoings. See, it has a cause and effect all
Ooh.
over the place, but you got to learn how to read the word and how to line things up. But we'll read one scripture over here. We got all these women out here. I'm a Proverbs 30 woman. But did you read Proverbs 1 through 30 to get there?
Oh.
My thing is, stop practicing the word when it fits for you, the parts that fit for you, because there are parts and pieces that don't go with it that you don't like. It talks about sinning. Just like when it talked about the woman caught in adultery. All those men, I never had heard that before, but that made me stop and think. When they brought it, somebody said it the other day, and I really never had thought about it that way. All those men had been with her. That's why when Jesus said, let the man who was without sin cast the first stone. And they just started walking away. Because they knew that, how did they catch her in adultery? So we so busy trying to catch everybody else up. This book is not for you to beat everybody else with. It is a life manual. It is for you how to deal with each other. But what we want to do is take this word and use it on how others are supposed to deal with us, like a spoiled little kid. This word is for you and how you are supposed to deal with other people, how you're supposed to get along with people, how you're supposed to be able to forgive your family and still deal with that dirty, nasty person each and every day, because you ain't perfect neither. But we like to act as though we so flawless, as if nobody knows the dirt that we done did in the dark. And we got people on say, I ain't did nothing. Hey, you might not have, but guess what? You and God knows. So you can tell the rest of us whatever you want to tell us. But God knows what you done did. And you may not have even known that what you did is dirty, but until you get an understanding of the way that you treated people. We like to, and also the last bit and piece, and I'm going to shut up after this, is that we like to act like this is a personal journey. It is not a personal journey. We are in this together. Because if I do something that causes Kev to stumble and fall, I am at fault for Kevin stumbling and falling. So it is not just me alone. I have to be mindful of how I move so I don't mess nobody else up. I land.
And that's
Wow.
Triple M,
You
morning
better land that
motivational mirror.
plane. You better land that plane.
And fly.
Every morning I notice that too. In the mornings he just got all the energy and be
Yo.
coming with the ain't no soundboard interrupting or anything. Just
Right.
he ain't
Wait,
he be
no,
bringing it
that.
out. At least we know what type of energy he on in the morning. I'm calling
Yeah.
Triple M, morning motivational mirror.
Man.
Man,
Next
it's just
time.
that I'm looking at the perspectives of my life. If
Hmm.
people really knew what I knew, they would treat life so much differently.
Not the cutoff.
And
Hold
be
on.
honest.
You go. Go back to where
His
you was.
cutoff game is strong right now.
Go back where you was, Mira.
Oh,
Dang.
This bread.
Is that the soundboard or
Okay, can
you?
you hear me
he
now?
said he got to get to a break. That's like the
No, I'm on the
soundboard.
bridge. No, I was on the bridge. I'm at this school and the signal's always bad at this school
Okay,
because
Yeah,
we
so
hear
my
you now. We hear you
they
now. You
block your
good now?
signal.
yeah,
Yeah,
they
this
Hmm.
cut
signal's
it.
always bad at the school because they actually be blocking my signal because when
He
school's
said, "Now
out, my
you went
signal
back to
work
playing with
fine.
the soundboard again." That was funny.
Yeah. Nah, not this morning. I'm at work.
That
I
was
actually
funny.
do got one with me though. I do got a
I'm
portable
mad
one,
that you
but
got what
Oh,
no,
what?
that
it's
portable one you was talking about. Yeah.
Oh, you got a portable.
yeah.
I'm done. Not the
Yeah,
portable.
but it's actually a headset. I just put the headset on, and then it plugs right into my
Oh
to my
wow.
tablet or phone.
And
Yeah, and
it
then I got a
plays
Hey,
remote for it too.
and it
But
plays
I ain't
too.
using
That's
it
oh
right
yeah,
now.
cool.
because today is that
Yeah,
day, man. You gotta have that DJ gun.
yeah,
I
yeah,
forgot
yeah.
today
We're gonna be on
Friday.
tonight.
DJ
Yeah, I
T.
got,
Get that
and I got a
karaoke
new song for you I've
night.
been
Y'all
working
follow
on.
Mirror, man. If y'all up, if it's 40 something people here, if y'all up, follow Mirror, because we gonna be there tonight.
Yeah, I
Y'all
need
want
to
to
find
decompress, all that good stuff, say a poem, sing, all that.
Yeah, after Kev's live, I really implore all of you guys to go. I think everybody needs to sing. Kev done stressed us the heck out, so I think you should definitely go and unwind. See, this is the thing. Kev is so supportive. He sets the stage for Mirrors Live. I think that's great. It's the perfect,
Yeah, yeah, he
it's
did.
the
And then
perfect live.
yeah, and then if I can't, and the beautiful thing is if I can't carry it over because people are used to it being going to a certain time, Kev picks it right up and keeps it rocking, and has it just and keeps it just as live as I do, if not as liver. So I appreciate that. But no, when I look at the reality of life, and it's sad because it's like life could be so much better for us, but we choose to make it hard and our own
Right.
choices. And I try to explain to people how good that they have it and gratitude. I'm in a space and place where I am truly by myself, truly alone. There are days where I don't see another human being, don't touch another human being. And there are people that sit there and say, oh, I could be just fine in that. Yeah, talk is cheap. It's real easy to talk about what you ain't got to go through. And so when people talk about being alone, and it's like you take for granted the people that are around you, your children, the
Yeah.
other people, and then they'll be like, well, I don't touch them, and if they don't touch me, I'm like, you don't understand. I'm not around any other human being. Seriously, there's days where I don't see nobody. And
Mm,
so there's nobody but me and God. And that's the only
mm,
thing that's keeping me right in my mind and keeping my head right and keeping me going. And so when I sit up here and listen to people complain about the stuff they complain about, it's like most of the complaints we have are self-made. And it's like we complain about basically wants. We complain about stuff that we don't have. I don't make enough money. Yes, you do. Just get rid of all that bullshit you don't need. You don't need the biggest screen TV. For what? Half the time you ain't even watching it because you at work trying to pay for it. Make it make sense. We outliving our means. We living in a world that tells us that we need all this garbage. But yet we chasing God. We got prosperity ministers. That's why he said, know this word for yourself. And I'm trying not to go back in it, but it's like it pisses me off because I hate when people sit up here and follow these ministers. And the word says, it's like, okay, if you're going to understand the word, well, prosperity ministry. Well, how did you explain the rich young ruler who did everything that the Lord, he did everything. He said he did everything that the Lord asked him to do, but one thing that Lord asked, that God asked, that Jesus asked him to do,
That was
give
about
away
that.
all your riches to the poor. He went away sad. So how are you preaching prosperity to me? How are you preaching prosperity to me? The word says, this is not something somebody made up. The word says, it is easier to put a camel through the eye of a needle than it is for a rich man to get in heaven. But yet and still, I'm supposed to be out here chasing money because God told me that I need to have money. No, he told me I need to learn how to operate and move within this society. The world says I need to have money in order to survive. I don't need the money. They need it. So that's why that money doesn't have any weight or mean anything to me. But then when we look at our marriages, when we look at our marriages, when we look at our relationships, and it kills me because this one, it, I try to stay away from this one because I don't want to offend anybody. But you put the pressure on marriage where you won't marry nobody, but you'll go out and have a baby by this dude. You'll have sex with these men. You'll do all this stuff, but you won't marry him because the marriage part is so valuable. But you forgot all the stuff that's attached to the marriage.
mm,
You've already given up the marriage. So just accepting the contract and the ring, you already done did all the marriage stuff in the bed with
mm,
somebody who is not your husband that you
mm,
become one with. And I'm men and women. Let me make sure
mm,
because men, we guilty and we are wrong too.
mm,
Both of us are wrong. It's so much stuff that if we really truly wanted to follow this word, that we can sit up, we can sit and point fingers at each other all day. But again, it's a life manual. It's how you supposed to operate. So that's why, as now it's been 3 years, I'm going without. But I'm still praying for God to help me, to give me strength to not let this have control over me anymore. When we sit back and look what has control over us, a
That
lot of
young
us,
grasshopper, 4 years
got
for
us.
me.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch you, bro. I'm trying. Well, I ain't trying to catch you, no diddy, no
Thank you,
diddy.
Monte. And I was bragging
He
about
said, I'm sitting,
celibacy.
not
But
as
but
brag.
That
Hey,
need to be like that nowadays.
I
We
swear
need
I'm
to
about to say,
brag
right,
about
right,
abstinence.
Kevin.
right,
We don't say now it's about
right.
bodies, the opposite though.
I was about to say that anytime
Yeah,
you
we
brag about
do.
celibacy, people bragging about being loose, so you might as well
Right, they
brag
bragging
about being
about losing.
Yeah.
brag about being tight.
Hey, we should
Right.
do a live on that, Kev. We should do a live on that. But
Right,
but
that
what
do
it
sound
was.
like something. How about, yeah,
No,
that's a
you need
good
to
one.
make
We
that a
do need to
live.
But
make
you
Make
that
know
a
that a
why?
live.
live.
But you know why I'm
Brag.
celibate? The reason why I'm celibate was, first it started out being I'm celibate by choice. That's a lie. I'm celibate because the women I wanted to sleep with didn't want to sleep with me, or I didn't know how to get to them. And the women that did want to sleep with me, I didn't want to sleep with
True.
them. So that's the reason why it started. But then it also came to the point of acknowledging my life and what I've lived and what's
Mm.
going on. And I'm not gonna say I'm not afraid of sexually transmitted diseases. I am. But I'm more worried about
Facts.
sexually
Yeah.
transmitted spirits than I am about sexually
Mm.
transmitted diseases. Because at least with a sexually transmitted disease, I can have some awareness and know that I got it. Maybe go get some medication to get rid of it or at least deal with it. But with a sexually transmitted spirit, I don't even know I got it. I don't even know what's going on. Now I'm standing out in the middle of the 75 naked trying to figure out why I'm doing this and don't even know why.
Mm-hmm.
Because I done messed with some food and put something on me that I can't get off of me because all I wanted to do was get a nut.
Mary, you
Oh
done
my.
said,
Man, it's just I live in reality. I can't. I've dealt with too many people who live in fantasy that they force me to live in reality because contradictions don't work for me. I can't operate in contradictions because you have these same people who will say I hate a liar and they're the biggest liar.
Oh my.
And I found out that sinners hate sinners. I love sinners because I know I am one.
Oh.
You better preach, sir.
I can get. I got more respect for a liar, a cheater, a thief, and especially people who admit they are, because I used to be one. I try to tell people about my story. Well, I used to be a liar, but the part is, I was raised to be a liar. I was raised to be a liar, and what you call it did a hashtag did a really good live, and he had Pinocchio up there, and he had a bunch of different stuff on to why you became a liar, and he told us to pick one, and I told him I couldn't pick one. I had three.
Mm.
It was one was fear. One was I was raised that way, and the other one was that was the choice I made to survive. So that became a survival tactic because I was
Mm.
up under an unhealthy parent who sent me to church, but at the same time would give me corn. So you conflicting a child, and so I've been in church all my life. I fought against it, ran away from it, have come back to it because I realized there were so many times and moments in my life that I couldn't. I'll give you this one, and then I am going to shut up because I don't want to talk the whole time and take everything and allow nobody else to talk. It's one I particularly use. I
Well,
like
you
to
the
use the
first
one
one
about.
we like talking this long. Shoot, we getting from
I like to
tonight.
use it.
Shoot.
I like to use the one where I drove home, and I don't remember how I got home, and I woke up laying in my own throw up the next day. I was 19 years old, and that's when I knew he was real. But this one was even better. My boys joke about it all the time. They thought it was so funny. One of them has passed away now. Um, we were back riding our bikes behind Kmart, and they got the sewer tops that stick up. Well, I hit that sewer top, and my wheel went in it, and my bike flipped, and I went over the handlebars. I had braces at the time. I landed on the braces, and my friends joked and laughed because they said they saw sparks. And I was so offended and in my feelings, and my feelings were so hurt. But when I look back today and I look at my face, I look at my teeth, that was nothing but God. Because when you think about it, I flipped over the handlebars, which means I also not only had all of my body weight on my face,
Mm.
but I also had momentum, which increased that body weight. With these people that like to believe what they don't believe and what they want to believe, you know science, and you know how science moves and how science operates. Even though it has been founded by man, even though God made it, man discovered it, and man wrote books and studies about it, but yet it's still man written and man made the discovery of it. But hey, we gonna believe it or not believe it, I don't know. But we gonna talk about it. So the science of it. So with that, we had my body weight. And then you had the momentum, which increased my body weight, all on a pair of braces. My face should have been destroyed. There's no way in the world those braces should have been able to maintain my weight increased and not had just buckled under that. I broke a couple braces. My teeth were fine. My lip was fine. My face was fine. But you tell me there ain't a God. And
Hey.
I can go through story after story after story after story after story after story. One more. I was 9 years old. I used to do crazy stuff. I put a box in my closet. The box fit perfectly in my closet. I climbed into the box. The box fell over, fit perfectly in the closet. I'm in my room, door closed, in the closet, door closed, inside of a box. And I'm 9. Could not, screaming. Should have unalived in that box, in the closet, in my room, with the doors closed. Nobody knew I was there. Nobody could hear me. That strength that came for me to get up out that box was nothing but God. There was no way in the world a 9-year-old should have been able to bust up out that box to get out that box to get out of there. It was nothing but God. So you could say, oh, it was the adrenaline and this and that. I was 9 years old. Ain't no adrenaline of no 9-year-old gonna bust out of that situation like that. So
What
you
type
can
of what
keep
was
putting.
going on? It was like what you was suffocating or something? Like what was the
I
danger
was
about the
trapped.
box?
I was trapped. I had
Oh,
climbed in the box, and so what I did was I was a kid who just was always busy doing stuff and trying to figure out stuff. So I closed my room door so that my mama wouldn't hear me. I went in the closet and put the box in the closet, and I climbed into the box and closed the closet door. Well, I'm in there playing in the box and not realizing the box fit perfectly in the closet. So when it fell over, it fit perfectly to where I was. It was fit perfect to where it was just enough room that I couldn't get out. There was no way for me to get out the box. So I was literally about to suffocate too. And they're trapped in the closet, trapped inside of a
okay,
box.
And you know
Yeah.
okay.
that happens. Like so many kids suffer that, like unalive from that for sure. They get in there, they play in the box, they can't lift it back open, they suffocate. Yeah, that for sure is a thing for sure. It talks about like that.
Had
Yeah.
me thinking about another. Well, I
Yeah.
feel like it was a miracle too. Besides
Say it.
the other one, that's just all law. I ain't gonna lie. That one, I can't really explain that one, that me floating because I was literally drowning. I said I was I ended up floating to the. That's different though. But that was my deepest one. But then the other one, I thought about like I be thinking about like accidents I got in that I survived that a lot of people don't. Then all and when I was a kid, I was playing with like electric socket and stuff, and then it sparked because I guess it was like me. I had a half plugged in. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. I was like I tried to be smart as a kid, and then like I stuck the plug halfway in. Then I used like this remember them cars that be having the little wires and stuff that you can control the cars. So I was just using the wire part, and I was just thinking I was charging the battery with using the wire part. And I could have probably electrocuted myself if I would have probably touched it, but this big old spark had stopped it. It's like poof. I put it. I was like, dang, I could have electrocuted myself as a kid messing with that. So stuff like that be making me think like, dang, that's times I could have been taken up out of here. Like, but the kids, because there's a lot of kids that don't survive that stuff. They don't survive no electric socket or you know or the other situation I went through when I was younger too with the. So it's like, dang, that's when you be knowing
Mhm.
stuff. Just man,
I always, I'll be the first one to say I don't believe in religion. Y'all hear me say that all the time. And I grew up very religious. But the more I studied, I don't know. I just realized like what my faith was in my walk didn't match what these motherfuckers was telling me. And that's the reason why I walked away from religion, right? But it's funny because when I talk to people who don't believe in anything, and I'm like, bro, even if I say that I don't believe in religion, I'm talking about the actual man-made corporations and the institution that they present, right? That's what I'm talking about. But the faith and the belief, that's a whole different beast. How can you say that you do not see creation or you don't see the beauty that is this world or the things that happen that you can't explain? How do you explain that thing? It's just coincidence? It don't work that way. You know what I mean? And it's like I was listening to it and I'm like, what y'all don't realize, or maybe I've said it on a live before, but I don't know, this might have been before we became the light skin unit. But I was burned as a kid. I'm talking about like Freddy Krueger burned, like real talk. I'm
Oh
in
my.
medical. I'm in medical journals and everything. Okay, documented. Fucked up face, all my whole face, my head, everything. Right. Car blew up. I was standing right there. Oh, it was out of there. Okay, and my guardian angel was off that day. Okay, and so when I woke up in the hospital, the first person I see is my pops, and I'm wrapped up like a mummy. The whole face is all wrapped up on these gauzes that's frozen, and they got these gauzes on here, and that was the first time that I ever saw my father with a tear in his eye because he was looking at me like, oh my god, and I didn't realize it. I was cool. I didn't feel nothing, right? Because I was still numb, and then that made me start saying, well, oh, am I fucked up? Like what? If I see this dude tripping, I must be beat. Then I go out, I get out of the hospital. My grandmother sees me. She has this crazy look on her face, and I'm like, oh. And it was maybe a couple of weeks afterwards is when the first time I ever saw my face without the bandages when they had to change it. And I'm thinking I'm done. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be a monster forever. Do you know my great grandmother, who wasn't religious, but she was a spiritual woman? She came down and she stayed in the room all night. My grandmother told me when she woke up, she came out of the room and was like, "Oh, he gonna be good," and then left back home. She was from Texas, right? And I'm in California. And 2 years later, your cousin is back, and I have no scars. And what you see is sometimes like it took maybe about 3 years before I got an even tone back. But I'll everyone else that has had these type of burns have permanent scars, right? And for some reason, I don't. And that's why I got put in that medical journal because it was a miracle. They didn't understand how that happened, right? And that's when I realized, and that was at what, 8 years old, right? So that's when I knew, oh no, there is a creator. Oh yeah, there's a God. Oh yes, sir. Oh yes, sir. And I also realized that my guardian angel probably got fired that day. You know what I mean? But I got a new one because after that, all the stuff that I should have not been around and I actually made it through, I think they was working overtime. You know what I mean? Because they messed up. So, but my point is that even if you don't believe in the man-made quote unquote writings, the man-made teachings, all this other shit, if you don't understand that there is a God, something's wrong with you. You really have to. You got to do some soul searching. You might need to get in that box that Mira was talking about and come to something in
Mm-hmm.
yourself. You know what I mean? You really do need to do some soul searching. If that's not because, like I said, I've researched, I've done studies, I've done all of that in religion, and yeah, okay, I can sit up here and talk about all of these inconsistencies, and I can do all this stuff. But at the end of the day, okay, at the end of the day, all you need to do is walk outside and you can see that he's real. That's all you gotta do. That's all you gotta do. And if you experienced anything, you know that he's real. You know what I'm saying? And
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know, man. It's funny when you hear that because then you start talking to people and it's like you just willfully you just willfully trying to be obtuse about a situation that you have no other explanation for.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's just I don't know, but I'll land there.
I had so much I wanted to say to Mira because he had said a whole lot. That was really good though. Dang it.
Well, you was about to say something to Mirror?
Yeah, I was trying to say
Well,
like,
before you go, then let me get the cousins because I thought you were about to say that about what I heard about cousins.
no, I was
Uh,
gonna talk about him too.
because he made me think about something too when he said. I wonder if we gonna say the same thing. That's all. Like I would want to see if we gonna say the same thing. But go ahead, go ahead.
But yeah, I forgot everything that Mira was saying, but especially with the Christianity part. But the one thing I'm gonna say about Mira, because I really want to, when people like say like religion things like that, like I really want to know like what part is really stuck to. But I do at least appreciate the fact that he know what God exists. Stop saying. Um, that's heavy, because to me that's like a huge concept, a huge aspect. And this is why I said when it comes to like people choosing, right? People choose to believe, right? People choose to believe but choose not to, even when stuff is right in front of them. So that, yeah, is at least you can understand that. And I think for us that are Christians, because when people say like religious, and because I don't really know what people say me when they say religious, because I don't feel like I'm a religious person, so I don't really know like what that even when people say that I really don't know what they really mean by that. Um, because I believe when it comes to like if like I said, if Kevin was to write something down about all the stuff that y'all said, if he was to write about his experiences and what he saw happen in his life, and he wrote it down, and years later, people find these findings of what he wrote and what he saw, and people and they put it and compiled it in a book. Somebody years later tell you that this is not true because a man wrote it. That to me is mind blowing to me. It really is mind blowing. It blows my mind because we read things every day that man wrote and we believe it. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like when it comes to Christianity, um, all it is saying is that it know how people created and make it to be and all these different things. Because like I said before, God looks at your heart. People can talk all day. He don't want you to wear makeup. You should wear this. You shouldn't do that. Okay, all that extra stuff has nothing to do with your soul. God is not pressed about that he's worried about your soul more than anything. That's it. Because we believe that there is life after unaliving.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a huge concept. It's like when people say that, and that's why we want to like when we say religious, what we talking about? Because when we believe in God, then you have to go back to who is God? Who does God claim to be? Who does God say that He is in biblical text? Because we definitely believe that the biblical text is true. It's true, and a lot of times people can feel like it's inconsistencies because they don't understand the interpretations of people's point of views and all these different things. And you know what I'm saying? So like I understand all that, but ultimately if we don't understand that there is something that created us that has been here before us, how can creation make creation? That ain't how that works. It just don't even make sense. So you know what I'm saying? So like when we talk about that, understanding that there is a God that has a plan, had an order, and the Bible is the closest to any other book understanding anything else, and everybody else, every other book that people read has come from that truth. But it's the closest to show us what life is right now, why we're here, what's the purpose for it, what was happening before, every single point. There's still things left to us that we don't understand, but the word of God is still the word of God. Whether he uses angels to use you, whatever case is, but there was a God before any of everything else. He created everything else after that. So whatever we believe is if we do believe God, that's always a question. Like, well, how do we connect this to this? And a lot of people don't like to connect to Christianity because they feel like there's so many different people believe different ways, people act certain ways, and at the end of the day, you gotta know it for yourself. Know the word for yourself. Understand what it means to you, because people will create it, they will pull from it, and they will make it their own thing. They'll create their own God from it and everything else. So you really just have to understand it for yourself. But yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of I think what cousin was getting to about this. The like I can understand what he mean by like the religion or the church, right? We say the church because the way the people that put the image that's in it, right, or the people that portray the religion is just they put a bad name. That's why, like I said, it's up to or just like we said earlier, it's up to us to do the research with ourselves and connect with the right people because there's so many people doing like false teachings out here and trying to get money and all this other stuff out of it, whatever. It's just like, dang, you got to just really question these things and test. That's why I was talking about the test the spirit, but they say test the spirit by the spirit and stuff. But and and you know people by their fruits and all that. So it's just like you gotta be like, oh, hold up, they don't seem God like, they don't, why is it that? Why does So it's just trying to make. But I wanted to talk about what Cuz was talking about with the angel thing, right? And that's what I said. I always believe that he said the angel got fired. I believe the angel was never meant to appear on that in that at that part because it wouldn't made you look at it the way you look at it today. And and then the fact that you had the chance to get you went through something that people a lot of, which I was saying, like you went through some stuff because it's good that you ain't. Maybe he ain't want you to get saved that day, and people like, oh yeah, because you wouldn't have took it as serious, but you really. Yeah, that's very right. Now you went through some stuff that just really unexplainable from that point. Like, why your face don't look like that dude that's on Instagram now? You know what I'm saying? Now you get this. Now he for show team light skin. Now he like I get. You know what I'm saying? You would you had to really you would really have to rely on your voice from there. And I ain't trying to tease. No, I'm stop. But I'm just saying that
That'd be funny
it
as
was
shit.
obvious that it was that God wanted you to make sure that you can get your Mac going still, because He like, we ain't gonna do you both like that. I'm gonna show you. Don't play with me a little bit. I mean, I'm gonna show you, but I'm gonna give you something that I usually don't give a lot of other people, so you can see it, because you could be looking like that mummy. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna go ahead and let that slide. You know what I'm saying? Show you something. So it's basically that's how it is. Because you could have got just saved, like from a different situation. But I look at this stuff is deeper than it really. It got to be deep when God allow a lot of things though, because he allow everybody. You know what I'm saying? He allow our enemy. He
No.
allow, and we our own enemies. He allow. You know what I'm saying? So I just I don't like when people say that allow thing too. Like, well, he allow, but that's part of life. When he give us full, and that's why I was mentioning earlier, right? When people that be like to say that stuff. People really think this world, or we think our life is only about us. You know what I'm saying? And it's not only about us; it's about the people around us. And it's more about God than anything. It's His plan. But we get mad because stuff don't work out the way we want it to. But I was saying about when people be like because they get mad at, because the name of the topic is like, why do people have a problem with God? So I wanted to really kind of get with that though, is get all the people that's mad and stuff because God ain't worked the way they wanted to. But it's like, well, you never saved me from this and all this other stuff, right? But why would he? He's trying to show human nature. You know what I'm saying? He gave literally everybody free will. So whatever happened in your life from another person, he's not about to just take it away from them just to save you. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to show that everybody has free will to do what they want to see and show how our human nature is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like ain't nobody that special, and he showed it. He ain't nobody that special that he's gonna be like, I'm gonna take half your powers away, or have half your free will away, just to save this one person. No, it's just like from that point, like it's more. If you ever notice, it's more of he want us to need him, no matter what it is. Like it don't matter how it don't. It's not about what I want my life to be. It's not none of us. Like it's not what we want. People gonna realize that. Even like I was mentioning before, it's not about the plans we have. All of us be having plans and stuff. That's why I tell people live day by day. Say you blessed to wake up, because everybody in the grave had plans, and I be saying that. I said that too earlier. Everybody in the grave had plans. I'm about to go Saturday. I'm about to do this and that. They ain't make it a Saturday. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say you gotta appreciate every last every day. But we be so entitled. That's why I be trying to get that out of people's mind. And this deserving stuff, we talk about deserving and entitled. But shoot, you literally, people might not be taken as a joke when I say you're not entitled to the next day. You don't deserve. What did you do to deserve another day? According to who? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's really a blessing, and gratefulness is what's really needed daily when we wake up. That's all I'm getting to about that. Because it's like that joke is crazy though. But yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he gonna give everybody the even treatment, and you don't about to get no special treatment. Well, why didn't you stop that person from robbing me? Well, that was his nature. I mean, he gave him his free will. You know what I'm saying? So you can't blame it on God. You can't blame it on him because he told everybody they can have free will. That's what they did with their free will. You know what I'm saying? He can't just keep on stopping
But
in the middle and
but
trying
with
to
the
save
sign,
you like you special. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I
but
had
the
to
sign
realize.
I
I had
gave
to
you to
kind of,
tell you not to.
Huh?
I care, but the sign I gave you that told you not to. But the sign I gave you that told you not to go that way, you ignored it. You didn't listen, so
Right.
you went that
That
way
too.
anyway, and it happened. But
Yeah.
if you had listened to the sign that I had given you, if you had been in tune with me, you wouldn't have went that way. How many times
Hmm.
have you had an accident happen that you should have been in, and you knew you should have been in that accident because that was the way you were gonna go, but something told you not to go that way, and you didn't go that way, and then you
Hmm.
see the accident that you were supposed to be in. I mean, people just
Hmm.
don't. We wonder. It's easy to discredit him when you're not connected to him, but once you're
Yeah.
connected to him, it becomes so much harder to discredit him because you see how he moves in your life. You see how he speaks to you. You see how he operates. So it's like I can sit here and try to tell you, but I can't tell you something unless you willing to open your mind enough to be open and willing to believe it. Some of us don't even believe in our own subconscious. So we don't even understand why we do the things we do, but yet we don't want to believe in that there's a God that can lead and guide us. Again, a lot of us think we operating and doing everything out of our conscience. But I keep asking this question, and I'm gonna keep asking this question. How do you explain that when you turn around and say, why did I do that? Because if you were conscious, you would have knew exactly why you did it. Okay, I'll land.
Hmm.
I want to say real quick. I'm glad you mentioned that. The point about that, yeah, because I was that's the part I forgot to speak on too, because and I wasn't really sure if he was serious about the angel being off that day, but because
I was just joking.
okay, look, I don't be know if
He
you
said, "I can't take a
Yeah.
double dose right now."
look after this live, I don't
No,
know.
that's all it was.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, that's okay. But no, like Kevin said it really perfectly though. Like, that God allows things to happen or things do happen, but he always has his ultimate plan. Ultimate plan about things, because I promise you, could nobody look at your face and think that you experienced that. And I know when I was a kid that happened, especially with the skin stuff. So I definitely understand that. So I'm glad he mentioned that concept, because God definitely is always present. He always knows what he's doing. And the thing is too, had that not happened to you, you probably wouldn't have the ability to at least believe in God and who He is. Because God comes through a lot for people, but sometimes we still decide to believe it was something else just by chance or this and that, because we think everything that happens could be from just something random versus just bless you, versus God coming in and making it a story for Him to be for His glory, for you to share with the world. Because that story you had was to help others believe, and it's really about belief, understanding.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
It's about belief. Yep.
it's just about helping us to believe and know, and that's why he said that we're overcome by our testimony and things like that. So that's definitely um, powerful stories that we share to help others understand who God is and help us understand when somebody try to shake our faith and who we know God to be. We know the truth because we know what He did for us, and that's a big concept when it comes to us to believe God, because we know what God did for us that we couldn't do for ourselves. So yes,
Mhm. I want to
Yeah.
say this because it's burning. I mean, not burning, but it's gonna be real deep. I feel like it's a trigger warning. I don't want to. I feel like I got to use this even an example, but this how deep it is though. But um, because I think this is one of the main things. Like, okay, when people be like, how did he allowed SA? Let's say that then. I know this, but that's why I said trigger warning before I got to it. I usually don't even warn people, but this how. But this how, like I said, my point is I'm trying to get to that. A lot of crazy stuff happened in our life, robbed or whatever it is. Might have got robbed, might have got your leg blew off. You might have, and like I said, some people got whatever happened to them as a child, right? But a lot of these things they happen, and the fact that we survive, situations like that, it's really is like a testimony, and it's really to show, it's really for us to like, what did we I don't know how to put it. Like, what do we learn? I think it's something to learn, but it sound bold at the same time. But it's like, what do you learn? And it teaches like that you can't trust family sometimes because it might have been a family incident. It might have been it might have been your friend. It might something, right? Uncle. I know they say all type of stuff, but it just show you like just protection of human nature, right? When you let everybody free, this what can happen. You know what I'm saying? So it's like overall, like I think everything, which I tell people, and I haven't said this even in a while though, is like everything in our life that happened to us is meant for us to learn, overcome, or adapt with. You know what I'm saying? These are them the three things. I feel like there's another one though, but it's to learn from, overcome, or adapt with. So like to learn, basically like, okay, now that I went through these things, what can I do different so I don't go through this again? So that's the learning part. Uh, what is it? Learn. What did I say? I just missed all of them. Learn, overcome. Right. Overcome. It's basically just finding another, looking at another perspective. Just like if you got your feelings hurt or something like that, you eventually got to find a way to overcome it or heal from it. It's just something like that. So learn, overcome, and adapt with. Right. So say if it's something that you can't change, like I said, when you can walk around and you used to have two arms or something like that, and you lost the arm. Now you have to live life and to continue moving forward in life, you just gotta live life with one arm and just figure a way to how you can improvise without it. You know what I'm saying? And move with that because it might have been something that worse might have happened when you had two arms. You see what I'm saying? So like things really happen in our life for a reason. We might not like it. It might hurt like whatever. But the fact when we still alive at the moments like that, it's we're getting used in a way for him. It's just really for him. At the end of the day, when people really realize that life is not only about us, it's for him, and it's for the bet. And even when it's for him and his plan, it's still for the betterment and the love of from him to us. Because at the end of the day, it's gonna get better from there. Like we got to go through our things before we go to heaven or the place that, whatever y'all believe in, you know what I'm saying, to go to a better place. So it's like, even with babies, we could be like, oh man, it's so bad that they passed away at a young age. They didn't get to live life. Well, it wasn't meant for them to live life. They doing away. They get it even easier. In my book, I say they get it even easier because they don't got to experience Earth and going through all this stuff that's going on. They get to go straight to probably heaven. You know what I'm saying? They don't have to do nothing. Like, I mean, they get to go right to the riches. They don't have to get judged like that. You know what I'm saying? Maybe get judged because they cried a couple times, or some of them didn't even get to cry because they probably was aborted. But I'm just saying, like situations like that, this is like at least they get a free ticket. You know what I'm saying? So I just think of stuff like that. But like I say, all of us, I think, well, I know all of us is here to impact each other in some type of way, even if we don't feel like we have no purpose. And I tell people we got purpose. Just because you don't know your purpose, all of it got a purpose. And I tell people like roaches and all that stuff, it got some type of purpose. The pollen that flew in your nose and you start sneezing and stuff. That was meant to happen to change your course, to make you move a different way from whatever you was originally about to head to. You know what I'm saying? So I think everything. Well, from what I noticed, everything just it ties in with one another. It ain't no mistakes. Like everything really just meant like if say if we was meant to be sinless or something like that or be perfect, right? That means the first parent we got with, they would have dated each other, they would have got married off rip. I love you, no sin, no sin, you know what I'm saying, or whatever. None of us would be born if it was really like that, low key, because shoot, our parents we probably was about the 14th person they slept with or something like that. That's sin, you know what I'm saying? But we here. We here, so who's to say this is a mistake? You see what I'm saying? So it's like all this stuff is just, even though we saying it's wrong, right? And I can get why people be saying, well, how you don't know the difference between wrong and right and all that stuff, but that's why I be saying, like, at the end of the day, they say good and bad or right and wrong is still set up for right, for the right at the end of the day. That's what it is. Good and bad set up for good at the end of the day. That's just what it is. Because it's just part of the plan. So, so I be thinking about things like that. That's why I don't really try to stay mad, and because I know it's always something good in my future. Even when I lose a job, I used to get mad about that, or might lose an ex, or I didn't a marriage I had probably if I was to be in a marriage for 40 years and I lost it. I got my mind adjusted that God got better plans for me in the future, and if you keep your mentality like that, you smooth, you know what I'm saying? You literally smooth, like you don't have to really nothing to worry about. That's why you supposed to have your faith. If you have your faith in God, that's that lightens the load. Like I said, a lot of people believe they got themselves, so that's kind of hard. You ain't got nothing else to look forward to, and you feel like you got to count on yourself. So I can get the stress, I can get the stress though, but I mean, it's always been, it been working in my favor. Like even if I had to be a bum in the streets, I know it's still it's whatever how God allowed me, because I'm pretty sure it's probably been some people that just was in the they got that one dude that was singing in, as a homeless guy. Now he got a record now or something like that. Tell me I don't want no broke. You know what I'm saying? I know y'all know that dude. But that
Mhm.
dude, you know what I'm saying? So things just happen, you know. We might not like how life um don't go as the way we wanted to. Because if people ever notice, which I mentioned this earlier, like life never goes the way we wanted to. I mean, we get lucky when it do. But I think because our expectations is so high and we in the entitlement mentality, we just like, no, this is supposed to happen because YOLO. I only live once. I get to, you know, if I don't live fast, I don't live now, and I want to live my life. But it's not about that. I don't even think our maker made it like that. You know what I'm saying? Because YOLO, us choosing these lives making be a car accident the next day. So it's like it's not for us. People gonna really realize that life. I can say this 100 times. Like life literally is not just for us. It's not only, but we always take it personal and think like, okay, I'm here, so I got to do the best I can. But it's like we doing the best I can for other people. That's what it is. We being nice and we building ourselves up. It's for literally other people or that energy we put out for other situations. And then for other people, that's for God. It's still gonna go back to God at the end of the day. No matter if you have a good life or a bad life, it's gonna go right back to Him because He can care. I ain't trying to put it like that, but He can care less in a way, right? Like if it ain't part of His plan, He like whatever. You could cry or whatever, but you be happy at the end of the day what you see I really what really plan I have for you. You know what I'm saying? Man, y'all got me thinking about more and more stories. It made me think about one more. I swear I'm gonna let y'all talk though, but I just but I'm thinking about more and more stories. But it made me think about I think my pastor a while ago, one of my the pastor the church that mama goes to, I think he said a story about a dude that was and this how it worked. And that was a good story. I didn't need to hear that. Think it is in the Bible. He said it was like a dude was complaining because he got his thumb chopped off or something like that, right? And he's like, "Dang, why me? My hand is messed up or something like that. Why I'm missing that whole arm or something like that or whatever." They come and find out later down the line he ended up getting captured. Then when he got captured by something, and then he could have, you know, and I think they was by what they call the people that eat people like cannibalists or something like that. When you eat another person, something like that. I don't know. I think I said it. So he got caught by one of them, and I guess thank God that down the line that he the people that end up capturing him because they was like I said they was cannibalists, but they don't eat people that already got missing parts. You see what I'm saying? So all that complaining he was doing and they set him free because he was missing an arm. You see what I'm saying? But this how God works. You know what I'm saying? He know our future and stuff, and we be complaining, and getting mad, and all this other stuff. But he like, all right, I'm gonna let you cry for a little bit, but you gonna see what the mission is about. I'm really saving you. That's why I allowed you to lose your arm. You know what I'm saying? I allowed you because you could have lost your whole life. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, when people like little stuff that happen, like stuff happen, like when you might lose your job, right? Or when you might get a flat tire and you think you're gonna get fired. That might have saved you from getting on an accident on the road or something like that. That could have been the end of your life if you would have made it. You know what I'm saying? So I be thinking about things like that. So that's why I'm like stories like that. It just show you that you might it might because it ain't working my favor, but you will love it when it work in God's favor because it's helping you out. You see what I'm saying? So that was my last story. I'm done now. But I'm done. But go ahead, my bad. I
Hey,
gotta go to bed too. I've been up all night.
hey, I was
All right,
about to say, I was about to, we've been up here since this rooter to the tutor, so it's about the time to go. But
boy.
I'll say this though, the one thing that you didn't mention, I think that you was probably looking for is the forgiveness part, because that's what
Oh
it also
boy,
teaches
that's
you.
golden. That's
So
golden. Yes.
that was the fourth. That was the fourth. And it's like, you know, when I went through what I went through, there was literally girls that would run from me. When I tell
Hmm.
you, like, look horrified, as if I was a monster. Like it was the way I was treated, it was either disgusting or it was pity. Oh, you know what I mean? Like, don't pity me. You know what I'm saying? And that, but it fueled something in me as at a young age. to deal with that because I was like, okay, I got you. And then immediately when I started high school, it created a beast because what did I do? I was always working on my craft because I was in the
Mm.
house all the time, right? So I'm always doing everything I'm doing. I'm reading, I'm doing. So when I was released back into the wild, I was fresh faced and all of a sudden, when puberty hit and all of a sudden you get your little thing, all of a sudden you out here looking shining. And now the same women that were the ones who were looking at me with disgust were all on me. And what did that do? That created the beast. And I didn't give a fuck. I was running through everybody. But what it also did was it made me not lie. So it was like I grew up never having to lie to a woman to get anything, right? I'm gonna tell you what it is. You either roll or you don't. How you want to get with it? Because if I get with you, I'm getting with your cousin too. Now what's up? And they would look at me like this dude is crazy, but I was truthful. Now what? You rolling or not? Because I'm out. I got another one. And I had that attitude in high school, right? And as a young man, and through that, you know, I actually had to come to a grips with, dude, you are a menace and you are not helping. You know what I'm saying? But it gave me a lot of wisdom. It gave me a lot of experience. It gave me a lot of shit. Traveled the world. I did all kind of stuff, and it was like through that when I came out of that, and I actually said, you know what? I'm sorry. I had to actually look in the mirror, right? Find myself, realize that I was
That's why you holding men accountable now. Makes sense.
right, right. And
5.99,
so,
five ninety
right,
nine for mirror puns.
right. And listen,
Wait,
hey,
Dane, what's the
hey,
last place you said crap?
and I tell you, that's the reason why I say because it's like we bring on problems that we for ourselves. 99 times out of 10, it's us. That we if we would have chose
It
better,
was
if we would
you.
have did
I was
something
like,
better, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are. And I lived through that, right? And once I realized that, my life changed and it got better. And
play, play.
I've been seriously, I just went on a trajectory that you can't make me mad now. My life is great because I realized that, you know, hey, light skin coalition. You know what I'm saying? But from all of that, that's when I tell people like, look, bro, I'm not telling you this just to give you some rhetoric. I'm telling you this because I've been there, and I think that that was all part of the design. You know what I mean? Because if I would have never went through those lows and the highs, I wouldn't know the difference. And so now I can say through all of this, being truthful, being honest, no matter what you do, you stand on business, you're going to be okay. You know what I mean? And if you actually do believe and if you actually do understand that there's a higher power involved with this, you're going to be okay. Because when I didn't believe that, I was in the dumps. And I'm talking about mentally and spiritually, right? Even though I was doing whatever I was doing, my mental game was low. And that was the reason why I was looking for validation. That's why I was trying to find validation through cars and through this and through that. And you know what I mean? And wasting money trying to impress everybody else, you know. And yeah, from the outside looking in, oh, he balling, he doing his thing. No, because at home I'm depressed and I'm lonely. Even though I'm with people, but you still feel lonely, right? Because you are not accepting the fact and you're trying to get these worldly acceptance and validation. When the validation starts, we're at the mirror, in the motherfucking mirror. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that comes when you actually ask for real
5.99.
assistance. That's when you say, I want real assistance. I'm not praying for another Range Rover. I'm not praying for the new model Mercedes, right? I'm praying for clarity. I'm praying for a sense of myself, a real purpose. Give me that. And once you start going there, all of the rest of that shit just falls in line however it's supposed to fall in line. Either you're gonna have it or you're not, but you're gonna always have peace and you're gonna always feel good. And that's the reason why you can't make me mad now. You know what I'm saying? And I think that that inner peace is something that we look for, but we look for it in the wrong directions. We need to look for it in that spiritual realm, and that's one of the things that I think people need to understand. You can deny it all you want to, and but at the end of the day, you're never gonna find that inner peace until you get that inner relationship, and that's just where I'm gonna land.
All right, yeah. So it's about that time. We about to call this song as out. Boy, I need to get up off this, man. I've been.
Yeah, if you want me to see y'all tonight, I'm gonna be up out of here, man. Matter of fact,
Yeah, do that, yeah, because you know I'm about to miss another battle again.
see,
Mm-mm.
yeah, you know.
I was out
Hey,
there
but
singing my lungs out by myself. I'm like, dang, now I gotta
Yeah, no, I can't
get
do that.
light on
Plus,
my own now.
I've been working on a new one, so I've been working on an old one, trying to get that one down. My inspiration. I'm working on trying to get that one down, but
oh,
I've been working on another new one that I'm coming with tonight. That I've been working on. That one because see everybody keep jumping in, and these new people coming in, and everybody want to sing my songs. I can't sing every song. I got to sing songs that's in my range, so I got to
right.
find songs that work for me. But nah, these folks, they come in, they can sing anything, but they won't sing my song. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna have to have me a
I know a
repertoire.
song
See,
I'm gonna sing. Zoom, zoom.
oh, I don't care. Ain't everybody can sing Zoom? You gonna sing? I'm still gonna keep singing Zoom. I don't care. I feel
Hey,
that
it's a
song. That song is in my heart.
on
But
repeat.
but I don't know if you seen my comment down there. Did you see my comment down there about the free will?
Was
It's
that?
funny. It's funny because we got people that scream and cry about, well, why would God do this? And why would he allow that? And why would he allow this? But then you want God to allow you to have free will to do whatever you want to do, whenever you want to do it, however you want to do it. But then it's like you want him to control the free will. You want him to let you have free will, but then control their will so that they don't do the evil things they gonna do. You know,
Right.
while you sitting there, but then you want to ignore the evil things you doing, like you throwing away food and there's hungry people. But you got folks that don't eat leftovers, but there's hungry people. But you don't see the stuff you doing is evil or wrong. But
Mm,
hey, you want to sit up here and try to sit up here and point out the most egregious things while ignoring the small little things that might help to get rid of those egregious things. If people weren't out here always struggling and striving for food and hunger, you got money and you got wealth, but because you got money and wealth, you push people away, and that money and wealth keep you from becoming closer and connected to people. So that money and wealth is really your God. When he told you that
mm-hmm.
people are money, people are your wealth. Love is wealth, but we rather put it in a finance, a materialistic thing. And yet,
Yep.
and still, in 2024, anybody tell me we still yet to see a U-Haul truck behind a funeral car? Behind a
Mm,
hearse. We're still yet to see one. And even if there is one behind it, the people just come and dig the stuff right back up. You can't even keep the gold teeth in your mouth. But hey, let us tell it that you're doing something with this fight, with this materialistic stuff that you're chasing behind, that you put more wealth on than the people that are actually worth something. We've gotten to the place where have made people worthless. But then that means you're worthless because you're a people. Duh. I don't know how people do that, where you try to exclude others and not realize. But we want a free will where we do what we want to do, but then we want God to control that free will, make it make sense.
mm,
You want God, then he wouldn't be God. You wouldn't love him if he controlled you. You wouldn't have the option and the choice. It's your choice. It's your option. Just like with your children. You raise them up right. You do everything you can for them. And it's their choice and their option whether to love us. And it's funny because some of us get
right.
so hurt because our children don't love us. Well, just imagine how God feels with billions of us acting the way that
Mm,
we do, just as spoiled as we are. But he still somehow manages to find time to love your single little individual, selfish little ass
mm,
in a world full of billions of people. He still finds time to make time for just little old you.
mm,
I mean, you got to look at the provisions. You got to look at how many times he's come through for you. That time where you didn't know how you was gonna eat, and the meal appeared out of nowhere, literally.
mm,
That sometimes that you didn't know how you was gonna make it. You got to the gas station and somebody decided they wanted to help you out. They were paying it forward that day and gave you some gas, and you didn't even have no money. You didn't even pull. I mean, so many times. That's why so many of us try to get this money and wealth and get rich and try to stay up in a place so nobody can help us, so we can sit up here and say, nobody did nothing for me. Guess what? Without other people, your money is worthless. So you still can't do nothing without nobody else. So this I don't need nobody else mentality just shows how ignorant, childish, and stupid you are.
Mm,
And I did say it, stupid. We are
mm,
some of the smartest, dumbest animals on this planet because we will figure out any kind of way we can to mess up a good thing. Any way we can. You got a woman that love your dirty drawers. You gonna go out there and cheat on her. You got a man that will do anything for you, but you don't love him because he love you. Come on
mm.
now. But you want to blame God for your stupidity? Hey, all right. I gotta let you go, Kev. I ain't trying to keep you all night. You know,
No,
I
boy, boy, boy,
on this
boy,
one I could go,
boy.
bro. You know, I could go all day on this one.
Exactly.
If you
I
haven't
wanted to
noticed,
ask a
I
question.
walk it and don't talk it. When it come to religion or come to walking this walk, I don't talk about it a lot. I walk it because I don't want people to, oh, you need to live up to this and you ain't doing that. And you don't put me on no pedestal that you ain't willing to get up there and climb on there with me with. So when we fall, I can grab you and we can fall together. What's your question, Alter?
Hi guys. Oh, hey guys, how you guys doing? Nice to meet you guys. Um, I did want to, I did want to ask, cousin, how old were you? Did you say that already? Because I feel like I missed it. How old were you when that happened?
Uh, I was 9 when it happened.
Okay, yeah.
10. Let me wait. Hold on.
Okay.
Let me make sure. Right, 10, 11, 12. No, I was 10. I was 10. No, it was 10. Well, I was,
Okay.
I guess, just turning 10. So yeah, that summer. Yeah,
Yeah.
buddy.
Okay. No, because I was like, you had like good memory about it. Because I was gonna say like when I was more so tiny. That's why like I
Can I
don't
make a
remember it
joke
like at
about it
all.
now, or
Because
you
my mom.
can I do
What
this one
happened?
joke?
You want to make a joke about this? What?
Or is it too
So
soon?
would that been
I
well,
know,
well,
right?
It's
Too
cause
too
soon.
soon. What?
is it too soon? That's all I was thinking about. Cause you made me think about the. I wanted to say, would that be considered like hot boy summer?
Hot boy summer. That was flaming. Boy, I was hot. Hey,
Wait, I wanted to tell them.
Wow, that was crazy, right?
that was hot under the
But I was
collar.
gonna say when I was because when I was like I think I was way younger. So like with this thing about the skin, that's why like when you were talking about like having the other people look at you and stuff like that. Because my mom used to call me like she called me a monster when I was small because I had like y'all ever had heard of eczema?
Uh huh.
Eczema, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was like all over. She said I had that all over my skin when I was real small, but I didn't know because she was like, I didn't give you, and I can't say that she tell the story, and the fact that I'm actually telling it is really hilarious because I'm like, why are you telling people this around me that know me? It's so annoying. But she's like, yeah, I couldn't have a birthday for her because she's like a monster. She was gonna scare the kids. I'm like, what? But the
Oh
thing
my.
is, like I was like, dang, but I know I was a lot younger, so I was like, how old were you? Because you definitely remember like kids caring or people looking at you. Like I don't remember that
Boy.
because I was really small, so like I was like 2, and like I think it because the doctor was saying that I was gonna look like that for the rest of my life, and they will so I would always have that issue. And my mom, thank God she's a praying mother and did not believe the report of the doctor. She would believe the report of the Lord and what my life was gonna be, and that has always been now people, which is funny, like people compliment my skin more than anything, so that's what's so funny. So
Right, you
like,
made me.
and
I
I
was
always
thinking
thought,
about that too. Right.
so like,
Makes.
that's crazy. You said
Hey,
what?
that's crazy
What
that
you
you
say?
said that because that's all I'll hear. Oh my
Ain't
God,
that
your skin
crazy?
is so soft. Oh my God. I'm
Yeah.
like, yeah, because it was burnt. God damn it. Like,
No, no, it's just a miracle. I'm telling you, it's just a miracle of God. It's what He does, and it's His purpose for.
What?
He had a purpose for that because He knew that He wants your face in front of people, and that sometimes people. I mean, God will use attraction, whatever case it is, to even let people hear you and talk to you, whatever case. You know what I'm saying? So, but like. Anyway, like it was just interesting like about that because you have to really believe what God said about you and what He has for you, and know that He turned that around. The doctors was literally shocked because they expected me to look like a monster for the rest of my life, and that's just not what He did. And that's the literal thing that people will compliment you on because even God wants you to remember what He did for you, and you appreciate that. So that
yep.
was just interesting interesting point you make. I was like, he remember all that.
Hey,
Yeah,
cousin,
that's
you should
real
just be
talk.
happy that he used fresh grease because you could have ended up extra crispy like me.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Oh,
hey, extra crispy with 12 herbs and spices. What the fuck?
boy.
It was like, ooh wee. Hey, I don't know if y'all know this, but we don't smell like bacon when we fry. Just so you know. Okay? We smell like old couch. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all,
Not
dude.
old. Oh,
Old couch. That's all that was. I smelled that for 2 years in my nostrils. It
mm.
smelled like like just a burnt up like piece of fabric is what that smelled like. That's what our it ain't cool. You know what I mean? You like when we eat food and you be like, "Ooh, that smell like bacon." That's what like that burger smell good. No, no, no. We don't do that. When we burn up, it smell like old fabric. It ain't cool. Just FYI.
Mm-mm. He said to let you know that dang, you even remember. That's serious.
Yeah,
But that,
yeah.
boy, that was real.
Hey, but it's and now though I always say to people when they complain about a pimple or they complain about some acne, or I'm like, yo, it could be worse.
Right.
And that teaches you to be humble. Even myself, like
Yep.
sometimes I'll be like, damn, I got even uneven skin tone. Like some parts are oily and some parts, and I'm like, what am I talking about? Shut up, B. Like, you know what I mean? Like, let me come back to reality. It could have been way worse. So I just, that teaches you to be thankful. And like now, every little detail, I don't try to take for granted. I really do try to, cherish everything that I have because, I think that it could be worse. There's always someone less fortunate than you. There's always someone who's going through a harder plight or going through something else. And we sit up here and complain about shit. We like to say that third world problem, like first world problems. And we complain about how bad the system is and how this and that. Yeah, we talking on the iPhone. It's like, yo, just understand your blessings. Understand that even if you walking around on 2 feet, there's some people who don't have 2 feet.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? And it's just sometimes it takes some drastic thing to happen to us for us to get it. And
Mm-hmm.
it's unfortunate that it has to be that way. But that's the reason why I was saying earlier, like maybe sometimes those bad things need to be here for that. You know what I mean? Like if we
Mm-hmm.
don't see bad, how do we know what's good?
Yep.
And so,
Exactly.
so sometimes maybe that's what it needs. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that,
And so she about to go. Psych. Yeah, I ain't letting no more people up because I gotta go. I got to
Yeah.
go. I'm
And
tired.
oh, good
and thank
night,
you, kid.
Corey. Good night,
Hmm.
Yeah,
Kev.
and
Oh, I
thank
thought
you,
you had
kid.
one more. Well, both of y'all got it. Huh?
Oh, I
No,
thought
I ain't
you
got
were
nothing else.
done.
I'm just telling you thank you because people be, I go to other people's lives and they so used to me being there, they start treating me like a seat filler.
Let's see for a while.
You got it out today. You
Box
got it
filler.
out. It was good.
Just a box filler.
Yeah, made sure right.
Gotta let
They
the
gonna be
Yeah,
quiet
assistant.
like
they,
a mouse in the rest of the rooms. Yep. At least I get the good version.
Right,
yeah,
he
good,
They
cause
said
they,
already stole my mind from me because he one of my original mods. Because you know what I'm saying? Just like him and AJ, the only two original mods.
mhm.
Even though we
yeah.
grew from here, you know what I'm saying? That's why I get a little jelly, but I let him be you know, get loose out in these
Hey,
streets sometimes.
You gonna let them live one
thank you.
time?
Quiet as kept. I do not know how many lives I'm a mod in. I couldn't tell you.
Boy, that's
You shouldn't
crazy.
I
know.
have
You shouldn't
no
know because
clue.
it's over
You might have to
100.
do a checkup in a minute.
I just pop up in somebody live. I go to
You done
talking.
lost
Next thing you
count.
know, look, yeah, I don't even be paying attention. A lot of
Knew
times,
something smelled fishy around
like
here.
how cousins and hashtag both did me. I pop in the live, and the next thing I know, I'm a mod. I'm like, what the hell happened? When did y'all
Mm-mm-mm.
do
You
this?
just
And then they
easy out
tell
here,
me
huh?
after the fact.
You say you just easy.
Giving that thing up
Hey,
Loosey
you can thank
goosey,
Kev for
They
that.
just
need to
You can thank
loose.
him for
reflect
that for
on
me.
that. Why am I so easy? How about he looking in that mirror
I
and disgust
understand
like
though.
I'm just a
I understand though. It's my own fault though because it's the vibe I bring, and it's just that I
mm,
can't do chaos. And if I can't control the chaos, I'll leave the room. So I'm either gonna control the chaos or I'm out. I'm not gonna sit up here and all this noise talking over each other, cussing. I ain't gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I ain't got to. So I'm either gonna shut the room down or I'm gonna leave the room. One of the two.
Hmm.
I didn't know you was going to sleep. You should be. I mean, I'm pretty sure you was on for 50 hours.
You know it.
Sick
You
of
know
it.
it.
So yeah, you should
What you just got
definitely.
up?
Yeah, like I had when I
Oh.
had came in here, I had woke up and I was like, I know if it's
He
4
said you
a.m.
came in
it's not
here and
gonna
woke
be
up.
all
That's
night.
some funny stuff.
You know what? I'm sick of
Nah,
it.
I seen
After all
I
this.
seen the invite.
Came
I
here and went
seen
to
the
sleep. Oh
invite
yeah, I'm
last.
wake up now.
Yeah, I seen the invite last night, and I looked when you sent that. I'm like, oh no, he know this. My what do you expect me to come on for 10 minutes and say hi and go back to sleep? And
I
it was
did.
like
I
it
did
was
the you
like
man. You know when you loose
yeah.
with this shit. I got loose with the
You said that.
sharing.
Yeah, you sent that mug like 10 minutes to 11. I'm like, I ain't coming in there
Oh
because
yeah,
I already know
I
if I
already
get in
know.
there, I ain't gonna get out of there for another 3 hours.
Exactly right. You said another three. Right.
I just
It's
want to
like the.
say, oh sorry.
What'd you say?
No, I was just gonna say, I like the questions. I know we didn't really, I didn't get to go through all of it. I
Yeah,
did
we
like
ain't get deep into it for real.
interpretation. That's how it happens in your life. We be like diving deep all the way to the freaking depths or something on some on one point.
I think we
It
actually
was
did
good.
make it through it though. It just took a
Yeah,
long
did
time
you?
though, but we made it through it. I
Yeah, yeah,
think.
yeah. Now
Yeah.
those are really deep questions, so I would understand why it would take time. I
I'll run
wouldn't
it
say that
back
you
again. I'll do
understand.
it Saturday then. Cause all the people I
Bet,
was looking for, I wanted them to come in too. I wanted a lot of people to come in this one.
bet.
Oh
My
yeah.
next one, the next one I'm coming for. I'm, you know me, I keep
That's what
trying to
she said.
get you in the hot. But the next one I'm doing, the question is, what would happen if you woke up as the opposite sex?
That's the good
And
one.
then,
That was a good
and
one. I
then,
remember that one.
right. And I'm finna dig into them because you know the ones they talk about. Oh, I'll run out and sleep with all these people
I
and that
hope
and
you
this and
talking
that
about
and the
that
other.
today.
What am
Talk
I
about that
saying?
today though, cause I ain't going
I
live
might,
today.
I might try to squeeze it in today.
Yeah, I'll be over there then. If that's the case, I'm not going live today because I
All
know we
right,
gonna
well
be
maybe
doing
I'll
that
start it.
No,
karaoke
I'm
and
gonna
stuff.
try. I
Yeah,
would
maybe I'll
try.
start at 4
I'll
today,
be
and that
into
way I
it.
could do it, and then that way I can get a good 4 hours of it
You can
before
switch
we
Oh,
over.
let
switch
me
over
go
to
to sleep
karaoke.
then real quick.
Yeah, because then the next question, because what it is, I'm trying to dig at them people who would say that if they would, because you complaining about that people are bad, you know,
That's a good one.
it's sexually wise, you know, men are this or women are that. So then if you had the turn the opportunity to become them, what would you do? Would you
I mean, that's
become?
gonna kind of get creepy though, because I don't want to get the thoughts of me getting my back blew out. Though that's crazy. I just
But
thought
that's what I'm
about
saying.
that.
But see, this is what I'm
This
I
about to
saying.
want
get
to
creepy now.
Cause
I'm
see, like
good.
for me, I will
I feel
become the
like
woman.
Drizzy.
And for me, I will become the woman that I believe that would be the perfect woman. But at the same time, I realized it would be the perfect woman for me. But I would become that woman. I wouldn't be out there like you said getting. No, I'm gonna go find me a good man and let a dog water out that dude. He
dog
gonna be like,
water.
That's what I'm
oh.
saying. That sound weird. Ugh, I can't even know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I would, I just talking about stuff like that. I go out there and find me a husband gonna take care of me, and we gonna do it. We gonna live right. We gonna have a good time. Shoot,
I'm gonna
all this
clip
Hold
stupid
this.
on.
stuff that,
I'm gonna clip
yeah,
all this. You said
Wait. You mean
all
forever?
this stupid stuff. I don't
Like you
care.
said,
I ain't
you said
I'm
ashamed
gonna
switch
of
give
it.
forever?
you.
Or you saying switch for a
You owe me
day?
some money on the cash app, or I will
Yeah,
put this
yeah.
out.
If you woke
What
up,
you saying?
if you went to sleep right now, cousins, and you woke up as a woman, what would you do?
What
And
would you
see
do
Oh,
that
to that man, Mira?
just forever. You just woke up and you just switched.
It's like, let me stop.
my name wouldn't be
Yeah,
Mirror,
what would you do,
it'd be
cousin?
Mrs.
Come on,
Mirror.
I want you to
I'd
talk
be
too.
Mrs. Mirror.
I'll be the coldest feminist
What
ever.
would you do in that bed,
Hey,
cousin?
you
I'll
said
be the
you be the
coldest
coldest
feminist
feminist.
ever. Probably. No,
How would you satisfy
He
your
ain't
man,
lied.
cousin?
He would be a great feminist too.
I'll be the
Oh,
coldest
he say you
feminist
be the
that ever
coldest
moved.
feminist.
Oh boy, that's funny.
Quiet as kept though. It ain't no fine feminist. I'll be a model and be a feminist. That'd be good.
Hey, I would
Feminist
be
is
scared because I can't look at a
dangerous.
dude because we still feel the same, right? Or what are we talking about?
Well,
No,
wait,
you
you
wake
Now I
up and
know
you
it's weird.
completely
He
feel
literally
like
saying if
no.
you had to be the opposite.
Yeah, I'll
You
be a
wake
cold
up and you
lesbian.
completely
I'll be
you just wake up and you a woman,
So
or you
answer
wake up
that,
and you a
cousin.
man.
I'll be a cold lesbian, boy. I'll be out here.
Right, that's
And
what I was trying to see.
but
What would
because
you
Oh
see
do,
no,
cousin?
because
No,
see the
you
that's
gotta.
a
women
How would
question,
you treat
man.
that man?
But the
That's a
reason why the
cold
question
question.
came up, the reason why the question came up though is because you got those, and a lot of them tend to be women who talk
Yeah.
about how if I became a man, I'd just be running
Yeah.
through y'all. I'll be
Oh
doing this and I'll be
wow.
doing that.
Why would
So then
they?
the
That
next
don't even
question, so the next question is, why would you become a part of the problem if you if
exactly
you
like what?
if you had a
Oh.
choice? Why would you
Yeah,
choose to become a part of the problem that people are complaining
exactly.
about?
I
Make
don't
it
even
make
get that.
sense.
Right,
And
that's
then
crazy.
then one of the other questions asked, do you believe that you could be a better at the opposites? Did you believe you could be a better man than a man or a better woman than a woman? And
Oh
No,
why?
Nope.
wow.
Nope.
I had a good one. I'm about to
I
be
don't
up in
think
there.
so.
Hopefully I can
Yeah,
wake
because
up
it's
in
like
time.
people need to self-reflect and look at themselves. And it's
yeah.
like you think you could be a
Hmm.
better man than a man, but you ain't being the best woman you could be. Or you
Woo!
think you could be a
Yes,
better man
Oh.
than a woman
sir.
when you're not being a better man,
Woo!
the best man you could be.
Oh,
Be
cause
the best
ooh,
version of you. And that's what I'm attacking. I'm trying
be
to
the
get
best
people to look
version
in their
of you.
subconscious and be the best version of you. And
Mm-hmm.
stop worrying about what everybody
Told
else
y'all.
doing.
Y'all
Because if
thought
you
y'all
be the
get
best
headaches at
version of
where
you,
I'm at.
I
look,
swear,
look, if I'm
I was
being the
about to
best
say that,
version of me,
Kev.
Kev being the best version of him, Alter being the best version of her, Cousins being the best version of him,
I was
we
about to
gonna be
say
some
that,
damn good people.
Lovely
But
Kev.
Right.
if
be the
I'm
best
worried about
version of
why
that bed
Kev ain't
right now.
doing it, while I'm not doing it, why
My
Kev
brain
ain't
gonna be
being the best
dead.
version of Kev, and I'm not doing it, you see, we right where we
That's a
at
good
right now.
one. Yeah, you about to get somewhere with that one. Now you, boy, that boy
My
Mary
Yeah, I
brain
was
like
gonna
It's
be
that
your
one.
fault.
my
It's
brain
your
gonna be
fault.
scrambled eggs
It's
on his
all your
live
fault,
tweet.
Kev. You created this
nah.
monster.
No, I ain't creating nothing. You already had it in you. And
Right,
you
you
can say
wasn't
I'm.
Yeah, but you the one that turned me free on the public,
You said,
on the
right.
population.
boy,
I was just restrained to your live. You the one that encouraged me to go
this
live.
Oh
what
my
happened when he don't have that
So
soundboard. I like this version of me.
goodness! I remember. I forgot.
That's why we got cut off 100 times earlier.
Wait, I actually forgot that he. I forgot Mirror was low key like kind of. He was confined to Kevlar. I really forgot that. Like for real. Because he's like a
yeah,
he,
mod in fifty
yeah.
thousand lives or
beloved and
something.
Kev, beloved and Kev's lives were the first lives I became mods on.
Oh
And then Beloved
wow.
stopped going live, but Kev kept going live, and I kept hanging out. And I started talking about when I finally got enough viewers to followers that I started talking about going on live, but I really wasn't trying to. And Kev was just like kept pushing until I finally did it. So this
Yeah, I
monster,
remember
Kev
that.
created
Yep.
this monster.
He did. He did. He definitely
And
did.
just so you know, I was there in the beginning of creation. So when the
Oh
history
my,
books
here we
are
go. But who
down,
created you
I
though?
will be the one to say, yeah, the book of cousin, the book of cousin will say, yes, in the beginning there was
In the
him.
beginning, right?
Yes, he was
In
the
the
But that,
beginning.
beginning,
I
There
mean,
is a
even with
creator.
that
there was
thing
a
that he
laugh
was
and
about to do,
learn,
which is gonna
and
be
then there was a
forever,
mirror.
like you gotta, it's gonna keep gonna be the same
There
thing
was a
though. You're gonna
laugh
be
and
like,
learn.
okay, if he created
Let
him,
there
who
be
created
mirror.
him? Who created him? You can keep going far back, so it had to be a starting point. That's what I'm saying. But what he gonna
That's
do? I
all I
already
was
know what he
saying.
gonna do because he already got his mind set up. So he's gonna keep on be
Yeah,
like, whoa, who created that? So he still got
that's
that.
what.
Whatever.
That's why I was always like, okay, but even if we talk about the Big Bang, what happened? The Big Bang had to be created. Like as
Right.
far as you go back, there had to be a creation. Nothing can come
Yeah.
from nothing. That's
And
that
talking
that
about who
doesn't work
created
that
the
way.
creation. Well, who
So
created
I'm
the
But this
like,
is
creator?
my,
Created.
but this
and
is
who created
okay.
your creator?
Right.
yeah,
But this is my thing. You can't use evolution, even if you try to use the evolution to the animals. Where is where's the chain? Show me the chain of
Huh.
the evolution. Some things do evolve, some things do, but not everything. And I think that's the problem because some things evolve. Oh, well, everything has to evolve. Well, where the
Right.
evolved humans at? And if
Right.
we
Where the
evolve
middle
from
ones at? Right.
right, and then if we evolve into something else, where that's at? Well, you're not going to see the evolution. You're willing to tell yourself, so you're willing to believe in that, but you won't believe in, okay. It's just like a guy coming here
Yeah.
fighting us about it. He was attacking us about the Bible and he was talking about, well, I'm an alpha male. I said, you have to believe that, right? Because that's out the animal kingdom.
Mm,
No, I don't believe that. I know. No, that's a belief. Sorry, brother. You
It's
believe you're
definitely
an alpha
belief.
male. Don't nobody else believe that but you.
right. Because that alpha male still
Like
working
an
a nine
orc
to
gonna be an
five
orc.
and paying taxes and stuff. So
yeah.
and can be a bum if he don't pay on his bills. Alpha male.
Yeah, but
I mean,
that
Alpha
guy,
honestly
male
though,
on
I think
TikTok. Ain't alpha males on TikTok. Because if you're an alpha male, you ain't got time to be on TikTok.
Right.
yeah, that's yeah.
To convince
You are
others
though.
that you're alpha male.
But even if we say evolution, right? It always goes back to the first thing. Well, who made the first amoeba? Then, if okay, let's say we did evolve. Well, that still had to start. So maybe both of them is true. Regardless, to say that is this is just impossible because I believe that we have, that's when it's just wild. It's like no matter what, how you shape it,
Okay, yeah.
there has to be a creator. We don't care about what the name you want to put, whatever you say. There still has to be a creator, bro. Like that's just off top. Like before we even talk about anything else, it has to be a creator because we here.
Look,
People be in denial so bad. Go
I'm
ahead.
Yeah.
telling
I know
you,
you
I
about
was
to.
just glad that he at least said that because that conversation could have got real weird because they are they're that stance. I'm gonna just say that stance always crumbles because no matter how many ways you talk about the atoms and the this and this, like, it all turns back to God. He created all of it. I'm just saying. A creator still created all that.
Right.
All that we're doing in science, we're just talking about what is because we didn't wasn't here when it was happening. So you know what I'm saying? It's like we know
Right.
that something had to make that. So I am glad Cousins put that out there. Like, oh, okay, thank you, Cousins, please. Because what we talking about? What we doing? What is this? What is
Right.
this? You can't just appear. That don't even make. That doesn't make logical sense. And you can't say that you're logical when you're not even considering the things that are actually true. They're actually like legit. Like so. That's just I don't know. That was wild to me that people that because I know you're saying atheist, but like definitely agnostic. I guess what he's saying because he has a yeah, because they never really just want to know. Well, some do say they don't believe in a God or whatever, that there was something there before. Again, people put their own names on that, but at least know that something had to be here before time and has to always be here. So if we know that, then what is that? You can't put on because it never. I'm going to say God. God never said that, and that claimed to be a creator. He claimed to have been here before,
Mm.
today, and tomorrow. He claimed to already have done that. So everything. That's why I said when it
And
comes to that,
always being
and
right.
always,
Yep.
always been, and will always be. And then an
Yeah.
atheist literally makes a case for God every time, every
Yep.
time, because
So
he
when
says
did
because
you
he
always
knows.
become Ben? Huh?
Right, because you
Right.
know something had
When was
because
your
you sit there and say that you say, well, something had to always be here. Okay, so that's the uncaused cause. Meaning that cause and create that it doesn't. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't have to. He don't have to be made because he's been there. He's just what he is. He's already
mm.
here. But
The
like
the
because y'all
the,
talking
the
about people being
craziest one,
free.
the craziest one is like, well, how can you prove that we were created? Cause we here, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking
That
about?
was a funny one when you said
How
that
can
too,
you
right? It
prove
was like,
I was
what the
like,
heck?
what?
We're here.
like what? We're
I was,
here. Like
He
we
did
what?
claim
here.
to be
How
the.
can you prove the tree was made? Like what? Because
I was
somebody
like,
had to make it. Like it had to be created. The sun had to be created. It was
Right.
created. Most definitely. It ain't just a kaboom. Because then that'd be chaos. Your face and your eyes would be every different way if you wanted it all mixed up.
Right.
Like he had order. There was an
Why you had
order
to
and
say
purpose.
face first? That's crazy.
I know, right? Because it was a kaboom in face.
You said
We
what?
just gonna keep going on. We just gonna keep on going,
Why
Alfred,
he
huh?
just he
Jesus
just knew he
Christ.
gonna catch on to that was
We
crazy.
just gonna just keep. It could have even your
Right,
face could have been
let's keep it
everywhere. Boom.
smooth.
You gotta face it. It's
He
in your
said
face.
kaboom and then face.
It could have been kaboom when you were 10. No, just playing.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yo, I'm
Oh
like
shit.
kaboom, it's in your face and it's there and then it goes away.
You about to make
Uh,
what you
Yo,
call it? You gonna be the fourth person he yelling nah.
Hey, Kev, you
So
stayed
you
on
want to
too
be
long.
funny?
so
It's
you
like
better be
oh,
You,
you
you,
funny,
got
yeah.
you know you
jokes.
stayed on too long. You was supposed to be went and shut down. So since you still up,
facts, 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 facts.
Kev
Somebody want
know
to
when
keep
he
this
say that.
energy up, man? I go on y'all for a couple minutes.
Nah, well, shit. I'm about to bounce, man. It's been good.
For sure, man.
You
I
know.
think Austin said she about to go live. Let's go over there. We over there. What the?
Yeah.
Yo,
I'm gonna see y'all tonight, man.
For sure, man.
see y'all tonight.
Appreciate you,
All right.
man. You did good modding tonight for sure. All that.
That's how you know. That's how you know Mirror done preaching. Cause there you go. All the
Yeah.
interruptions.
Right. That's why now I was preaching about to go away now.
Right.
He said, I'm back. There go the other
hey,
mirrors back.
hey,
You gotta
sometimes you
only
just
That
way
was
need
Kev don't
mirror.
come
leave.
up
This
on
is
the
reflect.
replay. There you go. Sometimes you just need to get it out. Once it's out, you know it's out.
He said,
Hey,
I'm out
I
here. I
have
had my coffee now, and now it's time to.
it's the other way around. I give, like I crack up laughing when I watch I had to get on my son. They 20 something years old and you drinking an energy drink. I'm like, boy, what is wrong with you? I give energy drinks energy. At 49 years old, I
Ooh.
still give an energy drink energy. I'm not gonna drink no energy drink. Shoot.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, they had to squeeze my blood and then for y'all to have them energy drinks because that's where it come from. Because I don't need nothing
Ooh.
to boost my energy.
Mm.
Please.
You don't need
I don't know what's
coffee.
wrong
You
with these folks.
need me.
Mirror
Man,
just
coffee
told
need
him,
me.
"Oh, I'm
I
stronger than a
get,
garlic
man,
milkshake. What you want to know about?"
man, please. Hey, cousin, you better tell them what they don't understand the generation we from.
They
This
don't
new
understand that
generation,
old.
man.
Don't
Hey,
do us like
listen,
that.
you got that old
Nah.
man
You
strength.
you right there.
Yeah,
You don't care if
you almost there.
I gotta drag you. You got an old soul. You just in a young body, that's
I
all.
take that. I
You done
take that.
been
I feel important now. Yay! Say no.
Hey, see, we was the last
he got his
generation.
validation.
I got
Hey,
my validation right.
we was the
I
last. We
validate.
was the last generation with strength with an F. Strength. See, we got that. See, we got that strength. See what I'm saying? Y'all don't know nothing about that strength. Y'all got
That's
strength.
scrim.
Yeah, y'all ain't
Y'all
got
just
nothing about.
grown.
Yeah, y'all know about this
You
strong,
strong and
strong.
they ain't strong. You strong when it's that's the
Y'all
no. That's
strong,
2000
yeah.
babies. You got to put that a C in there. That's not. They
They just
strong.
strong.
The baby
Right, that do sound
strong.
like some baby 2000 stuff. Baby, it's like Baby Shark right at the end of it. Y'all, yeah.
Baby shark.
We got tough,
With the
we got strong, and we got strong.
We
and
strong.
that's why they stopped believing in God. They stopped believing in God because they had the Veggie Tales.
Right,
Ooh.
and they not strong enough.
See, he ain't even strong. Why I'm behind that? They ain't strong.
I need a strong man.
I need a
Go buy
strong
me
Right,
some
sword.
squimps and some
some square.
Yeah.
scallops.
They not on my squivel.
If I was a
See,
man, I would have been
yeah.
stronger. I ain't gonna lie. I'm just
Oh,
gonna
Hey,
keep
how
it
hey,
they
we gonna
say,
see you in that live
filet?
tonight too. Yep, over in Mirror Live. Yep. If
How they
I
say,
was a
filet
man.
mignon? If I was a boy, I'm a real boy now.
I'm a real.
My
I can't wait till I
man.
see how that
My
go though.
man.
I'm just gonna
Hey,
stay away from the Smekes talks.
yeah,
next
yeah.
talk.
I ain't gonna feel comfortable with that one.
What you mean?
Uh,
When we switch genders. I
Oh,
ain't gonna
oh,
say
I
too
ain't gonna
much
have a
on that
problem with it.
one.
ain't
Hey
nobody laying
man,
I'm
me
just gonna
I
down.
ain't
say
gonna
I
have.
do what women do.
hey man, hey
I ain't
Kev,
gonna.
No
hey
I ain't
details.
gonna have a problem with it because I'm gonna be a virgin who got married and I only had one man.
Facts. Facts.
hey
How did
Kev,
That's
you have
all
that
I
hey,
know.
hey,
baby?
I've only known
How you
one
gonna
man in
keep
my
your how
whole
you keep
life.
them though?
hey, listen,
Hey,
we ain't gonna hear so
Like
many
I
dope
would
things in
that
this
joke funny. I
conversation.
don't feel
hey,
comfortable saying
love
this.
Hey,
love on him right, intimacy, cook and shut up.
hey, listen.
What
Don't
kind of
hold,
I
hey,
think
intimacy?
the reason why I
don't
be
hold
feeling
live.
uncomfortable because I had
Mm-mm.
them other dudes hit on me in my lifetime like a couple times. I'm like, bro, that's why I
Oh,
ain't
I
giving
have
no
too.
signs because I don't want them to think anything.
Hey,
But you
bro.
know what, man? It ain't even got
I'm
nothing to do
scared of
with that
them.
because I've had it.
Right.
I had it happen to me
Like,
too, and
no.
when it happened to me, I thought it was something wrong with me. And it cracked me up because dudes talk about, oh, if they hit on me, I'm gonna fire them. I'm gonna do. I ain't do none of that junk. I punked up. I was
No.
just like, I was so caught off guard and shocked. What I did, I ran in the house and changed my clothes. I never wore them clothes again. I'm like, what about me made him think that that was okay? But then you
Yeah,
find
if you
out
was
them
playing
dudes
that
is
music,
just
you better
cut
play on
like,
that soundboard.
yeah, it don't even.
And right there. He
Hey,
said,
no,
But then you
yeah.
find
Something.
But then you find out it don't even matter what you gonna do. Them dudes is cut like that. They demons,
Facts.
they devils.
Yeah.
They gonna come. It don't matter what
Hey,
you do. They always looking for somebody. And what it
well,
hey,
is, they know who is aggressive enough that's gonna hit them in the mouth and who ain't. And
Uh-huh.
at the same time, enough of us know that these dudes fight more than we have because of the fact that they are. So we ain't as
Mm-hmm.
quick to fight with them because a lot of them do know how to fight. And that's the. I'd rather
ain't
get whooped
nobody
Yeah,
by a
beating
girl.
you
they
up.
men,
Ain't
they
nobody
I'd
still
rather
beating
men.
get
you up
whooped.
out there.
I'd
Yeah.
rather get whooped by a girl than to get whooped by one of them.
I was
Right.
gonna say
Which,
whenever the
hey,
guys
at
are
least I have an excuse behind.
Well, I wouldn't hit her back because she
Well,
was a
I let
woman.
her do right. I let her.
How
But then
you
you
gonna
got a
justify getting
yas
beat
over there
up by
hitting you
him?
like crazy. Yas, yas, yas. You'll be done. Yeah. Imagine the
And
dude
then and
saying
then
that instead
and
of
then the
saying
embarrassing
beat.
part, right? And then the embarrassing part is what one of them things might do to you after they finish whooping
Oh
you.
no,
Nah, I ain't
no. You
See, I know better. There's some.
talk to
I
y'all
have
later.
discernment on my fights. That's called
Ain't gonna do,
discernment.
ain't gonna do nothing to you.
All right, alter.
I
All
told you
right,
I was
Kev.
gonna whoop your ass.
All right,
That's all you gonna do.
mirror.
Yeah, I'll
So
catch you
look
later,
here,
I'm gonna
brother.
y'all.
catch y'all for sure. Hopefully, I can get up in time, man. I want to catch that live for sure. Man.
Yeah, I'll run
Yeah,
it. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll go on ahead and set it up
Yeah,
and
I
run it
gotta
at
catch
about
that
4.
live. That's gonna be nice. That's gonna be
well,
fun.
yeah, man. Yeah, y'all
Yeah.
have a good one, man. I'm gonna see y'all. I'm gonna come through with about 400 ditties, 400 no ditties. It's gonna happen
All
next
right,
No
week.
guys,
diddies.
it's
No
Just
gonna
so
be
you
a
diddies.
know,
bunch of them. Right? No ditties
No
for
and then
diddies.
ain't
real.
no repeat. That's what I'm just letting y'all know.
No
Hey,
diddy,
I'm
no
gonna
On
diddy,
just
no
my
put.
diddy.
soundboard. That's what I need to put on my
Let's go.
soundboard. Just no
Right, put
diddy,
that on the
no repeat,
soundboard. Right, no diddy.
no diddy.
Hey, actually, I got 4 buttons. I got 4
See,
buttons that I'm working on. I figured out how to do 2 of them. I might do that for one. No
no
diddy.
diddy.
No diddy. No diddy.
Hey, I got my other soundboard too. I ain't run that boy in a while too. I can't record my own sounds on there too. I
See,
Cause I
forgot.
gotta put. Cause I gotta put this one on there.
Yeah.
no diddy.
See, I gotta
No
have that
diddy.
one
He
on
said
there.
no diddy. That's
But
what
go
it
It
is.
gotta
ahead,
be no
kid,
diddy
man. Get in the
after
bed,
that.
get you some
Right,
rest,
right,
man.
right,
I'll
right,
catch
right.
y'all.
I forgot
Hey,
it.
cuz I'll catch you out here in these TikTok streets. Time to
For
go a
sure, for
TikTok a
sure.
horn.
For
All right,
sure,
y'all have a
man.
good
I
one.
appreciate y'all, man, for sure. And I'll be back at it again. Well, Saturday I
All
might
right
get
then.
back on. Yeah,
All right then, lovely. You have a good one.
that scared me. I forgot it. Yeah, I think she sleep. I think she sleep. I catch y'all though.